Chapter 1. Dawn. 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 In the early hours of dawn, a somber toll echoed throughout the imperial capital of the Da Feng Dynasty. This toll sent shivers down the spines of all nobles, merchants, and commoners in the capital, for it signified the demise of the Emperor of Da Feng. Following the establishment of a new emperor, this bell would toll a staggering 30,000 times. In an instant, all officials in the capital hastily rose from their slumber and hurried towards the palace. No one had anticipated the emperor's departure would come so abruptly, especially after only 3 months since his ascension. Though the emperor had always been frail, with the elixirs from Qinghe Palace prolonging his life, it seemed unreasonable for him to leave this world so soon. However, there was no time for such contemplations. The immediate priority was to enter the palace. Within the palace, the remaining cabinet ministers were equally alarmed as they gazed towards the rear palace. Yet, bound by the laws, they could not personally venture into the inner chambers. Nevertheless, they all radiated a powerful aura that enveloped the entire palace. Amidst this atmosphere, many began to wear peculiar expressions. Is the empress attempting to emulate Empress Dowager Jing? Deep within the palace, Shen Nan, who had just been brought out from the eastern palace, followed a dozen eunuchs towards the emperor's quarters. At merely 14 or 15 years of age, he possessed a strikingly handsome visage and an air of nobility. The violet robe he wore further accentuating his elevated status. Yet, in stark contrast to the flustered eunuchs surrounding him, his countenance remained eerily calm, even composed. Having traversed into this world just over a month ago, Shen Nan inherited the memories and language of his predecessor and gained an understanding of his new circumstances. This world was not akin to any historical dynasty, but rather a celestial martial dynasty known as the Da Feng Dynasty, where he was the crown prince. There was no contention among princes. Shen Nan was not only the legitimate eldest son, but had also been designated as the crown prince several years prior, and had recently ascended to the position of crown prince a few months ago. Although this realm was a celestial martial dynasty with martial practitioners, there were no immortal beings. In this vast world, aside from the barbaric demon tribes, the Da Feng Dynasty had no foreign enemies. Even the barbaric demon tribes were firmly suppressed by the Da Feng Dynasty. Despite the constant alerts along the borders, the barbaric demon tribes had never encroached upon Da Feng's territory, and the imperial authority in this world was remarkably stable. For Shen Nan to have directly crossed over to become the crown prince, and now poised to ascend the throne, what reason did he have to feel flustered? As for emotions, having only traversed into this world for a month, Shen Nan had met his adoptive father merely thrice. In such a situation, what feelings could he possibly harbor? However, one matter did seem rather troublesome. According to the memories he inherited and the current circumstances, his mother intended to act as regent. Otherwise, there would be no reason for him to proceed to the emperor's quarters. He should have first summoned the cabinet ministers to pay their respects to the emperor and subsequently read the imperial edict to establish the throne. Upon this realization, Shen Nan turned to a nearby young eunuch. Where are Lu and Zhang? Lu and Zhang were the most trusted eunuchs of his father. They were the chief eunuchs overseeing the tens of thousands of eunuchs in the palace. If these two were not in the emperor's quarters, then his mother's intentions were glaringly clear. The young eunuch stammered, Chief eunuchs Zhang and Lu are currently attending to affairs and will arrive shortly. The empress instructed us to escort the crown prince to her chamber first. As expected, a glimmer of understanding flashed in Shen Nan's eyes. His mother indeed sought to emulate the former Empress Dowager Jing's regency. It could be said that regency was a tradition in Da Feng. Shen Nan's grandfather, Emperor Ming Chong, ascended at a young age, with the Empress Dowager acting as regent. Subsequently, upon Emperor Ming Chong's coming of age, the Empress Dowager returned power to him. This was partly due to the historical trend of emperors marrying the daughters of dukes, as the empress wielded significant power. Moreover, with the support of the duke's household and control over military generals and nobility, it was natural for the Empress Dowager to hold power during the emperor's youth. Shen Nan, however, did not harbor any strong sentiments about this. Setting aside the precedent of regency and its restoration, The fact remained that at under 15 years of age and having recently crossed over, he was hardly in a position to wield substantial authority. Furthermore, his current life was devoid of concerns, allowing him to train in martial arts daily. For him, whether in power or not was of little consequence. At least for now, the wielding of power was not of paramount importance to him. Yet, Shen Nan's expression suddenly turned peculiar. This adoptive mother of mine seems rather lacking in capability and quite envious. This empress was not Shen Nan's biological mother. His true mother had passed away a decade ago, and only 3 years later did his father take a new consort, elevating this adoptive mother to her current status as empress and future empress dowager. In terms of virtue, this adoptive mother was truly lacking. For 7 years, she had failed to bear children for the emperor, and worse still, she leveraged her position as the sole daughter of the Duke of Chu to prevent the emperor from taking concubines. Such envious tendencies hardly denoted a virtuous character, nor did she possess the grace of a noble woman. Let us observe for now. Shen Nan did not rush to confront his mother after all. She was nominally the empress. As he made his way deeper into the palace's rear garden, the auxiliary halls appeared cold and silent. This atmosphere also rendered Shen Nan somewhat uneasy. Just as he was a few hundred meters from the emperor's quarters, he suddenly halted his steps. The young eunuch whispered, "Your Highness?" Shen Nan did not respond, but instead gazed intently at the lines of text that appeared before him. At the age of 34, the Da Feng Dynasty perished, and you became the monarch of a fallen nation, amidst a landscape of smoke and ruin, with demons rampant. After months of wandering, you find yourself standing on a cliff of a mountain in Jiangzhou, deeply regretting your life and feeling unworthy of the people and your ancestors. Will you choose to leap into the abyss or to strive diligently and revive the Da Feng Dynasty? Please make your choice. System. At the moment he read these lines, Shen Nan's heart surged with excitement. After a full month of traversing, he had finally activated the essential system for his journey. As someone who often indulged in novels, he was well versed with systems, yet the name and content of this one seemed somewhat off. I am poised to ascend the throne, and yet you grant me a system for national revival. No. Is the once mighty Da Feng Dynasty on the brink of collapse? How have I wronged the people? Have I not yet begun to enjoy life to the fullest? And what does it mean to leap into the abyss? Whose script is this? The young emperor of the Southern Song. Shen Nan found himself utterly perplexed by the system's information. His memories and experiences from the past month unequivocally indicated that the Da Feng Dynasty was the mightiest dynasty in existence, bar none, and yet it would fall in 20 years. At 34, the Da Feng Dynasty perished, and you became the monarch of a fallen nation, amidst a landscape of smoke and ruin, with demons rampant. After months of wandering, you find yourself standing on a cliff of a mountain in Jiangzhou, deeply regretting your life and feeling unworthy of the people and your ancestors. Will you choose to leap into the abyss or to strive diligently and revive the Da Feng Dynasty? Shen Nan scrutinized the system's prompt closely. Indeed, this system urged him to restore the nation, and the content described was evidently pertaining to his future at the age of 34. Yet, what events could possibly lead to the catastrophic downfall of the once mighty Da Feng Dynasty 20 years hence? How would the future him reach such a dire state? Amidst the smoke and ruin, as demons roamed freely, Shen Nan extracted keywords from the system's message and pondered silently. With demons rampant, does this imply that the barbaric demon tribes are facing a major crisis? Has someone from the demon race broken through the 13th realm? Or has some ancient demon from the 14th realm emerged? Earlier, Shen Nan had already grasped that this world was a celestial martial realm with an exceedingly extravagant system. The 9 ranks of refining skin, 8 ranks of tempering bones, 7 ranks of blood transformation, 6 ranks of refining strength, 5 ranks denote mastery of strength, 4 ranks of refining chi could be termed as minor masters, 3 ranks of chi mastery are grandmasters, and 2 ranks of refining spirit signify great grandmasters. The first rank is equivalent to terrestrial immortals. Above the first rank lies the 10th realm, the great celestial beings. As for the realms beyond the 10th, within the vast populace of the Da Feng Dynasty, there were few, though the Taoist sect had a few individuals known as Golden Elixir Tao, lords of the 11th realm, and the martial lineage boasted a few divine warriors of the 11th realm, alongside Confucian sages, Buddhist arhats, legalist sages, and the true masters of various schools. Then there are the legendary 12th realms, Yuaning Tao lords, martial human immortals, Confucian sages, Buddhist bodhisattvas, legalist sages, and true masters of various arts. Such figures represented the pinnacle of the earthly realm, with only a handful in the entire Da Feng. These individuals were also the bulwark against the barbaric demon tribes, and the reason the barbaric demon tribes had not dared to venture southward for centuries was due to their existence, further bolstered by the northern king of the martial human realm stationed at the Yuzhou border. However, this was precisely the conundrum that Shen Nan found perplexing. With the formidable might of the Great Feng Dynasty, how could it possibly face annihilation 30 years hence? The very thought that he might resort to leaping off a cliff to end his life was utterly incongruent with Shen Nan's character. Despite his usual demeanor of nonchalance, he was, in truth, not one to yield easily. It appears that the issues lie more within, he mused, not delving too deeply into the matter, but rather redirecting his gaze back to the system. Please make your selection, host. Shen Nan's consciousness fixated on the words displayed before him, which immediately presented two choices: leap down and diligently strive to restore the Great Feng. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose the latter, diligently striving to restore. He cared not for the particulars of how the Great Feng met its demise, nor for the reasons behind the awakening of the restoration system. Armed with the foreknowledge of the Great Feng's impending downfall in 30 years, Shen Nan possessed the confidence to alter the course of destiny. After all, the system's prompt could, in a sense, be considered a form of cheating. At that moment, however, the young eunuch quietly urged, "Your Highness." With an icy glare, Shen Nan shot back silence. He was not yet a fallen monarch. The majesty of the emperor still resided within him. The young eunuch stammered, "The Empress Dowager has been waiting for a long time." Shen Nan cast a penetrating glance at the young eunuch, who he had not previously realized was aligned with his mother, the Empress Dowager. After all, just months ago, he was but the crown prince devoid of any substantial backing or influence. However, this was not the moment to dwell on such matters. Shen Nan's mind was engulfed by the sudden influx of memories pertaining to his past experiences. In the recollections of his future self, there was no indulgence, no apathy. All that remained were feelings of frustration, resentment, and helplessness. It appeared that the opportunistic Empress Dowager, upon seizing control, had fully revealed her true nature, one characterized by envy, folly, and a thirst for power. In his memories, the Empress Dowager frequently lashed him with a whip, and given the inevitability of her regency, no official dared to stand up for Shen. He was confined within the depths of the palace. Even if a palace maid had been willing to risk everything for wealth and status, she was swiftly dispatched by the Empress Dowager the very next day, her corpse hidden in S chamber for days on end. The stench was so vile that even the memory of it induced nausea, forever etched in his mind. The tide began to turn 7 years later, when the southern regions rebelled and the Liansheng sect threw the world into chaos. It was then that the Buddhist sect rose to power, ultimately rescuing Shen Nan. Yet their motives were far from benevolent. They viewed the foolish Empress Dowager as a liability and sought to elevate Shen Nan as a puppet. Thus commenced the Buddhist sect's ascendancy to the throne, heralding an era of turmoil. 15 years later, the world revolted, and the Taoist sovereign emerged as a savior. By this time, imperial authority had dwindled to a mere shadow of its former self, akin to that of the late Eastern Han Dynasty, though it still nominally ruled the Great Feng. Ultimately, the demon tribes descended from the south, and the imperial capital fell. The man known as the Shen Nan was driven to the edge of a cliff in Jiangzhou. I once thought she aspired to be Empress Jing, but now it seems she clearly wishes to become Empress Cixi, Shen Nan thought, a cold smile forming within. Initially, he had not paid much heed to his mother's regency, for his primary focus was on cultivation, and he was, after all, still quite young and inexperienced in state affairs. Yet, It now appeared that should this foolish woman truly assume power, the downfall of the Great Feng would be imminent. The voice of the young eunuch rang out once more, tinged with desperation. Your Highness. Shen Nan's gaze turned even colder. I command you to be silent. He then directed his attention to the newly appeared lines of text from the system. Host has chosen to diligently strive to restore and revive the Great Feng. Reward. Guaranteed package of the 10th realm. Reward. 1,000 restoration points. First step to restoration. Make your name known throughout the realm, so that all nobody harbors intentions of restoration. Reward. Guaranteed package of 2nd grade and above. 10th realm guarantee, 2nd grade and above guarantee. Shen Nan quickly grasped that the so-called guarantees implied a minimum yield of figures or techniques of that caliber. As for the restoration points, they could be exchanged in the marketplace. Activate. He activated the 10th realm grand package. Reward. The great sage and virtuous teacher Zhang Jiao 10th realm, celestial being realm. The heavens have perished, the yellow sky shall rise. The year is the first of the cycle. The world is auspicious. Shen Nan, the great sage and virtuous teacher Zhang Jiao, the most formidable revolutionary figure in history. Is this a restoration system or a rebellion system? The 10th realm package yielded the great sage and virtuous teacher Zhang Jiao. Shen Nan found himself utterly bewildered. Even if the system is determined by his circumstances 20 years hence, the restoration of the country requires a great sage and wise mentor. This is no mere fabrication, and yet he suddenly comprehends the truth. According to the system's description, at that time, he was utterly alone, devoid of any close confidants. His experience in Zhang Jiao's rebellion would instead enable him to swiftly amass power. Moreover, this great sage is not merely the historical leader of the Yellow Turbans. Zhang Jiao is a bona fide pinnacle of the 10th realm, a celestial being, marking him as a top-tier expert in this world of immortals and martial arts. Contemplating this, Shen Nan cast a glance at the young eunuch, whose expression was tinged with anxiety. Let us wait a while. He was well aware that his mother, the Empress Dowager, was akin to the extravagant Empress Cixi, and it was utterly impossible for her to govern with such composure. In order to break the stalemate, he must rely on the system's capabilities. The young eunuch was momentarily taken aback. Your Highness, the Empress, Shen Nan, however, paid him no heed, his gaze returning to the system. Before long, a clear system panel materialized before his eyes. Host, Shen Nan. Age, 34. Wealth, none. Influence, none. Subordinate, Great Sage Zhang Jiao, Pinnacle 10th Realm. Technique, 9 Dragons True Qi, 8th Grade Bone Refinement. Items, none. Comprehensive level, yet to possess the power of restoration. Restoration points, 1,000 points. The age displayed was indeed Shen Nan's age 20 years hence, while he was currently only 14, indicating that he still had ample time to alter the course of the downfall of the Da Feng Dynasty. As for the 9 Dragons True Qi, it was the technique cultivated by the Da Feng royal family, distinct from the current Confucian, Taoist, and military systems, belonging to an entirely different framework. Achieving 8th grade bone refinement at the tender age of 14 was a testament to the abundant resources invested previously. Otherwise, a typical 14-year-old would still be laying the foundations at 9th grade skin refinement. Shen Nan also noted a conspicuous inscription of awaiting collection at the bottom of the system panel, referring to the previously summoned Great Sage Zhang Jiao. With a mere thought, he could summon Zhang Jiao within a radius of several miles, and the summoned individual would exhibit absolute loyalty to Shen Nan, a cornerstone of his current strategy. Furthermore, restoration points could be utilized to purchase items from the marketplace, which refresh daily. These points were determined by the progress of restoration and could be acquired through task rewards and daily check-ins. Daily check-in. Simply striving for 3 hours towards the goal of restoration would yield a certain number of points. Today's marketplace items: Snow Dragon Cavalry for 10,000 points, Sunflower Guards for 10,000 points, and provisions for 10,000 loads. Glancing through the marketplace offerings, Shen Nan was momentarily blinded by the exorbitant point costs. Merely acquiring a Snow Dragon Cavalry required a staggering 20 restoration points, while the Sunflower Guards demanded 200 points, though the provisions were comparatively inexpensive. However, even at a lower unit price, exchanging for 10,000 loads of provisions was not a matter of just 1,000 restoration points. Summon Zhang Jiao, Within 10 meters of the palace. Exchange for 5 sunflower guards. Within 10 meters of the palace. After a brief familiarization with the system, Shen Nan resolved to utilize both Zhang Jiao and his restoration points without hesitation. The current situation was crystal clear. His mother, the Empress Dowager, harbored intentions of governance. Should he fail to swiftly alter the dynamics, once she established her position, he would be left with no recourse. This was evident from the memories that had previously surfaced in his mind. The state of Da Feng was plain to see. There was precedent for a Dowager Empress to govern, and the laws were stringent. With the former Empress Jing having set a commendable example, once the Empress Dowager took charge, she would, in legal terms, be the ruler of Da Feng. Even Shen Nan, as the nominal emperor, would be unable to defy her will, unless he were to wait until he came of age to retaliate. But by then, it would be far too late. Only by breaking the deadlock now could he alter the future. The gentle breeze swept by. As Shen Nan observed the scene around him, a dozen eunuchs remained unresponsive, while from within the palace, a figure wielding a 9-section staff and several sunflower guards appeared quietly. Zhang Jiao had just opened his eyes and immediately grasped the current situation. A capability afforded by the system.it allowed him to impart some essential knowledge and information to those summoned, facilitating their quicker acclimatization to this world. Zhang Jiao's visage was unassuming, his demeanor ordinary. Yet his eyes shone with a brilliance akin to the stars, radiating an intense vitality and conviction that he sighed softly. The yellow sky has yet to be established. After uttering these words, Zhang Jiao turned to the 5 sunflower guards beside him. Discerning that they were all eunuchs, each cultivating a particularly sinister form of true qi, the so-called sunflower guards were, in truth, those who had achieved a minor mastery of the sunflower scriptures, although their cultivation was not particularly extraordinary. They were all experts nearing the 4th grade. With such individuals at his side, coupled with his own prowess as a 10th realm celestial being, breaking this impasse would not prove difficult. Let us see how your majesty intends to proceed. Zhang Jiao's gaze traversed the palace, peering outside. Despite their unwavering loyalty, he was curious about the temperament of the monarch he now served. Outside the palace, Shen Nan seemed to glance casually towards the interior. Though his own realm was merely at the 8th grade bone refinement level, the fact that the summoned individuals were from the system allowed him to easily sense the aura of Zhang Jiao and the others. Particularly, Zhang Jiao's aura, reminiscent of an abyss, instilled a sense of confidence within him. Your Highness, the voice of the young eunuch resounded once more, though now devoid of the previous tone of pleading and reverence. Instead, it trembled with a hint of trepidation. Madame Zhou is here. Madame Zhou? Shen Nan lifted his head to behold an elderly woman approaching slowly. Her hair was streaked with gray, and her face was lined with wrinkles. Yet, as she walked, she exuded an air of dignity, resembling not a mere palace maid, but rather a figure of high status. Madame Zhou regarded Shen Nan, shaking her head as she spoke. Your Highness. The Empress has been waiting anxiously. Her words bore little reverence, more akin to the tone of a senior addressing a younger relative, tinged with a hint of sighing familiarity. However, Shen Nan was acutely aware of how vicious this woman was. Having witnessed in his memories how, in the future, the Empress Dowager would become as foolish as Empress Cixi, beyond her own character, virtue, and abilities, which were all deplorable, she had the staunch support of this elderly woman, who had been brought in by the Empress Dowager from the Duke's residence as her personal, made at a 2nd grade Grandmaster level master of spirit refinement. Shen Nan gazed calmly at the elderly woman. What is the Empress so anxious about? Is it the matter of governance she is eager to discuss? As these words fell, an immediate silence enveloped the surroundings. The faces of the dozen eunuchs turned ashen, collapsing weakly to the ground, while the young eunuch knelt with a thud, trembling uncontrollably. Though there were precedents and regulations for a dowager empress to govern, Shen Nan's words altered the entire narrative that a young monarch, with a dowager empress governing. This matter was inherently irregular. Under normal circumstances, even if the monarch were young, as long as they were not so young as to be incapable of self-governance, the monarch remained the monarch, and the cabinet would preside even in a supportive capacity. If one were to set a threshold, it would be under the age of 10. Those over 10 could assert their own authority. At 14, although still considered young, Shen Nan could autonomously ascend to the throne if he so wished, resisting the Dowager Empress's governance without issue. This was precisely why the Empress Dowager had hurriedly summoned Shen Nan to the Empress's chambers immediately following the passing of the former emperor. Seizing the moment while the chief steward and other officials were preoccupied with internal affairs, her intent was to establish a facade of legitimacy and authority before presenting the young monarch to the cabinet ministers. Proclaiming the will of the late emperor and solidifying the legal framework. Only then would the civil and military officials be summoned to pay their respects and announce the news to the world. However, if Shen Nan chose to walk into the cabinet himself, the prominent ministers would undoubtedly support his ascension, completely bypassing the Dowager Empress. This stage marked the struggle for power between the Dowager Empress and the cabinet, though the former would always hold the advantage. Yet now, with Shen Nan's attitude glaringly apparent, the situation was drastically altered. Given the eunuch's understanding of the Empress, they could only fear that she would force Shen Nan to comply. What chance did they have to survive? Knowing the intricacies of the situation, Madame Zhou was momentarily taken aback, her already numerous wrinkles deepening further. Particularly, the white powder and rouge adorning her face rendered her countenance increasingly terrifying, and her tone abruptly turned icy. "Your Highness, why do you ask such questions? Who taught you this?" "Who?" The final word "who" was delivered with a sharp, heightened inflection that in the eyes of Granny Zhou. The Crown Prince Shen Nan had always been exceedingly docile, even timid. Were it not for someone instigating him, what right did he have to utter such words? Did such matters truly require instruction? Shen Nan's words were startling. "I am 14 years old, raised on the teachings of the imperial way. Does Granny Zhou believe that I cannot comprehend such trivial matters?" Upon hearing this, Granny Zhou's gaze towards Shen Nan shifted from doubt to suspicion. "What does your Highness intend?" "The Queen's regency would also benefit you. The court is filled with cunning old foxes, and you are still but a child. Suddenly wielding such power, you risk becoming a mere pawn in their hands. The Queen's regency would ensure the stability of the imperial authority." Stability of the imperial authority? Were it not for his recollections, Shen Nan might have actually believed this nonsense. He considered himself lacking in the strategies of kingship and not adept at intrigue. Yet, compared to his scheming mother, he was vastly superior. At the very least, he would never bring the Da Feng Dynasty to ruin. Moreover, with the restoration system at his disposal, he did not need to excel in these matters. He simply required trustworthy allies. Conveniently, Shen Nan possessed sufficient trust in his confidants, and even more would come in time. He did not respond, but merely cast a cold glance at Granny Zhou. "If I refuse, do you intend to bind me?" Granny Zhou's expression shifted dramatically, finally sensing something. This old servant would not dare. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed as his scheming mother could no longer contain herself and stepped forward. Clad in luxurious royal garments, evidently having not yet changed into plain attire, her expression was as cold as frost, and as she walked, the various phoenix hairpins upon her head danced chaotically. Upon reaching Shen Nan, her demeanor softened. "Nanner, hurry and follow me." However, before she could finish, Granny Zhou leaned in to whisper a few words. The previously feigned warmth on the Queen's face instantly shattered, her regal demeanor turning frigid. Her phoenix eyes now icy as they fixed on Shen Nan. "Do you wish to defy me?" Since marrying into the palace 7 years ago, Shen Nan had never dared to be so rebellious against her, inciting the Queen's fury to a boiling point. How dare he? Shen Nan's expression remained calm. "Defy? I am the emperor. What defiance is there to speak of?" Even if he had not yet ascended the throne. In legal terms, he was the only qualified heir to the Da Feng Dynasty, a fact that could not be altered by anyone. This was one of Shen Nan's greatest sources of confidence. The Queen glared coldly at him. "I do not know what gives you such confidence, but today it is not for you to decide." She cast a sidelong glance at Granny Zhou. Just a single look, and Granny Zhou moved without hesitation, rushing towards Shen Nan like a specter. This servant, born to a humble background, knew nothing of a future emperor. Her life and livelihood were tightly bound to the Queen. Let alone the fact that Shen Nan was not yet emperor. Even if he were, she would dare to strike. An ominous wind swept through, chilling to the bone that a master at the realm of divine refinement. Granny Zhou's mere presence was enough to overpower Shen Nan, who was at the 8th level of bone refinement. However, his expression remained unsettlingly calm. "Zhang Jiao." In an instant, a figure appeared before Shen Nan. As the cold wind approached, the 9-section staff was swung with a casual motion. Boom! With a mere flick, Zhang Jiao sent Granny Zhou flying several dozen meters, her aged and frigid body crashing into the palace. Vanishing without a trace, only dust lingered in the air between the two, with Zhang Jiao's peak celestial strength. Even without employing any Taoist techniques, he could effortlessly crush a second-tier divine refinement master. 5 cold, menacing guards surrounded Shen Nan with alarming swiftness. Upon witnessing this scene, the queen's expression shifted dramatically. A 10-realm celestial? Only someone above the first rank of Earth Immortals could so easily defeat Granny Zhou. Moreover, Zhang Jiao's Taoist attire prompted the queen to ponder further. She coldly demanded, "Are you from Qinghe Palace? Or Longhu Mountain? Or Jinghe Palace?" The 3 sects she mentioned were the most illustrious of the Da Feng Taoist schools. As for the 4th sect, the Earth sect, it would never involve itself in palace intrigues, for its leader was the head of the Tiangong Institute. Regardless of who wielded power, the status of the Tiangong Institute remained unchallenged. The Earth sect had never engaged in court struggles. Zhang Jiao's appearance had instantly reversed the situation. Even with several skilled guards in the queen's residence, they were merely 3rd-tier masters at best. Though she was the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Chu and the Empress of Da Feng, having a 2nd-tier master like Granny Zhou at her service was already the limit. 2nd-tier or above Earth Immortals or 10-realm celestials were not easily commanded by the queen. Moreover, Zhang Jiao's emergence had thrown her off balance, as had Shen Nan's transformation. How could the typically timid and cowardly crown prince change so drastically? How could a crown prince raised in the Eastern Palace possibly have the support of a celestial Taoist? The queen's phoenix eyes widened with suspicion. Which old fox from the Taoist sect orchestrated this? The 4 Taoist sects, Longhu Mountain, Qinghe Palace, Jinghe Palace, and the Earth sect, each had their own focuses. The Earth sect was devoted to the art of crafting, while Longhu Mountain excelled in exorcism and cultivation. And Qinghe Palace was renowned for alchemy, attracting many powerful figures. Jinghe Palace was a new Taoist faction supported by the Jiangnan gentry, blending talismans, alchemy, and dual cultivation. If anyone were to potentially maneuver Shen Nan, it would be either Jinghe Palace or Qinghe Palace. Yet, despite her extensive knowledge, the queen had never heard of someone like Zhang Jiao. Setting aside the queen's concerns, Shen Nan remained composed, gazing at her. What does it matter which Taoist palace it is? Today, Mother's desire for regency can no longer continue. I request that you send someone to bring the coronation robes. Currently clad in a purple robe, he was ill-suited to enter the cabinet in such attire. The coronation robes were not merely a symbol of the crown prince. They represented the queen's stance. After all, such valuable garments were always under the queen's care. Should Shen Nan don the coronation robes to the cabinet, the ministers would understand the gravity of the situation and respond accordingly. Conversely, should he appear in ordinary robes, the cunning old foxes might harbor ulterior motives. It was not about usurpation or nonsensical thoughts. Rather, they could discern the complexities between Shen Nan and the queen, allowing them to infer various situations. The future demise of the Feng Dynasty could be attributed to the treachery of the queen. A foolish woman, but internal strife was equally severe. Moreover, Shen Nan believed that if he could ascend calmly today, dealing with the queen's folly would be a trivial matter. Even the Duke of Chu behind her posed little threat. The true trouble lay with the cunning old foxes within the Da Feng court. Coronation robes? The queen's expression became rigid, her smile fading into a grimace as she said coldly, "I have underestimated you. Your preparation is evidently not a result of a single day's effort." Although she had no formidable experts by her side, only Granny Zhou, a 2nd-tier divine refinement master, to serve her, it did not mean the Da Feng palace was simple. Not to mention, the senior ministers who remained in the cabinet were all individuals of significant cultivation. Furthermore, the entire imperial capital was under the dominion of the law minister, Fa Yang, whose formidable presence ensured stability. Not even a 10-realm celestial or a 1st-tier Earth Immortal could appear without Fa Yang, the publicly acknowledged 11th-tier philosopher sage. Detecting them and dispatching the guards to investigate, this was the cornerstone of the Da Feng imperial capital's stability. In the queen's eyes, even if one of those Taoist old foxes were to act, however, to obscure the power of legalist Shang Yang and usher a Taoist celestial of the 10th realm into the imperial palace, one must inevitably pay a tremendous price. If today's situation signifies her defeat, she has also underestimated her nominal eldest son. Go, bring forth the royal ceremonial robes. Today, I shall personally accompany you to ascend the throne. Although Empress Chun may be somewhat foolish, she is not a true simpleton. In fact, due to the meticulous cultivation by Duke Chu, she can be regarded as remarkably astute. Yet, her heart is excessively cruel and self-serving, excelling only in the insidious schemes typical of a venomous woman, utterly lacking in the knowledge required to govern a nation. Shen Nan spoke in a calm tone. There is no need for Mother Empress to intervene. Zhang Jiao alone suffices. If Empress Chun were to assist him in his ascension, then what would all his prior endeavors amount to? Even if Empress Chun could not leverage this situation to establish a regency, she could certainly plot for the future based on today's events. Shen Nan's intention today is to completely sever Empress Chen's aspirations of regency, dispelling any delusions. Empress Chen's face turned ashen, and she said nothing, her phoenix-like eyes growing ever colder. Today, this superficial mother-son relationship has reached a definitive rupture. Before long, someone brought forth the ceremonial robes. Under the attentive service of several palace maids, Shen Nan donned the regal attire, and the youthful elegance of his visage was imbued with an air of authority. This was the imperial dignity bestowed by the centuries-long foundation of the Da Feng Dynasty. In a moment of dazed reflection, Empress Chen seemed to glimpse the late emperor, yet this figure was not the recently deceased sovereign, but rather Ming Chongdi, who ascended to the throne at a tender age and only regained power for the emperor at the age of 23. He subsequently ruled for several decades, wielding great authority and elevating the Da Feng Dynasty to unprecedented heights. Alas, in the twilight years of Ming Chongdi, he became enamored with the pursuit of immortality, ultimately leading to a decline in national strength and significant internal strife within the Da Feng Dynasty. This narrative bears some resemblance to a fusion of the reigns of Jiajing and Tang Xuanzong Lilongji. Nanner has indeed grown up, a thought flickered through Empress Chen's mind, only to be swiftly followed by a surge of resentment. She too could emulate Empress Jing. Moreover, she was confident in her ability to surpass her. Shen Nan paid no heed to the shifting emotions of Empress Chun. After donning the regal attire, he did not spare her a glance, calmly turning to leave, making his way towards Huafeng Gate. Beyond Huafeng Gate lay the main hall, a domain where a woman of the harem like Empress Chun had no authority to intervene. Shen Nan was about to confront the most formidable adversaries, an assembly of profoundly skilled old foxes. To establish imperial authority, mere statutes would not suffice. Yet, at present, this was not the primary concern. Shen Nan cast a glance at the system. Step 1 of restoring the nation: make a name for oneself, so that all the world knows that Emperor Yuanyu still harbors intentions of restoration. Reward: a guaranteed gift package of second rank or above. The endeavor of making a name for oneself may pose some challenges for Shen Nan in the future. However, in his current situation, he need only successfully ascend the throne to proclaim it to the world, allowing the name of Emperor Yuanyu to resonate far and wide. The prospect of a gift package of second rank or higher was enough to kindle Shen Nan's anticipation. Even a mere second-rank package would equate to the level of a grandmaster. Ultimately, this is a world of celestial martial arts. As Shen Nan strolled into the Ronga Hall, he merely took a moment to survey the imposing and majestic hall. The 7 ministers of the cabinet, led by Prime Minister Zhang Su, had already arrived. Unlike the typical palaces of history, the main hall of the Da Feng Dynasty sprawled for hundreds of zhang, fortified by numerous formations and shrouded in the auspices of national fortune. Such a hall was undoubtedly the safest place in the entire Da Feng Dynasty and indeed the world. Even an 11th realm martial deity would find it difficult to breach, particularly as the capital of the Da Feng Dynasty was also guarded by several celestials of the 10th realm, with Shangyang, the prominent legalist sage of the 11th realm, stationed there, rendering any possibility of external invasion virtually non-existent. Shen Nan gradually entered the hall. Under the scrutinizing gaze of Zhang Su, Yang Ku, and other esteemed officials, he advanced step by step to the dragon throne, symbolizing supreme authority, and without hesitation, took a seat. The ceremonial robes, the formations, and the enveloping national fortune combined to amplify Shen Nan's own majesty instantaneously, erasing any vestiges of youthful naivety from his countenance. Only a profound sense of weighty authority emanated from him, a presence that even Zhang Jiao noted with a raised eyebrow. Proclaim. His indifferent voice prompted Zhang Su and the others to once again regard him with suspicion. This aura did not resemble that of the previous crown prince. Yet, no one dared to question whether Shen Nan might be an impostor, for the hall was suffused with the mantle of national fortune. Anyone seated upon the dragon throne must undoubtedly possess the royal bloodline of the Shen family. This was also a decree established by the founding ancestor of the Da Feng Dynasty, the 14th realm martial sage. Proclaim. Today, the crown prince Shen Nan, Lu Zhong's solemn voice resonated throughout the hall. Holding a document in hand, the will left by the late emperor. Although the late emperor had suddenly passed away today, his frail health had long been anticipated. More than 10 days prior, a Taoist celestial from Qinghe Palace had entered the palace to take his pulse, only to sigh in resignation, declaring that no remedy could be found. Even in a world of celestial martial arts, some ailments are beyond human capacity. After all, this world does not yet constitute a true realm of fantastical immortals, where genuine celestial elixirs are scarce. Moreover, the life of a sovereign, entwined with the nation's fortune, is exceedingly difficult to alter. Even a 14th realm Confucian sage would struggle to change the destiny of the Da Feng monarch. Otherwise, the founding ancestor would not have succumbed to illness merely 40 years after establishing the Da Feng Dynasty. It is well known that those above the 10th realm can live for over 1,000 years. Currently, the legalist sage Xiangyang, of the 11th realm, is a relic from the era of the Da Feng founding ancestor. However, at that time, Xiangyang was merely a youth, inconspicuous, and now he stands as the true pillar of the Da Feng dynasty. As Lu Zhong concluded the proclamation, the cabinet ministers led by Zhang Su all bowed their heads. We pay our respects to your majesty. In this world, there are no formalities of kneeling. It is a gesture of respect towards these esteemed officials. Anyone who ascends to the rank of cabinet minister is undoubtedly a master of first rank or above, often referred to as land deities. How could such exalted beings bow their heads before an emperor? Shen Nan paid little mind to this. The authority of the crown is never established through prostration. No need for such formalities. He spoke with an indifferent demeanor. Zhang Su and the others gradually rose, their gazes shifting to the youthful figure before them. Though merely 14 years of age, his stature and appearance exuded maturity, and the rich aura of imperial authority evoked memories of Ming Chongdi. Unwavering in his regal demeanor, Shen Nan possessed a gravity that the late emperor, who ascended at the age of 40, lacked. The late emperor's disposition was overly indecisive, devoid of any semblance of authority. When they noted Zhang Jiao standing on the right side of the hall, accompanied by 5 guards of the Sunflower Guard, Zhang Su and the others immediately regarded Shen Nan with newfound seriousness. Regardless of Zhang Jiao's affiliations, it was evident that Shen Nan's current methods could not be dismissed as mere childishness. Your Majesty, now that the laws have been established, may we summon the civil and military officials to pay their respects. Prime Minister Zhang Su was the first to speak, his eyes brightening as he did so. Agreed, Shen Nan replied nonchalantly. However, this was merely an opening statement. Zhang Su's next inquiry revealed the unease of these old foxes. May I ask who this person is? He pointed to Zhang Jiao. Although there were few present in the Ronga Hall, the atmosphere was notably formal. The 7 cabinet ministers and 2 chief eunuchs were gathered to witness the establishment of the new emperor of Da Feng. How could Zhang Jiao, even as a celestial of the 10th realm, stand here? What law permits this? He is a guest entrusted to me by my late father. Shen Nan anticipated the question and replied with composure. According to the prime minister, what position should this person be granted? He directly bypassed the question of why Zhang Jiao is present here, attributing the emergence of this Taoist celestial being to the deceased former emperor. This not only leaves no evidence to contest his claims, but also effectively silences Zhang Su's forthcoming remarks. As the emperor of Da Feng, how could Shen Nan possibly lack a loyal retainer to protect himself? Zhang Su was indeed left speechless. If that were the case, he should be conferred the title of a third-rank protector Taoist official. The official hierarchy of the Da Feng dynasty is akin to the 3 provinces and 6 ministries system of the Ming dynasty, albeit with an additional Taoist official system, a result of the Taoist sect's relentless advocacy. The so-called third-rank protector Taoist official is comparable to the commander of the imperial guards, wielding even greater authority and freedom. During the later years of Emperor Chong of Ming, his obsession with longevity led to the proliferation of Taoist officials. However, since the ascension of the former emperor, many Taoist officials have already been dismissed from the palace over the past 3 months. Thus, the addition of Zhang Jiao is hardly significant for seasoned ministers like Zhang Su, who have endured the era of Emperor Chong. Moreover, Zhang Jiao is ultimately a Taoist celestial of the 10th realm, and they cannot afford to offend him too gravely. Nevertheless, Zhang Su gleaned some insights. It appears that Zhang Jiao is not affiliated with the 4 major Taoist sects. Otherwise, Shen Nan could have confidently stated which Taoist palace Zhang Jiao belongs to, thereby exerting pressure on them in accordance with the words of the chief minister. Shen Nan nodded slightly. Soon after, the deputy minister Yang Ke stepped forward, yet his discourse pertained not to any probing, but rather to the customary matters regarding the former emperor's burial and the imperial mausoleum. Along with some administrative affairs regarding these matters, Shen Nan refrained from expressing any opinions, possessing a clear understanding of his own capabilities that in terms of handling administrative affairs and strategizing, he was not a match for these individuals and could not possibly manage such matters. Thus, whenever Yang Ke spoke, he merely directed his gaze towards Chief Minister Zhang Su or cast a glance at Lu Zhong. When neither voiced any dissent, Shen Nan nodded in agreement, though this approach served to maintain a balance. It also provided Zhang Su and others with a slight sense of relief. They were unaware of the events that had transpired in the palace's rear courtyard, but given that Empress Chun was absent, it was evident that Shen Nan held the initiative. Coupled with Shen Nan's commanding and dignified demeanor, they were genuinely concerned that he might harbor excessive ambitions. As it stands, this new monarch surpasses their expectations by a considerable margin, at least not behaving as chaotically as the former emperor. However, this was also a conclusion Shen Nan had drawn previously. Although he possessed a system for restoring the nation, there was no need for him to pursue such a goal. Nor was it necessary to seize power in a blatant manner. True power embodies reputation, substance, and righteousness. He lacked none of these. Authority inherently belongs to the emperor. What Shen Nan sought was merely to grasp the reins of actual power, which necessitates sufficient manpower, rather than hastily attempting a forceful coup that would only jeopardize Da Feng's interests. Currently, the most advantageous power he could seize was that of the eunuchs. The authority of the eunuchs relies upon the emperor himself. If Shen Nan wishes to control the power of Da Feng, he still needs to engage in a battle of wits with these old foxes. However, to command the eunuch's authority is significantly simpler. For all matters, whether from legal, procedural, or other perspectives, ultimately rest upon the emperor's decree. Thus, Shen Nan's subsequent focus would be on managing the eunuchs. In addition to this, there exists another power he could harness, namely, that of the legalists. The current Minister of Justice, Fa Yang, though a remnant from the time of Da Feng's ancestors, stands as a formidable figure within the 11th realm of legalism, a true master in today's realm. Yet, Fa Yang remains fiercely loyal to Da Feng. According to the memories Shen Nan inherited, when the Buddhist sect seized control of Da Feng, Fa Yang managed to contend against their 12 realms bodhisattva. Although he ultimately faced defeat, the revelation of his mastery in the 12 realms of legalism and the imposing force of his techniques made the world aware of the true terror of Fa Yang. This also enlightened Shen Nan of the future. The most solemn and forthright Fa Yang is the genuine loyal minister of Da Feng. Most crucially, the power controlled by Fa Yang is exceedingly formidable, the Zhi Jin Wu. While this title may sound akin to a guardian's office, it is fundamentally distinct. The authority held by the Zhi Jin Wu encompasses the inspection of the imperial capital, the prevention of theft, the capture of criminals, the adjudication of legal cases, the defense of the capital, and the management of weaponry, in addition to having the power to temporarily deploy any bureau's guards to safeguard the imperial capital. In essence, within the imperial capital, the power of the Zhi Jin Wu is comparable to that of the Ming dynasty's Jinyue, if not exceeding it. The Zhi Jin Wu's authority stems primarily from the regulations established by the founding emperor. And secondly, because the legalist philosophy is inherently tied to the empire. For a legalist to ascend to the 10th realm, they must engage in the establishment of laws and comprehend their own path of legalism. Integrating their principles into Da Feng's legal framework, legalism is synonymous with law. Fa Yang's ascension to the status of a 12-realm legalist sage is attributed to his unwavering commitment over centuries. Dedicating himself to the myriad aspects of Da Feng while strictly adhering to the laws, principles, and legalities he established as long as one can abide by their own laws. A legalist, shrouded in legalism, is virtually invincible. However, the inherent flaw is glaring. A legalist must never violate the laws they have set. It is this very flaw that led to Fa Yang's defeat when the Buddhist sect took over. Nevertheless, Fa Yang's allegiance lies solely with the Da Feng Dynasty, not with any specific ruler. If Shen Nan wishes to seize control of the legalist faction, he must exert considerable effort at this moment. With Zhang Su at the helm, the cabinet ministers have arranged matters meticulously. Your Majesty, the chief minister Zhang Su stated earnestly as the officials gathered for an audience. The discussions held in the Ronghua Pavilion primarily revolve around establishing regulations and affirming the new sovereign. Although Shen Nan has nominally become the Emperor of Da Feng, he must still undergo the formal process of proclaiming his ascension and receiving the officials that as for a grand coronation ceremony. The Da Feng dynasty lacks such a tradition. Shen Nan reined in his thoughts and nodded, very well. Following the audience with the officials, Shen Nan's initial system task would be fulfilled. He eagerly anticipated which gifts of the second rank and above would be summoned next. Dong, dong, dong. The muffled sound of the palace bells rang out once more, this time more rhythmic and continuous, resounding a full 100 times. Following this, the solemn and resonant bell tolls echoed from every Taoist temple and the central drum tower of the imperial capital. The emperor has passed away, the new sovereign ascends the throne, and the bells toll 30,000 times. The ringing of the bells heralds the orderly commencement of the officials' audience in the palace. Earlier, upon hearing the bells at dawn, most civil and military officials exhaled in relief, adjusting their attire as they hurried towards the palace, along the way encountering the Zhi Jinwu, who maintained order. Although Fa Yang, due to his position as Minister of Justice, did not enter the palace immediately, he had already arranged everything before the bells rang. Upon seeing the Zhi Jinwu, the expressions of the officials grew increasingly composed. For this is the sky of Da Feng. As long as the Zhi Jinwu and Fa Yang are present, no turmoil can arise in the imperial capital, especially with the swift establishment of the new sovereign. It was evident that no disturbances had occurred within the palace. The question lingered. Was it the new sovereign in power, or was it the Dowager Empress Chun acting as regent? The officials harbored such thoughts as they converged in the plaza before the Rongga Hall at noon. Although the Rongga Hall stretches hundreds of feet and can accommodate thousands, not everyone is permitted entry. Officials of the 5th rank and below are barred. Most could only watch enviously as those in red and purple robes entered the hall. Through the open doors, they could vaguely glimpse the figure at the very top, the absence of Empress Chun. Is this the new sovereign in power? They had heard that the Duke of Chu had left his residence today with a beaming countenance. But it now appeared he had overestimated the situation. Speak cautiously. The Duke of Chu is indeed the biological father of Empress Chun. Should the Empress assume regency, it is inevitable that the Duke's influence as a maternal relative would be significantly amplified. However, with the new emperor now in power, it is evident that the Duke's aspirations have been dashed. The crux of the matter lies in Empress Chen's illustrious reputation and her inherently jealous disposition. Would she truly be willing to relinquish the regency? It is unlikely to be that simple. Many individuals harbor their own speculations. Within the Hall of Glory, officials of the 5th rank and above gathered in unison. The Da Fu dynasty is indeed in its prime, boasting a population of several billion. Merely the officials of the 5th rank and above number in the hundreds. From his elevated vantage point, Shen Nan surveyed the sea of dark-clad figures before him. Recognizing several familiar visages, these recognitions do not stem from acquaintances made in the past month, but rather from the memories of a future that belongs to Shen Nan. After all, since his arrival in this realm, he has yet to step outside the palace, and thus cannot be familiar with any external officials. These familiar figures may be loyal ministers, treacherous officials, or those with potential. This realization stirred a sense of reflection within Shen Nan. Setting aside the rewards from the system's gift pack, the memories of the next 20 years serve as his most significant advantage. Amidst his myriad thoughts, a few lines of small text re-emerged before his eyes. First step to restoration. Make your name known throughout the world, so that all may be aware of Emperor Yuan Yu's desire for restoration. Reward. Guaranteed gift pack of 2nd rank or above. Claim. Shen Nan unhesitatingly accepted the gift pack. Opening the guaranteed gift pack of 2nd rank or above. The reward is Han Xingxian, the Grand Master of the Spring and Autumn period, peak of the 2nd rank. He has commanded 100,000 eunuchs for decades, with 3,000 crimson threads instilling fear across the rivers and lakes, invincible beneath the land. Although Han Xingxuan's prowess pales in comparison to the immortal Zhang Jiao, his peak 2nd rank strength, unrivaled beneath the 1st rank, is more than sufficient. Moreover, Han Xingxuan's most crucial asset is his decades of experience in managing the eunuchs, allowing Shen Nan to deftly navigate the intricacies of eunuch authority. According to his previous considerations, following the coronation assembly, he intended to first utilize Lu Zhong to consolidate the eunuch's power. Now that he has summoned the formidable Han Xingxian, the options available to him have multiplied significantly. He envisioned summoning him to a side hall 100 meters away. Shen Nan silently recited in his heart, and in an instant, a figure materialized silently within the side hall. Han Xingxuan's sudden appearance caught the attention of several high-ranking officials within the Hall of Glory. However, upon sensing the chilling aura of merely a second-rank Grand Master, they feigned indifference. After all, the presence of a second-rank Grand Master among the eunuchs is hardly a cause for alarm. Only the Minister of Justice, Fa Yang, furrowed his brow slightly, as he was more attuned to the underlying currents. Han Xingxian has wielded power over the eunuchs for decades, mercilessly slaying countless masters of the martial world. The bloodlust radiating from him is hardly indicative of a virtuous character. Nevertheless, Fa Yang refrained from elaborating, for his duty lies solely in upholding the laws of the Da Feng Dynasty. That in contrast, Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu, two prominent eunuchs, exhibited signs of unease, having overseen the imperial court for so many years. They had never encountered a concealed second-rank Grand Master, particularly one whose aura felt so ominous. Your Majesty, the officials have arrived. Zhang Su's voice interrupted Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu's contemplations. Shen Nan nodded. Let us proceed. The current proceedings involve the officials acknowledging the new monarch's position at AS for discussions pertaining to state affairs that need not continue. The 7 grand scholars of the cabinet have already resolved most matters, and Shen Nan's role now is merely to sit for a while before dismissing the assembly. Essentially, this process serves to inform the entire court of the new emperor's ascension. Bang, bang, the solemn sound of drums resonated once more. The officials of the 5th rank and above stood with grave expressions, and the square outside the Hall of Glory fell silent in an instant. The atmosphere transformed into one of sanctity and solemnity. The officials pay their respects. Lu Zhong's resounding voice echoed as this proclamation rang out. The inner cabinet officials, led by Zhang Su, immediately knelt, exclaiming, "We humbly pay homage to your Majesty. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Long live!" Although the Da Feng Dynasty does not customarily practice kneeling, significant occasions still necessitate such displays to establish the hierarchy between ruler and subjects. Even Fa Yang, the legalist sage, solemnly knelt and bowed his head. For this custom is one he has instituted. The sight of the officials bowing in reverence and the throngs of people cheering stirred profound emotions within Shen Nan. Having been an ordinary person in his past life, he had never witnessed such a spectacle, especially with these individuals being true powerhouses. Yet, despite the turmoil within, his countenance remained increasingly serene. You may rise. This represents a transformation Shen Nan has undergone since his arrival. A month in the Eastern Palace has taught him to mask his emotions. Under the auspices of the Hall of Glory, Shen Nan's mind has grown ever more composed and authoritative. The civil and military officials rose in unison. According to protocol, it is now time for the assembly to be dismissed. However, Fa Yang stood forth with a stern expression, stating, "Your Majesty is but 16 years old, according to the laws of the Da Feng Dynasty. The Empress Dowager should assume regency. If the Empress Dowager is unwilling, there should be a minister to govern in her stead. That I must inquire how your Majesty intends to arrange this." His gaunt and austere visage bore a rigid tone. Were it not for the knowledge of Shen Nan's understanding of Fa Yang's disposition, one might assume Fa Yang was a confidant of the Empress Dowager. Yet, this is simply Fa Yang's nature. In Shen Nan's memories, Fa Yang is characterized by his inflexible adherence to law and order, more so than even the admonitions of Wei Zheng. If one were to draw a comparison, he resembles Hai Rui of the Ming Dynasty in demeanor. The Empress Dowager, of course, would be reluctant to assume regency. Zhang Su had previously gleaned some insight into Shen Nan's transformation. He found this new sovereign satisfactory, far more agreeable than the temperament of Empress Chun. Furthermore, Shen Nan's demeanor during their discussions of state affairs had been remarkably composed. Thus, he swiftly dismissed the notion of the Empress Dowager's involvement. As for the Red Dragon Guard, Zhang Su pondered for a moment before stating, "According to ancestral precedent, if there are no ministers of state established by the late emperor, Your Majesty shall assume command temporarily. The late emperor ascended the throne merely 3 months ago, although there had been signs of early demise. He could not have anticipated such a swift departure, and thus could not have arranged for any prominent ministers. The phrase Your Majesty shall assume command temporarily was also a boon Zhang Su extended to Shen Nan. In his view, despite Shen Nan being only 14 years old, he had already begun to exude the demeanor of a monarch. He is certainly not a reckless individual. Moreover, although the Red Dragon 10 guards number around 200,000, the actual figures may not even reach 150,000. In the early days of the Da Feng Dynasty, the Red Dragon 10 guards were the most elite force in the realm. However, after 800 years of prosperity, the Da Feng has ushered in a flourishing era, and the combat effectiveness of the Red Dragon 10 guards is now palpable, since Shen Nan has demonstrated the semblance of a ruler. It matters not how he chooses to govern. After all, any repercussions would primarily affect the interests of the military nobility rather than those of the civil officials. Furthermore, it is conceivable that this could even foster a sense of aversion towards the military nobility among the emperor. Zhang Su's words are indicative of a cunning strategist. The Confucians are never at a loss to Fa Yang. However, ignored Zhang Su, his tone remaining unyielding. May I ask how Your Majesty intends to proceed? He clearly disregarded Zhang Su's standing. According to the law, this matter indeed lacked the first advisor's authority to speak, yet this blatant act of dismissal rendered Zhang Su's expression ashen, rude. If one were to identify the group most detested by the Confucians, aside from the brash military men, it would be the inflexible legalists, particularly Fa Yang. Legalists are all molded in Fa Yang's image, akin to merciless officials, devoid of any semblance of human compassion. In truth, it is not only the legalists. Even the military nobility represented by the Duke of Chu harbors a disdain for the legalists, especially since the Red Dragon Guard was once his domain. He finds it intolerable that the Empress Qin's unwillingness to assume regency is now being exploited by Fa Yang for his own agenda. The Duke of Chu was about to rise and voice his thoughts when suddenly he heard Shen Nan's calm voice. I shall temporarily take charge. Although the Red Dragon 10 guards were in a state of disarray, this military power was something Shen Nan intended to wield in the future. Today, he must establish a great principle. Your Majesty. The Duke of Chu's expression changed slightly as he prepared to speak. However, Shen Nan's countenance hardened, interrupting him. Zhang Su. Zhang Su quickly reacted, stepping forward to say, Your servant is here. Shen Nan gazed deeply at Zhang Su, speaking with authority. According to ancestral regulations, since there is no appointed minister of state by the late emperor, may I take temporary command of the Red Dragon Guards? Can we adhere to ancestral law? Can we contravene established protocols? The chief minister, Zhang Su, responded without hesitation. Your Majesty should indeed take temporary command. This action aligns with ancestral law and protocols. Fa Yang also nodded in agreement. Your Majesty has not violated ancestral regulations or protocols. After all, the Red Dragon 10 guards were established by our forefathers to protect the imperial capital. Even the Ministry of War lacks the authority to oversee the deployment and arrangements of the Red Dragon Guards. In the past, due to the young age of the emperor and the trust placed in military generals and nobles, the Duke of Chu had always led the military elite. However, now that Shen Nan had spoken, the Red Dragon Guards would undoubtedly fall under his command, for this was the essence of righteousness. Despite Fa Yang's seemingly rigid demeanor, his earlier inquiries were not aimed at anyone in particular. He was merely following protocol. The Duke of Chu, anxious and wanting to protest, began, Your Majesty is still young, and should. Shen Nan's calm gaze turned toward the Duke of Chu, under the weight of national destiny. The Duke's heart trembled. Fa Yang and Zhang Su quickly shifted their gazes. One represented the legalist school, while the other was the head of Confucianism, the chief minister. Faced with such pressure, the Duke of Chu dared not utter another word. Shen Nan withdrew his gaze, stating indifferently, Court dismissed. Lu Zhong's steady voice resounded immediately. By the command of His Majesty, court is dismissed. As his words fell, Shen Nan had already risen and departed from the Hall of Glory. Making his way toward the side hall, Zhang Su, Fa Yang, and the entire court bowed. We bid farewell to Your Majesty. As the officials called out in unison, Shen Nan exited the Hall of Glory. Followed by the composed and dignified Zhang Jiao, they walked to the side hall, Jinghua Hall, where Shen Nan finally addressed Zhang Jiao. I appreciate your temporary assumption of the third-rank protector position. With Zhang Jiao's Taoist cultivation at the 10th level of celestial beings, the third-rank protector position felt somewhat beneath him. Nevertheless, Zhang Jiao was not one to concern himself with such superficial titles. He merely smiled at Shen Nan. Your Highness, from my observations today, although the Great Feng appears to be flourishing, its internal contradictions are numerous, much like a volcano that has long been dormant, ready to unleash its catastrophic fury upon the world at any moment. Shen Nan regarded Zhang Jiao thoughtfully. Although Zhang Jiao had received memories instilled by the system, he remained unaware of the impending downfall of the Great Feng 2 decades hence. How could Zhang Jiao discern so much from this brief court meeting? Shen Nan inquired. What is your perspective, Master Zhang? Zhang Jiao replied softly. There are too many factions and the imperial authority is weak. Although Zhang Jiao had never held any high office or title, he had once led a million-strong Yellow Turban army in rebellion, granting him profound insight into public sentiment. A mere brief court meeting was enough for him to identify the Great Feng's flaws. The multitude of factions. Although Shen Nan was aware of the future, he had not perceived it so clearly. What do you mean? Zhang Jiao continued. Just considering the attitudes of Empress Dowager Qin, Zhang Su, and others towards Taoism reveals that the Taoist sects must be formidable. Taoism comprises 4 major sects, which presents complications. Moreover, during today's court meeting, there were 7 cabinet ministers present. Although Chief Minister Zhang Su dominated the conversation, the others clearly did not align with him. Observing this, it is evident that the Confucian school itself is divided into 3 major factions, and the same applies to the Duke of Chu's side. Logically, the military nobles led by the Duke of Chu should have spoken up earlier. Yet, the only one to voice his thoughts was the Duke himself. While this is partly due to the new emperor's impressive authority, it is also evident that there are many factions among the military nobles. And the Duke of Chu cannot suppress the situation. As for Fa Yang, he appears steadfast but is, in fact, one of the most loyal subjects of the Great Feng. Shen Nan looked at Zhang Jiao in astonishment. Surprised that in such a brief court meeting, Zhang Jiao had gleaned so much, he nodded. What you say is indeed the current predicament. The Great Feng is at its peak. Yet who would have thought that in 20 years, it would face annihilation? Shen Nan recounted the information provided by the system. The southern border rebels, the calamity caused by the Liansheng sect, the emergence of the Buddhist sect, the Taoist sovereign saving the nation, the demon tribes advancing southward. These are the trials the Great Feng must endure in the future. Despite having halted the foolish plan of the Demon Queen to seize control, the circumstances within the Great Feng had not significantly improved. As Zhang Jiao had pointed out, the internal complexities were overwhelming. For Taoist sects, 3 Buddhist sects, 3 Confucian academies, and 3 military factions, not to mention the myriad of practitioners throughout the realm, merely represent internal factors. Externally, the southern borders which clan and the marauding demon tribes lurked menacingly. In such a scenario, how could the new rulers swiftly consolidate power and rectify everything? It posed a tremendous challenge. Shen Nan was well aware of his own abilities. While he was indeed more composed than the average person, he remained an ordinary individual in his past life. To avert the impending demise of the Great Feng, he could rely only on the exceptional figures summoned by the system, such as the esteemed Zhang Jiao and the formidable Han Xingxian. Only by depending on these top-tier individuals from myriad realms, alongside the righteousness he embodied, could he hope to alter the course of destiny. In this regard, Shen Nan found himself in a far more advantageous position than historical monarchs, for the Great Feng was ultimately a world of celestial martial arts, where martial prowess was revered. Regardless of the vast influence and intricate dynamics of the military nobles, Confucians, and Buddhists, as long as Shen Nan possessed sufficient martial strength, he could assert his dominance. However, he narrowed his eyes slightly. My current strength is still woefully inadequate. Although the powers of Zhang Jiao and Han Xingxian were commendable, they fell short of establishing the supremacy of imperial authority and reversing the fate of the Great Feng. At that moment, a new line of information appeared before Shen Nan's eyes. You have declared to the world that Emperor Yuan Yu still lives and harbors the ambition to restore the Great Feng. Next, you need to amass sufficient strength to embark on the restoration of the nation, truly taking the first step towards reclaiming your country. Task: accumulate 1 million taels of silver. 1 million taels of silver. This was the task that Shen Nan had just received. It is important to note that silver in the Great Feng was exceedingly valuable. A typical household of 5 would spend merely 5 taels of silver in a year. 1 million taels would suffice to provide sustenance for 1 million people for an entire year. Moreover, if Shen Nan's memory served him correctly, the royal treasury currently held less than 200,000 taels of silver. The reasons for this were quite complex, but the primary cause lay in the fact that, despite the Great Feng's apparent flourishing, it had been under constant threat from the marauding demon tribes, leading to astronomical military expenditures. Furthermore, after over 800 years of the Great Feng's establishment, land consolidation and taxation had become significant issues that, in simple terms, the situation resembled that of the late Ming Dynasty, where major powers and wealthy families thrived while the emperor, the rightful ruler of the Great Feng, found his income severely limited. Additionally, with Fa Yang, the Minister of Justice, in position, the emperor could not freely accumulate wealth. Thus, the treasury had always remained relatively sparse. If one were to consider the system's predicted timeline 20 years hence, the task of acquiring 1 million taels of silver would not seem daunting. After all, by merely proclaiming to the world that he was still alive and leveraging the Great Feng's 8th-century legacy, countless families would be eager to invest. Gathering such a sum could be achieved in half a month. Yet, at this particular moment, the challenge became considerably complicated. Shen Nan furrowed his brows slightly. At times, the tasks issued by the system were indeed quite simple, such as the one that had preceded. However, there were instances when tasks were not simplified merely due to the advance of time. Yet, to speak candidly, the matters at hand were not as intricate as they seemed. Although Shen Nan found himself lacking in funds, his current station allowed him to utter a single phrase, and countless individuals would eagerly present him with gold and silver. The subsequent affairs to manage, however, could prove rather troublesome, such as dealing with Fa Yang's meddling, or the potential damage to Shen Nan's own reputation and the imperial authority, which would undoubtedly suffer a significant blow. It was at this juncture that the distant sound of footsteps echoed, clop, clop, clop. It was none other than the two chief eunuchs, Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu, who had previously kept their distance upon witnessing Shen Nan's conversation with Zhang Jiao. Now, seeing the emperor lost in thought, they promptly approached him. The contrast between Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu was stark. Lu Zhong bore a loyal visage imbued with righteousness, while Zhang Hu exuded an ominous aura typical of a eunuch. This disparity stemmed from their respective practices in martial arts, as the teachings of Lian Sheng and the Buddhist school were inherently oppositional. When Shen Nan turned his gaze towards them, a smile graced his face. After all, who could match the eunuchs in the art of amassing wealth? These rootless individuals sought nothing more than riches and power. The position of chief eunuch in the Great Feng had reached the zenith of what a eunuch could attain. Particularly, Lu Zhong and Zhang, who had ascended from their modest beginnings during the reign of Emperor Chong to their current status, despite being mere minor eunuchs in the early days of Emperor Chong's reign. They had risen to the rank of chief eunuch in the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau by the latter part of his reign. This position was but a mere step away from the chief eunuch of the empire. Following the demise of the late emperor, Zhang Hu had swiftly ascended to the role of chief eunuch, but upon the ascension of the new emperor, out of a sense of caution towards Zhang Hu, Lu Zhong was also elevated to the chief eunuch position. Together, they governed tens of thousands of eunuchs throughout the Great Feng, making it no trivial matter for either of them to produce a sum of 1 million taels of silver. I currently oversee the Red Dragon Guard. What are your insights? Shen Nan inquired with a smile. However, this smile left Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu somewhat perplexed. After exchanging glances, Zhang Hu spoke up first. The Red Dragon Guard has always been under the command of the martial noble, Duke of Chu. Although your majesty nominally commands the Red Dragon Guard now, should you wish to truly grasp control, sufficient manpower is requisite. I can assist your majesty in gathering talent, having experienced the previous events. Both Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu could no longer perceive the emperor as merely the former crown prince. Since ascending to the throne, Shen Nan had displayed a level of acumen and an air of authority that was far beyond that of a mere youth of 14 or 15 years. Moreover, the enigmatic Zhang Jiao, a Taoist of the 10th realm, and the chilling aura of eunuchs within the side palace indicated that this emperor was far from easily deceived, unlike his predecessor. Most crucially, Zhang Hu, having been slightly tardy previously, was now eager to seize the opportunity to pledge his loyalty. Lu Zhong added, "The Red Dragon Guard has not seen battle for some time and is no longer the elite force it once was. If your majesty intends to restore the Red Dragon Guard, the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau under our management can provide ample steeds and funds." Although Lu Zhong had previously received Shen Nan's recognition upon his arrival, he did not dare display the slightest arrogance. This was not merely a contest between him and Zhang Hu. There was another reason at play. When the late emperor passed and the new emperor ascended, both had evidently chosen the wrong side. They had assumed that Empress Chun would serve as regent, and thus prudently distanced themselves upon hearing of her summons to Shen Nan. They had not anticipated that Shen Nan would emerge accompanied by a Taoist. This unforeseen turn of events left them unprepared and made them acutely aware that they had gravely erred. Their current utterances were merely to curry favor with the emperor, despite the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau being nominally under the emperor's authority. Its inner workings were exceedingly complex. Even Emperor Chong had failed to gain full control over it. Lu Zhong's proposal to supply Shen Nan with the necessary resources to restore the Red Dragon Guard was clearly not his unilateral decision, but rather a coordinated effort with Zhang Hu. Otherwise, Lu Zhong alone could not manage such a matter that would impact the interests of the entire eunuch body. It is worth noting that the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau in the Great Feng was vastly more extensive than that of the Ming Dynasty. Surrounding the imperial capital of Yongzhou were nearly 1 million acres of pastures, with additional millions of acres scattered across the various provinces of the Great Feng, capable of sustaining hundreds of thousands of cattle and sheep annually, along with tens of thousands of military horses. Not to mention, there were even over 1,000 dragon horses infused with demonic blood. This alone generated an annual income of 300,000 taels. In addition to this, the Bureau managed fields, imperial estates, and royal shops numbering in the thousands. On the surface, their accounts indicated an income of 500,000 taels, and when considering the embezzlement by the eunuchs, the total would undoubtedly reach the level of tens of millions of taels of silver. Should Shen Nan manage to seize control of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau, the system's financial tasks would be effortlessly accomplished. Lu Zhong's suggestion was exceedingly clear. As long as Shen Nan continued to trust the two of them, the expenses for the Red Dragon Guard would be covered by the Bureau. Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu believed they had demonstrated their sincerity. However, this dialogue only elicited a cold smirk from within Shen Nan. The Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau had been a financial tool wielded by emperors since the time of the founding emperor. With its vast pastures and numerous royal shops serving to sustain the emperor's power in times of crisis, an emperor could leverage this immense asset to regain control. Yet, at some point, it had morphed into a means for the eunuchs to amass wealth. Treated as their own possessions, eunuchs are not mere servants, and emperors are not mere figures of authority. From this alone, Shen Nan could discern the current plight of the Great Feng. The imperial authority was waning, while malevolent forces thrived. Nonetheless, Shen Nan did not immediately lash out. Instead, he calmly stated, "Since you both exhibit such sincerity, I shall not disregard your intentions. Henceforth, the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau shall be placed under the stewardship of Han Shengxian. All revenues of the Bureau shall be incorporated into the Imperial Treasury." Although Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu were entangled with the teachings of Lin Sheng and Buddhism, Shen Nan had no immediate intention of taking action against them. However, certain powers needed to be reclaimed, and the control of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau was the first step. "Your Majesty?" Zhang Hu exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at Shen Nan. He had believed that their display of goodwill would suffice to satisfy the emperor. Yet he had never anticipated that Shen Nan would not be content with mere gains, but aimed to seize the entire Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau. But where did the emperor derive such confidence? The bureau was fraught with complexities. Even he and Lu Zhong could only barely keep it under control. The emperor had only just ascended the throne a day prior, yet dared to enact such a sweeping change. Did he not fear the repercussions from the bureau? Lu Zhong's expression shifted as well. He hastily interjected, "The Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau is indeed fraught with complications. Your Majesty, do you not?" Shen Nan was well aware of the complexities surrounding the bureau. But what of it? The so-called complications were merely a handful of eunuchs. The martial generals, noblemen, Confucians, and legalists held little regard for the bureau and were unlikely to interfere. Had he not summoned Han Shengxian, he might have needed to rely on Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu. However, with Han Shengxian now present, the influence of Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu was considerably diminished. Their continued presence was primarily to draw out the Lin Sheng and Buddhist factions lurking behind them. Shen Nan regarded the two men with an unperturbed gaze. While the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau may indeed be entangled in numerous affairs, with both of you assisting, do you truly believe it cannot be managed? Or do you imply that your previous assertions were merely jesting? As his words fell, Zhang Jiao's gaze also shifted to Lu Zhong and Zhang Hudit that moment. Both men recalled that the emperor was not the indecisive figure of the late emperor, nor the overly conciliatory Emperor Chong. Instead, he possessed the commanding presence befitting a sovereign. Even at such a tender age, he had sufficient strength at his side to confront challenges, as exemplified by the Taoist Zhang Jiao of the 10th realm. Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu, being merely at the pinnacle of the second rank, had yet to ascend to the first rank of earthly immortals. Should Zhang Jiao choose to act against them, they would stand no chance of defense. Exchanging glances, Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu understood that they had little choice but to acquiesce. Today we shall obey your command. This illustrates the advantages of righteousness. For Shen Nan, the emperor of the Great Feng, even though Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu have wielded power over the eunuchs for decades, they ultimately remain nothing more than the emperor's servants. Should Shen Nan decide to execute the two of them on the spot, no one would dare to speak in defense of the eunuchs. At most, they would express astonishment at the emperor's brutality. Of course, all of this hinges on Shen Nan's ability to maintain control of the situation. Zhang Jiao and Han Xingxian are his assurance of that control, a gust of wind, tinged with the scent of blood. Swept in, clad in a red robe, Han Xingxian silently appeared before Shen Nan, bowing respectfully as he said, "Your Majesty." Shen Nan replied in a frigid tone, "From this day forth, you shall serve as the chief eunuch of the Imperial Horse Department. Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu, the two grand overseers, will assist you in managing the department. That I expect you to thoroughly cleanse the Imperial Horse Department within half a month. After that, should any eunuch be found guilty of embezzlement, their entire household shall be eradicated." There was no hint of ambiguity in his words. It was a clear directive for Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu to relinquish control of the department. Whether Han Xingxian possesses the capability to take charge is another matter altogether. Regardless, as long as Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu acquiesce today, they would never dare to oppose Han Xingxian openly in the future. Crucially, Shen Nan had not touched their core power, the Directorate of Ceremonial Affairs. In comparison to the Imperial Horse Department, it was the directorate that represented the lifeline for these two powerful eunuchs. As long as this critical authority remained untouched, Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu could neither afford to nor dare to confront him. "This servant obeys," Han Xingxian replied coldly, his slightly crimson gaze sweeping over Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu. The intensity of his gaze sent a shiver down their spines. They had sensed Han Xingxuan's presence earlier, but it was only upon meeting him that they could fully perceive the bloodthirsty aura of a formidable adversary. This person must have committed countless murders. Where on earth did the emperor find such a figure? Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu, filled with trepidation, were utterly baffled by Shen Nan's ability to summon such experts. While Zhang Jiao could still be attributed to the heritage of the Taoist sects, how could a mere eunuch like Han Xingxian have been cultivated by any sect? Moreover, there were several fifth-grade Kuhua guards present. Also eunuchs, though only of fifth-grade rank, they were considered skilled fighters within the Great Feng. Regardless of their thoughts, Shen Nan casually remarked, "By tomorrow, I wish to see the accounts of the Imperial Horse Department, and I expect all funds to be directed into the national treasury." Understood. Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu, bewildered, retreated. Organizing the accounts of the Imperial Horse Department and pacifying the subordinates would require considerable effort. They had little time to squander. As for not complying, unless they could ascertain the affiliations of Zhang Jiao and Han Xingxian and fully grasp the emperor's foundations, they would not dare take any action. After Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu departed, Shen Nan turned to Han Xingxian, saying, "The matters of the Imperial Horse Department are of utmost importance. Should you encounter any difficulties, report to me immediately. Additionally, take all the Kuehua guards with you." Although the 5 Kuehua guards lacked overwhelming martial prowess, they could assist Han Xingxian in many tasks. Moreover, after today's routine check-in tasks, Shen Nan anticipated gaining additional recovery points. He planned to exchange for a few more Kuehua guards to adequately address the situation. The remaining matters would depend on Han Xingxuan's own capabilities. Understood. Han Xingxian nodded solemnly. Having presided over the eunuchs for decades, he certainly had his own methods. Shen Nan nodded slightly. "Let us proceed." After engaging in a battle of wits with Empress Chun and presiding over the coronation ceremony, he felt somewhat fatigued. It was time to return to his quarters to cultivate for a while, completing the daily check-in task. As long as he worked towards the restoration of his country for 3 hours, he would earn a certain amount of points. Shen Nan's own cultivation was also a form of effort. That night, within the palace chambers, Shen Nan slowly opened his eyes. Nine Dragon True Qi. Although he had traversed this world for a full month, each time he practiced, he felt the distinctiveness of this realm. During cultivation, the true Qi nourished him, enveloping him in warmth akin to a furnace. And his mind was wholly immersed in the experience. The comfort he felt was incomparable to any entertainment from his previous life. Of course, this was also due to the unique cultivation method Shen Nan practiced. The Nine Dragon True Qi, formerly known as the Nine Dragon Suppression Technique, was a domineering practice once cultivated by the founding emperor of the Great Feng. This technique was primarily based on martial arts, integrating Taoist inner strength principles and national fortune methodologies, making it extraordinarily powerful. Unlike ordinary practitioners who needed to refine and temper their bodies at the onset of cultivation, the royal bloodlines practicing the Nine Dragon Suppression Technique could effortlessly break through the mirror of cultivation with sufficient national fortune backing. Though they also required potent elixirs for substantial replenishment. However, this was of little concern to Shen Nan. The treasury's yearly expenditure of hundreds of thousands of silver taels was solely for purchasing elixirs from Qinghe Palace. Yet, this was barely sufficient for the cultivation of a handful of royal bloodlines. Nevertheless, compared to the comfort of cultivation, Shen Nan was more concerned about the changes in the system. Successful completion of the daily check-in yielded 1,000 recovery points. This was an unexpected bonus from this session of cultivation. Shen Nan had previously speculated that the daily check-in would yield at most 300 to 500 recovery points, so the full 1,000 points exceeded his expectations. It seemed that the acquisition of recovery points relied more on daily check-ins than on system tasks. The system tasks announced to the world had not provided much in terms of recovery points. Even the 2,000 points awarded for gathering 100,000 taels of silver was merely enough to exchange for 10 Kuohua guards or 100 great snow dragon riders. Such rewards clearly appeared flawed. In Shen Nan's view, this was a deliberate strategy by the system, designed to habituate him to strive for the restoration of his country, continually accumulating recovery points through daily check-ins. While the task rewards were primarily various gift packages, he exchanged for 5 Kuohua guards and positioned them outside the palace. Shen Nan did not hoard the recovery points. Now that Han Xingxian was to take charge of the Imperial Horse Department, it was the perfect time to employ him. After the successful exchange, Shen Nan's attribute panel displayed. Host, Shen Nan. Age, 34. Wealth, none. Influence, none. Subordinates. The Great Sage Zhang Jiao, Peak 10th Realm Celestial Being. Han Xingxian, Peak 2nd Grade Grandmaster. 10 Kuohua Guards. Cultivation, 9 Dragon True Qi. 8th Grade Bone Refinement Stage. Items, none. Overall level, yet to possess the power of restoration. Recovery points, 0. Tasks. Gather 100,000 taels of silver. Rewards. Guaranteed new player gift package of 1st grade and above, 2,000 recovery points. The glaring 0 recovery points and the meager number of subordinates instilled a sense of urgency within Shen Nan. My current strength is still far too weak. I hope Lu Zhong and Zhang who will act wisely tomorrow and provide a sufficiently substantial sum to replenish the treasury. Once the task is completed, I will be able to summon a master of 1st grade or above. With this thought in mind, Shen Nan made his way to the bed. There were many matters awaiting him tomorrow, and he needed to rest well to face everything. Within the palace, after several hours of bustling activity, Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu finally managed to pacify the eunuchs of the Imperial Horse Department. They had already dispatched personnel to investigate the backgrounds of Zhang Jiao and Han Xingxian. Yet, despite their best efforts, even utilizing resources from the Compassionate Life sect and the Buddhist order, they found not a shred of information regarding Zhang Jiao and Han Xingxian. Could it be that these two emerged from thin air? A Taoist celestial being of the 10th realm, such a figure, upon breaking through, would surely leave behind signs. How could they remain so obscure? Investigate. Conduct a thorough investigation. Start from the Taoist masters of 500 years ago. I refuse to believe that a dignified Taoist celestial being could leave no trace, regardless of Shen Nan's actions today, to seize control of the Imperial Horse Department, or the intimidation posed by Zhang Jiao. Both had left Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu in a state of unrest. And who could be more troubled than the two of them, within the residence of the Duke of Chu? The Duke, having lost his power over the Red Dragon Guard, was also roaring in frustration. What on earth are you all for? In the past, you only knew how to amass wealth, yet when it comes to investigating a matter, You can't even uncover a hint of information. A Taoist celestial being. That's a genuine Taoist celestial being. You claim that no information can be found. Is this a blatant insult to my intelligence? You cannot even gain entry to the Empress Dowager's chambers? What use are you then? The Duke of Chu seeks not merely intelligence on Zhang Jiao, but aims to establish contact with the current Empress Dowager Chun as well. For the sake of righteousness, today's court assembly has already lost all significance. If the Duke of Chu wishes to maintain control over the Red Dragon Guard in the future, he has no choice but to have the Empress Dowager assume regency once more. Only in this manner can he aspire to a role akin to that of a chief minister at that time. Not only the trifling Red Dragon Guard, but even the Confucians and legalists shall find it impossible to contend with him. Figures such as the legalist Shang Yang and Chief Minister Zhang Su would have no option but to yield. Yet, the palace is already under the tight surveillance of Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu. The Duke of Chu has not established any informants in the past, and now, not a whisper of news can penetrate the walls. This is also a testament to the cunning of Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu. Although they have been stripped of their authority over the imperial horse depot by His Majesty, eunuchs are inherently reliant on the emperor, and they would not wish to create further turmoil surrounding the regency of Empress Dowager Chun after having paid such a steep price. Furthermore, given His Majesty's current methods, Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu lack the audacity to probe His Majesty's intentions. Should the Duke of Chu truly seek to connect with Empress Dowager Chun, these two chief eunuchs would indeed find their positions untenable. Meanwhile, Han Shengxian is quietly at work. He has not immediately sought the account books from the Imperial Horse Depot, but has instead discreetly approached some discontented eunuchs, using them as a foothold to swiftly gather intelligence about the inner workings of the palace. This is a tactic he has mastered over decades of controlling eunuch affairs. The palace has never been devoid of ambitious and astute eunuchs. They simply lack opportunities and the backing of influential patrons. Now, Han Shengxian serves as their benefactor for how to manage these individuals to prevent future backlash. Han Shengxian possesses countless strategies to avert such occurrences. Within a single night, he has amassed over a dozen third-rank eunuchs under his command. And this is merely the visible layer. Secretly, he has also courted dozens of discontented eunuchs, who will serve as the foundation for controlling the Imperial Horse Depot and the palace at large. As dawn breaks, he hastens towards the inner chambers, having learned of a somewhat alarming piece of news. The resonant sound of bells fills the air. Shen Nan awakens from his slumber. The practice of the 9-dragon suppression technique invigorates the spirit. Yet his realm is still rather modest. Were it the first-rank 9-dragon suppression technique of the Mingchong Emperor, even days without sleep would not affect him in the slightest. Yet, such a sleeping habit does allow for a greater sense of comfort. What time is it? Shen Nan muses as he gazes at the dimly lit sky outside the hall, uncertain of the hour. Unlike the incessant court meetings and tedious state affairs of the ancient world, the Great Feng has established a unique protocol over its 800 years of existence. The emperor's responsibilities largely revolve around communication with the cabinet and the Directorate of Ceremonies, rather than daily engagement in state affairs. Court assemblies are not held daily, but rather once a month. The primary reason for this is the matter of cultivation. At a certain level, a single retreat may span over 10 days, while past training sessions would only consume a few hours. If the emperor were to be preoccupied with state affairs, his cultivation would inevitably suffer considerably. In the realm of Xinwu, an emperor need not become the apex of worldly prowess. Yet he must certainly be a master of the first tier. For instance, the Mingchong Emperor is at the pinnacle of the first-rank Earth Immortal. Shen Nan's adoptive father also broke through to the peak of the Grand Master level at the age of 34. Merely a step away from the Earth Immortal realm, and this is still due to the meager talents of both the Mingchong Emperor and the late Emperor. Observing the 37 emperors of the Great Feng, the majority reached the first-rank Earth Immortal stage by the age of 30. This is largely attributed to the consumption of vast quantities of medicinal pills from a young age and the nurturing of national fortune. Even without a system, Shen Nan, following the normal trajectory, would undoubtedly experience rapid advancements of 2 realms per year, ultimately breaking through to the Earth Immortal stage by around 30. This represents the deep-rooted heritage of the Great Feng. 2 Kuehua guards entered with expressions of utmost reverence. Your Majesty, it is now the 3rd watch of the Tiger Hour. Though Han Shengxian has gathered numerous allies during the night, the ever-loyal Kuehua guards remain by Shen Nan's side. In addition, Zhang Jiao, the 3rd-rank Taoist protector, is resting in the nearby Taoist temple. This is also thanks to the past favor shown by the Ming Chong Emperor towards the Taoist sect. Luxurious Taoist temples are found throughout the palace, built for the genuine Taoist practitioners. However, this area does not encompass the inner palace. The emperor's residence is situated at the forefront of the palace, with the inner palace lying further back. This arrangement also facilitates Zhang Jiao's ability to safeguard Shen Nan's security at all times. After all, at present, there are few of Shen Nan's own people within the palace, and he must ensure his absolute safety. Shen Nan turned to the two Kawa guards, the third watch of the Tiger Hour. Let me calculate in my mind. That would be around 4 o'clock in the early morning of my past life. Where's Han Shengxian? One Kuehua guard replied softly. Han Zhong-in is currently consolidating eunuchs. It is said he has gathered over 10 third-rank eunuchs. With their assistance, he is likely to soon gain control over both the inner and outer palace. Although these Kuehua guards were summoned, they harbor their own thoughts. Han Xingxuan's methods inspire a certain degree of respect in them. Shen Nan nodded. Very well, I understand. You may leave now and have someone enter the hall to assist me in changing attire. Since he was already awake, he had no intention of returning to sleep. Instead, he seized the opportunity, while it was still dark, to organize the tasks of the day ahead. The Kuehua guards respectfully withdrew. Yes. Soon after, a female official entered the inner chambers, accompanied by over a dozen palace maids bearing various washing and dressing implements. They first offered quiet greetings, and upon receiving Shen Nan's nod, they approached with practiced grace to attend to him. After a month of traversing this new life, Shen Nan has grown accustomed to the royal lifestyle. During his time as crown prince, he was attended by 5 palace maids daily, allowing him to simply recline on the bed while everything was taken care of. He need not even lift a finger to brush his teeth or wash his face. Under the gentle ministrations of the palace maids, each with bright eyes and fair skin, Shen Nan was soon tidied up. Once he rose from the bed, they began to assist him in dressing. Unlike the cumbersome ceremonial robes he wore during his ascension to the throne, today's attire is exceedingly simple, a lightweight dark robe, adorned only with a jade hairpin, while his boots bear gilded patterns. This is the standard attire of the emperor. Simple and comfortable. During this process of dressing, Shen Nan mentally reviewed his situation. He now possesses the righteous legitimacy of being the rightful emperor of the Great Feng, and even if Empress Dowager Chun wishes to assume regency, it is virtually impossible. Regarding his adoptive mother, he harbors no immediate thoughts of assassination. After all, regicide, even in the Xinwu dynasty, is a true taboo. Moreover, what threat could Empress Dowager Chen's abilities pose to him? It is merely a matter of ensuring that Han Xingxian keeps a close watch on her, preventing her from making contact with anyone. The forces of Confucians, legalists, and Taoists, these can be temporarily disregarded. The immediate priority is to gain control over the palace, followed by addressing matters concerning the Red Dragon Guard. The Red Dragon Guard was established by the founding ancestor of the Great Feng, achieving remarkable glory during its zenith. Under the leadership of the founding ancestor, they once achieved a staggering feat by breaking through the ranks of 300,000 barbaric demon tribes with merely 100,000 men. Alas, after 8 centuries of peace, these once mighty guardians have now decayed to an alarming extent. Today, not to mention 300,000 barbaric demon tribes, even 30,000 would easily annihilate the Red Dragon Guard. Furthermore, Shen Nan narrowed his eyes. On paper, the Red Dragon Guard boasts a strength of 200,000. But in reality, how many remain? Ghost soldiers. This has been a long-standing method for military generals and noble families to amass wealth. Even in the Xinwu court, such situations are not uncommon. Especially with the temperament of the Duke of Chu, he is certainly not a person who takes military training seriously. The degeneration of the Red Dragon Guard is a well-known fact. And if one wishes to restore it, considerable effort must be expended. Yet, this is an imperative task. Setting aside the future ascendance of the Buddhist sect to the court, the reckless advance of the barbaric demon tribes from the south, and the Taoist saviors disrupting the order, we must focus on the rebellion in the southern frontier 7 years hence, where the Lianqing sect wreaks havoc across the realm. Sufficient military strength is required to suppress it. As for financial matters, as long as Han Xingxian can manage the Imperial Horse Bureau, that should suffice. However, there is a notable shortage of talented generals, based on Shen Nan's understanding of the system. It is likely that the upcoming tasks will involve the formation of a strong army. Perhaps this time, we could even recruit some formidable military commanders and acquiring a first-grade gift package is not out of the question. Beyond that, there is the position of the Chief of the Golden Guards, a power that Shen Nan must also command. As previously mentioned, the authority of the Golden Guards in the Great Feng is exceedingly formidable. Akin to the overwhelming force of the Ming Dynasty's Jinyue, however, due to the philosophical tenets of legalism, the Golden Guards do not carry the nefarious reputation associated with the Jinyue and the Eastern Factory. The populace respects the Golden Guards not out of fear of their malice, but rather because of their rigorous and ruthless nature. The safety of the entire imperial capital rests under their control. Such power is essential for Shen Nan to grasp. Even if Feng is unwaveringly loyal, the practitioners of legalism are unable to betray their country due to their ideological beliefs. Their allegiance lies solely with the Great Feng. Not with any particular emperor. Shen Nan must not only shift the tides of power, but also undertake systematic tasks, inevitably requiring a degree of audacity and dominance. Those who strictly adhere to the laws, like the legalists, will undoubtedly become obstacles. He harbors no desire to engage in disputes with the legalists. Rather, it is prudent to eliminate the entire Golden Guards along with the legalists. However, it is still somewhat premature to seize control of the Golden Guards. For now, he can only lay the groundwork that is for other influential departments within the Great Feng responsible for capturing demons and subduing evil. That is a matter for the distant future. Shen Nan sighed softly. A flourishing Great Feng may not necessarily be a blessing. After more than 800 years of dynasty, the internal circumstances and distribution of power are far too intricate and cumbersome. Even as the emperor of the Great Feng, Shen Nan can only proceed gradually and meticulously to consolidate power. Reflecting on this, Shen Nan ceased his musings and casually began to dine in his chambers. Just as the palace maid set the meal before him, he heard footsteps from outside, followed by the voice of the Kuhua guards announcing, "Han Zhongyin requests an audience." Shen Nan raised his hand, let him in that he made no effort to maintain any imperial majesty and calmly began to eat. When Han Shengxian entered, clad in a crimson robe, he was accompanied by 3 darkly menacing eunuchs. Evidently his capable assistants in addition, the figure of the esteemed sage Zhang Jiao appeared outside the hall. This eminent figure from the 3 kingdoms of immortal martial arts was clearly not one to remain idle. Shen Nan summoned Zhang Jiao inside, and then addressed Han Shengxian. "Speak. What have you discovered?" Following prior instructions, Han Shengxian should still be consolidating his eunuchs. His early arrival must indicate that he has uncovered something significant. Upon learning that Shen Nan had awakened, Han Shengxian was able to request an audience promptly. Han Shengxian glanced at the 3 ominous eunuchs, stepped forward, and whispered, "I have uncovered 2 matters. The first is that the Imperial Horse Bureau has embezzled over 800,000 taels of silver over the years. With nearly all eunuchs involved, alongside the hands of some nobility, the official records state that there are tens of thousands of military horses, yet less than 10,000 remain. However, the number of dragon horses infused with demon blood remains comparatively unchanged. This first revelation is indeed quite shocking. Although Shen Nan had only recently traversed into this world, he had heard the previous emperor mention that the annual income of the Imperial Horse Bureau was merely 300,000 taels of silver. Yet they embezzled a staggering 800,000 taels. What does this imply? Moreover, the disparity between tens of thousands of military horses and the remaining horses is tremendous. This is Shen Nan's money. Shen Nan raised his gaze towards the 3 eunuchs. To whom did the Imperial Horse Bureau sell the military horses? Compared to the unexpectedly staggering corruption figure, he was more concerned about the actual situation of the Imperial Horse Bureau. An older eunuch hurriedly replied to Shen Nan, "Your Majesty, the military horses were not sold in one batch, but have been sold off over the years that I asked for the buyers. They are either from the southern frontier or perhaps," he hesitated, "or the barbaric demon tribes, the southern witch tribes. The Imperial Horse Bureau is indeed engaged in significant dealings, openly colluding with the enemy. The southern witch tribes are one thing, as they have ostensibly submitted to the Great Feng. However, they still privately consider themselves a nation of the southern frontier. But what of the barbaric demon tribes? The barbarians already possess demon cavalry, far surpassing the Great Feng in cavalry strength, if they possess a substantial number of warhorses. How can the Great Feng confront the swift incursions of the barbaric demon tribes?" Shen Nan had initially believed that the Great Feng was merely plagued by internal strife and selfishness among its populace. Yet, It appears that these individuals genuinely think the Great Feng is invincible, as long as there are sufficient profits to be gained. Aiding the enemy is of no consequence. That it is no wonder that a mere Lianxing sect could disrupt the foundations of the Great Feng. It is not that the Lianxing sect is too formidable, but rather that the Great Feng's internal decay is profound. In light of this, certain matters require expedited action. Shen Nan calmly regarded Han Xingxian. What about the second matter? Generally speaking, the second revelation is likely to be even more significant than the first. Indeed, Han Xingxian spoke solemnly. I have heard that the Imperial Horse Bureau has defaulted on salaries for 3 months. Defaulted on salaries? Shen Nan's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Even the previously mentioned embezzlement of 800,000 taels and collusion with the barbaric demon tribes did not provoke such a reaction. After all, it was merely a matter of greed. But how could the Imperial Horse Bureau, which has embezzled a total of 800,000 taels, also default on salaries for 3 months? What kind of logic is this? Han Xingxian explained. It is not just the Imperial Horse Bureau. The Red Dragon Guard is in a similar predicament. Though the Imperial Horse Bureau falls under Your Majesty's jurisdiction, the funds for salaries have always been allocated by the Ministry of Revenue. However, since last year, the ministry has been nearly devoid of funds, and thus, they can only defer payments. They will likely distribute salaries only after the tax revenues from various provinces are transported. Upon hearing this, Shen Nan comprehended entirely. The root of the issue does not lie with the Imperial Horse Bureau, but rather that the Great Feng is out of money. How could a flourishing Great Feng possibly be short on funds? He furrowed his brow at Han Xingxian. Where has the money gone? Even if various factions are lining their own pockets, it is inconceivable that the Great Feng cannot even disburse salary payments. Han Xingxian sighed. The border troops of Yuzhou. Beyond Yuzhou lies the barbaric demon tribes. Yuzhou has stationed nearly 200,000 elite troops to guard against the barbaric demon tribes year-round. The expenses for these troops are exceedingly substantial. Indeed, since the time of Emperor Ming Chong, 40% of the Great Feng's fiscal revenue has been allocated to the Yuzhou border troops annually. Yet, despite such enormous expenditures, after 30 years, the Yuzhou border troops have still failed to suppress the barbaric demon tribes, with invasions occurring every year. Shen Nan recalled the situation concerning the Yuzhou border troops, and increasingly felt that the current state of the Great Feng bears a striking resemblance to the late Ming Dynasty. Just as in the days of prosperity, the internal chaos is palpable, and fiscal emptiness mirrors the past. Shen Nan suppressed the urge to summon the Minister of Revenue directly and said to Han Xingxian, I do not care what is happening in Yuzhou. Nor do I concern myself with the Ministry of Revenue. However, I must recover the embezzled funds from the Imperial Horse Bureau. From now on, any eunuchs within the Imperial Horse Bureau found guilty of embezzlement shall face execution without mercy. The embezzlement of 800,000 taels of silver is far too egregious. The historical issue of empty salaries in the Great Feng cannot be resolved immediately, but the Imperial Horse Bureau is something that can be readily addressed. Han Xingxian understood Shen Nan's intent, his eyes glinting with a hint of crimson. Your Majesty's meaning is? Shen Nan coldly replied. Anyone found guilty of embezzling more than 3,000 taels shall be executed. Given the circumstances of the Imperial Horse Bureau, it is impossible that there are not enough colluding eunuchs involved. 800,000 taels of silver cannot be swallowed by a single individual. It must involve participation from top to bottom. Shen Nan cannot possibly eliminate all these people, but selecting some for confiscation and execution is certainly feasible. Any eunuch capable of embezzling over 3,000 taels must undoubtedly hold a certain status among the officials of the Great Feng. To execute 3 out of 5 selected from their ranks would be sufficient to instill fear in the eunuchs of the Great Feng, that as for whether there are enough personnel to fill these positions. One need only observe the 3 eunuchs by Han Xingxuan's side to ascertain this. Not every eunuch within the Grand Palace of the Great Feng is as formidable as Lu Zhong or Zhang Hu. The majority are disheartened and unfulfilled. However, the mere mention of such action made the 3 eunuchs tremble, as they had not anticipated that His Majesty would act with such unrestrained ferocity. They had assumed that His Majesty would merely issue a warning to the 2 chief eunuchs, Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu. Yet he had taken the drastic step of selecting 5 to execute 3. If this standard were to be upheld, the palace of the Great Feng would surely run red with blood today. Han Xingxian, however, showed no hesitation. He merely turned to Shen Nan and inquired about Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu, although his strength might not suffice to intimidate the entirety of the Great Feng. With his peak second-rank grandmaster status and proficiency in dispatching third-rank individuals, as long as no first-rank terrestrial immortal intervened, no one within the palace could hinder Han Xingxuan's slaughter, even if a first-rank terrestrial immortal were to appear. What could it matter? Did they truly believe that the esteemed Zhang Jiao, this Taoist celestial being, was a fabrication? There was no need to take action against them. Aside from them, he could freely pillage and kill. Shen Nan granted Han Shengxian ample authority. Who to kill, how to kill, or whether to spare, all would be at his discretion. The earlier remark about selecting 5 to execute 3 from among those who had embezzled over 3,000 taels was merely a delineation of the boundary, a means to inform Han Xingxian of the required extent of his actions. As for the specifics, that was naturally to be determined by Han Xingxian according to the circumstances. It was not intended to be executed with strictness. After all, having garnered only a few dozen supporters in a single night, Han Xingxuan's forces were still minuscule compared to the tens of thousands of eunuchs within the Great Feng Palace. Under normal circumstances, Shen Nan should not have been so anxious. However, upon receiving the intelligence from Han Xingxian, he felt compelled to act thusly, for these eunuchs had already become so brazen that only a thunderous response could quell them. Most crucially, the Lianqing sect was poised to incite turmoil in Quanzhou by early next year. According to Shen Nan's prior recollection, the Lianqing sect had bewitched the demon-suppressing General Tu Shi of Quanzhou. And with the sect's own 200,000 followers, their uprising would swiftly seize the prefecture of Quanzhou, rapidly capturing several major cities and occupying more than half of the region. Ultimately, they even managed to summon a 10-stage guardian deity of Lianqing. Though this rebellion was suppressed through the combined efforts of Confucian, Taoist, and military forces, it significantly drained the national fortune of the Great Feng and revealed the weakness of the imperial family. Since the death of Emperor Chongming, the Great Feng had only the Prince of the North stationed in Yuzhou as a visible figure. Moreover, the imperial family lacked even a single notable first-rank terrestrial immortal. Their only reliance was on the national artifact bequeathed by the founding emperor, which allowed the emperor to expend national fortune to suppress any peak master of the 12th stage within the Great Feng territory. This was the true foundation of the Great Feng. Yet, this artifact required an immense expenditure of national fortune. When the capital of the Great Feng was on the brink of falling, Shen Nan was astonished to find that after enduring numerous internal turmoils, the national fortune was insufficient to activate the national artifact. Thus, he had become a wandering monarch. Otherwise, how could the capital of the Great Feng be so easily compromised? For these reasons, Shen Nan could not afford to be soft-hearted. He must demonstrate to both internal and external parties his unyielding character, ruthless and overwhelmingly fierce. Only in this manner could he instill fear in the hearts of the populace and swiftly accumulate wealth to gain power. Han Xingxian promptly set to work, gathering the dozens of eunuchs he had recruited the previous night. With eyes gleaming crimson, he surveyed these eunuchs, the scent of blood wafting from beneath his crimson robe. We are all eunuchs. What does it mean to be a eunuch? It signifies being rootless. What we seek is merely wealth and power. You, who have never had such opportunities before, now find yourselves in a different position. With the chance and the ability to seize it, His Majesty has decreed a purge of the Imperial Horse Department. Any who embezzle over 3,000 taels will face the selection of 5 to execute 3. Those who present a letter of allegiance shall be spared. They may even receive 1/10 of the plundered wealth. To attain wealth and power, one must be willing to stain oneself crimson, as his words lingered in the air. A surge of 3,000 red threads began to emanate from Han Xingxian, the stench of blood, born from the countless elite masters he had slaughtered, overwhelming the dozens of eunuchs present. They gazed at Han Xingxian in sheer horror. Having never before encountered such a palpable scent of blood, simultaneously, they were struck by the gravity of Han Xingxuan's declaration that it was evident to all that, should Han Xingxian proceed as stated, the palace of the Great Feng would be engulfed in a storm of blood and chaos. Yet, before their minds could wander further, Zhang Jiao arrived, leading the elite guards known as the Jing Army. This army, composed entirely of eunuchs, was the sole military force within the palace, beyond the emperor's quarters. Only the Qilong Guard and the Zijin Wu were responsible for security, as long as the Jing army was under control. Internal chaos in the palace would be nearly impossible. The overseer of the Jing army was a eunuch whom Han Xingxian had specifically sought to win over the previous day, named Han Xian. He was the third highest among the eunuchs of the Great Feng, subordinate only to Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu, and had commanded the Jing army for several decades. Possessing the cultivation of a second-rank grandmaster, the Imperial Horse Department held no sway over Han Xian. Rather, he had long desired to ascend further. Now, Han Xingxian had provided him with that opportunity. Shen Nan awoke at the third watch of the day, while Han Xingxian met with him at the fifth watch. By the time he gathered the eunuchs and prepared to take action, it was already the first hour of the fourth watch, around 5 o'clock in the morning to AT this hour. Many eunuchs had awoken and were preparing to work. Yet the likes of Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu remained in slumber, typically rousing around the fourth hour of the day. In this brief span of time, Han Xingxian had led the Jing army, utilizing intelligence provided by the dozens of eunuchs to recklessly cleanse the power-holding eunuchs of the Imperial Horse Department. Any who were found guilty of embezzlement had their limbs severed and were subjected to harsh interrogations, only to be granted respite once the embezzled silver was extracted or further intelligence obtained. Throughout this process, many began to surrender. These defecting eunuchs were far more powerful than the previously disheartened ones. Among them was even the illegitimate son of the great eunuch Zhang Hu. It is somewhat ironic that while eunuchs are rootless and destined to leave no descendants, many among them form bonds of brotherhood. Great eunuchs like Zhang Hu often have dozens of adopted sons. Lu Zhong, who appeared most loyal, had taken in hundreds of adopted sons, all of whom he led in reverence to the Buddhist faith. This was Lu Zhong's public persona as a devout follower. Yet, few realized that Lu Zhong himself was an agent of the Buddhist sect embedded within the palace of the Great Feng, a scheme that had been in the works for decades. At the fourth hour of the day, just as Zhang Hu had awakened, he caught a whiff of a faint scent of blood and sensed the presence of over a dozen eunuchs outside his door. This puzzled him, and as he donned his garments and stepped outside, several anxious eunuchs rushed to him. "Adoptive father, help us. His Majesty has decreed that any who embezzle over 3,000 taels from the Imperial Horse Department will face the selection of 5 to execute 3. Han Xingxian is currently leading thousands of eunuchs and the Jing army in a massive crackdown. These eunuchs are either adopted sons of Lu Zhong or belong to his lineage. In the past, each of them had learned the cold, indifferent temperament of Zhang Hu. However, confronted with the present perilous circumstances, their expressions are chaotic, their faces ashen. Han Xingxuan's methods are already exceedingly alarming. The emperor's decree sends shivers down the spines of these eunuchs. This signifies a ruthless intent to thoroughly cleanse the Imperial Horse Office. In days gone by, they could rely on Zhang Hu or band together for resistance. Yet, with Han Xingxian and thousands of eunuchs supported by the elite troops, they possess no means of retaliation whatsoever, especially since they lack righteousness. A eunuch rebellion? Such an occurrence is unheard of in the celestial and martial dynasty of Da Feng. While eunuchs might manipulate the emperor for power, the notion of outright rebellion and openly defying the emperor's commands is beyond their qualifications, as history has never sanctioned such actions. Zhang Hu's expression suddenly shifts in shock. Why was I not informed of this matter sooner? He never anticipated that merely yesterday, the emperor had only hinted at consolidating the Imperial Horse Office, and now demands they present their accounts. Before they could submit their accounts in silver, they were met with sudden hostility. This reckless nature is difficult for Zhang Hu to accept and adapt to. The eunuchs' faces are filled with distress. Did not the adoptive father say that during your rest, one must not disturb you? Zhang Hu is associated with the Liansheng sect. His chilling demeanor stems from the cultivation of Liansheng's techniques. Although the Liansheng sect has yet to raise the banner of rebellion, it holds a notorious reputation within Da Feng. Naturally, Zhang Hu's practice of Liansheng's techniques cannot be disclosed. In the past, he established rules, even going so far as to orchestrate the execution of a group of eunuchs who entered his quarters on his orders, only to be slain under the pretext of disturbing his cultivation. Their deaths gruesome beyond imagination. Because of this, even in their frantic desperation, these adopted sons dare not disturb Zhang Hu's rest. With a face as pale as death, Zhang Hu commands, "Go. Follow me to see the emperor." As he speaks, he strides towards the emperor's chambers, instructing those beside him, "Bring a fresh copy of the accounts, the one meant for our own eyes, and tell the others to prepare for significant losses." Accompany me to pay our respects to the emperor. Zhang Hu, having ascended to the position of chief eunuch, is far from a fool that he understands that the only viable option now is to gain Shen Nan's approval. Otherwise, even if they were to slay Han Xingxian, they would still face dire consequences. Furthermore, if Zhang Hu's suspicions are correct at Han Xingxuan's side, there must be a Taoist celestial being of the 10th realm. Should they unleash their full power, few among Zhang Hu's group would survive. Although the world of Da Feng encompasses 15 realms, a 10th realm celestial is already a true master of the highest order. While an 11th realm practitioner is a legendary figure seldom seen, 12th and 13th realm experts are akin to deities as for the 14th and 15th realms. No one has truly reached such heights in the past 8 centuries of Da Feng. The caliber of Zhang Jiao, a 10th realm celestial, is exceptionally impressive. It is evident from the fact that both Zhang Hu and Lu Zhong have merely attained the pinnacle of Grandmaster status. Out of Da Feng's billions, only 20 to 30 individuals reach the 10th realm. Moreover, Zhang Jiao's aura is exceedingly obscure. Zhang Hu harbors doubts that this individual is not merely an ordinary 10th realm celestial. Just as Zhang Hu begins to act, Lu Zhong swiftly leads his adopted sons towards the emperor's chambers. Both men coincidentally present the true accounts, preparing for substantial losses. This is the most genuine reaction of eunuchs when faced with the emperor's formidable authority. Before the majesty of the emperor, eunuchs are forever at the mercy of others, especially when this emperor possesses the strength to execute them at will. Outside the chambers, the esteemed sage Zhang Jiao stands casually. Observing the hurried approach of Lu Zhong, Zhang Hu, and nearly 100 eunuchs, he speaks calmly. The emperor has decreed that you wait outside that as he speaks. He slowly raises his right hand. Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu exchange knowing glances, and both discreetly hand the accounts of the imperial horse office to Zhang Jiao. Zhang Jiao passes the accounts to the Kuwa guards, then quietly watches the two men. The peak aura of a 10th realm Taoist celestial presses heavily upon Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu, leaving them breathless. They can only kneel submissively outside the chambers. Inside, Shen Nan examines the accounts delivered by the Kuwa guards, a cold smile gracing his lips. These eunuchs of Da Feng have truly engaged in grand larceny. This year alone, their embezzlement amounts to 300,000 taels of silver, and we are barely past May. He suddenly spots an entry among the accounts. This 300,000 taels has a staggering 150,000 flowing into the imperial palace. The individual in question is none other than Empress Dowager Jing. Indeed, she is the regent empress during the Ming Chong emperor's reign, that if we consider lineage, Shen Nan must refer to her as his grandmother. In the celestial and martial world, anyone of the first-ranked terrestrial immortal can extend their lifespan by 300 years, while celestial beings may live for 500 years. Individuals of the 11th realm can attain longevity of 1,000 years. Given that only 3 years have passed since the Ming Chong emperor's death, it is hardly surprising that the Empress Dowager Jing is still alive. However, in Shen Nan's future memories, this grandmother's role is conspicuously absent. The expenses incurred to support the grandmother in breaking through to the 11th realm? Could it be that when the Lian Sheng sect descends into chaos in the future, this grandmother has already failed in her breakthrough, perishing in the process? Henceforth, the future Yuan Yu emperor may be entirely unaware of Empress Dowager Jing's existence. Shen Nan ponders deeply in the future Yuan Yu emperor's recollection. His initial years of ascension were spent under the soft confinement of Empress Dowager Chun in the palace. He possessed no power whatsoever, nor even a shred of freedom. It was only 7 years later, when the Lian Sheng sect truly sparked turmoil and the Buddhist sect seized control of the court, that the Yuan Yu emperor finally managed to rise. Yet, mere months later, he discovered himself ensnared as a puppet of the Buddhist sect. Following this timeline, Empress Dowager Jing must have failed her breakthrough. Otherwise, she should have stood up during the upheaval instigated by the Lian Sheng sect. Shen Nan squints slightly. Regardless of what transpires in the future, this Empress Dowager Jing presents a conundrum. To say she is a nuisance, she is presently merely at the peak of the 10th realm. Although it remains unclear which technique she practices, one thing is certain, with the esteemed sage Zhang Jiao. A 10th realm celestial, by my side, no issues should arise. Moreover, a person who may soon fail in their breakthrough poses little threat. The troublesome aspect lies in Empress Dowager Jing's considerable prestige. Though the Ming Chong emperor reclaimed power, it was due to Empress Dowager Jing's voluntary relinquishment of authority. Unlike figures akin to LG, She does not bear a negative reputation. Rather, her standing resembles that of the late Empress Xian and Ingji. Her influence within Da Feng is formidable, should Shen Nan sever all support. If Empress Dowager Jing were to raise a ruckus, the situation could become quite unfavorable. Shen Nan examines Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu's internal accounts meticulously. Although both men were caught off guard by Shen Nan, leaving them no time to fabricate false accounts, this document conspicuously emphasizes the expenditures of Empress Dowager Jing, almost implying that their embezzlement is for the benefit of the Da Feng imperial family rather than personal gain. This subtle intention prompts Shen Nan to shake his head. Indeed, the Empress Dowager's reputation can instill fear. Yet, such a maneuver is only sufficient to ensure their survival. Han Xingxian, he states calmly. Han Xingxian, clad in a bright red robe, is indeed present within the chambers. He had anticipated that Lu Zhong and Zhang, who could not continue their reckless slaughter any longer. Instead, most matters were delegated to the eunuch Han Xian. While he himself awaited the moves of Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu in the imperial chamber, it now appeared that the skills of these two individuals were quite formidable, employing such subtle and silent means. However, this was far more sophisticated than merely proclaiming the emperor's injustice or openly defying his edicts. He instructed them to return and inform Han Xian to know when to stop, without pressing them too hard. Initially, Shen Nan had resolved not to take action against Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu, with the intention of sparing their lives, and this intention remained unchanged today. Whether consolidating the power of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office or engaging in the slaughter of the early hours. His message to Lu Zhong, Zhang Hu, and all the eunuchs was clear. A new emperor brings new subjects. The emperor of Da Feng was no longer the gentle former emperor or the accommodating Ming Chondi. Shen Nan was truly someone who dared to kill. Simultaneously, his actions sent a similar signal beyond the palace walls that Da Feng faced both internal strife and external threats, and the situation was complex. If Shen Nan wished to swiftly rectify the situation, he must seize control of Da Feng through forceful measures. Understood. Han Xingxian comprehended the gravity of the situation, although Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu had narrowly escaped disaster, and many of their faction of eunuchs had survived, they must truly recognize the nature of the current emperor, which required some bloodshed. As Han Xingxian exited the imperial chamber, the gazes of Lu Zhong, Zhang Hu, and dozens of eunuchs suddenly turned towards him. Their expressions were a tumult of emotions: resentment, animosity, fear, and dread. The first two stemmed from Han Xingxian cutting off their source of income, while the latter two arose from his methods. In that brief half-hour, although seemingly inconspicuous, one only needed to catch a whiff of the bloodshed that permeated the imperial palace to understand how many lives Han Xingxian had claimed. He had personally executed 234 individuals. Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a flicker of horror. Han Zhongyin. They murmured in unison. The adage of a new emperor bringing new subjects resonated with them as they felt the weight of their predicament. Lu Zhong had initially believed that he could easily suppress Zhang Hu and serve the Buddhist sect more effectively upon meeting the emperor. Yet, it was now evident that the emperor already had his own circle of trusted individuals. Be it Han Xingxian or Zhang Jiao. These were the emperor's most trusted aides. The eunuchs from the former emperor's era had no choice but to obey the emperor's orders if they wished to avoid a grim fate. Even with Empress Dowager Jing backing them, her temperament would not allow her to intervene unless the emperor cut off her financial resources. As for the Buddhist sect and the Compassionate Life sect, such matters could not be brought to light, for neither the Buddhist sect nor the Compassionate Life sect was prepared to sow chaos in the world. Han Xingxian nodded. The emperor has issued a decree. The matters concerning the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office were concluded, but the mere word but sent a jolt of alarm through all the eunuchs. They soon heard Han Xingxuan's cold voice. All that was illicitly obtained in the past must be returned. There is no need to return more than necessary. 1,000,000 taels of silver will suffice. Furthermore, he continued, the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office must relinquish 30 critical positions. 1,000,000 taels of silver may seem insignificant compared to the annual embezzlement of 800,000 taels. But one must remember that a significant portion of that had been funneled to Empress Dowager Jing. Not to mention, these eunuchs also incurred expenses while operating externally, for eunuchs of Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu's caliber. Demanding them to produce 1,000,000 taels of silver would be a matter of life and death. But could they truly refuse? Outside the imperial chamber, As Han Xingxuan's voice echoed, the surroundings fell into a profound silence. Even Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu, seasoned veterans, wore expressions of disbelief. 1 million taels of silver. This was tantamount to a death sentence. Yet, after exchanging glances among the dozens of eunuchs present, none dared to step forward in defiance. Han Xingxuan's demand for the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office to surrender 30 critical positions clearly indicated his intention to personally seize these vital roles. It was also a warning to Lu Zhong, Zhang Hu, and the other eunuchs. Should anyone hesitate to part with their wealth, they would have to vacate their positions. And as for the fate of those who vacated their positions, eunuchs had never shown mercy in their dealings. Those individuals would surely be devoured by Lu Zhong and his cohorts. Considering this, Zhang Hu clenched his teeth and declared, "Understood." The immediate priority was to navigate through this crisis, followed by seeking the support of Empress Dowager Jing or the trust of the emperor. With Zhang Hu's ruthless methods, he could undoubtedly gather the million taels from below. Moreover, this was not solely his responsibility. Lu Zhong, who had a penchant for adopting sons, should also contribute more this time. Indeed, among the nearly 80 eunuchs present, 50 belonged to Lu Zhong. Although Lu Zhong's influence was not as strong as Zhang Hu's, he needn't worry about pacifying his subordinates. After all, there were only 60 critical positions in the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office, of which he occupied merely a dozen. Understood. With both high-ranking eunuchs leading by example, the surrounding dozens of eunuchs echoed in unison. "We obey your orders." Han Xingxuan's piercing gaze fixated on Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu. 1 million taels of silver must be delivered to the emperor's treasury before the hour of the snake. This was both a warning to the two men and a command from the emperor. Shen Nan's current task was to gather 1 million taels. Once this amount entered the treasury, he would complete the system task and unlock a premium gift package of first-tier quality or higher, allowing him to summon a capable assistant. There was even the possibility of encountering a formidable expert akin to Zhang Jiao, or even those of the 10th, 11th, or 12th realms. After all, a first-tier package was the minimum guarantee. It did not necessarily mean that a first-tier expert would emerge. Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu exchanged glances, gritting their teeth in agreement. It was now the hour of the dragon, with only an hour remaining until the hour of the snake. Delivering 1 million taels to the treasury within this time frame posed a challenge, yet they dared not refuse. Soon after, Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu hurried back, but their first order of business was not to deposit the silver. Instead, they needed to argue over how to allocate the 1 million taels and determine their next course of action. Once fierce competitors for power, they would inevitably form a temporary alliance after this incident. This was one of Shen Nan's urgent actions that could prove to be a double-edged sword. However, he was unconcerned. After hearing Han Xingxian report on Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu's reactions, Shen Nan casually instructed, "Have someone bring the intelligence regarding Empress Dowager Jing, the Red Dragon Guard, and the Golden Guards." Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly recalled another matter. "Also, send over the records of the military funds from Yuzhou to the Ministry of Revenue." Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu acted swiftly. By the hour of the dragon, the 1 million taels of silver had already been deposited. At this moment, Han Xingxian had not yet delivered various pieces of intelligence, as he needed to gather detailed information regarding Empress Dowager Jing, the Red Dragon Guard, and the Golden Guards. It was clear that Han Xingxian was still not fully acquainted with Da Feng. However, he would undoubtedly manage well once he became familiar with the intricacies. Shen Nan glanced at the system's notification. "The task of gathering 1 million has been completed. As a deposed monarch, you now possess sufficient prestige and considerable wealth. Please expedite the recruitment of 10,000 soldiers to form your own army, for only strength is the swiftest path to restoration. Task: establish an army of 10,000 exclusively under your command. Reward: guaranteed gift package of at least the 11th realm, along with 5,000 restoration points. Claimable reward: guaranteed gift package of at least the first tier or higher." As Shen Nan had anticipated, the system, after issuing the wealth-gathering task, was bound to commence tasks related to military forces. However, 10,000 soldiers? That was rather dismissive. Nevertheless, he agreed with the system's assertion that only strength was the quickest route to restoration. He had heard a saying in his previous life: "Power is like a fist." This adage was applicable in both his past and present lives. As a sovereign, one could not afford to be without military power. In the world of immortal martial arts, it was even more crucial. Without sufficient troops and martial prowess, How could one suppress all adversaries? If Shen Nan could summon a peak expert of the 15th realm now, Lu Zhong and Zhang who would be no match for him. Even the Buddhist sect behind them, the compassionate life teachings, could be easily trampled upon, and the reputation of Empress Jing need not be a concern. After all, she is merely a dowager who has not reached the 11th realm. That it is only fitting to refer to her as grandmother out of respect. If disrespect is shown, calling her an old hag would not matter much. However, the delay in completing this system task is somewhat concerning. The ostensible 200,000 troops of the Red Dragon Guard cannot be considered my army. Yet, the clean army within the palace is now under Han Xingxuan's control. After Han Xian's defection, these troops should be regarded as mine, correct? Shen Nan raised an eyebrow slightly. It seems the crux lies in forming a unique army. The challenge of this system task does not reside in acquiring 10,000 troops, but rather in establishing a military force that is distinctly Shen Nan's own. This implies that he will inevitably need to reorganize the Red Dragon Guard. Shen Nan had long contemplated this matter, considering the current state of the Red Dragon Guard, that if he does not disband them and reform a new Red Dragon Guard, they would possess no combat effectiveness whatsoever, and it would be utterly unrealistic to rely on them to quell next year's rebellion in Chuanzhou. First, let us observe the changes in the marketplace today. Shen Nan did not hasten to open the gift package. Instead, he wished to see what new offerings the marketplace had for today. That yesterday's marketplace featured 10,000 snow dragon riders, 10,000 sunflower guards, and 100,000 loads of provisions. Today's marketplace still includes the snow dragon riders, but the latter two have been replaced with 10,000 Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers and the perfected diamond unbreakable technique. The Ming Wang heavy armor needs no further elaboration. It is, without a doubt, heavy infantry. The perfected diamond unbreakable technique, however, took Shen Nan by surprise. Upon examining the description closely, it indicated that by redeeming this technique, any previously summoned individual could instantly possess the perfected diamond unbreakable technique. Is it akin to the transformation into Cheng Shifei? This technique is indeed held by Cheng Shifei, the #1 in the world. Such a skill could elevate an ordinary individual to the peak of the third-grade martial masters in an instant. Even a grandmaster would find it challenging to withstand a few strikes. Unfortunately, the cost of redemption is exceedingly high, a staggering 500 restoration points. There are still insufficient restoration points. Shen Nan sighed softly. He no longer wished to scrutinize the marketplace, while he genuinely desired the Snow Dragon Riders and the Ming Wang heavy infantry. The disparity in restoration points is simply too great. System, open the gift package. Open a first grade or above grand gift package. Immortal Marshal Great Qin. Legalist Chancellor Li Si. These few lines made Shen Nan's eyes sparkle with anticipation. It is already an unexpected delight to draw a peak celestial being of the first grade or above, yet he had not anticipated summoning the Chancellor of the immortal Qin Empire. Although Shen Nan currently appears to be in greater need of military generals to suppress an army, what he truly lacks is a strategist like Li Si, well-versed in the intricacies of governance, while the system's task requires him to form an army of 10,000 unique to himself. It does not diminish the significance of military generals. After all, the objective at hand is to establish an army, not to wage war on the battlefield. A force of 10,000 can even be managed by the eunuch Han Xian. Given the foundation of the Great Feng, Shen Nan need only select a suitable individual from among the esteemed military generals without squandering this opportunity for a draw. Conversely, if he is to quell the rebellion of the compassionate life teachings in the future, that is when he will truly require top-tier generals. Lic is undoubtedly the most suitable choice at present. Not only is he the Chancellor of the immortal Qin, but he is also a disciple of the Confucian sage Xuanzi. Having attained mastery in legalism, that he exemplifies the fusion of Confucianism and legalism, that Lic will play a significant role in Shen Nan's subsequent consolidation of authority over the Imperial Guard. As for the foolishness Li Si displayed in colluding with Zhao Gao throughout history, one can only say that Li Si, as Chancellor, ultimately underestimated Zhao Gao's stupidity. He initially believed Zhao Gao merely wished to support a new sovereign's ascension, coupled with the indecisive nature of the eldest son, Fu Su, who had been thoroughly brainwashed by Confucianism. It was only natural for Li Si, an advocate of military meritocracy and legalism, to look down upon Fu Su. Thus, he allied with Zhao Gao. Alas, Shen Nan reflected briefly on Li Si's life before summoning him. Summon Li Si to the palace. Whoosh! Unlike the silent appearances of Zhang Jiao and others in the side hall earlier, Li Si's entrance was far more magnificent. Accompanied by swirling clouds and mist, Li Si, clad in black, gradually manifested within the inner palace. His unique aura permeated the entire hall, embodying both the solemnity of legalism and the grandeur of Confucianism. Lic is not merely a peak celestial being of the 10th realm in legalism. He also embodies the 10th realm in Confucianism. In terms of combat prowess, Li Si may not surpass Zhang Jiao, but his cultivation level is indeed higher. Who? A soft breath was heard. Lic opened his eyes, his gaze deep and tinged with a hint of regret. I, Li Si, pay my respects to your majesty. During this process of manifestation, the system had already implanted some foundational information about this world into Li Si's mind, allowing him to comprehend the nature of his arrival and recall the foolish acts he committed during his time in the immortal Qin Empire. Just prior to his summoning, Li Si had been imprisoned in the Ministry of Justice. Having been tortured by Zhao Gao for several days, coerced into confessing to charges of treason, this was not due to Li Si's inferiority to Zhao Gao, but because, as a celestial being of legalism, he could not violate the laws he had established. The will of the sovereign supersedes all. This is also a flaw in the path of legalism. When the sovereign commands, the subjects must perish. In ancient times, why did Xiangyang of the immortal Qin face death with composure? It was precisely because of this principle. However, the advantage of the legalist path is that as long as one can implement their established laws, their cultivation level will increase alongside the enforcement and proliferation of these laws. The Lic transitioned from being a Confucian immortal to mastering legalism within just a few years, achieving the peak of the 10th realm in legalism while simultaneously elevating Confucianism to the same level. This is the benefit of legalist cultivation. Shen Nan scrutinized Li Si before him earnestly. Based on his mild demeanor, he resembled a Confucian scholar. Yet, it was the depth in his gaze and the hint of authority in his presence that revealed his legalist identity. He did not rush to inquire about Li Si's governance strategies, but instead curiously asked, "What is the nature of a legalist celestial being? With your strength, can you defeat Zhang Jiao?" It is a rare opportunity to summon a legalist celestial being, and Shen Nan wished to understand what such a being entails in this world of immortal martial arts. Although he had read extensively in his past life and acquired the memories of the future Yuan emperor, there was no information regarding legalism within those memories. So-called legalists are merely individuals pursuing the path of law. Li Si articulated the flaws and principles of legalism, meticulously describing its cultivation, just as Confucianism advocates for self-cultivation, governance, and the unification of the world. Legalism seeks to establish a nation through law and govern by law. It adheres to the view that human nature is fundamentally flawed and must be restrained by penal laws. Legalist celestial beings differ from others in that their cultivation techniques are primarily based on laws. This is the foundation of a legalist. Law binds others, and such techniques bear resemblance to the Confucian principle of words reflecting the law. Yet, with a thought, one can bind and execute others. Techniques are merely extensions of law, more elusive, capable of ensnaring others within the confines of legality with a mere thought. The essence of law is manifest, while techniques prefer not to be seen. Power embodies the grand forces of heaven and earth. The might of an empire, it intertwines the powers of heaven and earth, creating a realm that is virtually unrivaled through one's established laws. Presently, the imperial capital of Great Feng is enveloped in the might of that one individual. Li Si's words were succinct and precise, yet sufficient for Shen Nan to gain a basic understanding of the legalist situation. The techniques of legalism share some similarities with Confucianism. However, while Confucianism relies on righteousness, legalism employs law as its means. Simultaneously, he also grasped the flaw of legalism. A legalist cannot contravene their own laws. The law venerates the sovereign's majesty. Thus, when the sovereign speaks, a legalist subject can only face death. Yet, this flaw is undoubtedly advantageous for the sovereign. Shen Nan comprehended why Xiangyang was so reliable. Everything he did was irrevocably tied to the survival of Great Feng. That if Great Feng were to fall, Xiangyang could only die with it. However, this does not imply that Shen Nan can issue commands to Xiangyang without restraint. He must balance Xiangyang's authority with the law. Shen Nan narrowed his eyes slightly. In the coming days, you shall familiarize yourself with the laws of Great Feng. The matters concerning the Imperial Guard will also be entrusted to you. Although Feng is a loyal minister, the authority of the chief of the Imperial Guard is a power that Shen Nan must wield. He needs to utilize this authority to suppress all matters within the court. The control of this power in the hands of the legalists is a starkly different matter than when it resides with the emperor. The former may only instill fear in the populace, while the latter can truly uphold the supremacy of imperial power, commanding obedience with a mere word. Li Si is well aware of this fact. Understood. With a creak, the doors of the palace slowly swung open. Han Xingxian and Zhang Jiao's figures appeared outside the hall. Zhang Jiao had sensed Li Si's presence, while Han Xingxian had finally gathered the intelligence ordered by His Majesty. Your Majesty, this concerns Empress Jing and the military supplies of Yuzhou. Along with information regarding the Qilong Guard and the Chief of the Imperial Guard, the stack of documents was half a person's height, had it not been for the 3 members of the Kuohua Guard carrying it. Han Xingxian alone would have been unable to manage. Moreover, this was merely a collection of basic intelligence. So much? Shen Nan raised an eyebrow slightly. Let us take a look. Without hesitation, Li Si stepped forward and began to peruse the documents of the Chief of the Imperial Guard. Through the memories imparted by the system, he understood the flourishing of the legalist school in this world. The Chief of the Imperial Guard represents the strongest authority of the legalists, and it is the office that Li Si would soon oversee on behalf of His Majesty. Han Xingxian, in turn, examined the intelligence regarding the Qilong Guard, as he intended to thoroughly cleanse and reorganize affairs within and outside the palace. The Qilong Guard, possessing the authority to protect the palace, required deeper understanding for future arrangements, whether to insert personnel within or to respond swiftly should His Majesty decide to take action against them. Intrigued, Zhang Jiao picked up the documents concerning the military supplies of Yuzhou. Logically, it would be the impending breakthrough of Empress Jing into the 11th realm that would pique Zhang Jiao's interest the most. Yet the great sage is no ordinary individual. His focus has always been on the welfare of the people. Were it not for his concern for the populace, how could Zhang Jiao dare to raise the banner against the great Han with the momentum and prestige of his Taiping Dao? Had he chosen not to rebel for the sake of the people, his achievements would surely have surpassed that of Zhang Tianshi of Longhu Mountain, earning him a place among the most esteemed celestial masters in Taoism throughout history. Rather than becoming merely a so-called general of heaven or the great sage, as everyone selected their documents of interest, Shen Nan found himself relieved of some tasks. He picked up the documents concerning Empress Jing and began to read them closely. After only a cursory glance, he couldn't help but let out a slight click of his tongue. Just from the details of Empress Jing's birth, one could sense her formidable lineage. The current king of Jinbei, Shen Yu, who holds sway over Yuzhou, is none other than the biological father of Empress Jing. This king of Jinbei serves as the stabilizing force of the Great Feng, his role surpassing that of Feng in importance. He is not only the sole pillar of the Great Feng, but also the only military master at the 12th realm. This is a realm that transcends even the martial gods. It is precisely because of this status that Yuzhou can firmly suppress the restless and unruly barbarian demon tribes. Were it not for the impending emergence of 2 12-realm demon emperors among the barbarian tribes. Even amidst the internal chaos of the Great Feng, as long as King Shen Yu remains unscathed, the foundation of the Great Feng would remain steadfast. At most, Shen Nan might need to wander to Yuzhou to restore order. This exemplifies the true deterrent power of a top-tier expert. Speaking of which, the next 20 years seem not only to herald continuous internal strife within the Great Feng, but also to carry a sense of impending doom. As Shen Nan contemplated this, his brow furrowed. Before the rebellion of the Lianxing sect, the highest known power in the realm was merely at the 12th realm. The existence of 13th realm entities was only whispered in legends. Yet, in 20 years, they seemed to proliferate. Even in the final memories of Emperor Yuanyu, there were vague mentions of the emergence of 14th realm existences, despite the eventual downfall of the Great Feng being primarily attributed to the foolish maneuvers of Empress Chun in her early reign and the rebellion of the Lianxing sect. Followed by the influences of the Buddhist, Taoist, and demon factions, Shen Nan perceived this situation as far more complex. However, considering the capabilities of the system, he believed it would undoubtedly summon entities of the 14th realm in the future. Moreover, individuals like Li Si and Zhang Jiao may also swiftly break through their limitations within a few short years. Unlike the realm of the Xinwu Three Kingdoms, where the levels are not as elevated as those of the Great Feng. The pinnacle of the celestial realm is the highest recognized mastery, with higher realms existing only in folklore. Zhang Jiao, due to the failure of his uprising, suffered a backlash from the national fortunes of the Great Han, leading to his demise. Yet, in this world, Zhang Jiao possesses boundless potential, and with his talents, a resurgence is certainly within reach. Lic's situation mirrors that of Zhang Jiao. Conversely, Han Xingxuan's path to breakthrough appears somewhat more arduous, as his innate qualities are ultimately lacking. After a brief reflection, Shen Nan decided not to dwell further on these matters and continued to study the documents regarding Empress Jing. Within these records lay a detailed account of her life, her illustrious achievements rivaling those of any monarch of the Great Feng, save for the founding emperor. This realization weighed heavily on Shen Nan, instilling a sense of pressure within him. However, after the Chongdi's ascendance to power, Empress Jing had retreated into the shadows, with rumors circulating that she had already passed away, a common occurrence among those at the 10th realm, excluding the legalists, who require the law for their cultivation. Even the Confucians, Taoists, and Buddhists tend to vanish from the world after breaking through the 10th realm. This is not due to any restrictions imposed by society, claiming that 10th realm beings must not engage in worldly affairs, but rather because once one attains such a level, they fundamentally diverge from the ordinary populace. The celestial's lifespan of 500 years alone illustrates the distinction from common folk. Their pursuits no longer revolve around power and wealth, but ascend to higher realms and their own Tao. It appears that as long as the offerings to Empress Jing remain untouched, she will not stir any unrest. Shen Nan was aware that while the annual offerings flowing to Empress Jing from the Royal Horse Bureau were somewhat burdensome, he currently lacked the strength to contend with her. Besides, the next offering was still half a year away. He would address matters concerning Empress Jing then, if all goes smoothly, with Shen Nan's current trajectory of development. He would likely command over 10 10th realm celestials, with numerous peak masters at the 11th and 12th realms as well. By that time, how significant would Empress Jing's threat truly be? Moreover, he must also consider the intentions of King Shenyu. While Shen Nan indeed plans to pursue a path of benevolence and dominance, he understands the importance of proceeding with caution. Dominance does not equate to recklessness. After scrutinizing Empress Jing's preferences and influences, Shen Nan casually cast the documents aside, patiently awaiting Zhang Jiao and the others to finish their readings. He had no interest in perusing through these tedious records himself. The matters concerning the Qilong Guard, the chief of the Imperial Guard, and the military supplies of Yuzhou only required a general understanding. The specifics of how to proceed would still depend on Zhang Jiao and the others. Soon, Zhang Jiao, Li Si, and Han Xingxian had completed their reviews of the documents. The three of them placed the documents down in unison and exchanged glances before Zhang Jiao spoke first. The deep-seated issues within the Great Feng are akin to those of the late Han Dynasty. Upon hearing this, Shen Nan's brow furrowed tightly. He was well aware of the circumstances surrounding the late Han Dynasty. If the Great Feng truly mirrored that era, the situation would become even more precarious. He inquired, "What leads you to this conclusion?" As Shen Nan posed his question regarding the Great Feng's resemblance to the late Han, Zhang Jiao slowly lifted a document, stating, "This document is the Ministry of Revenue's financial report concerning the military supplies of Yuzhou from last year. The Great Feng's annual fiscal income is merely 230 million taels. However, the annual expenditure for military supplies in Yuzhou and Liaodong already reaches 84 million taels, which calculates to an astonishing monthly expenditure of 8,400,000 taels. What a staggering cost this is. The total number of troops within the Great Feng is only 5 million. Yet, the number of stationed troops in Yuzhou alone has astonishingly reached 2 million. And these 2 million are all elite forces. What constitutes an elite force? In the Great Feng, it is not merely the ability to fight. Rather, it refers to those who have cultivated martial arts. This means that among the 2 million elite troops in Yuzhou, the lowest level is at the 9th rank. What does this signify? To comprehend the intricacies of martial cultivation, one must recognize that the early stages necessitate substantial nourishment from copious meat. In ordinary households, unless one possesses an annual income exceeding several dozen taels, it is virtually impossible to sustain a practitioner of martial arts. This phenomenon illustrates the age-old adage that the poor are scholars while the affluent are warriors. According to the dietary requirements of a 9th-grade martial artist, the annual expenditure on meat alone amounts to no less than 30 taels of silver. By this reckoning, the 200,000 elite troops of Yuzhou would indeed spend around 80 million taels annually, which is relatively modest. After all, military expenses encompass not merely provisions, but also the wear and tear of various armaments and warhorses, which constitute the true financial burden. However, one cannot simply calculate the costs in this manner. The standard annual allocation of 30 taels in silver for meat is intended to elevate one's martial realm. If merely maintaining one's level is the goal, a 9th or 8th grade martial artist would require at most a few taels of silver per year. Moreover, with the provision of blood essence pills from the Qinghe Palace, substantial savings can be achieved. Thus, the military stipend established during the reign of the founding emperor was 5 taels per year. With elite troops receiving 10 taels, this standard has only slightly evolved to 7 and 15 taels in contemporary times. Even this standard is exceedingly high. At this juncture, a critical issue arises. If the Great Feng could indeed cultivate 200,000 elite martial practitioners in Yuzhou, how could the barbaric demon tribes continuously invade Yuzhou each year without facing resistance? It is often heard that certain cities are unable to withstand the onslaught of the barbaric demon tribes and fall victim to their plunder. This is nothing short of absurd. A military force of such caliber should not only be able to defend Yuzhou, but could easily obliterate the ancestral grounds of the barbaric demons. The disparity between expenditure and effectiveness stems from the issue of ghost allowances. This matter is not solely confined to the generals of Yuzhou. It is also intricately tied to the corruption of officials across various regions. How much of the 84 million taels of silver actually reaches Yuzhou? Perhaps not even 30%. The scant funds that do trickle down are merely in deference to the northern guardian Wang Xinyu. This encapsulates the current plight of the Great Feng, and it is precisely why Zhang Jiao likens it to the late Han Dynasty. The internal factions of the Great Feng have become so unrestrained that it is evident even from the actions of the imperial eunuchs, who are the king's most trusted confidants. What can be expected from local officials? Shen Nan furrowed his brow. Why has the Great Feng descended into such a state? His inquiry was not a challenge to Zhang Jiao, nor a naive disbelief, but rather a genuine quest for understanding. The late Han faced issues due to the aristocracy. What afflicts the Great Feng? Zhang Jiao exhaled slowly, uttering 4 words. The national conditions dictate. These words might initially seem absurd. Yet a reflection upon the Song dynasty of the previous life reveals unique national circumstances, such as the necessity for soldiers to receive their wages before a campaign. Without sufficient silver, they would refuse to fight. This principle traces back to the policies of Song Taizu regarding the prioritization of civil over military affairs and the traditions inherited from the 5 dynasties period. What are the Great Feng? Its circumstances are influenced by the realm of immortal martial arts. When the founding emperor established the Great Feng, he made numerous concessions to secure the allegiance of various factions, permitting the 9 provinces to govern themselves. This has resulted in an incredibly intricate situation in each province, compounded by over 8 centuries of development, leading to rampant corruption and exploitation. This is the national condition of the Great Feng. The so-called flourishing spring and autumn period is merely a testament to the Great Feng's formidable national power, with no other dynasty threatening its supremacy, save for the barbaric demon tribes, in the absence of rival powers. Officials of the Great Feng live in unparalleled comfort, perpetuating a legacy of privilege. With their extensive networks and deep-rooted influence, even rampant corruption goes unchecked, as the sovereign dares not challenge them. What a national condition it is. Shen Nan scoffed. Before ascending to the throne, I believed my greatest adversary to be Empress Dowager Chun. Later, I thought the Taoists, legalists, Buddhists, and Confucians were my foes. Yet, it appears the most formidable enemy is the Great Feng itself. The officials, the local gentry, and the martial experts stationed throughout the land. They form the very foundation of the Great Feng, and it is precisely this foundation that leads the Great Feng ever closer to its demise. This predicament is indeed exceedingly formidable, evoking in Shen Nan a sensation akin to bearing the scripts of Lu Xie or Chongzhen. It is a nightmarish beginning, and no wonder. 2 decades hence, the Yuan Emperor contemplated plunging into the abyss. Upon acquiring the system, Shen Nan initially harbored doubts. After all, he is a transmigrator. Even without the system's support, the future Yuan Emperor should not have met such a dismal fate. Yet, upon understanding the national conditions of the Great Feng, he grasped why the Yuan Emperor faced such an end. Were it not for Shen Nan's possession of the system and his knowledge of the future, had he maintained his initial mindset of simply enjoying a laid-back existence, he too would inevitably meet the same fate as the Yuan Emperor. Zhang Jiao expressed a subtle lamentation, as he too had not anticipated the national condition of the Great Feng to reach such depths. Shen Nan turned to Li Si, asking, "In your view, what must be done to salvage the Great Feng?" Among those present, only Li Si possessed the experience of governing a nation. Shen Nan was grateful that this package had yielded Li Si. Otherwise, he would be in quite a predicament. After a moment of contemplation, Li Si replied, "The only solution is to reduce the military. Given the current national conditions of the Great Feng, with Shen Nan's present influence and strength, he cannot directly confront the entirety of the Great Feng to address the issue of military stipend deficits. He must resort to troop reductions. This course of action, while not a panacea, could swiftly rectify the financial situation of the Great Feng. The sole adversaries to contend with are the military aristocracy and their vested interests, as they are the primary beneficiaries, reaping the lion's share. Conversely, the officials profiting from military stipends may indulge in greater corruption. Yet their numbers are vast, and their individual gains pale in comparison to those of the military leaders. Even if His Majesty intends to take action against the military, their resistance would be minimal. Merely a token show of defiance. Reduce the military." Shen Nan nodded slightly. Indeed, Li Si's proposal is a sound one under the current national conditions of the Great Feng. Merely suppressing corruption would yield little immediate effect, unless Shen Nan wishes to precipitate the collapse of the Great Feng. Thus, such matters cannot be resolved overnight. Only through gradual accumulation of strength and authority, until the imperial power truly reigns supreme over all, can such measures be realized. However, the proposal to reduce the military, while prudent, lacks sufficient manpower for enforcement. After all, troop reductions encroach upon the interests of the military leaders, who would hardly tolerate such diminishment. And the handling of existing local forces presents yet another dilemma that as Shen Nan pondered this, he picked up the documents once more, quickly locating the information he sought. Indeed, even the Northern Guardian Wang Xinyu struggles to resolve this issue. As the 9 garrisons of Yuzhou operate independently, with some commanders even more seasoned than the Northern Guardian himself, despite his prestige and prowess, he cannot intimidate the warlords of the 9 garrisons along the borders of Yuzhou. And since the Northern Guardian is ultimately part of the military faction, any attempt to enforce such measures would surely breed discontent among his subordinates. The situation in the 9 garrisons of Yuzhou is exceedingly complex. Although the Northern Guardian is at the level of a transcendent martial artist, how can he alone control the multitude? Furthermore, many actions taken by the Northern Guardian may not be suitable, but as the sovereign of the Great Feng, Shen Nan possesses the requisite authority. Yet to achieve this, Shen Nan must possess an army uniquely his own, one that is capable of commanding respect and executing orders without question. That he gazed towards the system store, contemplating the great snow dragon riders and the Ming Wang heavy armored troops. Should he accrue enough points for restoration, he could immediately exchange them for a formidable army of his own. Alas, such is not the case. Even with the 1,000 restoration points earned daily through sign-ins, Shen Nan could only muster 50 great snow dragon riders or 50 Ming Wang heavy armored troops per day. A month would yield but a mere 1,500 great snow dragon riders. However, this could serve as the foundation for training a powerful force. The capabilities of the Ming Wang heavy armored troops remain uncertain. Yet the great snow dragon riders are undeniably elite warriors, capable of annihilating 10,000 Ruin Iron cavalry and 300,000 Northern Mang troops in the snowy realms. What a terrifying prospect. The system has clearly indicated that each member of the great snow dragon riders is of the 8th rank, clad in heavy armor. Occasionally, they can even exchange for elite officers of the 6th or 4th rank. Ultimately, the formation of an army is imperative. Shen Nan turned to Han Xingxian beside him and inquired, "What is the status of the Red Dragon Guard?" Given the need for military downsizing and the establishment of a new army, it was only logical to begin with the Red Dragon Guard stationed in the imperial capital of Da Feng. That on the surface, the Red Dragon Guard boasts an elite force of 200,000. A considerable expenditure on military rations each year. Furthermore, Shen Nan had recently seized control over the Red Dragon Guard's authority in the court, making its reorganization somewhat more straightforward and less cumbersome. Han Xingxian shook his head slightly. The situation of the Red Dragon Guard is akin to that of the border troops in Yuzhou, though the accounts are somewhat clearer. Most of the military supplies and provisions of the Red Dragon Guard are overseen by the Martial Virtue Department under the Duke of Chu. If corruption is to be addressed, it would pertain solely to internal matters within the Martial Virtue Department. Rectifying it should suffice. Upon hearing this, Li Si interjected, "There is no need to rush the reorganization. At present, Your Majesty is the nominal controller of the Red Dragon Guard. You merely need to issue orders to ensure that their military rations do not pass through the Martial Virtue Department, but instead go through the Imperial Horse Supervisory Office that LIC, having previously served as the Prime Minister of the Qin, demonstrated a far more adept thought process and method of execution than Han Xingxian. While Han Xingxuan's approach leaned towards a more forceful suppression, Li Si's strategy was subtle, akin to killing without bloodshed. A single imperial edict could throw the Martial Virtue Department into disarray, facilitating the selection of individuals for either persuasion or suppression. A brilliant plan, Shen Nan remarked, smiling. Let us proceed as Li Si has suggested. However, prior to that, we must ascertain the precise condition of the Red Dragon Guard, the 10 guards of the Red Dragon. How many of the 200,000 elite troops remain? How many are capable of combat? What is the situation within the Martial Virtue Department? Moreover, it was essential to swiftly utilize the funds from the Imperial Horse Supervisory Office to establish an entirely new army. The 10 guards of the Red Dragon, established during the era of the Great Feng's founding emperor over 8 centuries ago, the circumstances surrounding them have become exceedingly intricate for an ordinary individual. Merely clarifying the powers and functions of the Red Dragon Guard is an arduous task, let alone comprehending the internal specifics. The complexity arises because the Red Dragon Guard is a military escort that answers only to the emperor, and their rights and responsibilities are not easily disclosed. Regrettably, the Red Dragon Guard has devolved into the Martial Virtue Department's military, predominantly composed of military generals and nobility. For Shen Nan to take action against the Red Dragon Guard, such intelligence is indispensable. After a brief contemplation, Han Xingxian stated, "I will require a month to gather this information." Having only recently arrived 2 days prior, he had yet to fully comprehend the situation within the Imperial Palace. Thus, swiftly acquiring intelligence on the Red Dragon Guard would naturally take a considerable amount of time. A month is already a testament to Han Xingxuan's exceptional capabilities, just as Shen Nan was about to nod in agreement. Li Si interjected once more, "There is no need for Han to exert himself. I can consolidate the information regarding the Red Dragon Guard within 10 days. This statement was not an attempt to claim credit, but rather a recognition of the convenience Li Si possessed in executing this task. He continued, "Though the situation of the Red Dragon Guard is indeed complicated, the capital is not solely home to the Red Dragon Guard. There also exist the ever-present Jinjing Guards, who are responsible for safeguarding the imperial city and patrolling various regions. If I can gain access to some authority over the Jinjing Guards, I will be able to ascertain the situation of the Red Dragon Guard with clarity at this juncture." The matter was exceedingly clear. Shen Nan nodded in agreement. "Let this task fall to Li Si.as for the authority of the Jinjing Guards." He turned to Li Si. "Please investigate whether I possess the qualifications to appoint you directly to the position of Jinjing Guard." Such matters of law were indeed Li Si's forte, especially considering his status as a figure of the legalist school, making him well suited for the role of a powerful Jinjing Guard. Lic acknowledged. "Understood." Shen Nan surveyed the trio before him, Zhang Jiao, Li Si, and Han Xingxian. Han Xingxian would oversee the Imperial Palace, Li Si would handle the Jinjing Guards, and Zhang Jiao would protect Shen Nan while also being able to intervene in matters concerning the Taoist school. This arrangement would enable Shen Nan to gradually consolidate power. Should the upcoming military formation yield the summoning of a general, then the foundation of Shen Nan's reign as the Emperor of Da Feng would be firmly established. Comprising individuals of utmost loyalty, outside the Jinghua Hall, an extravagant imperial carriage approached, the very vehicle employed for the emperor's daily travels. Pulled by 3 superior demon-blooded dragon horses, the carriage was adorned with silk curtains intricately woven with formations crafted by the renowned Tiangong Institute. In the event of danger, activating the formation would render even the most ordinary terrestrial deities incapable of easily destroying the carriage, especially within the confines of the Imperial Palace, shrouded by the nation's fortune. The might of such formations was further amplified. Tiangong Institute. Shen Nan mused, listening to Han Xingxuan's introduction, shaking his head slightly. "It seems I shall have to pay a visit to the Tiangong Institute in the coming days." The 4 sects of Taoism. The Tiangong Institute is the domain of the Earth sect. Much like the Qingge Palace, renowned for its elixirs, the Earth sect specializes in crafting magical artifacts. However, these artifacts do not possess the exaggerated qualities found in fantastical worlds. At most, they are merely objects with peculiar functionalities. Furthermore, each artifact's creation demands the consumption of rare materials. Take, for instance, the carriage Shen Nan is currently using. The mere construction of this vehicle nearly required the entire resources of Da Feng to procure the necessary materials. The prestige of such a carriage transcends mere gold and silver. This is merely the emperor's daily carriage that I in formal occasions. The jade chariot is even more extravagant. The earth sect alone took 30 years to craft the imposing jade chariot, utilizing untold amounts of rare materials during Da Feng's zenith. Were it not for that era, no one in the current reign of Da Feng would possess the qualifications or strength to compel the earth sect to exert its utmost efforts in crafting such a chariot. The jade chariot, forged with such painstaking effort, boasts extraordinarily exaggerated capabilities that it is said that even individuals of the 12th realm within the military and celestial hierarchy cannot easily destroy it. And it possesses the same abilities as the national artifact of Da Feng, capable of mobilizing the nation's fortune for defense. Once activated, even those of the 13th realm would find it difficult to dismantle. This was also an endeavor of the Earth sect to replicate the national artifact, albeit they lacked the necessary strength. However, the ability to forge such a jade chariot has solidified the Earth sect's position. For 800 years, the renowned heavy armor and divine weapons of Da Feng have all been crafted by the Earth sect. The Tiangong Institute, which controls 70% of the world's armament production, has had its directors consistently drawn from the current leaders of the Earth sect, Shen Nan, having exchanged for the great snow dragon riders in the marketplace, is not in shortage of armor. Yet, if he intends to establish an elite army in the future, the Tiangong Institute will be indispensable. Han Xian nodded in agreement. The Tiangong Institute indeed controls 70% of armor and weapon production. Your Majesty must pay a visit that I can first gather intelligence regarding the Tiangong Institute for you. Though the investigation into the Red Dragon Guard's information was snatched by Li Si, and despite Li Si being more suitable, Han Xian could not help but feel a tinge of unease. His capabilities were inferior to those of Li Si and Zhang Jiao. If he wished to stand firm by the emperor's side, he needed to demonstrate greater utility in this world of snow. Han Xian was not a protagonist, but merely a pitiful figure, a servant of the Han family. Yet, in this realm, Han Xian also aspired to strive for progress, at least to break through to a higher level. Shen Nan smiled at Han Xian. Very well, he could discern Han Xian's intentions. However, it is indeed a good thing for those under his command to possess ambition and a desire for advancement. Zhang Jiao silently observed from the side, harboring his own thoughts, yet now is not the time to express them. Han Xian respectfully declared, "I will ensure this matter is executed flawlessly." Shen Nan nodded. "There is no need to place undue emphasis. Your primary focus should be on managing the internal affairs of the Imperial Palace, particularly keeping a close watch on Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu, while also soothing Empress Jing for the time being that he made no mention of Empress Dowager Chen, for within the palace, she holds the weakest influence, apart from her title as Empress Dowager and her connection to the father of the Duke of Chu. In terms of cunning, skill, and power, she scarcely ranks in the court, rendering any deliberate actions by Shen Nan unnecessary. It is merely Han Xian who can effortlessly keep Empress Dowager Chen under control." Han Xian respectfully nodded, replying, "Yes." It was at this moment that the carriage came to a gradual halt. They had arrived at Jinghua Hall. As Shen Nan descended, he observed a tall and robust eunuch kneeling on the ground. This person was none other than Han Xian, the one tasked with overseeing the palace's clean troops. His name hardly befits a eunuch, and his appearance and demeanor are even less so. He does not possess the coldness or softness of Han Xian or Zhang Hu, nor the false compassion of Lu Zhong. Rather, he resembles a brash warrior. In fact, Han Xian has indeed mastered military techniques, having not entered the palace until the age of 30 as a third-rank martial arts master, immediately receiving the authority to command the clean troops. Unfortunately, his approach to tasks is somewhat reckless, clearly ill-suited for the intricate calculations of the court. Thus, despite being a veteran of the Mingchong Emperor's hidden court, he has never competed with Zhang Hu and Lu Zhong, were it not for his seniority and the fact that he abandoned the martial path to serve the Mingchong Emperor. His foolish actions would have rendered him unworthy of retaining the position of commander of the clean troops. Han Xian pays his respects to your majesty. Han Xian bowed deeply, though the manner of address felt somewhat inappropriate. Shen Nan was also not accustomed to such terms as servant, but that was the custom of the Da Feng kingdom. where eunuchs are indeed the emperor's household slaves. Self-identifying as a servant is certainly not an issue. However, while Shen Nan may dislike it, Han Xingxuan's refusal to refer to himself as a servant was a bit out of place. Nevertheless, such a brash individual is well suited to command the clean troops, as he is undoubtedly loyal. According to the memories Shen Nan inherited, this man indeed met his end for the country. After a brief contemplation, he stated, "From now on, you shall continue to oversee the clean troops. In times of difficulty, consult Han Xingxian. Given Han Xian's capabilities, he is only fit to command the clean troops. Any greater authority would be beyond his control." Yet, despite this, Han Xian's face lit up with delight as he responded, "Yes, such a loyal individual fears nothing more than losing the emperor's trust." Moreover, from Han Xian's simplistic perspective, since Lu Zhong and Zhang who are destined to fall, Han Xingxian will inevitably rise to become the foremost eunuch, allowing him to ascend further and become the second most prominent eunuch. Everyone harbors aspirations. Furthermore, as Han Xian has offspring, advancing his position would enable his legitimate son to receive better support in the future. As Shen Nan made his way toward Jinghua Hall, he remarked, "Focus on your duties. Although the Emperor of Da Feng need not attend court daily, he must frequently visit Jinghua Hall, where state affairs are managed. The memorials from the cabinet will be submitted here on his first day of reigning." Shen Nan naturally aimed to conduct himself with utmost seriousness. Moreover, this also served as a means of completing the system's daily attendance, which would later reward him with 1,000 points towards the restoration of the country, allowing him to exchange for the indestructible Vajra technique, the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry, and the Ming King's heavy armor. Afterward, he could first redeem a few items to assess the quality of the goods available in the marketplace before determining the type of army he would establish. For a full 3 hours, Shen Nan busied himself with state affairs within Jinghua Hall. However, rather than merely managing state matters, he was more focused on familiarizing himself with the political landscape and the court ministers, the cabinet ministers, led by Prime Minister Zhang Su and Deputy Prime Minister Yang Ku, took turns presenting themselves. Following them were the ministers of rights, revenue, and war, among others. After meeting with these first, second, and third-rank officials, Shen Nan had already spent an hour. The remaining hour was devoted to organizing the affairs of Da Feng and further requesting Han Xingxian to bring forth some documents. 18 noon. As the system's rewards refreshed, Shen Nan finally returned to his senses. "Has it already reached noon?" Han Xingxian stood respectfully to the side, responding, "Your Majesty, it is already 1/4 noon." Indeed, there were many matters to familiarize himself with on the first day of his reign. Shen Nan, somewhat neglecting his own well-being, instructed, "Have someone bring food. I shall dine within the hall." After Han Xingxian conveyed the order, Shen Nan added, "From now on, you need not accompany me. Let Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu wait outside." Han Xingxian had many tasks at hand. If Shen Nan insisted on having him present for every matter, he would be unable to swiftly grasp control over the palace and its affairs. As for the Sunflower Guards, while their abilities were certainly commendable, they were ultimately somewhat unrefined in their execution. Furthermore, Shen Nan could take this opportunity to keep an eye on Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu, observing whether they would behave appropriately in the future. He believed that after the incident with the Imperial Horse Bureau, Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu would be utterly loyal, at least on the surface. Han Xingxian replied, "Yes." Shen Nan chose not to elaborate further. Such matters within the palace were best handled by Han Xingxian himself. He turned to Zhang Jiao, saying, "I have met with the court ministers. What do you think?" This question mirrored what he had asked Zhang Jiao immediately after their ascension. Yet the implications were entirely different. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Jiao replied, "Although the internal situation of Da Feng is dire, it is remarkably balanced compared to the late Han Dynasty. The factions of legalism, Confucianism, and Taoism do not interfere with one another, yet maintain a delicate equilibrium. Confucianism is further divided into 2 factions led by Prime Minister Zhang Su and Deputy Prime Minister Yang Ku, who are engaged in mutual rivalry and checks that Da Feng's apparent prosperity is largely a result of this balancing act, with the legalists, such as Fa Yin, maintaining the baseline to prevent any faction from becoming too unruly. While the Taoists navigate a subtle equilibrium between the martial world and the court, they can suppress the martial world while simultaneously posing a threat to Confucianism, which, in turn, has various internal factions. Under such circumstances, although the Da Feng monarch's power may seem diminished, it still wields authority. However, how this authority is obtained will depend on the emperor's methods. Shen Nan smiled, saying, "Confucianism is not merely 2 factions but 3. The Jiangzhou Academy, led by Prime Minister Zhang Su, primarily comprises disciples from Jiangzhou's noble families, representing the interests of Da Feng's gentry. Following that is the Bailu Dong Academy, led by Deputy Prime Minister Yang Ke, which represents more of the humble scholars. Lastly, there is the Dairu Academy founded by the great scholar Wang Shu, which has also become a faction within the martial community, known as the Confucian Generals. The power dynamics in this world are indeed fascinating. Unlike the historical precedents, the emergence of immortal martial elements has significantly amplified individual influence. For instance, a figure like Wang Yaming, who would have merely been a civil official in ancient history, is now hailed as a sage of the heart doctrine in later times. Had he been born during the immortal martial dynasty, his accomplishments in the heart doctrine would have undoubtedly allowed him to surpass the 13th and even 14th realms of Confucianism, resulting in an exaggerated impact. Just like the great scholar Wang Shu, who is publicly recognized as the most formidable 12th realm Confucian sage, he single-handedly created the Confucian general system. What is a Confucian general? It is a martial general rooted in Confucianism. Nowadays, most officials in Liangzhou belong to this faction of Confucian generals, and even among military nobles, there are those aligned with Confucianism in the 9 border regions of Yuzhou. However, Confucian generals face suppression from both the military and Confucian factions, preventing their full development. They only hold some influence in Liangzhou, with merely one right deputy minister of the Ministry of War being a Confucian general. If military reforms are to be implemented in the future, these Confucian generals may prove useful. A broad smile adorned Shen Nan's face as he remarked, given that the Confucian generals have only been established for about a century, there should not be as many corrupt officials among them. Yet Yang Ke's faction seems to be the refreshing stream of humble origins. His smile faded as he continued. However, I perceive them to bear some resemblance to the Donglin party of the Ming Dynasty, mere empty talkers of the refreshing stream. Yang Ke himself is not particularly problematic. His only flaw lies in his somewhat stubborn temperament. However, when Shen Nan was reviewing the memorials earlier, he observed a number of petitions from officials hailing from Bailadong Academy, each one filled with fervent rhetoric as if they were reprimanding the monarch, exuding a sense of righteousness. Yet, the substance of their proposals was virtually non-existent. The strategies they offered were mere empty talk. Easily discernible to Shen Nan, even with only a cursory knowledge of historical texts, they appeared commendable but were ultimately impractical and devoid of significance. Zhang Jiao nodded slightly, acknowledging that they resembled individuals seeking fame and recognition. He had also perused numerous memorials alongside Shen Nan and had formed a certain impression of the officials of Da Feng. However, it was not merely a case of seeking reputation. Shen Nan's examination went deeper than just the memorials. He inherited the memories of the Yuan emperor from 2 decades hence, and he held vivid impressions of many individuals mentioned in the petitions, names like Shu Tailiang, Shui Taixian, and the traitorous figures who abandoned the city all featured prominently in those documents. This was Shen Nan's greatest advantage apart from the system he possessed, although it was not akin to the notion of reincarnation. It was akin to traversing into a historical era he recognized. Setting aside their actions for now, their attitudes today likely stemmed from the recent occurrences within the palace, and it would be interesting to observe how they responded thereafter. Several hours prior, upon awakening, Shen Nan had ordered Han Xingxian to conduct a bloody purge of the Imperial Horse Bureau. Such a commotion naturally reverberated beyond the palace walls, while the officials he had just met did not mention this incident. Their unnatural reactions and expressions revealed that they were already aware of the situation. The reason for their silence was evident. The civil officials had yet to formulate a strategy amongst themselves. After all, the Imperial Horse Bureau was an internal palace matter, and the eunuchs were merely servants of the emperor. What stance could these literati adopt in advising? At most, they could submit a few memorials. Shen Nan intended to gauge their responses to better understand their positions. Let us depart, he commanded. To the martial training grounds. He aimed to test the efficacy of the Snow Dragon Cavalry, the Ming King's heavy armored troops, and the indestructible divine skills. Subsequently, he would consider how to forge a new army. Meanwhile, deep within the palace, in a tranquil residence, Empress Jing languidly regarded Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu before her. So, you mean to say that my dear grandson ascended the throne yesterday, and by today's hour of the rabbit has completely purged the Imperial Horse Bureau that you two have so painstakingly managed? Now the chief eunuch in charge of the bureau has been replaced by that Han Xingxian, who seemingly appeared out of nowhere. Have you both lost your authority over the bureau? Even Han Xian seems to hold sway over you. Her tone was calm, tinged with mockery and perhaps pride. truly worthy of being my great-grandson. The late emperor was the eldest son of Ming Chengdi, and Shen Nan is the eldest son of the late emperor. While Empress Jing was the mother of Ming Chengdi, making her 3 generations apart from Shen Nan. This exemplifies the notion of intergenerational affection, a sentiment echoed in the Xianwu dynasty as well. Crucially, Empress Jing had no ambitions for power. She had devoted herself to martial cultivation since returning power to Ming Chengdi, showing little interest in authority or dominance, having enjoyed the privileges of her youth. She harbored no such aspirations. Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu were well aware of Empress Jing's nature. Had it not been so, they would not have merely indicated her importance on the accounts but would have directly summoned her. Even at this moment, it was not Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu seeking an audience, but rather Empress Jing calling upon them after hearing of Shen Nan's actions. However, Empress Jing's tone shifted. I am curious as to where my great-grandson found a Taoist master of the 10th realm and a peak second-rank eunuch. Have you investigated? This was her perplexity. Although she had distanced herself from worldly affairs in recent years, she had heard whispers of Shen Nan's deeds. In her mind, this great-grandson bore an uncanny resemblance to the late emperor. Possessing a temperament so gentle it bordered on weakness, how had he transformed so drastically? Was this a latent aspect of his character, or had someone guided him? She was inclined to believe the latter. If so, she felt compelled to discover which old fox was orchestrating such schemes. Zhang Hu cautiously replied, "We have yet to uncover any trace. The 4 Taoist sects have not reported knowledge of such a person. Nor has that second-rank eunuch made any notable appearances. It is as if they both materialized out of thin air." Empress Jing scoffed. Materialized out of thin air, a second-rank eunuch is one thing. Perhaps a martial artist masquerading as such, but a Taoist master of the 10th realm is rare. There are only 8 or 9 in the Taoist sects, and it is uncertain how many still live. I sense the aura of that Taoist. He is likely only a step away from the golden elixir Tao lord of the 11th realm, and his cultivation might surpass even that of this old woman. Is it truly possible that such a person leaves no trace? Where do they hail from? The pill cauldron, talisman, or divine mist? Surely one of them must apply. Otherwise, even the practitioners of the compassionate life sect could be counted among them. With a population of several billion in Da Feng and nearly 100 billion across the realm, it would not be surprising for a few second-rank experts to emerge. Yet, a master of the 10th realm is altogether unlikely. Particularly one as formidable as Zhang Qiao, who is on the cusp of the 11th realm. Although Taoists do not require the explicit regulations of the legalists or the doctrines of the Confucians, they must still traverse the worldly trials of introspection. Every 10th realm master has undergone such experiences and must leave a trail, as such. Empress Jing was unwilling to believe that Zhang Jiao could emerge without a background. Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu understood this reality, yet they were at a loss to find any leads. They, too, wished to clarify matters in private. They had already contacted the Buddhist sect and the Compassionate Life sect for intelligence. After all, these two were not merely eunuchs in the conventional sense. They were pivotal pieces in the chess game of the Buddhist and Compassionate Life sects, crucial to future strategies that could not be disrupted. Zhang Hu spoke softly. "It is my negligence. However, I have dispatched personnel to investigate, and I believe results will emerge within a few days that we will convey the information to you at the earliest opportunity." Even if the Compassionate Life sect and the Buddhist sect managed to uncover the situation, they would not easily act against Zhang Jiao. Their focus would still be on those behind him, which was a matter of a higher order, one not within Zhang Hu's purview. The only support he could rely on now was Empress Jing, that if he could not gain the trust of the emperor in the future, he would have to rely on Empress Jing to stabilize his position and authority. He could afford to lose the power of the Imperial Horse Bureau, but the authority of the Imperial Ritual Bureau was not something he could relinquish. Otherwise, the Compassionate Life sect would undoubtedly teach Zhang Hu the true meaning of their doctrines. The teachings of the Compassionate Life sect were never as straightforward as they appeared. The Compassionate Life Mother was indeed a figure of inscrutable power, capable of killing from thousands of miles away without a trace. Empress Jing lazily waved her hand. "That I do not care who is behind this scheme. Da Feng ultimately belongs to the royal family, and no one else can meddle in such matters. Once you ascertain the truth, relay it to me. As for the Imperial Horse Bureau," she cast a slow glance at Zhang Hu and Lu Zhong. "Conduct an audit of the Imperial Horse Bureau and send it over. Just because no one has managed it in the past does not mean it cannot be done. The Imperial Horse Bureau has never belonged to you eunuchs." Empress Jing may have been disengaged from worldly matters, but the intelligence she wielded was formidable, allowing her to remain informed about the situation in the Imperial Horse Bureau. In the past, the late Emperor and Ming Chongdi had not employed ruthless methods, and Empress Jing had reluctantly taken on the responsibility. The wealth she demanded annually was not solely for her cultivation, but also served to bolster the royal family's foundation. For decades, she had not broken through to the 11th realm. Empress Jing vaguely sensed that it might be due to constraints imposed by the country's fortunes. Unfortunately, due to her status, she could not act freely. Conversely, if the new emperor, Shen Nan, could rise to prominence, she would not mind lending him a hand. Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu quickly took their leave. Empress Jing then addressed her companion with indifference. Send someone to investigate. From a previously empty corner, a woman's figure materialized. Yes, beyond the palace, the actions of Shen Nan in the early hours, as he cleansed the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau, have stirred a considerable uproar. However, both the cabinet ministers and court officials have tacitly refrained from voicing their opinions. At present, the most pressing matter remains the state mourning. Although Shen Nan has ascended the throne, his genuine governance will not commence until 2 days after the national mourning, at which point he will truly embody the essence of a monarch. Subsequently, the ministers will present their petitions, thereby asserting their positions and ideologies. The new sovereign will also announce various official appointments during the Grand Court Assembly, clarifying his stance, a long-standing tradition of the Great Feng Dynasty. Therefore, the entire court is not inclined to act hastily, but rather awaits the commencement of the national mourning tomorrow. In the training grounds, the commander of the Jing army, Han Xian, stands respectfully to the side. Your Highness. The training grounds have been cleared, leaving only 15 of the most obedient and exceptional Jing soldiers to serve your Majesty. May I inquire what your Majesty intends to do? Shen Nan had previously instructed Han Xian to notify Han Xian to clear the training grounds. Initially, Han Xian assumed the emperor had specific orders. However, when the emperor requested him to retain 10 or so Jing soldiers in armor, it left Han Xian somewhat perplexed. Shen Nan remained silent, merely casting a calm glance at Han Xian. This Han Xian is indeed loyal, yet lacks the subtlety one would expect. Had Lu Zhong or Zhang Hu, those prominent eunuchs, been present, they would have asked no questions, instead executing Shen Nan's commands with utmost diligence. Even if Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu harbored doubts in their hearts, they would certainly present a facade of loyalty. Realizing his misstep upon sensing the emperor's gaze, Han Xian immediately became cautious. I merely wish to ascertain if your Majesty required any assistance. This statement only served to amplify his folly. Shen Nan shook his head. I intend to establish a brand new army that I am uncertain how to proceed, and would like to use your Jing army to test the combat effectiveness of the new forces. Have them prepare for a demonstration here shortly. Military testing is typically conducted with a minimum of 100 soldiers. Unfortunately, the points for national restoration are limited, leaving Shen Nan unable to summon troops at will. After speaking, he did not wait for Han Xian to respond, instead glancing at the system in the void. Host, Shen Nan. Age, 34. Wealth, none. Influence, none. Subordinates, the great virtuous mentor Zhang Jiao, peak of the 10th realm. Han Xingxian, peak of the 2nd rank grandmaster. Li Si, peak of the 10th realm. 10 Kuaihua guards, 5th rank warriors. Martial arts, 9 dragons true chi, 8th rank bone refinement realm. Items, none. Overall level, yet to possess the power of national restoration. Restoration points, 3,000 a mission, to form an army of 10,000 uniquely my own. Reward, guaranteed gift package of the 11th realm level, 5,000 restoration points. This is the extent of Shen Nan's current influence. 2 peak experts of the 10th realm and 10 5th rank Kuaihua guards, along with 3,000 restoration points, 2,000 of which were obtained from a task for amassing wealth, and 1,000 from today's daily sign-in. After a brief contemplation, Shen Nan silently recited in his mind, exchange for 5 great snow dragon riders, and 5 Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers, placing them at the location of Han Xingxian outside the training grounds. Today, the exchange for great snow dragon riders in the system shop is 20 points, as is the case for Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers, with the disappearance of 200 restoration points. A ripple suddenly appeared before Han Xingxian. Immediately, a surge of martial energy manifested. Great snow dragon riders. Han Xingxian narrowed his eyes slightly, well aware of the formidable reputation of the great snow dragon riders. Anyone who could become a great snow dragon rider is a top-tier warrior, selected from nearly 1 million troops of northern Liang. Each one could be considered an elite cavalryman, armored and resolute. They charge into battle with unwavering ferocity, capable of overwhelming any foe. Even the northern Liang monarch, with all his resources, could only muster a mere 10,000 great snow dragon riders. The 5 before Han Xingxian are indeed among the elite. And with his keen perception, he can immediately discern that these individuals are at least of captain rank within the great snow dragon riders, their steeds seemingly enhanced, exuding a subtle aura of martial energy. They appear even stronger than he had anticipated. As he observed, he also glanced at the Mingwang heavy-armored soldiers to the side. Unlike the great snow dragon riders, which he was familiar with, he had never encountered these heavy-armored soldiers before. Yet, merely gazing upon their statuesque demeanor, he could surmise their elite caliber, especially their ebony iron heavy armor, which is far superior to ordinary heavy armor, even surpassing that of the Jing army's heavy troops. I shall present myself before His Majesty. Han Xingxian proceeded towards the training grounds, the great snow dragon riders and Mingwang heavy-armored soldiers silently following in his wake. Within the training grounds, Han Xian remained astonished by the emperor's declaration to form an army. He spoke with evident skepticism. Your Majesty, should you desire an army, the Jing army is ever at your service. Even the Red Dragon 10 guards can be placed under your command. Why must you establish a new army? Shen Nan had grown accustomed to Han Xian's manner of speech and understood why he had remained in command of the Jing army for so many years without any prospect of advancement. Such thoughtless remarks could only allow him to survive in the palace. Which eunuch would dare speak to the emperor in such a manner? He replied nonchalantly, "Just wait and see." Zhang Jiao, standing to the side, could not help but shake his head, though his gaze quickly shifted towards the outer training grounds. He sensed the martial energy emanating from the soldiers. Although this energy was faint, the aura of seasoned warriors was unmistakable. Han Xian also turned his attention immediately. This martial energy, despite his shortcomings in strategy and cunning, Han Xian, as a second-rank grandmaster, was well acquainted with military matters. Having seen genuine battle in the past, clop, 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 the 5 great snow dragon riders and Mingwang heavy-armored soldiers advanced slowly. Their small number belied the overwhelming aura of slaughter they exuded, which even caused the 15 eunuchs of the Jing army to feel a twinge of trepidation. This was not the sanguinary scent associated with Han Xingxian, but rather the distinctive martial energy cultivated on the battlefield. This exemplifies the difference between those who have faced war and those who have not. The Jing army may seem formidable, yet, when confronted with such seasoned cavalry as the great snow dragon riders, they would be utterly obliterated with a mere charge. Even a monarch like Shen Nan, who had never seen battle, could readily perceive the disparity between the Jing army and the great snow dragon riders. He addressed Han Xian, "Bring in 35 more. With only these 15 Jing army eunuchs, we cannot ascertain anything substantial. Perhaps 50 Jing soldiers might yield some insight." Han Xian, quick to grasp the military implications, instantly understood the emperor's intent. It likely requires 100. That was his judgment point. 100, you say? Shen Nan chuckled. Then go and fetch them. His anticipation for the performance of the great snow dragon riders and Mingwang heavy-armored soldiers grew ever greater. If he could indeed establish a brand new army in this manner, then the matter of troop reductions would hardly pose a challenge. Regrettably, to form an army of 10,000, he would need at least 200,000 restoration points. A rather exorbitant figure, at most. He could only use this as a template to establish a single army. The restoration points have numerous other uses, and it is simply impossible to summon a vast force. For instance, he also wished to test the indestructible Vajra skill as Han Xian summoned 100 armored Jing soldiers. In the expansive training grounds, Shen Nan watched with great interest as the 5 great snow dragon riders and 5 Mingwang heavy-armored soldiers formed ranks. Although these troops were all summoned, akin to the Kuaihua guards, they possessed their own thoughts and intentions. However, in terms of renown, they lacked the prominence of Zhang Jiao or Li Si, and their impact was not as significant. With the cavalry at the forefront and the heavy armor behind, Shen Nan casually remarked, "This formation is rather unique. Typically, heavy cavalry charges to the forefront to withstand enemy assaults, while light cavalry employs skirmishing tactics to disrupt the opponent. However, before the Dashua Longqi and the Mingwang heavy infantry, it seems that such strategic maneuvering is absent." Zhang Jiao's eyes sparkled with a hint of astonishment. Do they intend to charge head-on? Han Shengxian nodded and replied, "The Dashu Alongqi are relentless in battle, and this marks their inaugural exhibition before His Majesty. They wish to showcase their utmost prowess, as do the Ming Wang heavy infantry." Shen Nan understood. The actions of the Dashu Alongqi and the Ming Wang heavy infantry ignited the pride of the 100 armored elite soldiers. Upon learning of His Majesty's summons, they had initially aimed to perform splendidly. Yet, upon arriving at the training grounds, they were astonished to find the adversary consisted of a mere 10 individuals, 5 heavy cavalry and 5 heavy infantry, despite the intimidating aura of the soldiers. The elite troops numbered a full 100. The stark disparity in numbers imbued the elite troops with significant confidence, especially upon witnessing the Dashu Alongqi and Ming Wang heavy infantry assume such a stance. Many wore expressions of displeasure. This was a grave underestimation of their capabilities. Boom! Han Xian personally struck the war drum, then turned to Shen Nan. "Your Majesty?" Shen Nan nodded. Let it commence that he eagerly anticipated the performance of the Dashu Alongqi and Ming Wang heavy infantry. Boom, boom, boom. Han Xian wasted no time, relentlessly beating the war drum. The thunderous sound instantly enveloped the entire training ground in a chilling atmosphere. The 100 elite soldiers stood solemnly, despite never having truly engaged in battle. However, under the leadership of a seasoned military general like Han Xian, their past training had been rigorous, and the elite troops were not accustomed to laziness. 8,500 elite soldiers were all genuine top-tier warriors. As the 100 elite soldiers stepped forward in unison, an aura of ferocity emanated from them. Although these elite troops were eunuchs, it did not imply that eunuchs were incapable of mastering martial arts. Concepts of yin and yang in cultivation certainly existed. Some techniques were indeed unsuitable for eunuchs. Nonetheless, after his castration, Han Xian was able to ascend from a third-tier martial master to a second-tier grand master, indicating the existence of martial arts suited for eunuchs. While lacking some of the most robust and vigorous energy, their ferocity was by no means inferior to any martial warrior. The only issue was the absence of true cross-training experts, as the vital energy required for such training was not something eunuchs could possess. It was inherent and could not be compensated for by any dietary supplements. Boom! At that moment, the 5 Dashu Alongqi sprang into action, charging towards the 100 elite soldiers with calm expressions, exhibiting no fear despite their numerical disadvantage. As if they were the ones with superior numbers, their charge exuded the momentum of 100 soldiers. The sound of hooves thundered, exuding an overwhelming ferocity. This scene caught Shen Nan's attention. These Dashu Alongqi did not appear to be ordinary heavy cavalry. Their aura and vitality were not typical of mere 9th-tier warriors. Though he himself was only an 8th-tier warrior, having resided in the imperial palace for long, he was well-versed and could discern the uniqueness of these 5 Dashu Alongqi. Han Xingxian remarked from the side, according to the standards of the Bailiang Dashu Alongqi, these individuals could each lead 10 men, with the one at the forefront capable of commanding 100. His cultivation was at the peak of the 8th tier. The system produces nothing but the finest. The Dashu Alongqi exchanged for 20 points of restoration points were by no means ordinary. Moreover, if Shen Nan were fortunate, 20 points could yield a 4th-tier officer or even 2nd or 3rd-tier generals. As the Dashu Alongqi consisted not solely of ordinary light cavalry, but also included formidable warriors capable of single-handedly taking on 100 foes, as well as renowned generals seasoned in the spring and autumn wars, all of whom constituted this illustrious Dashu Alongqi. Shen Nan felt an increasing anticipation. Bang! As the 5 Dashu Alongqi approached within 40 meters of the 100 elite soldiers, 5 imposing Ming Wang heavy infantry clad in dark iron armor suddenly appeared above them. Unlike the ferocity of the Dashu Alongqi, the Ming Wang heavy infantry truly embodied the essence of heavy armor. Their armor was forged from dark iron, weighing over 300 pounds. This rendered each of them elite practitioners of cross-training techniques. With robust physiques and astonishing vitality as they leaped, they resembled 5 colossal bears, casting a massive shadow that completely obscured the foremost elite soldiers. Their right hands gripped iron hammers, which they brought crashing down from above. Boom! The overwhelming vitality of the Ming Wang heavy infantry surged forth at that moment. Roar! It resembled the roar of a giant bear. The iron hammers, infused with tremendous force, directly struck the foremost elite soldiers. These Ming Wang heavy infantry, already possessing physiques akin to bears, and clad in heavy armor weighing hundreds of pounds, descended from the sky with immense force, sending several elite soldiers flying in an instant. They then barreled through the elite troops with brute strength. Bang, bang, bang. Wherever the Ming Wang heavy infantry passed, chaos ensued. Steady. They were but 5 individuals, leveraging the momentum of their steeds. The sharp voice of the elite troops officer rang out. But before he could act to stabilize the situation, the thunderous sound of the 5 Dashuolongqi surged forth, their glistening Bailiang blades raised high, each strike sending an elite soldier sprawling several meters away. Thankfully, it was the back of the blade. Had it been the sharp edge, it would have resulted in severed limbs. Defeated, Shen Nan remarked with a bright smile. The elite soldiers had lost their composure. 100 elite soldiers against 5 Dashuolongqi and 5 heavy infantry should have been an easy match. Unfortunately, the elite soldiers lacked long spears to form a line of defense against the cavalry charge, had no barricades, and had never experienced true combat. By the time the Dashuolongqi charged, they were already in disarray. When the Mingwang heavy infantry leapt down, the foremost elite soldiers were thoroughly panicked. Even though their strength was commendable in such a fearful state of mind, their full capabilities were unlikely to manifest. Han Shengxian chuckled in agreement. Your Majesty possesses remarkable insight. Zhang Jiao's eyes gleamed with admiration. The Mingwang heavy infantry in Dashuolongqi were even stronger than anticipated. If a military force could be formed from them, it would greatly ease the tasks ahead for your Majesty. On the other hand, Han Xian's complexion paled slightly. Kneeling down, he said, I have failed in military command. Please punish me, Your Majesty. Though he had recognized the extraordinary nature of the Dashuolongqi and Mingwang heavy infantry beforehand, he had brought a full 100 elite soldiers, never anticipating their formidable strength. The 100 elite soldiers appeared as mere wooden stakes before them, utterly defenseless. The performance of the elite soldiers left Han Xian's heart trembling. This was truly the army he had painstakingly trained, yet they crumbled effortlessly, especially their fearful and cowardly demeanor. How could such a force protect the imperial palace? Shen Nan waved his hand with a smile. No matter. The elite soldiers were indeed quite capable. They merely lacked combat experience, possessing strength and equipment, but failing to utilize them effectively. After a brief contemplation, he inquired, in your opinion, should I base the formation of my army on the Dashuolongqi or the Mingwang heavy infantry? If I wish to swiftly assemble an army of 10,000, which would be the quicker option, regardless of whether it be the Mingwang heavy infantry or the Dashuolongqi? Shen Nan intended to establish both in the future. However, his current resources were limited, compelling him to choose one. Furthermore, it was imperative that the assembly be completed rapidly, ideally within 10 days, to secure the system's reward of the guaranteed gift pack at the 11th level, along with 5,000 restoration points to swiftly expand his influence. Additionally, Shen Nan needed a formidable army to contend with the Chalongwei, making such a force essential. Han Xian was taken aback by these words. Such an army cannot be formed without seasoned warriors. If your Majesty seeks to establish a fierce army of 10,000, it may require over a decade of effort, not to mention the costs involved. He is a military general well-versed in the art of warfare, fully aware of the intricacies of troop training. In Han Xian's eyes, the formidable Dashuolongqi and the illustrious Mingwang heavy cavalry are not merely products of drill and discipline, but rather forged in the crucible of battle. Although he remains unaware of the source from which His Majesty has summoned these valiant and elite warriors, the notion of assembling an army of 10,000 from them seems nothing short of a fanciful dream. If there truly existed 10,000 Dashuolongqi or 10,000 Mingwang heavy cavalry, Han Xian would boldly lead this force to confront the savage demon tribes at the borders of Yuzhou. Shen Nan shook his head and replied, there is no need for such stringent standards. What I inquire is which of these two armies would be more feasible to establish, and how we might rapidly form them. I intend to disband the Qilong 10 guards in the near future. Upon hearing this last statement, Han Xian was taken aback and immediately grasped the emperor's intent. If the focus is solely on the Qilong 10 guards, the matter need not be overly complicated. Although I am not privy to the specific training methods of these armies, the distinction between the Mingwang heavy cavalry and Dashuolongqi is merely that of heavily armored cavalry versus heavily armored infantry. His Majesty could center the formation around the Yuma Supervisory Office, and within a matter of months, success could be achieved. Additionally, a substantial quantity of heavy armor could be procured from the Tiangong Institute. allowing for swift military formation within a month. The establishment of the Dashuolongqi would undoubtedly prove to be significantly more challenging than that of the Ming Wang heavy cavalry, primarily due to the scarcity of war horses. The horses capable of bearing such heavy armor are alarmingly rare, while the armor of the Dashuolongqi may not be as cumbersome as that of the Ming Wang heavy cavalry. They are indeed cavalry whose steeds and riders are both clad in heavy armor, necessitating superior horses that can charge with such burdens. Furthermore, the commanders must ride steeds infused with the blood of dragons. The expenses associated with this endeavor are truly unfathomable. Conversely, the Ming Wang heavy cavalry is considerably simpler to assemble, as the Tiangong Institute possesses ample resources to swiftly produce enough heavy armor for 10,000 soldiers. However, a pressing issue arises: where to find so many elite warriors trained in the rigorous arts of martial prowess. Those proficient in such advanced techniques are far rarer than ordinary warriors. The dietary supplements required for their training far exceed those of typical martial artists. Thus lies the comparison between the Dashuolongqi and the Ming Wang heavy cavalry. Both possess their own shortcomings and advantages. In terms of war horses, the Yuma Supervisory Office already has its own pastures, and once Han Shengxian takes charge, operations can commence. Regarding the rigorous training, His Majesty has recently received a substantial sum of silver from the Yuma Supervisory Office, which could be utilized to procure the necessary resources. Nevertheless, regardless of the approach, there remains a gap between this plan and Shen Nan's aspiration to swiftly establish an army of 10,000. Moreover, the selection of these 10,000 soldiers poses yet another dilemma. The Jing army currently comprises 8,500 men, and with additional selections from the Yuma Supervisory Office, Shen Nan could indeed quickly form an army of his own. However, this would not amount to the Dashuolongqi or the Ming Wang heavy cavalry, but rather a mere rebranding of the Jing army, or perhaps training them in the techniques of the Kuaihua Guards. Regrettably, the Kuaihua Guards' techniques only reached the 5th tier. Had the system's marketplace offered a more advanced inheritance, one could potentially establish the Kuaihua Guards. Contemplating this, Shen Nan declared, "It appears that the formation of the Ming Wang heavy cavalry and Dashuolongqi cannot be rushed. From today onward, the Jing army shall be renamed the Kuaihua Guards, and I will ensure that the methods of cultivation practiced by your eunuchs are passed down to enhance the strength of the Jing army. As for the Ming Wang heavy cavalry and Dashuolongqi, we shall await further developments that in light of the current circumstances, Shen Nan has opted for a dual approach, seeking to rapidly fulfill the system's tasks, while simultaneously establishing two formidable armies capable of intimidating the Great Feng. Qhowever, the immediate priority is to lay the foundation for both the Ming Wang heavy cavalry and the Dashuolongqi. Thus, when the time comes to disband the Qilong 10 guards, the elite members can be swiftly integrated into the new forces. After all, the process of disbanding an army is not merely a matter of issuing a decree for immediate dissolution, but involves carefully sifting out the unfit while retaining the capable core to reformulate the ranks. Han Xian cupped his hands in acknowledgement. Yes. Although he was unaware of what techniques His Majesty intended to impart to the Jing army or the rationale behind renaming them the Kuaihua Guards, he was the sort of person who rarely inquired into such matters, preferring instead to dedicate himself to diligent work. Soon, Han Xian departed with 100 members of the Jing army to carry out their tasks. Shen Nan then turned his attention to the most robust among the Ming Wang heavy cavalry. "What is your name?" The imposing figure, resembling a small mountain, replied in a deep voice, "I am Shen Yu." "Shen Yu?" Shen Nan paused momentarily. "A splendid name. From this day forth, you shall be the leader of the Ming Wang heavy guards, tasked with leading 100 Ming Wang heavy cavalry to guard the palace." As he spoke, Shen Nan swiftly executed a series of commands, exchanging for 95 Ming Wang heavy cavalry, bestowing the perfected indestructible Vajra technique upon Ming Wang Shen Yu, summoning 20 Dashuolongqi. Previously, Shen Nan had a total of 3,000 recovery points, and after summoning 5 Dashuolongqi and 5 Ming Wang heavy cavalry, he still retained 2,800 points. With the execution of these operations, his recovery points were instantaneously depleted in their place. A wave of ripples suddenly emerged before Shen Nan, revealing 95 Ming Wang heavy cavalry and 20 Dashuolongqi materializing in the training grounds. Fortuitously, Han Xian had long since departed, and there were no outsiders present in the training grounds. Otherwise, such a scene would have surely left Han Xian astounded. Shen Nan regarded the fierce-looking soldiers before him. a smile gracing his lips as he turned to Han Xingxian. Among these individuals, is there any surprise? Previously, it had been mentioned that the marketplace's exchanges extend beyond mere ordinary troop types. They resemble gift packages. The ninth-tier troops merely represent a baseline, with the potential for higher-tier surprises. Han Xingxian attuned himself to the presence of these soldiers. Yet before he could respond, Zhang Jiao interjected. For 8th-tier warriors and 1 7th-tier elite cavalrymen. This is the surprise from this batch. Aside from that, the remainder were 9th-tier elites, with a few reaching the peak of that tier. However, there was no need for further elaboration. Shen Nan nodded slightly. It seems that approximately 10 individuals yield 1 8th-tier elite. Or perhaps a squad leader. If we were to exchange for over 1,000 at once, we might even obtain a 5th or 4th-tier commander. He gained a deeper understanding of the exchange rules within the system's marketplace. While surprises do exist, the probability of striking gold remains low, akin to the slim chances of drawing an SSS-tier character in the previous world. Shen Nan decided against dwelling on these thoughts and raised his right hand to point at Shen Yu. Impart the indestructible Vajra technique. In an instant, an enigmatic aura enveloped Shen Yu, causing his vital energy and internal force to swell dramatically. His previously dark skin transformed into a shade of dark gold. This was the renowned indestructible Vajra technique of the First World. Unlike ordinary martial arts, the indestructible Vajra technique could be considered a rapid cultivation method, its power significantly surpassing that of typical martial arts. However, it comes with drawbacks. Once activated, it demands immense consumption of internal energy and physical stamina. Thus, the system's impartation of the perfected indestructible Vajra technique was not merely a simple recollection, but akin to having practiced for 2 decades. This not only granted him mastery of the technique, but also resulted in a substantial enhancement of his physique and internal force. In the blink of an eye, Shen Yu, who had previously been merely an 8th-tier warrior, ascended to the level of a 3rd-tier master capable of emitting qi. This remarkable transformation is typically reserved for those of the 3rd-tier mastery. In just a matter of breaths, Shen Yu had surged from 8th-tier bone tempering, bypassing 7th-tier blood refining, 6th-tier essence cultivation, and 5th-tier strength perfection to become a 3rd-tier expert in the art of qi emission. Notably, upon activating the indestructible Vajra technique, he could even withstand the onslaught of a 2nd-tier grandmaster. Such a rapid breakthrough is astonishing. Shen Nan felt a tinge of envy, although he himself currently stood at 8th-tier bone tempering. His ascent to the throne and the blessings of national fortune allowed his cultivation speed to vastly exceed that of ordinary individuals. Moreover, with Zhang Jiao accompanying him in the past, he had no need to inherit the indestructible Vajra technique. It was also true that Shen Nan held the technique in slight disregard, as his own cultivation path should at least reach the 1st-tier terrestrial immortal level. What purpose could the indestructible Vajra technique serve for him? Only those of the highest caliber, akin to 1st-grade terrestrial immortals or even transcendent beings of the 10th realm, would dare to take action against Shen Nan. Conversely, after Shen Yu, Shen Nan possesses the ability to conjure a formidable general from thin air. Han Xingxian and Zhang Jiao exchanged glances, a flicker of astonishment illuminating their eyes at such otherworldly prowess. Shen Nan turned to Zhang Jiao, inquiring, "How does this method compare to the art of transforming beings into soldiers or the might of the yellow turban warriors?" Zhang Jiao, hailing from the celestial martial 3 kingdoms, stood at the pinnacle of Taoist transcendence in the 10th realm, adept in profound and esoteric arts. Shen Nan was aware that Zhang Jiao also wielded the revered techniques of Taiping. While these methods may not be as exaggerated as the legends suggest, they do encompass spell casting for healing, the transformation of beings into soldiers, the yellow turban warriors, summoning winds and rains, and invoking thunder. Such techniques, even in the realm of Da Feng, are undeniably of the highest order. With a light chuckle, Zhang Jiao remarked, "Indeed, your Majesty's methods are far more remarkable. The transformation of beings into soldiers is not as fantastical as it is rumored. Rather, it resembles a magical artifact of this world, crafted through secret arts to refine the beings. When scattered, they can take the form of a person. The yellow turban warriors, however, are the recognized Taoist soldiers. Albeit their creation is far more intricate, they have never been true individuals, but rather Taoist soldiers. The process of their creation is exceedingly complex, and even at Zhang Jiao's peak, he commanded merely 1,000 yellow turban warriors. Zhang Jiao's techniques bear some resemblance to the Taoist earth sect of this world, albeit more sophisticated. Upon hearing this, Shen Nan smiled and said, "In a couple of days, you shall accompany me to the Tiangong Institute." With the profound techniques of transforming beings into soldiers and the yellow turban warriors at our disposal, along with a wealth of 10 million taels of silver, I am confident we can bring the Tiangong Institute under our command. However, the specifics of how to achieve this will require further contemplation. Meanwhile, during their dialogue, Shen Yu had already assembled 100 elite armored warriors and 25 great snow dragon riders. Henceforth, the internal and external patrols of the palace would be their responsibility. Serving as the foundation for Shen Nan's future establishment of the great snow dragon riders and elite armored warriors, Shen Nan addressed Han Shengxian, saying, "For now, assign them to the clean army under your command. Let 5 members of the Sunflower Guard escort them to find Han Xian. Once the wealth of the Imperial Horse Supervisory Office is accounted for, we shall then proceed with the arrangements for forming the army. Presently, their positions can only be as members of the clean army. Otherwise, they cannot remain within the palace. The matters concerning the Imperial Horse Supervisory Office were not yet fully resolved, and no suitable plan had emerged." Han Shengxian casually pointed out 5 members of the Sunflower Guard to lead Shen Yu and the others away. As for Han Xian's astonishment upon seeing these elite troops, neither Shen Nan nor Han Shengxian felt the need to offer any explanations. Indeed, if Han Xian were to surmise anything, it would ultimately work to Shen Nan's advantage. After all, sometimes, governing requires both benevolence and authority, coupled with a sufficient air of mystery to instill fear. Outside Jinghua Hall, after Shen Nan finished testing the great snow dragon riders and elite armored warriors, he boarded his carriage to proceed to Jinghua Hall. Although he had reviewed most of the memorials earlier in the morning, he still lacked a comprehensive understanding of much information. Additionally, arrangements regarding the forthcoming Red Dragon 10 guards needed to commence. Just as the carriage arrived, Shen Nan heard 2 voices and lifted the jade curtain to peer outside. Noting, these 2 are quite obedient. Standing outside the hall were Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu. After departing from Empress Jing, they had hurried to this location in hopes of currying favor with Shen Nan. However, due to Shen Nan's visit to the training grounds, they could only wait there. In addition to these 2, the legalist Celestial Li Si had also been waiting patiently at the side. Enter the hall. Shen Nan casually glanced at the 2 before approaching Li Si. "Have you thoroughly familiarized yourself with the laws of Da Feng?" Li Si nodded. "All is firmly etched in my mind. The laws, often tedious and intricate, would typically require months for an ordinary person to claim familiarity. However, for Li Si, a master of the legalist school, the laws of Da Feng held no such dullness. He had fully mastered them overnight. Even those who had devoted decades to the legal department might not possess his level of expertise. This is not to suggest that their abilities were inferior, but rather that Li Si had the foundation of overseeing the laws of the Qin for decades. Laws, at their core, revolve around the application of rules. Lic was exceedingly familiar with this concept. Fully understanding how laws ought to be utilized, a smile graced Shen Nan's face. Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu exchanged discreet glances behind him, their eyes reflecting a profound astonishment. Earlier, upon seeing Li Si outside Jinghua Hall, they had harbored some confusion, wondering when the legalist school had gained another celestial. They had merely speculated that he might be a recently ascended legalist celestial from the 9 provinces of Da Feng seeking an audience. However, after witnessing the nonchalant exchange between Shen Nan and Li Si, they realized that Li Si likely belonged to the emperor. But when had the emperor acquired a legalist celestial as a guest? Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu's expressions grew increasingly perplexed. They had previously been preoccupied with how to earn Shen Nan's trust, and had thus not paid much attention to Li Si. Now, upon closer inspection, they had no recollection of him at all. Yet Li Si's commanding presence, having governed the Qin for decades, was anything but ordinary, coupled with the stature of a legalist celestial. If Da Feng truly had such an individual, they would undoubtedly have some impression of him. Could he be akin to Zhang Jiao or Han Shengxian? In an instant, their minds became increasingly muddled. Even with Zhang Jiao, a Taoist of the 10th realm, not yet fully investigated, another legalist celestial had emerged. Shen Nan, however, paid no heed to Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu's reactions. He casually settled into his seat. Turning to Li Si, "May I appoint you directly as the authority of the Jijin Wu?" Li Si's previous endeavor to familiarize himself with the laws was precisely to enter the Jijin Wu system, subsequently utilizing it to investigate the specifics of the Red Dragon 10 guards. After a night of deliberation, Li Si had indeed found the answer. He chuckled lightly, saying, "Your Majesty possesses the authority, yet from what I observed last night, rather than wielding the power of the Jin Wu, it would be more advantageous to become the Deputy Minister of the Criminal Department." In the 230th year of Da Feng, during the reign of Emperor Jingda, a legalist celestial of humble origins was directly promoted to the position of Deputy Minister of the Criminal Department. This established a precedent. The laws of Da Feng also state, the emperor may freely appoint any official position, excluding the heads of the 6 ministries. This is a special case of promotion. While the current monarch of Da Feng may wield limited power, it does not diminish the righteousness he represents. Whether in a celestial martial dynasty or a feudal empire, the monarch remains supreme. The only distinction is that this world genuinely possesses unparalleled masters capable of rivaling entire nations. Thus, a monarch must not act too recklessly. For instance, if Shen Nan insisted on promoting Li Si to the position of Minister of the Criminal Department, it would ultimately depend on whether Li Si could command respect from the likes of Fa Yang and other experts of the legalist school. Even if Li Si were not a peak legalist of the 10th realm, it would be challenging to earn compliance. The precedent set by Emperor Jingda was only possible because that individual was a peak first-grade terrestrial immortal of the legalist school, whom the emperor intended to utilize as a ruthless official to cleanse the court. Deputy Minister of the Criminal Department, Shen Nan narrowed his eyes. That would be even better. The Jin Wu is nominally a violent institution under the Criminal Department. However, due to its direct oversight by Fa Yang and the unique circumstances surrounding the Jin Wu in recent years, it has amassed considerable power and influence, akin to the Ming Dynasty's Jinyue, representing a classic case of low rank but high authority. Yet, the highest position within the Jin Wu is merely that of a 4th-grade Jin Wuing, while the Deputy Minister of the Criminal Department holds a 3rd-grade position, ranking among the top 3 of the department. If Li Si were to succeed, gathering intelligence would become a mere formality. Lu Zhong, Zhang Hu, do you believe it feasible for me to promote Li Si to Deputy Minister of the Criminal Department? Shen Nan inquired of Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu. These two, seasoned in the realm of governance, were well aware of the intricacies of Da Feng's court. Sometimes, laws are merely laws, and precedents are just precedents. The feasibility of implementation hinges on the situation. Lu Zhong wore a contemplative expression, remaining silent. However, Zhang Hu quickly interjected, eager to please, Your Majesty may appoint whomever you wish. Even the Minister of the Criminal Department, Fa Yang, would not dare to oppose Your Majesty's decree. However, the officials of the Ministry of Justice, those adherents of legalism, may not necessarily be compliant that a position is merely a title. Whether one can maintain that position ultimately relies on Li Si's cunning. This is the essence of Zhang Hu's sentiment. Shen Nan, having complete faith in Li Si's capabilities, turned to him and said, On the morrow, the day of national mourning, I shall appoint you as the right Assistant Minister of Justice. It will then be your cunning that we shall see in action. Furthermore, should we also bring up the matter of the Red Dragon Guard's military supplies being redirected from the Ministry of Military Affairs to the Horse Monitoring Bureau? This was a stratagem proposed by Li Si, intending to undermine the military influence of the Duke of Chu's faction. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu were taken aback. Such a ruthless tactic indicated that His Majesty was indeed preparing to take decisive action against the Red Dragon 10 guards. If the demands made upon ascending the throne could be tolerated by the Duke of Chu's faction, this scheme would surely drive them into a frenzy. Li Si nodded gravely. It must be brought up. Only in this way will the Ministry of Military Affairs be compelled to act. Once they do, there will be vulnerabilities. Curious about the army's formation, he inquired about its status. Shen Nan succinctly recounted the events from the training grounds, deliberately omitting the emergence of the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry and the Ming Wang Heavy Cavalry, instead emphasizing the financial resources of the Horse Monitoring Bureau and future military plans. This omission was intentional. For starting today, Shen Yu was to lead 100 Ming Wang Heavy Cavalry soldiers and Great Snow Dragon Cavalry on patrol, making it impossible to conceal the happenings at the training grounds. Additionally, he sought Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu's assistance in this endeavor. Shen Nan's approach toward Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu was straightforward. Utilize them while they remained useful, otherwise, they would face execution. Presently, they were still in the phase of being useful. Understanding this, Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu, though increasingly alarmed internally, maintained a facade of respect, pledging, "We shall compile the assets of the Horse Monitoring Bureau within 3 days to meet His Majesty's military training needs." Shen Nan nodded. "For the next 2 days, you shall serve at my side." This was a display of his authority. Lu Zhong and Zhang, who grew even more respectful, their minds unsettled by the elite forces and the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry, as well as the Ming Wang Heavy Cavalry. The unhesitant resolve Shen Nan demonstrated in dealing with the Ministry of Military Affairs further suggested to them that he must have a formidable force backing him. Otherwise, how could he possess such confidence? Li Si's presence led Zhang Hu and Lu Zhong to speculate that a vast power must be supporting His Majesty. Such conjectures made them increasingly cautious. Shen Nan could easily command these two to undertake various tasks, for his primary focus remained on assembling the military and addressing the Ministry of Military Affairs, led by the Duke of Chu, as well as the significant matter of disbanding the Red Dragon 10 guards. As long as Lu Zhong and Zhang, who did not act recklessly, Shen Nan was willing to employ them. Given their decades of control over the imperial palace and their familiarity with both the court and the palace, moreover, the cleansing and organization of the Horse Monitoring Bureau would require their expertise. As would the matters concerning the Bureau of Rights, Han Xingxian would need time to fully replace them. Reflecting on this, Shen Nan sighed inwardly, recognizing that his power was still insufficient. After this contemplation, he immersed himself once more in reading the memorials, for only these documents could swiftly enlighten him on the affairs of the entire Da Feng. Lic also took up a memorial to peruse. Lu Zhong and Zhang, who dutifully attended to Shen Nan, occasionally presenting him with memorials. Zhang Jiao, in a casual manner, instructed Lu Zhong to prepare information regarding the Taoist Earth sect, if one were unaware of the intricacies of their relationships. This scene could easily be mistaken for a harmonious depiction of sovereign and subjects. As the sun began to set within the Jinghua Hall, Shen Nan stretched leisurely. 9,300 men. The system displayed a progress bar for the task of assembling 10,000 troops. 9,310,000. Clearly, Han Xian had renamed the Clean Army to the Sunflower Guard, and the system acknowledged the Sunflower Guard as an army uniquely belonging to Shen Nan. Regrettably, the total number of the Clean Army was just over 8,000, even with the addition of the eunuchs and the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry, as well as the Ming Wang Heavy Cavalry. The total only amounted to 9,300, leaving a gap of 700 to fulfill the task of 10,000 yet. This discrepancy did not pose a significant concern for Shen Nan. He languidly glanced at Zhang Hu. "Select 800 from the Horse Monitoring Bureau to be given to Han Xian. Ensure they are of unblemished character." The implication of this statement was clear. Zhang Hu must not exploit this opportunity to insert any of his own people. The fact that Zhang Hu no longer held command over the Horse Monitoring Bureau did not preclude him from directing the eunuchs. This was one of the reasons Shen Nan retained them. Individuals like Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu, prominent eunuchs, could not simply be eradicated in a single stroke. Even without substantial authority, their control over certain resources was sufficient to compel others to act. This was precisely what Shen Nan desired. Zhang Hu was momentarily taken aback before respectfully replying, understood. He refrained from questioning His Majesty's intentions, obediently acquiescing. This was Zhang Hu's realization after his dealings with His Majesty. Unlike the previous emperor's somewhat weak disposition, Shen Nan's demeanor, while seemingly gentle, was decidedly intolerant of any insubordination. Particularly, Shen Nan wielded sufficient power to intimidate them as long as Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu wished to remain in the palace and continue living. They could only yield to Shen Nan. Shen Nan slightly nodded. "That will be all for today. You shall expedite the organization of the Horse Monitoring Bureau's affairs. For the time being, I will not take action against the Bureau of Rights, as Han Xingxian currently lacks the capacity to control it. You may arrange matters at your leisure. However, I have one stipulation. The Bureau of Rights must remain orderly." His tone was remarkably calm. Yet the underlying message was exceedingly clear. Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu should not expect to gain Shen Nan's trust. Their only avenue for survival lay in fully supporting Han Xingxuan's ascension. Only then might they enjoy a peaceful old age. In truth, Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu had long since abandoned any hopes regarding this matter. Setting aside Han Xingxuan's presence, the emergence of figures like Li Si and Zhang Jiao rendered their attempts to regain the previous emperor's trust utterly futile. A new ruler begets new ministers. This is an immutable truth, and Lu Zhong and the others were well prepared for it. The fact that His Majesty articulated this notion provided them with a measure of reassurance. At least for the moment, as it suggested he had no immediate intention of acting against them. Understood. Lu Zhong and Zhang, who soon withdrew. Shen Nan observed their departing figures and mused, Li Si. Do you truly believe that the Buddhist sect and the Compassionate Life sect can facilitate their smooth exit? Li Si shook his head. The long-established schemes of the Buddhist sect and the Compassionate Life sect meant that Lu Zhong and Zhang, who had become mere pawns firmly affixed to the chessboard. Their fates no longer within their control. Shen Nan's earlier remarks were merely a form of placation. Ultimately, he could not allow them to depart unscathed, but rather would extract every ounce of value from Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu. Han Xingxian, keep a close eye on this matter, he instructed. The Buddhist sect and the Compassionate Life sect would inevitably become adversaries following the resolution of the Red Dragon 10 guards. Shen Nan could not afford to be unprepared. Han Xingxian nodded. Your Majesty, regarding tomorrow's national mourning, what about the Empress Dowager Chen? The term national mourning referred to the third day following the previous emperor's death, a time to console his spirit. Similar to the mourning practices observed in the common populace, the Da Feng Dynasty lacked the intricate ceremonial processes of feudal dynasties, but still upheld certain rituals. For instance, Empress Dowager Chen, as the rightful empress of the previous emperor, was required to mourn and observe filial piety. The civil and military officials of Da Feng were also expected to pay their respects in a structured manner, with the cabinet's chief minister, Zhang Su, leading the cabinet scholars in publicly recounting the achievements of the late emperor. Meanwhile, Shen Nan was obliged to sit on the dragon throne in the Rongga Hall for the entire day. This occasion also marked a time of intense rivalry between the sovereign and his ministers, as the new ruler needed to appoint trusted officials to serve as assistant ministers and junior officials within the 6 ministries. However, given that the previous emperor had passed away only a month after ascending the throne, Shen Nan found himself lacking suitable candidates, with the most he could manage being Li Si's appointment. It would not be prudent to prevent Empress Dowager Chen from making an appearance at this juncture. However, given the nature of Empress Dowager Chen, it is inevitable that she will secretly communicate with the Duke of Chu. As Han Xingxian has subtly hinted, is it necessary to send someone to monitor every move of Empress Dowager Chen? Shen Nan waved his hand dismissively, saying, it matters not. The appointment of Li Si is certain to be approved tomorrow. The system's task is also nearing completion, with 5,000 points for the restoration of the nation and a guaranteed reward package at the 11th realm in hand. Why should Shen Nan concern himself with the clandestine scheming between the Duke of Chu and Empress Dowager Chen? In fact, he hoped for the Duke of Chu to take action, as it would simplify matters when dealing with the Wuda division and the Red Dragon 10 guards in the future. Han Xingxian chose not to elaborate further. Shen Nan then traveled in a luxurious carriage to the palace, and upon his arrival, the system's voice echoed. The task of assembling a personal army of 10,000 has been completed. As a deposed monarch, you have successfully established a solid foundation. Next, please swiftly present to the world the demeanor of the last king of Da Feng, convincing all that you can restore the nation. Task: instill a sense of fear in any major force towards you. Major force criteria: among the top 20 forces in the realm. Reward: guaranteed package at the 10th realm and above. 100,000 points for restoration. Available reward: guaranteed package at the 11th realm. Restoration points: 5,000. That the task issued by the system is somewhat ambiguous. Yet, it is indeed a reflection of the era 20 years after the fall of the nation. Akin to the Yuan Yu emperor, who, despite being a deposed ruler, had at his disposal 1,000,000 taels of silver and an army of 10,000, lacked any substantial trump cards, relying solely on the title of the King of Da Feng. The system would naturally not issue a task requiring him to confront the formidable forces of the Buddhist sect or the barbaric demon clan. The ambiguity allows Shen Nan greater latitude in maneuvering. Given the current circumstances, the task is relatively manageable for him. The designation of the top 20 forces encompasses a vast array, with the Wuda division, led by the Duke of Chu, certainly included within. The guaranteed package at the 10th realm and above is secondary. The 100,000 restoration points are truly unexpected. Just considering the Shuelong cavalry, he could exchange for 5,000 of them. Moreover, during this period, the system shop could continue to refresh, meaning he need not exchange solely for the Shuelong cavalry, but might encounter other astonishing rewards. Shen Nan's heart stirred. Claim the reward. Instantly, The previously zeroed restoration points transformed back into 5,000. However, Shen Nan did not intend to utilize these points immediately. After all, the army of 10,000 has already been formed, and there are already 100 elite heavy-armored soldiers in place. Even exchanging for 200 or 300 would be of little significance. Instead, he could observe what the system shop refreshes tomorrow and exchange then for better value. Open the package. Shen Nan placed great importance on this particular package. Unlike previous rewards, this one is a guaranteed package at the 11th realm. Perhaps it could even yield the summoning of peak experts at the 12th or 13th realms, that if he could summon such beings. The speed at which Shen Nan consolidates power would undoubtedly accelerate. As he opened the 11th realm package, the reward revealed the Northern Meng War God, Taoba Bodhisattva, 11th realm, martial deity realm, bestowed by a heavenly being. Possessing the formidable physique of a Buddhist Vajra, profound Taoist enlightenment, celestial insights from Confucianism, and martial prowess, embodying the unity of four teachings, achieving a state of supreme transcendence, and becoming an immaculate celestial being. Taoba Bodhisattva. Shen Nan furrowed his brow as he regarded this reward. Is Taoba Bodhisattva powerful? Undoubtedly, he is formidable, the Northern Meng War God, the second-ranked expert in the realm of snow, although his role in the narratives has been limited. Commanding the Northern Meng army for decades and being revered as the war god, his military acumen and martial prowess are unparalleled, especially as the system rewards him at the peak of his strength. Having received celestial gifts, though he was ultimately defeated by the protagonist Su Fengyan in the narrative, his might is undeniable. Within the snowy realm, Taoba Bodhisattva is likely only surpassed by Wang Xianji, Zhang Fuyao, and El Zhu. Su Fengyan's superiority can be attributed to his protagonist status. The sole regret is Shen Nan's expectation of summoning legendary figures like Bai Qi or Xiang Yu from the immortal Qin, or perhaps the exaggerated generals like El Bu from the immortal Three Kingdoms. Nevertheless, Taoba Bodhisattva is still an admirable acquisition. If the system's judgment is to be followed, Wang Xianji could also be considered at the 11th realm. No, Wang Xianji's realm is undoubtedly at the peak of the 10th realm. His true strength lies in his invincible mentality and profound mastery of numerous schools of thought, in terms of combat prowess. Wang Xianji might very well reach the 11th realm. Even after arriving in Da Feng, he could swiftly ascend to the 11th realm. However, within the system's evaluative scope, he is categorized at the 10th realm. Conversely, individuals like Zhang Fuyao might indeed belong to the 11th realm, while El Zhu could be approaching the 14th realm. After all, El Zhu is a sage of the three teachings, having reached the pinnacle of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism, ultimately synthesizing them into his unique path. It appears that in the future, one can simply consider the realm when evaluating the rewards provided by the system, while also requiring a pragmatic analysis of the situation. For instance, although Zhang Jiao is at the pinnacle of the Taoist 10th realm, he possesses greater potential than Taoba Bodhisattva. Shen Nan reflected thoughtfully. Claim the reward. Regardless, this reward is undoubtedly a windfall for Shen Nan. Taoba Bodhisattva will perfectly address the issue of lacking martial generals, and as an 11th realm martial deity, he will surely command respect. It is sufficient for Shen Nan to firmly suppress the Duke of Chu and his cohorts on the day of national mourning. With a whoosh, accompanied by swirling crimson clouds, a towering figure, broad-shouldered and nearly 10 feet tall, appeared before Shen Nan. Taoba Bodhisattva stood there like an imposing mountain. Upon raising his gaze, an indescribable aura enveloped the air, causing hearts to tremble. Clad in heavy armor that creaked with each movement, he knelt partially, proclaiming, "I, Taoba, pay my respects to your majesty." Even with Shen Nan's keen perception, he could feel a profound sense of pressure emanating from Taoba Bodhisattva. In fact, Zhang Jiao's figure appeared in the palace at that very moment, his eyes filled with astonishment. Had it not been for his recognition of Taoba Bodhisattva's unique aura, knowing him to be one of the emperor's own, he would have instinctively attempted to flee with Shen Nan. This was not to imply that Zhang Jiao could not contend with Taoba Bodhisattva. Rather, given Taoba Bodhisattva's current might, Zhang Jiao would be unable to protect Shen Nan in the event of a confrontation. Shen Nan maintained a calm demeanor, acclimating to the intense pressure quickly, and then scrutinizing Taoba Bodhisattva with keen interest. With your current realm, can you triumph over those at the 11th realm in the imperial capital? Taoba Bodhisattva pondered. I have yet to engage in battle, so I cannot say for certain. However, If it is merely the 10th realm of celestial beings, I can easily subdue them, though he was defeated by Su Fengyan in the snowy realm. That was merely a consequence of the world itself. I in this realm, Tuoba Bodhisattva can fully manifest his true strength as the Northern Mang war god, while he does not claim to be invincible at the 11th realm. No one at the 10th realm can challenge him, for he is a transcendent being, embodying the unity of the four teachings, and in terms of physicality, he has truly surpassed the celestial realm. Such a physique might withstand the onslaught of even a second-tier master of divine refinement. Shen Nan nodded. Tomorrow, you will accompany me to the national mourning ceremony. He was eager to witness the sight of two celestial beings at the 10th realm. Flanking him, while the Duke of Chu and his compatriots dared not stir trouble. The following day, as the sky was still shrouded in twilight, the drums of the imperial palace began to sound. This resonant call signified the official commencement of the day of national mourning. Today would also witness the holding of a genuine court assembly. The court assembly conducted the previous day upon Shen Nan's ascension was hardly a true gathering. It merely served to familiarize officials of the third rank and above with Shen Nan's visage and announce the new emperor's rise. This moment marks the inaugural court assembly of the new dynasty. All civil and military officials of the imperial capital, aside from those required to remain on duty, were obligated to attend the palace for the assembly. Outside the Guanghua Gate, a sea of dark figures comprised of Da Feng officials gathered, their numbers swelling to an astonishing 7,400. It is essential to recognize that these officials are all of the 9th rank or above, and they are merely the ones stationed in the imperial capital. According to last year's statistics from the Ministry of Revenue, within the vast territories of the Great Feng, which boasts a population of several billion, the number of officials has already reached a staggering 180,000, not including the various clerks and subordinates. If we were to account for them, the figure would undoubtedly escalate to at least 1 million. Among these individuals, those who can remain in the imperial capital, the court officials represent a significantly smaller proportion. Nevertheless, without exception, these individuals are the true pillars of the Great Feng and constitute the most powerful faction within the realm. Amidst this multitude of officials, one can distinctly observe the existence of several factions. For instance, there are the Confucian officials led by Zhang Su from Jiangnan, the officials from Beiladong Academy headed by Yang Ku, the military nobility commanded by the Duke of Chu, and the legalist officials led by Fa Yang, along with a scattered assortment of officials from the 6 ministries. This delineates the most apparent structure within the imperial court. The Confucian influence of Zhang Su and Yang Ku dominates the mainstream, while the military nobility of the Duke of Chu holds a significant position as well. Following closely are the legalists, who occupy a neutral stance. Yet within these factions, there exist various sub-factions. As for the Taoists, due to the previous emperor's suppression of the Taoist sects, the Tao officials have withdrawn from court meetings. Nevertheless, their influence is pervasive throughout the realm. Figures such as the Northern King and the esteemed scholar Wang Shu also fall into this category, as their foundational support lies in other regions, like the Northern Kings in Yuzhou and the scholar Wang Shu's in Liangzhou. These individuals engage in mutual restraint and balance, allowing the Great Feng to maintain an appearance of flourishing prosperity. However, upon entering Guanghua Gate, all parties are momentarily taken aback, for outside the majestic Rongga Hall stands a dozen armored troops of the Ming Wang, diligently guarding the premises, accompanied by over 20 formidable snow dragons patrolling the distance. These troops are indeed the Ming Wang's heavy cavalry and snow dragons summoned by Shen Nan the previous day. For the officials of the Great Feng, this is the first encounter with such elite forces. Yet, even with their discerning eyes, they can easily recognize the exceptional caliber of these troops, which surpass even that of the Zhijin Wu, emanating an intense aura of martial prowess. They as Zhang Su and the others cast their gaze. Their brows furrow in perplexity. Where do these soldiers come from? Yuzhou, Liangzhou. The elite forces of the Great Feng typically originate from the borders of Yuzhou or Liangzhou. However, the high-ranking officials of the cabinet had never been informed of any orders from the emperor allowing the border troops from Yuzhou to enter the capital. Beyond these two regions, which other province in the Great Feng could possibly muster such battle-hardened soldiers? Zhang Su is not the only one puzzled. Even the Duke of Chu, a legitimate military noble, looks equally astonished. Although he has not seen much combat, he is no stranger to military affairs and can certainly discern the extraordinary nature of the Ming Wang's heavy cavalry and the snow dragons. Yet, he cannot fathom where these troops originated. Wu Yong, do you have any insight? Wu Yong, the director of the Wuda Bureau, responds, I am unaware. There has been no military presence entering the capital lately. Let alone the palace. The Red Dragon Guards are still under their command, safeguarding the palace entrance. They could detect the presence of even a fly, let alone 100 armored warriors, however, before entering the palace. They had no knowledge of such a battle-hardened force appearing within. The Duke of Chu grows increasingly uneasy. Let us observe for now. Wu Yong leans in and whispers, why the anxiety? Duke, regardless of where His Majesty sourced these individuals, the Red Dragon Guards remain under our control, and the 4 great generals are ours as well. Even if His Majesty intends to take action, he is powerless to do so. Can the Daoist 10 realms truly infiltrate the Red Dragon Guards? Moreover, he glances towards the Ronga Hall. Lady Chen will surely make an appearance today, providing an opportunity for maneuvering. Even if Lady Chen does not assume regency, she is publicly recognized as Shen Nan's mother, a fact that cannot be altered. At present, Shen Nan is still under 16, and as long as the Duke of Chu can reconnect with Lady Chen, should Shen Nan err in any way, the Duke can leverage the excuse of the young king's inexperience to urge Lady Chen to take charge. This has been the strategy considered by the military nobility over the past few days. After all, with so many unsavory dealings within the Wuda Bureau, no one wishes for a tyrannical ruler to take charge, especially after Shen Nan's actions against the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office just yesterday, which remain vivid in their minds. The Duke of Chu nods solemnly. Let us proceed. Wu Yong promptly follows suit, accompanied by several military nobles aligned with the Duke of Chu. Zhang Su, Yang Ku, and others also make their way towards the Ronga Hall. The moment these dukes and cabinet ministers enter the hall, all faces change slightly. A martial god of the 11 realms of the military school? Within the Grand Hall, an overwhelming sense of oppressive force unique to the 11 realms of the military school permeates the air, even though Tua Bapusa does not fully unleash the aura befitting a martial god of the 11 realms. Merely a hint of his vitality transforms the entire hall into a furnace, raising the temperature to an undeniable intensity. Those who follow the military school are inherently vigorous, especially one who has cultivated to Tua Bapusa's level. If he so desired, simply releasing his vitality would be sufficient to ignite the air itself. Zhang Su, Yang Ku, and the others all exhibit visible signs of concern as they scrutinize Tua Bapusa. Yet they discern nothing about his origins. Across the realm, there are indeed individuals of the 11 realms of the military school, but what kind of individuals are they? At the very least, they are the sovereigns of their respective states. If a master of the 11 realms were to appear, how could they possibly remain unaware? Yet, whether in demeanor or appearance, they cannot glean anything about Tua Bapusa's background. Aside from the vague impression that he does not resemble those from the Central Plains, but rather bears a resemblance to individuals from Liangzhou. The savage and demonic tribes of this world indeed represent true monstrosities, even though there are those who appear human among the wild folk. However, most of them are imbued with the bloodlines of the demonic tribes, making them far from genuine humans. Their appearances differ significantly. Thus, they cannot conceive that Tua Bapusa might belong to any savage or demonic lineage. Instead, they are left bewildered. How could a martial god of the military school simply materialize from thin air? If the earlier appearances of Zhang Jiao and Han Xingxian could be attributed to the emperor's deep concealment, then Tua Bapusa's emergence truly raises doubts. While Zhang Su and his peers are troubled, the Duke of Chu and Wu Yong, as military nobles, are even more profoundly astounded. They, too, practice the ways of the military school and are acutely aware of the arduous journey to bring forth a martial god of the 11 realms. This achievement cannot be attributed solely to exceptional talent. It requires countless battles, as one cannot become a celestial being of the military school without enduring severe tribulations, let alone a martial god. Yet, they were utterly unable to discern the origins of Tua Bodhisattva. Your Majesty has arrived. At that moment, the sharp and chilling voice of Zhang Hu resonated throughout the hall. All the officials, both civil and military, raised their heads in unison to behold Shen Nan, adorned with a flat-crowned hat and bearing a solemn expression, ascending step by step. Flanking him were the eunuchs Lu Zhong, Zhang Hu, and Han Xingxian. Not far off, the figures of Zhang Jiao and Li Si also caught the attention of all present, with Li Si's aura of a heavenly figure from the legalist school striking fear into their hearts once more. A heavenly figure of the legalist school? Zhang Su's face was one of astonishment. The appearance of Tuaba Bodhisattva, a martial deity of the 11th realm of military strategy, had already left him dumbfounded. But the presence of Li Si, a heavenly figure of the 10th realm, exacerbated his internal turmoil. He simply could not fathom where His Majesty had unearthed such individuals. Could it be that beyond the Great Feng, there existed another dynasty? Otherwise, how could His Majesty be surrounded by such unparalleled masters of the 10th and even 11th realms? Even the previously silent Minister of Justice, Fa Yang, suddenly lifted his head. A heavenly figure of the legalist school? The path of the legalist school was unlike any other to ascend to the ranks of heavenly figures. One must have undergone the scrutiny of the Ministry of Justice. How could one be recognized without having realized their own legal doctrines? Yet, the officials of the Great Feng's Ministry of Justice, Fa Yang included, were all well acquainted with one another, let alone a heavenly figure of the legalist school. This matter was too bizarre, too outrageous. Most astonishingly, Fa Yang's influence had already enveloped the entire imperial capital, yet last night, he had not sensed the presence of Li Si or Tuaba Bodhisattva, while it could be excused as the imperial palace being shrouded in national fortunes. How had these individuals managed to gain entry? In an instant, the entire court fell into a hushed silence. Everyone felt the unfathomable depth of Shen Nan. This sovereign was far from the simpleton they had imagined. They had originally intended to exploit the situation regarding the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office, but were now rendered silent, merely awaiting the intentions of this emperor, an 11th realm martial deity of military strategy. A heavenly figure of the 10th realm of the legalist school, and a heavenly figure of the 10th realm of the Taoist school. Such a formidable assembly could not be downplayed. It was sufficient to instill trepidation in the entire court of the Great Feng. The Duke of Chu and Wu Yong dared not make a single move. The national mourning had commenced. Zhang Hu's chilling voice rang out once more. He then proceeded to methodically announce the achievements of the late emperor and the rites of Shen Nan's ascension. This had been clarified 2 days prior, but at that time, it was merely a proclamation to the world. Now was the genuine occasion for the coronation. Following the completion of the proceedings, nearly 3,000 officials within the Hall of Glory knelt reverently upon the ground. We, your subjects, pay our respects to your majesty. As the sound echoed from the Hall of Glory, thousands of officials outside also knelt, raising their voices in unison. Amidst this tumultuous chorus, Shen Nan bore a smile. His gaze surveying the sea of bowed heads. This unprecedented sense of achievement imparted to him a true understanding of what it meant to be an emperor. Yet, he felt that as the emperor of the Great Feng, he was still insufficiently powerful. The true sovereign should command with a single word, and all must obey. Rise, Shen Nan said calmly. His voice resonated throughout the grand hall, demonstrating the cultivation of a fourth-tier small master. Indeed, today, following the refresh of the system marketplace, a product named Small Master Elixir had appeared. This elixir could elevate an ordinary individual to the fourth-tier small master realm, or instantaneously enhance their centuries' worth of cultivation. The exchange price was 1,000 points. Shen Nan, without hesitation, redeemed one for himself, while he had previously dismissed the indestructible diamond technique, preferring to await a higher-tier inheritance reward. The elixir for enhancing cultivation was of no concern. After all, the 8th-tier bone forging level was indeed rather low. This change also caused a slight alteration in the expressions of those in the front rows, including Zhang Su, the Duke of Chu, and Fa Yang. Historically, emperors of the Great Feng had exhibited an astonishing speed of cultivation, often reaching the level of a first-tier terrestrial immortal within a few short years. However, none had ever witnessed a rise as rapid as Shen Nan's. To leap from 8th-tier bone forging to 4th-tier small master in just 2 days, such a feat could not merely be attributed to deliberate concealment. When Shen Nan had been in the Hall of Glory just days prior, Fa Yang, Zhang Su, and others had distinctly sensed his realm. It was certainly not a faade. Moreover, how could Shen Nan possibly hide his cultivation before a Taoist heavenly figure of the 10th realm and a legalist heavenly figure of the 11th realm? Today's occurrences only deepened their confusion and astonishment. Just then, Shen Nan spoke again. I intend to appoint the legalist heavenly figure Li Si as Deputy Minister of Justice. Do any of you have objections? Upon hearing this, the entire court fell silent once more. With this proclamation, all officials in the Hall of Glory were rendered mute. According to the traditions of the Great Feng, whenever a new ruler ascended the throne, they would typically appoint officials of their own choosing on the day of national mourning. The notion of a new era bringing new ministers was well established. However, Such appointments generally involve the reassignment of officials already within the six ministries. Thus, Shen Nan's appointment itself posed no issues. Yet, by customary procedure, the officials appointed by the new sovereign were certainly not individuals like Li Si, who had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. They would typically have had established connections within the six ministries, and the cabinet would have been aware of their appointments prior to the new ruler's ascension. It was never this abrupt. Zhang Su glanced at Fa Yong beside him. Upon seeing that Fa Yong made no move, he stepped forward and said, "May I inquire about the background of Li Si? What accomplishments does he possess?" Zhang Su personally did not wish to step forward. The shocks His Majesty had brought forth today were overwhelming. Merely the presence of an 11th realm martial deity of military strategy and a 10th realm legalist heavenly figure had left him feeling somewhat apprehensive. Not to mention that Shen Nan himself had broken through to the 4th tier small master realm. Who would dare to provoke the emperor at such a moment? After all, it was merely a position of deputy minister of justice, which was not their concern. However, as the head of the cabinet, Zhang Su had to step forth when Fa Yong, the minister of justice, remained silent. This was also a means to gauge the emperor's true intentions. Regardless of the origins of Tuoba Bodhisattva and Li Si, the fact that His Majesty had chosen to present these two individuals today indicated that he was certainly scheming something. Shen Nan chuckled lightly. They hail from overseas and bear no notable accomplishments. Yet is not the cultivation of a legalist heavenly figure of the 10th realm sufficient to serve as a deputy minister of justice in our Great Feng? In the days of the Great Feng during the reign of Emperor Jingde, did not the emperor elevate a commoner, a legalist heavenly figure, directly to the position of deputy minister of justice? Emperor Jingde was in a different situation altogether. Zhang Su felt speechless. While it was true that Emperor Jingde had acted thus, the commoner in question was a person of considerable repute, albeit without any official position in the Great Feng. How could Li Si, with his obscure background, possibly compare? The phrase from overseas was even more ludicrous. Although there were various rumors about overseas lands, the Great Feng had not heard of any dynasty or other countries in its 800 years of history, only some islands at most, in which overseas nation had Li Si attained the status of a heavenly figure. Yet, Zhang Su refrained from expressing these thoughts and merely nodded solemnly. "I have no objections, regardless of how superficial Shen Nan's explanation appeared." A legalist heavenly figure of the 10th realm was indeed sufficient for the role of deputy minister of justice. Zhang Su saw no need to offend the emperor over such a position. Shen Nan nodded at Fa Yong, the minister of justice. "Fa Yong, do you have any objections?" Fa Yong, his expression grave, replied, "Your Majesty possesses the authority to appoint any official position outside of the six ministers, including that of Deputy Minister of Justice. Therefore, I have no objections." His response was precise and to the point, reflecting his customary manner of conduct. As long as it did not contravene the laws of the Great Feng. Fa Yong would not offer further comment. With both the Minister of Justice and the head of the cabinet in agreement, others, even if they held some reservations, did not dare to voice their thoughts. Thus, the appointment of Li Si as Deputy Minister of Justice passed without a ripple. Shen Nan's smile grew ever more radiant as he glanced at the Duke of Chu and then slowly stated, "Yesterday, as I reviewed the memorials, I was deeply struck by the ferocity of the savage demonic tribes. For centuries, the borders of the Great Feng have endured relentless trials. Regrettably, we have been unable to drive the barbaric demon tribes beyond our frontiers. Thus, I intend to reorganize the 10 guards of the Red Dragon, restoring the former glory of the Red Dragon Guards." Duke of Chu. The Duke of Chu was taken aback. "I am here." Shen Nan replied calmly, "I command you to deliver the archives of the 10 guards of the Red Dragon to the palace within 2 days. Furthermore, in 10 days, I shall inspect the troops outside the city. I hope the Red Dragon Guards will not disappoint me." Although Li Si, as the right Deputy Minister of War, could access the archives of the Golden Commander's office to investigate the Red Dragon Guards, Shen Nan still wished to see what the Duke of Chu could provide. In due course, he would compare the Duke's records with those sent by Li Si to ascertain the true state of the Red Dragon Guards. As for the inspection, that was a simpler matter. On paper, the Red Dragon Guards boasted an army of 200,000, yet in reality, they numbered at most 150,000, and many of these were likely to be nothing but dandy youths. The elderly, the infirm, and the disabled. Shen Nan intended to strip the Red Dragon Guards of their facade during the inspection, using this as a pretext to begin reforming them. Once he had complete control over the military in the imperial capital, he would truly possess the foundation to counter all threats. However, These words struck the Duke of Chu like a thunderclap, while others may be unaware of the circumstances surrounding the Red Dragon Guards. He certainly was. Given the current state of the Red Dragon Guards, how could an inspection possibly take place, especially with a martial deity of the military present? In former times, one might have glossed over such matters. But who could deceive a martial deity? The Duke of Chu hastily interjected, "Your Majesty's intention to reorganize the Red Dragon Guards is indeed commendable. However, after 800 years of Great Feng's history, the situation of the Red Dragon Guards is exceedingly complex that I cannot swiftly arrange the archives. There are a full 200,000 personnel to consider that a grand inspection would unduly burden the populace and deplete resources. If we were to select only the first guard of the Red Dragon for inspection, it would showcase their prowess while also conserving significant expenditures that I implore your Majesty to deliberate further." Shen Nan, with a calm demeanor, gazed down at the Duke of Chu. "In your estimation, how many days will it take to organize the archives of the Red Dragon Guards? Which unit should be selected for the inspection?" From the Duke's words alone, he could discern that the situation of the Red Dragon Guards was likely worse than he had imagined. The Duke of Chu lowered his head. "At least 10 days will be needed to organize them. And we could select the Tiger Guard for the inspection. The Red Dragon Guards comprise the left and right Tiger Guards, the left and right Imperial Guards, the left and right Attendant Guards, the left and right Martial Guards, and the left and right Vanguard Guards. Each of these 10 divisions consisted of 4 regiments, with approximately 5,000 personnel each. This is the ostensible strength and designations of the Red Dragon Guards. Among them, the Tiger Guard is the most elite, tasked with the defense of the entire Imperial City, followed closely by the Imperial Guards, responsible for the security of the capital. The Attendant Guards primarily ensure the safety of the Emperor during outings, being stationed year-round in the training grounds located over 10 miles from the capital while also safeguarding the Imperial tombs. The Martial Guards and Vanguard Guards have a more intricate role. The Martial Guards are stationed at a fortress 30 miles outside the capital, which houses the granaries for the entire Yong province, effectively being the most substantial reserve of supplies for Great Feng. The Martial and Vanguard Guards are responsible for overseeing these supplies and must not be mobilized lightly. From these responsibilities, one can glean the importance of the Red Dragon Guards, the safety of the Emperor, the capital, and the very foundation of Great Feng rests under their protection. Should the Red Dragon Guards falter, the capital would undoubtedly be in jeopardy. However, with several centuries of peace, the capital has not faced war for an exceedingly long time. The Red Dragon Guards have long since devolved into tools for the military aristocracy to amass wealth, with little regard for the security of the capital. Shen Nan let out a cold laugh. 10 days? If I recall correctly, you have overseen the Red Dragon Guards for 18 years, have you not? After such a lengthy tenure, you still cannot present the archives of the Red Dragon Guards. What preparations do you require? How to fabricate them? As for the inspection of the Tiger Guard, that is an even greater farce. His tone carried an icy edge. The Tiger Guard is responsible for guarding the palace. Do you think I am unaware of their presence? Do I truly need to inspect them to ascertain their condition? Are you attempting to deceive me due to my youth? Or do you think me ignorant of military matters? Boom! Upon hearing these words, the Duke of Chu immediately knelt. I would never dare such a thing. Had it not been for Shen Nan presenting the formidable Tua Ba Bodhisattva, an 11th realm martial deity, and Li Si, a 10th realm legalist, the Duke of Chu might not have been so intimidated. Yet, Shen Nan had indeed brought them forth, adopting an air of righteous indignation. How could the Duke of Chu dare to be obstinate in the court? The only course of action left was to submit and navigate this matter until he could confer with others outside the palace for a strategy. After all, a martial deity of the 11th realm is not invincible. However, Shen Nan would not allow him to escape so easily. Not to mention that the system's task required instilling fear in a major faction. Simply put, with the formidable lineup of Tua Ba Bodhisattva, the 11th realm martial deity, Li Si, the 10th realm legalist, and Zhang Qiao, the 10th realm Taoist, Shen Nan had ample confidence to confront the Duke of Chu. I ascended to the throne without much power. But now that I possess strength, should I still cower? He observed the Duke of Chu with a cold gaze. Dare you? What a fine display of courage. Where is the Minister of War? Minister of War Li Su stepped forward. I am here, Shen Nan stated nonchalantly. If I command you to present the military archives of the realm within 2 days, can you do so? Minister Li Su hesitated. He belonged to the Confucian faction, being both a Confucian and a military man. However, regardless of which side he was on, he did not share the same interests as the military aristocracy of the Duke of Chu. Yet, With the emperor suddenly confronting the Duke of Chu, adopting a stance of inquiry and punishment, Li Su found himself wavering. His fear was not that the emperor would suppress the Duke of Chu or seize control of the military power of the Red Dragon Guards, but rather that the emperor intended to commence a reform of the army. The complexities within the Great Ming army, rife with corruption among Confucian officials and military officers collecting pay for non-existent service, would inevitably impact everyone should a sweeping reform take place. However, before Li Su could deliberate further, he felt two piercing gazes upon him, those of the emperor and Tuo Bodhisattva. The weight of those stares was enough to make Li Su, the minister of war, tremble. He sighed inwardly. In 2 days, I shall certainly provide them. Upon hearing this, Zhang Su discreetly shook his head, knowing that the Duke of Chu's facade was about to be entirely stripped away. The emperor had chosen this moment with uncanny precision, coinciding with the day of national mourning, when the new ruler's authority was at its zenith, and with the presence of Tuo Bodhisattva and Li Si to intimidate the court, leaving few willing to advocate for the Duke of Chu. Indeed, upon hearing Li Su's words, Shen Nan let out a cold laugh. Duke of Chu, do you hear me clearly? The Ministry of War oversees millions of troops across the realm. A task of great complexity, and they can present their archives within 2 days. You merely command a paltry 200,000 troops. How can you possibly require 10 days? If you are not deceiving me due to my youth, nor are you underestimating my military knowledge, then there is only one conclusion to draw. His tone grew increasingly frigid. You, Duke of Chu, have been derelict in your duties. The late emperor entrusted the Red Dragon Guards to your care. Yet you cannot even produce their detailed records. How can I entrust the safety of the capital to your hands? From this day forth, you shall no longer partake in any matters concerning the Red Dragon Guards. The Duke of Chu, incredulous, raised his head. Your Majesty? He never anticipated that his failure to swiftly produce the archives of the Red Dragon Guards would lead to the seizure of his authority over them. Such an action seemed excessively tyrannical. Shen Nan paid no heed to the Duke of Chu, instead turning to Fa Ying. If I were to appoint Tuo Bodhisattva to oversee the Red Dragon Guards, would this contravene the laws and ancestral decrees of Great Feng? Fa Ying replied without hesitation, it would not. The Red Dragon Guards are indeed your Majesty's private troops, though he harbored some doubt regarding the emperor's sudden shift. He maintained a facade of adherence to protocol. Shen Nan nodded. Zhang Hu, suppressing the unease within him, proclaimed loudly, by the emperor's decree, from today onward, Tuo Bodhisattva shall command the Red Dragon Guards, and the military pay for the Red Dragon Guards shall henceforth be distributed by the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office. The Martial Virtue Office has no authority to interfere with military pay. This matter was agreed upon yesterday and marks the definitive severance of the lineage of the Duke of Chu. The Bureau of Martial Virtue will undoubtedly experience a significant reduction in power without the annual allocation of tens of millions of taels in silver. As for why Shen Nan does not directly appoint Tuo Bodhisattva as the head of the Bureau of Martial Virtue, it is because this office has become thoroughly corrupt both inside and out. Shen Nan intends to establish a new office in the future rather than allowing a military deity like Tuo Bodhisattva to reform the Bureau of Martial Virtue. Tuo Bodhisattva's role is simply to maintain order and prepare for future military endeavors. The Duke of Chu exclaimed in alarm, Your Majesty, how can the military funds for the Red Dragon 10 Guards be handled by the Imperial Horse Supervisor? If Shen Nan were to usurp his authority over the Red Dragon 10 Guards, the Duke of Chu might find it hard to believe. However, this command from Shen Nan has driven the Duke of Chu nearly to madness. The annual military funds for the Red Dragon 10 Guards amount to 14 million taels of silver. This money is fundamental for the military aristocracy to maintain their wealth and status, not to mention that previous debts have yet to be settled. Should these debts be exposed by your Majesty, what fate awaits those who have thrived on the blood of soldiers? The corpse of the eunuch from the Imperial Horse Supervisor has yet to be interred. Wu Yong, the head of the Bureau of Martial Virtue, wore a look of shock. Your Majesty, dozens of military aristocrats and officials from the Bureau of Martial Virtue stood together. Your Majesty, when the Duke of Chu was dismissed, none of his faction stepped forward. It was because Shen Nan's timing was impeccable and his demeanor overwhelmingly assertive. Moreover, the Duke of Chu had indeed committed wrongdoings, with all evidence stacked against him. Naturally, the military aristocrats of the Duke's faction could not defend him. However, when Shen Nan targeted the financial resources of the Bureau of Martial Virtue, it compelled them to act. This matter pertains to their very lives. Shen Nan, with an icy gaze, looked down upon the assembled military aristocrats. The Bureau of Martial Virtue and the Red Dragon 10 Guards are both under my authority, and the Imperial Horse Supervisor is likewise within my grasp. Since the two are similar, why can the military funds for the Red Dragon 10 Guards not be processed through the Imperial Horse Supervisor? Do you truly believe the Bureau of Martial Virtue belongs to you and not to me? His words were blunt and devoid of any pretense of goodwill towards the Bureau of Martial Virtue. This move was not only to fulfill the system's task, but also to instill fear in a formidable faction, while simultaneously crafting Shen Nan's own persona. The situation in Da Feng is exceedingly complex. Mere benevolence and intimidation cannot swiftly rectify it. Only by adopting a domineering approach can imperial authority be swiftly reinstated, and Shen Nan possesses the strength to pursue such a path. To Oba Bodhisattva, Zhang Jiao and Li Si serve as his foundation. Wu Yong hastily replied, I dare not. The surrounding military aristocrats echoed, we dare not. Shen Nan's speech was too forthright and tyrannical, leaving them no opportunity to retaliate. Especially since the Bureau of Martial Virtue and the Red Dragon 10 Guards are exclusively under the Emperor's jurisdiction. Just days prior, Shen Nan had firmly established the righteousness of the Red Dragon 10 Guards in front of officials of the third rank and above in Da Feng. How could they dare to counter him? Wu Yong, the head of the Bureau of Martial Virtue, took a breath and said, however, the Red Dragon 10 Guards have always received their military funds from the Bureau of Martial Virtue. If we suddenly switch to the Imperial Horse Supervisor, I fear there may be dissent within the ranks. Indeed, Your Majesty should consider this carefully. The Red Dragon 10 Guards have always been unruly. How can they submit to the eunuchs of the Imperial Horse Supervisor, Your Majesty? After Wu Yong spoke, the military aristocrats repeatedly agreed. Zhang Su, Fa Ying, Li Su, and others silently observed the display put on by the military aristocrats. They understood today's events clearly. The Emperor desires power. He aims to fully reclaim control over the Red Dragon 10 Guards. There was no reason for them to oppose this, nor could they. Shen Nan listened quietly to their discourse. To Oba Bodhisattva also regarded them with calm eyes. Gradually, the voices in the grand hall quieted. The dozens of military aristocrats cautiously glanced towards the Emperor. After a long pause, Shen Nan finally spoke. You all claim there is dissent within the military. Who is not obedient? I have not stated that the Imperial Horse Supervisor will oversee the Red Dragon 10 Guards. I am merely addressing the issue of military fund distribution, and yet you create such an uproar. It is indeed laughable. The Red Dragon 10 Guards are the most loyal troops to me. Yet when I seek to examine the records, you say it will take 10 days. When I wish to inspect the troops, you claim it will burden the populace. When I aim to adjust military funds, you assert there are dissenters in the ranks. I ask you, to whom does the Bureau of Martial Virtue truly belong? Instantly, the already quiet atmosphere in the grand hall grew even more silent. All present, civil and military officials alike, were solemn expressions. The military aristocrats were rendered speechless. Fully aware that the Emperor was resolute in his intention to reform the Red Dragon 10 Guards, he sought power and control over the very lifeblood of the Red Dragon 10 Guards. Any resistance on their part would be futile. 15 days. In 15 days, I will review the troops outside the city. Then, I shall see for myself what the Red Dragon 10 Guards are truly capable of. Dismiss the court. After delivering this command, Shen Nan rose and walked towards the side hall. Zhang Hu and Lu Zhong exchanged glances and then declared in unison, Dismiss the court. Dismiss the court. The announcement echoed outward. Zhang Su, Li Su, Yang Ku, and others exchanged respectful glances and said, We respectfully bid farewell to your majesty. Fa Ying also earnestly added, We respectfully bid farewell to your majesty. The Duke of Chu gazed vacantly at Shen Nan's departing figure. Realizing that he would likely no longer hold sway over the Red Dragon 10 Guards, he might even find his position as the leader of the military aristocracy precarious, without the Red Dragon 10 Guards. What is the Duke of Chu worth, let alone any cooperation with Empress Dowager Chun? The dozen or so military aristocrats also bowed respectfully. Yet, upon exiting the grand hall, they quickly surrounded the Duke of Chu. Duke, what shall we do about this? The military funds for the Red Dragon 10 Guards absolutely cannot be handled by the Imperial Horse Supervisor. It is one thing for Oba Bodhisattva to command the Red Dragon 10 Guards. But the military funds must not be touched. The Duke of Chu surveyed the familiar faces around him and sighed heavily. How could I not know? But at this point, what can be done? Who could have foreseen that a military deity of the 11th realm would appear beside the Emperor today? Who could have predicted that the emperor would suddenly take action, regardless of righteousness or law? All of it is on the emperor's side. Unlike the Confucians, legalists, and Taoists, the forces represented by the Duke of Chu, the military aristocracy, and the Bureau of Martial Virtue seem immensely powerful. Yet, in essence, they merely usurp the emperor's authority. If Shen Nan truly intends to reclaim it, no one could possibly oppose him. The legalists and Confucians would never support the Duke of Chu, even the military aristocracy of Yuzhou and Liangzhou, including the King of Baby and the Confucian generals, would not back them. After all, these military figures are not the same as the idle aristocrats. They possess elite forces and significant achievements, standing in stark contrast to the Duke of Chu. The emperor's display of dominance and desire for military power today will only invigorate these people. The military values prowess. It has been far too long since Da Feng has had an emperor who esteemed military matters. The military men of Yuzhou and Liangzhou have long yearned to achieve merit and be granted titles. Yet we cannot simply resign ourselves to inaction. If those accounts are revealed, few among us will enjoy a prosperous life. Although this young emperor may be inexperienced, he is far from merciful. Indeed, the situation with the imperial horse supervisor has just unfolded. Duke, you must say something. Even if the emperor has stripped you of your authority over the Red Dragon 10 guards, the military aristocracy in the capital still regards you as their leader. Surely, we need a countermeasure. These individuals may not genuinely support the Duke of Chu. They simply recognize that, at this juncture, he is the only one capable of managing the Red Dragon 10 guards. Only he possesses the qualifications and reputation. The Duke of Chu has commanded the Red Dragon 10 guards for 18 years, and his lineage has stood firm in Da Feng for 8 centuries. Such a foundation should not be underestimated. The Duke of Chu surveyed his surroundings, gradually calming his thoughts, and grit his teeth as he said, "If the emperor wishes to review the troops, then let him see them. I cannot believe that a mere warrior god at the 11th realm could entirely control the Red Dragon Guard. Furthermore, what His Majesty desires is not military pay, but military authority. We may concede the command of the 10 Red Dragon Guards to him, but we shall not do so without due compensation. This is where it must end." The Duke of Chu could not have anticipated that Shen Nan was genuinely intent on reorganizing the Red Dragon Guard, and even planned to reduce its numbers and rectify corruption. The issue of ghost soldiers is one that all military leaders of the Great Feng partake in, and it encompasses a vast network of interests. For instance, the military pay of the Red Dragon Guard only amounts to 30% for these individuals, while the remaining 70% is divided, with the Ministry of Revenue taking 10%, and the remaining 60% being funneled directly to the leaders of the Red Dragon Guard. When these leaders distribute the pay, they inevitably also take a cut of about 10%. Ultimately, only 50% constitutes the actual military pay. Under such circumstances, how could the Duke of Chu fathom that Shen Nan would dare to tamper with military compensation? In his eyes, Shen Nan was merely planning to use the issue of military pay to coerce them into relinquishing power. Zhang Su, Li Su, and others shared this sentiment as well. Otherwise, they would not have remained indifferent moments ago. Wu Yong glanced at the Duke of Chu and quietly inquired, "What does the Duke intend to do?" The Duke of Chu narrowed his eyes. "Naturally, we must put on a grand performance for His Majesty. When the Red Dragon Guard holds its military parade, we shall rally the troops. I am eager to see how His Majesty will conclude the matter." The Duke of Chu no longer wished to retain complete control over the 10 Red Dragon Guards. Yet he still sought to secure some degree of authority. Wu Yong was taken aback. Rally the troops? Isn't that a bit excessive? The 10 Red Dragon Guards appear to boast 200,000 troops on the surface, but in reality, they number just over 100,000. Though their numbers are few, the majority are genuinely elite troops, despite many of these elites having little battlefield experience, with a considerable number being mere frivolous scions and household retainers of martial generals. Their strength remains formidable. Should they rally, it could lead to genuine chaos. Excessive. The Duke of Chu scoffed. "Do you believe His Majesty's actions today are merely for show? He seeks military authority. What does that entail? Is it merely the superficial semblance of power? No. He desires our complete submission, for us to relinquish control of the 10 Red Dragon Guards to him. That is what His Majesty truly seeks. Rallying the troops is a means to demonstrate our control over the Red Dragon Guard and to negotiate with His Majesty. If His Majesty wishes to rely on us, he must show some sincerity." Wu Yong pondered. Is the Duke suggesting? The Duke of Chu's thoughts grew increasingly clear, and he regained his former composure. Throughout history, reorganizing an army has never been a straightforward endeavor. Commanding military power is never as simple as it appears. At the very least, one must possess competent commanders and sufficient elite officers to maintain order. But what does His Majesty possess? An 11th realm warrior god is indeed intimidating. Those heavily armored soldiers were seasoned veterans. Yet what can His Majesty muster? Can he truly summon several warrior celestial beings? Or perhaps thousands of seasoned soldiers? If His Majesty cannot produce such forces, he will still need to depend on us. In the end, today's display is merely a show of intimidation, meant to instill fear and convey that the dynamics have shifted. Upon reaching this point, the Duke of Chu glanced toward the Hall of Glory. Our emperor is truly a born sovereign. This sudden display of tyranny has genuinely thrown me off balance. I have served under 2 emperors and have never encountered a ruler as formidable as Shen Nan. The most astonishing fact is that Shen Nan is merely 14 years old. Moreover, the forces he secretly commands are indeed rather outrageous. A warrior god at the 11th realm can produce such power seemingly at will, and yet no one knows their origins. Were it not for the appearances of Tuoba Bodhisattva and Li Si, how might the Duke of Chu find himself in such a predicament today? Wu Yong comprehended the Duke of Chu's meaning completely. He exhaled slowly. Not only the Duke, but I too am quite taken aback today. Initially believing His Majesty would stop at nothing to seize control of the 10 Red Dragon Guards, the surrounding military leaders and nobles nodded in agreement, still haunted by the imposing presence His Majesty had just displayed, which truly belied his age. With such authority, who would dare claim His Majesty is merely 14? Even the height of Emperor Ming Chong's prestige could scarcely compare. The Duke of Chu shook his head. We must not grow overly complacent. You must contact the leaders of the Red Dragon Guard and ensure they respectfully serve that warrior god. Whatever demands he makes, fulfill them. We shall discuss everything during the military parade at that time. We will have the right to negotiate conditions. Furthermore, he pondered for a moment and added, the accounts of the Bureau of Martial Virtue must be reconciled as much as possible. Those that cannot be reconciled must still appear presentable. Let us not forget that His Majesty has appointed Li Si as the Deputy Minister of Justice today. The legalists wield the law and possess the violent apparatus of the Golden Guard. If the Duke and his associates fail to arrange matters properly, even if they can persuade His Majesty to relent after the parade, they will be ill-equipped to negotiate many conditions. Only by patching up their vulnerabilities can they engage in more favorable discussions. Understood. Wu Yong and the others solemnly acknowledged. In the side hall, Shen Nan's countenance was as serene as water, showing no trace of the previous fury. Have you all grasped the essence of today's court session? The ministers of the Great Feng indeed harbor their own agendas. His display of dominance today serves not only to establish his reputation but also to gauge the court's reactions. Shen Nan had initially expected the Prime Minister Zhang Su and the Minister of War Li Su to speak up. However, they remained utterly silent, revealing a complete disregard for the Great Feng's state affairs. Focusing solely on their own interests, as long as their own benefits were not jeopardized, they remained indifferent, a behavior that, of course, stemmed from the overwhelming power Shen Nan wielded today. The presence of Tuoba Bodhisattva and Li Si was undeniably daunting. Yet, this does not obscure the fact that the Great Feng operates on a basis of disparate governance. Li Si nodded. It seems that Zhang Su and the others still believe His Majesty merely wishes to seize power and have not grasped that he genuinely intends to reorganize the military. They likely perceive no threat in His Majesty's intention to cut down troop numbers, and thus they remain passive in the face of his suppression of military leaders and nobles. The interests of the Bureau of Martial Virtue and the 10 Red Dragon Guards are negligible to the Confucianists. Even if His Majesty commands the 10 Red Dragon Guards, what of it? Could he possibly wield military power to annihilate the Confucians? The Confucians have always relied not on armies, but on their esteemed scholars and the vast network of Confucian officials and students across the realm. These form their foundational support, as long as Shen Nan does not encroach upon this. Even if he possesses some military authority, it poses no significant threat. Moreover, the downfall of the military leaders and nobles would be advantageous to them. Shen Nan's gaze deepened. The situation of the 10 Red Dragon Guards must be swiftly investigated, and the affairs of the Imperial Horse Monitor need to be expedited. Han Shenxian. Inform Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu that they must complete the handover of all matters pertaining to the Imperial Horse Monitor within 3 days. I require a truly elite force that belongs to me within 15 days. The Duke of Chu's subsequent plans remained unknown to Shen Nan. However, he understood that he must establish a genuine strong army within the next 15 days. This would naturally involve leveraging the system's rewards of 100,000 restoration points, but he would also need the financial resources of the Imperial Horse Monitor to ensure future expansion and training. Yet, fulfilling the system's tasks still required a bit more effort. Although the Duke of Chu and others would indeed harbor some trepidation towards Shen Nan today, such fear was still insufficient. Their apprehension was inadequate, indicating that the Duke of Chu and his associates had yet to truly experience Shen Nan's might. Shen Nan naturally intended to escalate the pressure. Tuoba Bodhisattva, today I shall grant you an additional 200 Mingwang heavy armored soldiers. You are to take over the Hu Ben guard responsible for guarding the palace. Should anyone show defiance, eliminate them. The palace's clean troops and eunuchs have already become compliant. The Red Dragon guards within the imperial city will also be brought under his command. Especially with the sudden emergence of those 200 Mingwang heavy armored soldiers, the Duke of Chu and his associates would undoubtedly find it difficult to sleep. Tuoba Bodhisattva nodded, understood. With his strength as a warrior god at the 11th realm, even if there were experts among the Red Dragon guards, they would not stand a chance against him. Moreover, following the court meeting today, it was likely that the leaders of the Red Dragon guards would also recognize the shift in the situation. As long as there was no immediate discussion of troop reductions or reorganizations, sending personnel to take over the Red Dragon guards would pose no issue. This was merely the way of conducting affairs in a world of celestial warriors, where simplicity often suffices when one possesses sufficient strength to command all. After Shen Nan issued his orders, he turned his gaze towards Li Si. For the time being, there is no need for any significant actions at the Ministry of Justice. The urgent matter at hand is to ascertain the intelligence regarding the Red Dragon 10 guards. Once the military parade is conducted in 15 days, I shall fully consolidate the Red Dragon guards. And only then will you prepare to take action against the chief of the Imperial Guards and the legalists. We must address matters one step at a time. Shen Nan had not yet conceived of simultaneously striking against both the legalists and the military nobles. Li Si was well aware of this. Understood. Nodding, Shen Nan directed his attention to the system shop. Unlike the previous day, the shop now boasted 2 additional items alongside the Mingwang heavy armored soldiers. One was the 4th grade minor master pill, available for 1,000 points, which could elevate an ordinary person to the rank of a 4th grade minor master with remarkable speed. The other was the martial arts inheritance of Yi Guchen's celestial flight, priced at 3,000 points, enabling a proficient practitioner to instantly master this technique. Given Yi Guchen's prowess within the realm of martial arts, celestial flight was at least a 2nd grade Grand Master level secret art. 3,000 points was certainly a modest cost. Unfortunately, Shen Nan had no immediate need for it. System, exchange for 200 Mingwang heavy armored soldiers and summon them to my side. The cost for 200 Mingwang heavy armored soldiers amounted to exactly 4,000 restoration points. Shen Nan's 5,000 restoration points earned from completing a task the previous day were now entirely depleted. However, the enhancement in strength was undeniably significant. He himself had ascended to the 4th grade minor master level, while the number of Mingwang heavy armored soldiers under his command had increased to 300. Once the exchange concluded, Shen Nan glanced at Zhang Jiao and Tuoba Bodhisattva, inquiring, "Is there any surprise from this summoning?" Shen Yu was responsible for guarding the imperial palace, and the 200 summoned Mingwang heavy armored soldiers were stationed near the side hall. After a brief moment of sensing, Zhang Jiao raised an eyebrow. There is indeed a surprise this time. A 3rd grade martial general. Along with the previously summoned ones, there are now 2 3rd grade generals. 1 7th grade warrior, 13 8th grade warriors, and 1 7th grade Great Snow Dragon Rider under His Majesty's command. Tuoba Bodhisattva completed his sensing at that moment, nodding after exchanging glances with Zhang Jiao. This general not only possesses 3rd grade prowess but also emanates a rare aura of malevolence. Li Si also sensed something. However, Han Shinchuan's perception was not as refined as theirs, and he merely remarked, "Congratulations, Your Majesty." Shen Nan chuckled softly. "Let us proceed to meet our 3rd grade general." He found himself increasingly eager to see what the warriors he could summon for 100,000 restoration points would be like. It would be best to instill fear into the Chu family today. At that point, he could directly exchange 100,000 restoration points for 2,500 Mingwang heavy armored soldiers, thereby truly gaining control over the Tiger Bin army. The Tiger Bin army, tasked with guarding the imperial city, had no excess rations, with an official count of around 15,000 soldiers. With just Tuoba Bodhisattva and 300 Mingwang heavy armored soldiers, he could only achieve a preliminary grasp of power. However, if he were to acquire an additional 2,500 Mingwang heavy armored soldiers, the situation would be drastically different, especially since these 2,500 soldiers were bound to bring unexpected surprises, such as the presence of a 3rd grade general outside the side hall. Shen, having mastered the third-grade indestructible diamond technique, was in the process of assembling the 200 newly summoned Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers. Such an action could not escape the watchful eyes of the eunuchs Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu. Under their perception, 200 soldiers with an impressive malevolent aura suddenly manifested around the side hall. Upon their emergence, they witnessed the unfolding scene. Zhang Hu's initially cold expression turned to one of horror. How did these soldiers appear? Even at the first-grade earthly immortal level, I failed to detect their arrival. Lu Zhang also wore a face of astonishment. However, upon Shen Nan's appearance, both men quickly reined in their emotions. Your Majesty. Shen Nan cast a sidelong glance at them, speaking with a calm demeanor. You may proceed with your tasks for now. Within 3 days, I expect the complete handover of all affairs at the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office. I require the funds from the office to train my troops. This statement had originally been intended for Han Xingxian to convey. Since Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu had not yet departed, Shen Nan directly issued the command. As for whether Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu might speculate about the sudden appearance of the 200 Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers, Shen Nan was utterly unconcerned. In fact, he might have deliberately summoned them for that very reason. If Shen Nan wished to summon discreetly, he could easily do so, but why would he choose to act otherwise? Whether in the celestial martial dynasty or a feudal kingdom, the emperor need not conceal his strength. Only the power that is visible is truly potent. The notion of hiding one's capabilities and striking with thunderous force at a critical moment was not in Shen Nan's nature. Such an approach was overly complicated. He preferred to lay bare his might for all to see, compelling those with ill intentions to retreat before they could act, just as he had done today by swiftly deploying to Oba Bodhisattva and Li Si. What Shen Nan sought was to instill awe in the world through a display of grandeur. Both Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu bowed respectfully, understood. In their hearts, they grew increasingly in awe of Shen Nan, realizing that he must possess an immense force behind him, capable of effortlessly producing an 11th-grade martial god and a 10th-grade celestial being. Were it not for their inability to escape the clutches of the Buddhist sect and the compassionate living church, they would have knelt in loyalty today, for the foundation and strength exhibited by His Majesty was utterly terrifying. At this moment, both men felt unable to kneel and pledge their loyalty immediately, not daring to entertain any insubordinate thoughts. This was the terrifying effect of imperial power when backed by strength. In a feudal dynasty, an emperor's might lies in his prestige and military. In the celestial martial world, an emperor's strength is derived from the experts and armies under his command. After Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu departed, Shen Nan turned his attention to the 300 Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers. Although there were only 300, their aura was no less formidable than that of 1,000 or 10,000 soldiers, each standing like a statue, their surroundings imbued with an atmosphere of martial ferocity akin to smoke rising from a battlefield. Notably, a towering warrior standing beside Shen Nan radiated an overwhelming aura of malevolence. The 4th-grade Qi training could be considered a minor master, while the 3rd-grade Qi mastery represented a true master. Although this level might seem inconspicuous against the backdrop of 11th-grade martial gods and 10th-grade celestial beings, within the Great Feng, they were indeed the backbone of the force. Just how many 3rd-grade Qi masters could be found among the 200,000 border troops of Yuzhou? Such a level of martial master would typically command 10,000 men. After all, a 2nd-grade refining god is already a grand master, and a 1st grade is a true earthly immortal. Shen Nan regarded the imposing warrior. What is your name? With a creaking sound of interlocking armor, the robust warrior knelt on one knee and solemnly replied, I am Shen San, at your service. Shen San? Shen Nan chuckled. It seems we are both of the Shun lineage. He then turned to Shun Yu. From this day forth, you shall be known as Shun Yi. Henceforth, you will lead the Black Dragon Xian Bird Guards. With Shen San as your deputy, the name Shen Yu shared a resemblance with the Northern Protector, Shen Yu, which had caused Shen Nan to pause momentarily upon first hearing it. Now, he intended to establish a military force loyal to him, centered around the Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers, thus it was only fitting to rename Shen Yu. Otherwise, when future generations hear the name Shen Yu, they would merely recall the Northern Protector rather than the Black Dragon Xian Bird Guards. Shen Yu. No, Shun Yi, bowed respectfully. I shall obey your command. Shen Nan then addressed to Oba Bodhisattva. Once you take command of the Tiger Ben Guards today, you must assess suitable candidates. In 10 days, I shall commence the reduction of troops starting from the Tiger Ben Guards, with the elite integrating into the Black Dragon Xian Bird Guards, while the remainder will either return to their original posts or be dismissed entirely. Do you have the confidence to accomplish this? Although he had previously completed the task of assembling a 10,000-strong army due to the influence of the Jing army, that force hardly qualified as an actual military. At best, it was merely a garrison patrolling the palace. The Black Dragon Shen Bird Guard, which Shen Nan is currently establishing, is destined to be the force that will suppress the martial nobles of the Chu state and wage war against the Lingsheng sect. He must ensure that this army possesses sufficient combat prowess, which necessitates the training of the Northern Mang war god, Tuoba Bodhisattva, to transform the Hu Bin Guard into the formidable Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers. As for why the timeline is set for 10 days hence, it is because, following the military parade on the 15th, the Duke of Chu and others will undoubtedly react. Before that, Shen Nan must possess enough strength to subdue them. This aligns with what he stated after the court assembly. To forge a true army within 15 days, he is relying on the system's reward of 100,000 restoration points in the reorganization of the imperial city Hu Bin army by Tuoba Bodhisattva. Tuoba Bodhisattva did not respond immediately but instead scrutinized the Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers intently. After observing their armor and the vigor emanating from them, he solemnly remarked, "If I am to take full command of the Hu Bin Guard, I will require more of these heavy armored soldiers, as well as a significant amount of wealth and armor, particularly the armor and shields." He could discern that the might of the Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers lay not solely in their robust vitality and physical strength, but was also deeply rooted in their distinctive heavy armor and standardized blades and shields. This is the essence of the Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers. Shen Nan also took a moment to assess the situation. He turned to Shen Yi and inquired, "Do the Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers possess unique martial arts of their own?" This was something he had not previously noticed, as Li Si, Zhang Jiao, and Han Xingxian were not particularly adept at military training. Shen Yi replied in a serious tone, "We, the subordinates, all cultivate the Ming Wang force and the iron bone energy. The Ming Wang force is a method of bone forging, while the iron bone energy is a method of cultivating martial vigor. The combination of both creates the Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers. In battle, we primarily utilize blades and shields, akin to towering mountains, capable of withstanding enemy assaults while also pushing forward. Ming Wang force, iron bone energy." Upon hearing this, Shen Nan finally grasped the core of the Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers. He pondered briefly, "Regarding armor and shields, I shall visit the Tiangong Institute tomorrow. With the Taoist Earth Sect's expertise, they should be able to replicate them. However, the Ming Wang force and iron bone energy must be cultivated by you on your own. All I can provide is ample nourishment. The requirements for forming an army are myriad. Armor and shields must be managed by the Tiangong Institute, and sufficient meat is needed for nourishment in the future. It may also be necessary to communicate with the Taoist Qinghe Palace, which specializes in alchemy, to supply adequate elixirs to assist the cultivation of the Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers." Tuoba Bodhisattva narrowed his eyes slightly. "After today's matters conclude, you shall present the techniques to me, and I will see if I can enhance them. Additionally, you may cultivate the Northern Mang evil qi to strengthen your bodies. The title of Northern Mang war god is not given lightly." Tuoba Bodhisattva excels not only in combat but has also trained hundreds of thousands of troops in Northern Mang. However, Shen Nan need not delve too deeply into these matters. His task is merely to await Tuoba Bodhisattva's development of a sufficiently powerful army. "You shall take charge of these affairs. If there are any needs, Han Xingxian will assist you." Tuoba Bodhisattva nodded solemnly, "Understood." Soon, Tuoba Bodhisattva departed with 200 Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers to take command of the Hu Bin Guard. Meanwhile, Shen Nan, accompanied by Han Xingxian and Li Si, proceeded towards the inner palace. He still needed to complete his training for the day to fulfill the system's attendance requirements. Moreover, having just achieved the rank of a 4th-tier minor master, Shen Nan needed to consolidate his realm. With Tuoba Bodhisattva's formidable presence as an 11th-tier martial deity, the process of taking over the Hu Bin Guard unfolded with alarming ease. The Hu Bin Guard's commander, Zhang Liangyu, upon learning that Tuoba Bodhisattva was acting on the emperor's orders, promptly handed over the roster without hesitation and meticulously detailed the personnel arrangements of the Hu Bin Guard. This was not due to Zhang Liangyu's loyalty to Shen Nan, but rather because the events of the court assembly had already spread as the military guarding the palace. They were naturally the first to recognize Tuoba Bodhisattva's identity. Just his status as the commander of the Qilong 10 guards was enough to intimidate them, not to mention the overwhelming power of an 11th-tier martial deity. Yet, while Tuoba Bodhisattva could take command, gaining complete control over the Hu Bin Guard was not a simple task. Even appointing Shen Yi and Shun San to important positions within the Hu Bin Guard would not suffice, simply due to the lack of personnel. However, the Duke of Chu did not perceive this shortage. His expression was one of astonishment. 300 heavy armored soldiers. at the Duke of Chu's residence. Upon his return, and as he prepared to summon the commanders of the Qi Long Tin Guards to discuss strategies, he was informed that Toba Bodhisattva was leading 300 Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers to take over the Hu Bin Guard. The successful takeover was not surprising, but the emergence of 300 heavy armored soldiers was rather peculiar. The Duke of Chu furrowed his brow. Where did the emperor acquire these 300 heavy armored soldiers? Are they truly the valiant warriors I have seen before? He had felt puzzled upon encountering 100 Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers that morning, wondering how such troops had entered the palace. Yet, due to the sudden developments involving Toba Bodhisattva and Shen Nan, he had no time to contemplate it further. Now, with an additional 200 Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers, it was impossible not to speculate. The Hu Bin Guard's officer spoke solemnly. Without exception, they are all seasoned warriors from the battlefield. Among them, there are even 2 third-tier generals who are currently tasked with guarding the Guanghua Gate and Huafeng Gate. 2 critical positions. The Guanghua Gate is the essential entrance for officials to a Tin Court. The strategic importance of this location needs no elaboration. The Huafeng Gate is the necessary passage from the imperial city to the inner palace. It was through the Huafeng Gate that Shen Nan had exited to meet with the ministers in the Ronga Hall. Controlling these 2 gates would grant Shen Nan authority over the comings and goings of the palace in the inner sanctum. However, the Duke of Chu was not concerned with this aspect. With the presence of Zhang Jiao, an 11th-tier Taoist celestial at the emperor's side, and Toba Bodhisattva, also an 11th-tier martial deity. How many individuals in the imperial capital could possibly impede the emperor? Only a certain Fa Yang, a prominent 11th-tier legalist sage, might have the qualifications to do so. Other factions may possess 11th-tier experts, but at least none were publicly known within the imperial capital. What he truly worried about was the sudden emergence of these 300 heavy armored soldiers. If 300 could appear out of nowhere, then hundreds or even thousands could follow suit. Investigate. Have your men make contact with these soldiers and determine their origins. I refuse to believe there are troops in Da Feng that I have not encountered. Understood. The officer of the Hu Bin Guard departed. Yet the Duke of Chu remained visibly anxious, while Wu Yang, the director of the Martial Virtue Department, wore a frown. They did not fear the emergence of an 11th-tier martial deity at the emperor's side. After all, they had managed the Qi Long Tin Guards for decades. However, if this martial deity also commanded an exceptionally strong army, then their grip on military power would be precarious before the emperor. An 11th-tier martial deity leading 1,000 elite soldiers could easily overpower tens of thousands, especially if those elite soldiers were the formidable Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers they had seen before. What else was the emperor concealing? The Duke of Chu felt a twinge of apprehension. He even entertained thoughts of halting his plans and submitting to the emperor. After all, given his status and identity, should he choose to directly ally with the emperor, even if he could not gain the emperor's trust, he could at least retreat unscathed. Yet, the wealth and power he had amassed over the years made it difficult for the Duke of Chu to let go. Wu Yang felt similarly. In the afternoon, Shen Nan slowly opened his eyes, his aura having stabilized completely. The unique energy of a 4th-tier minor master permeated the entire palace, and he was enveloped in a thin layer of golden martial aura, the true dragon aura. The martial arts passed down by the Emperor of Da Feng bear some resemblance to martial techniques, albeit infused with the principles of national fortune. When the martial aura first takes form, it manifests as a true dragon, while the full culmination reveals 9 dragons in the world. Its overwhelming ferocity is among the greatest in the realm. With the 9-dragon aura, a 3rd-tier master can confront a 2nd-tier refining master head-on. However, Shen Nan places greater importance on longevity. Attaining the 1st rank of earthly immortality grants one an additional 300 years of life, while reaching the realm of the 10th celestial being extends life by 500 years. Should he achieve the status of a celestial being, Shen Nan could live for an impressive 600 years, not to mention the even loftier 11th and 12th realms, where he could ensure the eternal prosperity of the Great Feng Dynasty. Attaining a state of true immortality himself, this is one of the advantages of the Xianwu world. In this realm, if emperors pursue longevity, it is indeed attainable. However, the quest for eternal life inevitably exposes them to numerous perils. Many desire to see an emperor's reign cut short, for who would wish to be under the oppressive rule of a sovereign who has reigned for centuries? The sheer authority and might of such a ruler could instill despair in all, and those with even a hint of ambition would not allow it. Shen Nan suddenly glanced at the system interface. Just as he had solidified his realm, a task that would inspire dread in a major faction had been completed. The task of instilling fear in any major faction has been accomplished. As a king seeking to restore his nation, you have acquired the necessary resources to evoke fear, an authentic elite force. Next, you must swiftly make known your strength to the world and annihilate a major faction. Task: Annihilate any major faction. Criteria for a major faction. Among the top 20 forces in the world. Reward. Guaranteed gift package for the 12th realm and above. 30,000 points for national restoration. Available rewards. Guaranteed package for the 10th realm. Points for national restoration. 100,000. Clearly. After the events in the court and the consolidation of the Tiger Bin Guard by Tua Ba Bodhisattva and his 300 armored warriors, the Chu Duke's lineage has begun to harbor a sense of dread towards Shen Nan. This apprehension largely stems from Shen Nan's actions and the enigmatic depth he has displayed, whether it be Tua Ba Bodhisattva, Li Si, or the 300 armored warriors. The Chu Duke's faction cannot fathom where Shen Nan sourced such formidable individuals, and it is precisely this mystery that fuels their fear, especially after Shen Nan's domineering rhetoric in the court. Filled with confidence and authority, their trepidation has only intensified. This is precisely the effect Shen Nan desires. The unknown breeds fear. Shen Nan smiled, declaring that from this day forward, their fear would transform from the unknown into genuine terror. A guaranteed package of the 10th realm and 100,000 points for national restoration is more than sufficient to instill true fear in the Chu Duke. This power is not merely constructed through words and summoned figures, but is rooted in tangible strength. Open the package, he commanded. Exchange for 2,500 armored warriors, Shen Nan stated without hesitation, for the forthcoming task of obliterating a faction would undoubtedly involve the destruction of the Chu Duke. He had no intention of conserving the points for national restoration. Rather, he aimed to convert them entirely into strength. Opening the 10th realm gift package rewards include the white-clad warrior immortal from the snowy world. Qin Jibao, 10th realm celestial being, Confucian general, the foremost of the 6 heroes, wielding a silver spear and known as the white-clad warrior immortal, the slaughterer of villains. Qin Jibao, grateful and loyal. Shen Nan held a profound impression of this individual. Unlike Tua Ba Bodhisattva, who is a fleeting figure in the narrative, Qin Jibao is a significant supporting character. Shen Nan is well aware of Qin Jibao's origins and past experiences, according to the story. He truly embodies the spirit of gratitude. Most importantly, he is a general in command of the Northern Liang Army. Following the Spring and Autumn War, the Northern Liang Army has predominantly been led by Qin Jibao. If Tua Ba Bodhisattva is merely a nominal military deity with somewhat lacking military prowess, then Qin Jibao perfectly compensates for this shortcoming. Moreover, Qin Jibao is not merely a martial general but also a sage of Confucianism. Referred to as a Confucian general in the Great Feng world, a person skilled in both warfare and military training, possessing strategic acumen, is precisely what Shen Nan currently lacks. After all, relying solely on Tua Ba Bodhisattva to control over 100,000 red dragons is somewhat challenging. However, with the addition of Qin Jibao, it would just barely suffice. Furthermore, it is anticipated that among the 2,500 armored warriors exchanged from the marketplace, there will also be some leaders. Summon Qin Jibao and the 2,500 armored warriors to the martial arts arena. The arena has now become Shen Nan's training ground, firmly under the command of the clean troops led by Han Xian. This location can also serve as a venue for Shen Nan's military parades. Han Xingxian, Zhang Qiao, accompany me to the martial arts arena, Shen Nan called out. Han Xingxian and Zhang Qiao, who awaited outside the hall, promptly appeared at the door. Your Majesty. Shen Nan nodded and proceeded toward the arena. Along the way, he inquired of Han Xingxian, have Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu commenced the handover of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau's assets to you? The assets of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau are vast. Although Shen Nan had ordered Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu to complete the transfer within 3 days, if they did not begin the handover today, it would likely be difficult to finalize it within that time frame. Thus, he sought to ascertain how Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu were performing. Han Xingxian responded, a considerable amount has already been handed over. Previously, Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu delivered 10 million taels of silver, and the servants have all been placed in your Majesty's treasury. The key positions of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau in the capital have also been filled with personnel loyal to Han Xian and the servants. Today, they have transferred 300,000 acres of pasture and 150,000 acres of arable land near the capital. Previously, we also seized land and residences in the capital, totaling 890 properties, which are estimated to be worth over 2 million taels of silver. Currently, more assets are being transferred, including the entire Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau's pastures, royal estates, royal shops, and horses. Among these, the most complex are the transfers of the royal estates, royal shops, and pastures, along with the accounting for the horses. Han Xingxian elaborated on the situation of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau. Since ascending the throne, Shen Nan has been purging the bureau, but it is an extensive organization. It is worth noting that the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau encompasses nearly 1 million acres of pastures surrounding the capital, not to mention the several million acres across various provinces. The intricacies involved in the handover of these pastures are immense. And the accounts of the eunuch's embezzlement must also be meticulously verified, requiring sufficiently loyal eunuchs to replace them. This entire process is exceedingly complex, Shen Nan comprehended. The Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau outside the capital can be handled gradually, as long as they complete the accounts. However, the one within the capital must be under our control. Particularly regarding the pastures, it is imperative that you take complete command. For I require sufficient warhorses and livestock to supply the Black Dragon Shen Yao Guard. Han Xingxian nodded solemnly. Understood. Shen Nan glanced at Han Xingxian, aware that relying solely on him would be exceedingly difficult. Nevertheless, this task must proceed, and with the system refresh in the coming days, he could explore the possibility of exchanging for additional Kuaihua guards to alleviate Han Xinchuan's manpower shortage. Regardless, the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau within the capital must be firmly under their control. Before long, they arrived at the martial arts arena. Han Xian, who had already received orders, was waiting with 100 clean troops. Your Majesty, Shen Nan slightly inclined his head. You maintain control of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau. I have some matters to attend to. As for the summoning, it is impossible to keep it entirely concealed. Shen Nan was disinclined to overly obscure the truth, but he would certainly not allow anyone, aside from Zhang Jiao and Li Si, to know the reality of his summoning abilities. Rather, he would let them speculate, for the unknown breeds fear. Han Xian had sensed the disturbances within the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau earlier. Although he may be somewhat straightforward, he is by no means foolish. He naturally understands what is appropriate to inquire about and what is not. Understood. Shen Nan strode confidently into the arena, followed closely by Zhang Jiao and Han Xingxian. Upon entering the martial arts arena, he beheld Chen Jibao, clad in white, organizing the 2,500 armored warriors. The formidable presence of the warriors exuded an air of lethal intent, their martial spirit rising like smoke into the heavens. This aura could not be concealed. It was starkly evident. Before Shen Nan could speak, Zhang Jiao eagerly proclaimed, "Congratulations, Your Majesty. This time, there are 3 third-rank generals, 1 fourth-rank general, 7 fifth-rank warriors, 12 sixth-rank warriors, and 39 seventh-rank warriors. As for the 8th-rank warriors, there is no need for further elaboration." Shen Nan paid little heed to these details and instead laughed heartily at the assembled forces. Excellent. The 3rd-rank generals shall be named Shen Er, Shen Si, and Shen Wu. The 4th rank will be Shen Lu, and the remaining individuals shall retain their original names. I have but one requirement of you all. Within the day, assist the Bodhisattva Tuoba in completely taking control of the Tiger Bin Guard. 300 armored soldiers of the Ming Wang may not suffice to fully dominate the Tiger Bin Guard. However, 2,800 armored soldiers of the Ming Wang are undoubtedly sufficient. Chen Jibao was the first to clasp his hands in respect. I shall diligently obey Your Majesty's command. Upon his arrival, he had already grasped the nature of the world he had entered. Regarding this, Chen Jibao felt no emotion. In his previous snowy world, he had intended to feign death and retreat from the world. Now, this form of concealment was all the more thorough, and in his past life, due to various reasons, he could not be a reckless commander, yet in this life, he could truly live as one. For himself and for His Majesty, a quarter of an hour later, 2,500 armored soldiers of the Ming Wang, under Chen Jibao's leadership, marched directly towards the Guanghua Gate. This commotion left Han Xian utterly astonished. Although he had sensed some activity earlier, he never imagined that such a multitude of troops was concealed within the training ground. Initially, he thought the ominous aura was due to His Majesty summoning yet another military genius. But this scene was simply too extravagant. Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu were increasingly apprehensive, hastening their handover of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office. In the palace, upon receiving the news, Empress Dowager Chen instantly collapsed onto her bed. It is utterly finished. In the Empress Dowager's chamber, she had been exceedingly joyful upon learning that His Majesty had permitted her to participate in the national mourning. She even believed that Shen Nan had become somewhat arrogant due to the presence of a Taoist master by his side, truly thinking he had assumed the throne. How could she, as Empress Dowager, continue to oversee the nation? However, before Empress Dowager Chen could take any action, she heard of Shen Nan's harsh questioning of Duke Chu during the morning assembly. And she learned of the news regarding the 11th realm martial god Tuoba Bodhisattva and the 10th realm legalist Master Li Si. These revelations left Empress Dowager Chen in disbelief. Yet, Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu had already loosened their surveillance over her, allowing her to communicate with the guards of the imperial city, the Tiger Bin Army. The Tiger Bin Army could certainly convey some messages outside. Yet, before Empress Dowager Chen could act, news of the 2,500 armored soldiers of the Ming Wang taking over the Tiger Bin Army reached her. plunging her into despair. Why? How could a mere 14-year-old boy like Shen Nan command such loyalty from so many? Who is supporting him? Why does no one come to support me? Her hysterical voice echoed throughout the chamber. The nearby maidens and eunuchs trembled and knelt on the ground, for such words were indeed treasonous. Yet, Empress Dowager Chen felt no such sentiment. Her tone grew increasingly fierce. Am I not worthy? She was convinced that a terrifying power must be backing Shen Nan. Otherwise, how could there be so many 10th realm masters and formidable soldiers? If such a force could support Shen Nan, could it not also support me, Chen Chuli? At that moment, a chilling voice broke the silence. Has the Empress Dowager lost her mind? Empress Dowager Chen suddenly turned her head to see Han Xian. Clad in a crimson robe, standing ominously outside the chamber, surrounded by 3,000 red threads, the overwhelming stench of blood nearly suffocating, the maidens and eunuchs within the chamber quivered even more. Everyone knew that Han Xian's visit today was anything but benevolent. It was possible he had come to bestow death upon Empress Dowager Chen. Empress Dowager Chen scoffed repeatedly. She could no longer see any hope for a turnaround, rather than live a life of confinement. She preferred to vent her frustrations. What? Has that boy Shen Nan sent you to execute me? Or do you intend to slander me as mad? Han Xian gently shook his head, his gaze as cold as ice. The Empress Dowager is, after all, the nominal mother of His Majesty. How could His Majesty possibly order the death of the Empress Dowager? It is merely that on the day of national mourning, the Empress Dowager has been overly nostalgic for the late emperor, thus requesting to serve the late emperor in the royal tomb for eternity. Please prepare, for 10 days hence, you shall proceed to the royal tomb to serve the late emperor, before Shen Nan awakened his system. Empress Dowager Chen was considered a formidable foe. However, after Shen Nan's awakening and ascension to the throne, Empress Dowager Chen was reduced to a mere puppet. He had countless ways to dismantle her. Yet, the act of filicide was entirely unnecessary and sounded far too harsh. To arrange for her to serve the late emperor for eternity was far more fitting. The reason for the 10-day delay was that the guards of the royal tomb were not yet under Shen Nan's control. He could choose not to kill Empress Dowager Chen, but he had to ensure she was entirely under his grasp. Serving the royal tomb for eternity? Empress Dowager Chen was stunned. She had envisioned countless possibilities but never anticipated Shen Nan would take such an action. Even death would merely be a fleeting moment. Yet serving in the cold, desolate royal tomb, let alone for a lifetime, even for a month, was unimaginable for the pampered Empress Dowager. Her countenance turned ghastly pale. Then, she let out a sharp scream. I am the legitimate daughter of Duke Chu, the empress appointed by the late emperor. How dare he, Shen Nan, act thus? He is unworthy of being a son. Han Xian paid no heed to Empress Dowager Chen's cries. His eyes, cold as ice, surveyed the surroundings. For these 10 days, you shall serve the Empress Dowager well, should she suffer the slightest harm. Your entire family shall accompany her to serve the late emperor in the royal tomb. The maidens and eunuchs bowed their foreheads tightly to the ground. Yes. Han Xian then commanded the hundreds of elite soldiers accompanying him to surround the Empress Dowager's chamber completely before turning to head towards the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office. Had it not been for His Majesty's sudden orders, he would not have had the time to visit the Empress Dowager's chamber at all. There were still numerous matters to attend to regarding the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office. With Han Xian's movements and the complete takeover of the Tiger Bin army by the 2,500 armored soldiers of the Ming Wang, the palace was engulfed in astonishment and shock. The Duke of Chu needed no further elaboration. Upon learning that His Majesty had summoned 2,500 armored soldiers of the Ming Wang, the so-called military officers' meeting disbanded in an instant. The Duke of Chu appeared as though he had aged a decade, ordering everyone to leave as he quietly strode deeper into his residence. Who truly stands behind His Majesty? What power can so casually deploy thousands of elite soldiers? An 11th realm martial god and 10th realm masters of both Taoism and legalism? How could these three possibly belong to a single force? No matter how the Duke of Chu racked his brain, he could not fathom which faction was secretly supporting Shen Nan. The martial god and elite soldiers could perhaps be guessed as coming from Yuzhou or Lianzhou, but what of the 10th realm masters of Taoism and legalism? Regardless, the Duke of Chu was acutely aware of one thing. The newly crowned emperor was no ordinary person, nor one that could easily contend with in all likelihood. After today, many among the military officers and nobles would align themselves with the emperor. However, the plans for the Shao camp must continue and be executed with even greater rigor. For ordinary military officers and nobles might still have a way out, but for the Duke of Chu and Wu Yong, the head of the Martial Virtue Office, what escape routes remained? All they could do was negotiate with the emperor using the conditions at hand. The only consolation was that the emperor had revealed his strength too early. Had it been during the military parade and recruitment, they would have been caught off guard. Moreover, now that Shen Nan had showcased such prowess. The Confucians would likely not remain idle. A sovereign with overwhelming power was something no faction wished to witness. Indeed, this was the case. Upon hearing the news, the Prime Minister of the Cabinet, Zhang Su, first stood in stunned silence for a considerable time. Then he ordered someone to visit the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue. Unlike the powerlessness of the military officers and nobles, the Confucians had far too many means to restrict the emperor. With just a few memorials, they could make the emperor recognize the situation and refrain from reckless actions. After completing this task, Zhang Su found himself alone in the courtyard, muttering to himself, "I only hope we do not see another emperor like the Martial King." The Martial King. This title referred solely to the second monarch of the Da Feng Dynasty, who inherited the valor and talent of the founding emperor. At the tender age of 40, he had already become a master of the martial arts, garnering tremendous support from the military faction. Consequently, he heavily favored military personnel, engaging in extensive warfare. It was a dark hour for the Confucians. Fortunately, the rise of the demon race later allowed the Confucians to turn the tide. Da Feng gradually evolved into a realm where Confucianism, legalism, and Taoism emerged in succession, while the military faction was relegated to guarding the borders. That night, as Shen Nan engaged in a discussion on historical perspectives with Zhang Jiao, Han Shengxian sought an audience outside the hall. Shen Nan casually remarked. Soon after, Han Shengxian presented several memorials. These are the memorials delivered by the cabinet an hour ago. Upon seeing them at the Court of Rights, I felt it imperative that your majesty review them promptly. The memorials from the Great Feng are particularly intriguing. Typically, memorials must first pass through the cabinet, then be examined by the Court of Rights, before a selection of significant matters is forwarded to Shen Nan. Generally, the emperor would also review the memorials in advance at the Court of Rights. However, due to Shen Nan's recent ascension to the throne, he has yet to develop the habit of scrutinizing memorials and consequently has not frequented the Court of Rights. Han Shengxian, having long understood these processes, has consistently dispatched individuals to monitor the Court of Rights, while Shen Nan has allowed Liu Zhong and Zhang Hu to maintain their leadership at the Court of Rights. It does not imply that Han Shengxian can permit Liu Zhong and Zhang Hu to manipulate the court at will, nor is it unlikely that they might engage in some deceitful practices. Memorials. Shen Nan took a glance and soon his expression turned frigid. It appears the Confucians wish to convey to me that unchecked audacity may precipitate numerous adverse consequences. The contents of the memorials are rather straightforward. There are separate submissions from the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue, alongside an urgent memorial from Chuan Province. Both the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue address matters concerning military provisions, stating that since your majesty has taken charge of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office and the Red Dragon 10 Guards, it is only fitting to disburse the outstanding military salaries. The Imperial Horse Monitoring Office is in arrears of 3,600,000 taels of silver, while the Red Dragon 10 Guards owe 6,390,000 taels. Furthermore, although last year's military salaries for the 9 borders of Great Feng have been settled, there is a strong possibility of insufficiency this year. They beseech your majesty to clarify how this year's taxation and military salaries should be arranged. Lastly, there is a projected budget indicating that this year's military salaries for Yuzhou are expected to be 95 million taels of silver. This is the method of the Confucians, devoid of any threats or coercion. They merely lay the facts before Shen Nan. In essence, the state affairs are dire, the military salaries are inadequate, and they implore your majesty to devise a solution. As for the memorial from Chuan Province, it is somewhat more routine, merely stating that this year there has been a disaster in Chuan Province, necessitating the court's relief efforts. Ultimately, it all boils down to finances. Zhang Jiao glanced at the memorials and shook his head, saying, Your Majesty has ascended the throne for merely 3 days yet has already enacted numerous significant measures. The Confucians seem to fear your Majesty might take action within the court, lest they offer this counsel. Counsel? Shen Nan scoffed. They merely wish to imply that the situation of the Great Feng is as such. I might as well cleanse the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office of its military officials and nobles. Should I involve others, it is likely that the border forces will endure great hardship this year, and military expenditures will soar. These scholars are truly amusing. They would be better off being as forthright as Duke Chu, directly staging a military review to pressure the court, just as Duke Chu contemplated in the afternoon, after news of the 2,500 armored troops of the Ming Dynasty reached him. Certain military officials discreetly conveyed this information to Oba Bodhisattva, revealing Duke Chu's plans. However, this informant did not fully reveal himself, opting instead for a subtle transmission of the news, evidently wishing to retain some semblance of face. After all, most of these military officials from Duke Chu's lineage have been intertwined with the Great Feng since its founding. their relationships intricate and complex, making it nearly impossible to extricate themselves from this faction. Zhang Jiao inquired, "How does your majesty intend to proceed?" Shen Nan narrowed his eyes slightly. "I shall do nothing. These memorials will remain unissued. After the military review in 14 days, I shall inform them how military salaries will be addressed. I will also have the opportunity to deal with these Confucians effectively. With 14 days until the military review, Shen Nan would undoubtedly accomplish 1 or 2 more tasks within this time frame. Whether it pertains to the guaranteed rewards from the 12 realms following the eradication of Duke Chu's faction or other rewards, as long as a Confucian celestial being can be extracted, Shen Nan will possess a formidable weapon against the Confucians. Additionally, the system's marketplace will refresh with new items. Shen Nan is patient enough to play the long game with these scholars. Moreover, the Confucians have merely submitted a few memorials. They have yet to genuinely perceive that Shen Nan may take action against them, and it is not yet the time for direct confrontation. Zhang Jiao nodded. Indeed, that is the way it should be. Tomorrow, your majesty will visit the Tiangong Institute, and I shall accompany you. He has been present for 4 or 5 days now. To Bodhisattva, Li Si, and Han Xingxian have all played their respective roles. Yet, Zhang Jiao, this great sage and virtuous teacher, has yet to fulfill his purpose. Tomorrow, Shen Nan is to go to the Tiangong Institute to forge the Ming Dynasty's heavy armor and observe the various inventions there. Perhaps Zhang Jiao, as a Taoist celestial being, could also contribute in some capacity, especially regarding the arcane techniques of summoning soldiers from beings in the Yellow Turban Warriors, which might astonish the Taoist sect. Shen Nan slightly nodded. When will the summer taxes arrive? Han Xingxian responded as if discussing trivial matters. The summer taxes from each province are expected to reach the capital before July. With merely 2 months remaining, it is likely that the more distant summer taxes are already en route. The treasury of Great Feng is quite intricate, with each of the 6 ministries maintaining their own small coffers, and the emperor possessing his own internal treasury. However, these small coffers in the internal treasury primarily contain the silver collected daily. The substantial revenues are reliant on the annual summer and autumn taxes, which constitute the largest financial inflow for Great Feng, amounting to 190 million taels annually, with the remaining 40 million taels coming from other financial sources, totaling 230 million taels. According to historical records, this year's tax revenue is expected to surpass that of previous years. Shen Nan nodded. The disbursement of military salaries occurs in October. In other words, if I wish to withhold this sum, I must complete troop reductions before October. At the very least, I must finalize the troop reductions in the capital and its surrounding areas. Han Xingxian respectfully replied, "That is indeed the case." Shen Nan continued, "How much silver has been seized from the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office? Aside from the 1 million taels of silver provided by Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu, the silver obtained from the seized assets is substantial, and this seizure is still ongoing. Previously, only the eunuchs from the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office within the palace were targeted." Han Xingxian, demonstrating his remarkable capability, replied without hesitation, "Currently, the total seized silver amounts to 3,600,000 taels. In addition to some farmland and residences, estimated at 4 million taels. According to Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu, should the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office undergo a thorough cleansing, it is likely to yield a seizure totaling in the tens of millions of taels of silver. These eunuchs, while grossly corrupt, have primarily funneled funds to Empress Jing, followed by Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu, the senior eunuchs. However, even after Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu contributed 1 million taels, it still represents a significant loss. After all, the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office typically embezzles only 5 to 8 million taels annually. How much could have accumulated over the years? Shen Nan's command for a seizure yielding nearly 20 million taels of silver is indeed extraordinary. Thus, to become wealthy, one must seize assets. Shen Nan chuckled lightly. I wonder how much the faction of Duke Chu could yield. These individuals have maintained their status since the founding years of Great Feng, and their assets far surpass those of the eunuchs in the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office. Shen Nan had no intentions of showing them mercy. After all, the majority of military salaries are consumed by these individuals. To train troops and enrich the nation, he must extract a substantial portion from them. The following day, at noon, Shen Nan gradually opened his eyes. 3 hours of cultivation had further advanced his martial arts, infusing his entire demeanor with a subtle air of authority, reminiscent of national prestige, an effect of the 9-dragon vital energy. The reason why the Emperor of Great Feng cultivates so rapidly is due to the fortuitous influence of national fortune. National fortune nurtures the 9-dragon vital energy. Coupled with the minor master elixir Shen Nan consumed yesterday, he would soon fully assimilate its effects. elevating his realm from the initial stage of the 4th tier to its completion. At that point, he would be capable of nurturing a golden dragon's vital energy. When he reaches the 3rd tier, all 9 dragons would emerge, ultimately converging into one to step into the 2nd tier of spirit refinement. At such a level, even an ordinary terrestrial immortal within the palace would not stand a chance against him. This is the remarkable nature of the cultivation techniques employed by the Emperor of Great Feng. Moreover, upon reaching the 2nd tier, Shen Nan would be able to wield the national treasures at that time. With a small price to pay, even the 12 realms could be vanquished, national treasures. As Shen Nan contemplated this, he gazed towards the depths of the palace. The current national treasures are no longer in my possession, but are instead held by Empress Jing, I in the future. I must retrieve them from this matriarch. The issue of Empress Jing will inevitably need to be addressed. Otherwise, the annual sum allocated to her by the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office is an incredibly staggering figure. Shen Nan certainly cannot utilize the resources of Great Feng to sustain an aging ancestor. Particularly, this ancestor is destined to be one who will ultimately fail in breaking through the 11th realm. However, there is no rush at present. Even if he seeks to reclaim the national artifact, it necessitates an opportune moment. Moreover, Empress Jing possesses a multitude of secrets that require careful communication. At this juncture, the most pressing matter remains the establishment of the Xianbird Black Dragon Guard and the annihilation of the Chu State's Gong clan. Shen Nan directed his gaze towards the system. Host, Shen Nan. Age, 34. Wealth, none. Influence, none. Subordinates, Toba Bodhisattva, Martial God of the 11th Realm, Qinjibao Celestial of the 10th Realm, the Great Sage Zhangjiao, Pinnacle of the 10th Realm, Hanshin Xian, Pinnacle of the 2nd Rank Grandmaster, Li Si, Pinnacle of the 10th Realm, 10 Sunflower Guards, 5th Rank Warriors, 25 Great Snow Dragon Riders, 2,800 Ming Wang Heavy Armored Soldiers. Techniques, 9 Dragons True Qi, 4th Rank Profound Qi Mastery. Minor Grandmaster. Items, none. Overall level, preliminary eligibility for Restoration of the Nation. Restoration points, 2,000 points. Task, annihilate any major power standard. Ranking within the top 20 of the world. Reward, guaranteed package for the 12th realm and above, 30,000 restoration points. This constitutes the vast foundation that Shen Nan has accumulated since his ascension, comprising 3 experts of the 10th realm, 1 martial god of the 11th realm, along with approximately 3,000 elite troops and the invincible Grand Eunuch Hanshin Xian beneath the terrestrial immortals. This array represents a tremendous transformation compared to the night before Shen Nan's ascension. Yet, to truly invigorate the Da Feng Dynasty and establish supreme imperial authority, such strength remains somewhat insufficient. Shen Nan gazed at the System S shop. Western Factory Grand Gift Pack, 2nd Rank Sunflower Guard. Sunflower Secret Manual. These are the items refreshed in today's System Shop. It can be said that all are related to eunuchs. This likely correlates with Shen Nan's recent feeling of inadequate personnel under Hanshin Xian, which has led him to contemplate the System S functionalities. While the refreshed items in the shop are random, they appear to relate to my desires. For instance, if I seek an army, there is a significant likelihood of encountering a plethora of military options. Furthermore, a new function seems to have been added today. Shen Nan's attention fell upon a symbol at the bottom of the system shop. The lock feature. It allows one to spend 1,000 restoration points to lock an item in the system shop for 7 days. During this period, regardless of how the shop refreshes, the locked item will not vanish, thus preventing Shen Nan from occasionally encountering particularly desired items yet lacking sufficient restoration points. However, regarding the current offerings, none merit Shen Nan expending 1,000 restoration points to lock. His sign-ins yesterday and today have only accrued 2,000 points. Regrettably, the Sunflower Secret Manual is merely a manual, not a true inheritance. Were it the highest tier of the Sunflower Secret Manual, it would be worth spending 1,000 points to lock, as it would at least represent a first-rank terrestrial immortal or even the Great Freedom level of the 10th realm. As a manual, it holds no significance. Shen Nan then shifted his gaze to the 2nd-rank Sunflower Guard. This Sunflower Guard bears no distinction from the previous one, the only difference being its rank. The previously summoned Sunflower Guards were merely 5th rank. Although Shen Nan hoped to bolster Hanshin Xian with some assistance, he does not lack high combat prowess. What he seeks is understanding and wisdom. After all, Sunflower Guards tend to be somewhat clumsy in execution. Western Factory Grand Gift Pack. Western Factory Grand Gift Pack. 1,000 points. Randomly summon eunuchs from the comprehensive martial world. This gift pack resembles those obtained after completing tasks. It carries an element of chance. However, for Shen Nan at present, it is extremely suitable, as eunuchs from the comprehensive martial world may not necessarily possess formidable martial prowess. Yet their intelligence and cunning are undeniably strong. After all, ascending from ordinary eunuchs is no simple feat. Exchange for 2 Western Factory Grand Gift Packs. Activate immediately. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 beams of light emerged, revealing a striking purple hue. This left Shen Nan bemusedly chuckling. Could there possibly be gold? Blue? It seems fortune is somewhat on my side this time. At least it is not a clear sky and white clouds. He focused on the system notification. The 2 gift packs yielded. Yu Huadian from the Dragon Gate Flying Armor World, 4th rank minor grandmaster, and Chao Jingchun, the foremost in the world, pinnacle of the 3rd rank grandmaster. Yu Huadian and Chao Jingchun are both supervisors of the Western and Eastern Factory, respectively, known for their cunning, although their realms appear somewhat unremarkable. Should they later refresh some inheritances, their lower levels would not pose an issue. Rather, they can currently assist Han Xingxian in managing palace affairs in the Imperial Horse Supervisory Office. Summon the 2 before me. Shen Nan summoned them without hesitation. Instantly, amidst swirling clouds and mist, Yu Huadian and Chao Jingchun appeared before Shen Nan, donned in the supervisor attire of the Ming Dynasty, their dark purple robes undeniably dazzling. In terms of appearance, it was evident that Yu Huadian's more effeminate demeanor was more striking, while Chao Jingchun appeared somewhat meek, with a gentle expression. Why Yu Huadian, Chao Jingchun, pay homage to your majesty. Upon their arrival, both instantly comprehended the nature of this world and promptly expressed their allegiance to Shen Nan. Such is the emotional intelligence expected of a factory chief, despite Yu Huatian and Chao Jingchun's later arrogance. They had initially endured humiliation to rise to the role of supervisors. Why Yu Huatian, in particular, climbed the ranks through flattery towards the favored consort. Thus, even without the system's full loyalty bestowed upon them, their performance would not disappoint. Rise. Shen Nan waved his hand casually. You are aware of the current situation, I trust. Do you know what must be done next? The memories implanted by the system encompass recent events and a preliminary introduction to the world. Shen Nan wished to ascertain whether the 2 understood their duties and the implications of their actions, as well as their perspectives on Da Feng. Why Yu Huatian and Chao Jingchun exchanged glances. And Yu Huatian spoke first. Your Majesty, I am aware of the situation within Da Feng. Our current task is to assist Han in thoroughly cleansing the Imperial Horse Supervisory Office and to gain control over the palace. He continued, I also have a suggestion. Shen Nan narrowed his eyes. Speak. A hint of coldness flickered across Yu Huatian's effeminate visage. Within the palace, there currently exist 2 factions, the secret of Empress Jing and the overt Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu. Your Majesty's control over the palace remains insufficient. Even if the Imperial Horse Supervisory Office is completely under your command, and the Tiger Bin Guard is taken over, the inner court of the palace is still not your domain. The court is also influenced by Confucianism, legalism, and militarism, while still contending with Buddhism and Taoism. I propose to establish the Western Factory to oversee the officials and govern the palace, both within and without. Shen Nan was momentarily taken aback, regarding Yu Huatian with a bemused smile. What a remarkable assertion. Could it be that the renowned power broker Yu Huatian is suggesting the establishment of the Western Factory? Does he intend to execute a preemptive strike against Da Feng's authority? Shen Nan pondered briefly. The establishment of the Western Factory is not urgent, setting aside Yu Huatian's personal ambitions. The creation of the Western Factory is indeed necessary. While Li Si has become the right vice minister of the Ministry of Justice, he is also poised to take over the legalist's position as the chief of the Imperial Guard. However, the chief of the Imperial Guard ultimately represents the legalist faction. Even if Shen Nan were to seize control completely, it would not alter their inherent nature. The chief of the Imperial Guard is committed to upholding the laws of Da Feng, prioritizing them above all else. This aligns with the tenets of legalism. Conversely, the Western Factory serves as the purest instrument of tyranny, a watchdog of the emperor, a quintessential tool of violence. Such an institution will inevitably be required in the future, as he must contend with the challenges posed by Confucianism, Taoism, and Buddhism, which are not easily dealt with, and cannot be addressed strictly according to the laws of Da Feng. However, the establishment of such an office is currently entirely premature. Shen Nan lacks the requisite prestige, and the imperial authority has yet to truly solidify, despite his seeming freedom of action in the court. It has not yet encroached upon the interests of Confucianism or the established laws and precedents of Da Feng. Should these 2 points be touched upon, both the legalists and Confucianists would undoubtedly spring forth. Moreover, even the current military generals and noblemen may not be as uncomplicated as they appear on the surface. The rewards for this system task include a guaranteed package at the 12th realm level, Just from this detail, one can discern the formidable difficulty of this task. Yu Huatian is well aware of this. What I am referring to is the covert establishment. Your Majesty now commands a clean army of 10,000, which can be trained to serve as the Western Bureau, awaiting the opportune moment to swiftly form a loyal pack of hounds solely devoted to Your Majesty. As the supervisor of the Western Bureau, Yu Huatian would not act recklessly. His previous words were merely a prelude. His true intention is to secure the authority to establish the Western Bureau from Your Majesty, preparing for his future oversight of it. This reveals Yu Huatian's cunning, capability, and his ambition to rise above others. Shen Nan also swiftly grasped this, gazing calmly at Yu Huatian. Yu Huatian lowered his head, remaining silent. Suddenly, Shen Nan chuckled. Very well, I grant you this opportunity. Within a month, I expect to see results. As for Chao Jingchun, you shall assist Han Shengxian in overseeing the Imperial Horse Bureau. The proposal to covertly establish a Western Bureau, as suggested by Yu Huatian, poses no issue whatsoever. Moreover, Shen Nan harbors no fear of ambitious subordinates. Setting aside the system's bestowed 100% loyalty, based on his current strength, Yu Huatian could not possibly disrupt the status quo. Rather, he is intrigued by how Yu Huatian intends to establish it. Yu Huatian respectfully knelt. Thank you, Your Majesty. Chao Jingchun gazed somewhat foolishly at Yu Huatian's series of maneuvers, only now realizing the implications. But it was too late. He could only respond respectfully. Yes, compared to Yu Huatian, who climbed the ranks through the favor of the noble consort one, Chao Jingchun, as the supervisor of the Eastern Bureau, possesses slightly lesser capabilities. This is also tied to personal growth. Chao Jingchun became the supervisor of the Western Bureau due to his early entry into the palace and the recognition of the Grand Eunuch Chao Amon, which allowed him to preside over the Eastern Bureau. Chao Jingchun's cunning is even overshadowed by his martial prowess. This is evident in the narratives among the world's foremost figures. Although he has nearly mastered the Heavenly Gang's youth technique to the level of a Grand Master, he has been outmaneuvered in schemes by the Divine Marquis. His patience and ruthlessness are indeed noteworthy. However, Chao Jingchun is also the most suitable person to assist Han Shengxian as he approaches tasks with diligence. Shen Nan then instructed Yu Huatian and Chao Jingchun further. Subsequently, he summoned Han Shengxian for an audience. Soon, Han Shengxian appeared in the side hall. Shen Nan briefly introduced Yu Huatian and Chao Jingchun. Henceforth, Yu Huatian will be responsible for the covert establishment of the Western Bureau, while Chao Jingchun will assist you in overseeing the Imperial Horse Bureau. You may delegate matters of the Imperial Horse Bureau to Chao Jingchun, while your primary responsibility is to coordinate the overall situation and ensure the security of the palace. Currently, he values Han Shengxian the most, not only because of his formidable strength but also due to his portrayal as exceedingly loyal. Han Shengxian nodded. The servant will have Han Xian assist Yu Huatian in the establishment of the Western Bureau. In Han Shengxuan's view, this endeavor is of utmost necessity, greatly augmenting Your Majesty's authority. Shen Nan nodded. You shall handle these trivial matters. Has there been any news from Li Si? Li Si took up his position in the Ministry of Justice early this morning. Shen Nan is particularly concerned about Li Si's situation, as it pertains to the important matters of the Chief of the Golden Guards and the reorganization of the Red Dragon 10 Guards. Han Shengxian shook his head. No news has been relayed yet. However, General Tuoba has sent word that he has gathered many commanders and will consolidate some elite forces into the Black Dragon Chambord Guard within 5 days. Shen Nan nodded slightly. Tuoba is indeed reliable. Summon Zhang Tianchi to come here. Let us proceed to the Tiangong Institute. Tuoba's reliable actions cannot allow Shen Nan to lag behind. The armor for the Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers must also be expedited. A lavish carriage slowly emerged from the Huafeng Gate, flanked by 100 Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers. Chen Jibao personally drove for Shen Nan. Although this carriage does not compare to the imposing Jade Chariot, it is nevertheless equal in terms of display and safety. Shen Nan initially contemplated testing the Jade Chariot, which rivals national treasures, but upon hearing Han Shengxian mention that it should not be moved by less than 1,000 men, he abandoned the idea. After all, while this journey is not exactly a covert operation, there is no need for such extravagant display. This carriage, along with Chen Jibao and Zhang Jiao as protectors, suffices. He gazed through the silk curtains at the towering city walls and the distant Guanghua Gate. Speaking of which, it seems I have never left the palace. I wonder what the capital looks like. With a population of several billion in Da Feng, the capital located in Yangzhou is home to hundreds of millions. With the capital itself boasting a population of 30 million, the entire capital is divided into 13 districts, somewhat akin to the layout of Chang'an during the Tang Dynasty in the past. It is square and orderly, said to have been crafted by the master of the Minister of Justice, Fa Yang. Beneath the entire capital lies a colossal magical formation. This formation not only gathers the national fortune within the palace but also amplifies the power of the legalists. Fa Yang's influence alone can envelop the entire capital. Because of this, Shen Nan has been traversing through time for over a month. However, during the initial month, he remained secluded within the Eastern Palace, seeing few unfamiliar faces apart from Empress Chun and his father, and consequently, he has never truly witnessed what the Da Feng capital is like. Since ascending the throne, Shen Nan has been preoccupied and has not stepped outside the palace at all. Now, the Tiangong Institute he is visiting is located in the opulent district surrounding the royal city, where only officials of the 4th rank or above can reside. The 6 ministries of Da Feng are also situated here. However, this is merely a branch office of the Tiangong Institute. The actual manufacturing of weapons and armor takes place in a grand architectural complex in the northwest outskirts of the capital. Although Zhang Jiao has been in the palace these days, he has also visited the capital briefly. In terms of prosperity, the 3 realms of Xianwui governs cannot compare to Da Feng, particularly in the capital, where experts gather. Even he would not dare to scrutinize openly, with Zhang Jiao's Taoist mastery reaching the 10th realm of celestial beings, while he cannot act without restraint in the capital. To claim he does not observe at all would be misleading. However, due to the sensitivity of Zhang Jiao's identity, he cannot afford to get involved casually. Shen Nan is indifferent to these matters. Prosperity. You say? He wishes to truly appreciate the cultural splendor of the capital. Your Majesty, Taoba's voice suddenly resonated from outside, as he had already reached Guanghua Gate. The Tiger Bin Guard, responsible for safeguarding the royal city, has now been taken over by Taoba. Thus, as soon as Shen Nan exited the palace, Taoba came to pay his respects. Shen Nan lifted the jade curtain and looked over. Behind Taoba stood 3 battle-hardened military commanders, their bright and sharp armor revealing their identities as commanding officers of the Tiger Bin Guard, each commanding over 1,000 men. He nodded slightly. Yes, I will be leaving the palace for a while. Upon my return, you may come to report. Taoba's actions are evidently swifter than anticipated. Shen Nan must also hasten his pace. After all, building and consolidating an army cannot proceed without sufficient armor. Moreover, he intends to procure some magical tools from the Tiangong Institute. Taoba solemnly remarked, I bid farewell to your Majesty. The 3 commanders of the Tiger Bin Guard respectfully bowed. We bid farewell to your Majesty. Although these 3 are also connected to the noble lineage of the Duke of Chu, they are not from a lineage of military nobility but have carved their path through personal merit. After all, the Tiger Bin Guard is responsible for protecting the royal palace and requires capable leaders to uphold its reputation. And these 3 are the pride of the Tiger Bin Guard. Given their status, unless they were to achieve success in Yuzhou or Lianzhou, their current positions are the pinnacle, making them more susceptible to persuasion. Even if they are acutely aware of the risks involved, they are willing to take the gamble. Shen Nan nodded slightly. Indeed, the jade curtain slowly descended as the luxurious carriage exited Guanghua Gate. As soon as they passed through the gate, Shen Nan immediately felt a wave of bustling energy wash over him, and he could faintly hear the calls of some vendors as the opulent carriage approached. The onlookers respectfully stood aside. Though the Great Feng had no tradition of kneeling, the common folk harbored an intrinsic reverence for the emperor, displaying utmost respect. Shen Nan's gaze casually swept across the crowd, noting the appropriateness of their attire and the robust physiques of the individuals, hinting at their martial training. This observation reflected the high prevalence of martial arts within the Great Feng. Indeed, those who could make a living in such a refined district were not of ordinary stock. Truly, as Zhang Jiao remarked, it was a time of prosperity. The Great Feng, unlike other feudal dynasties, thrived not solely on individual martial prowess, but also boasted an exceptional societal environment and creativity, rivaling even the worlds of yore, particularly in the everyday goods produced by the Institute of Heavenly Crafts. Moreover, with a population exceeding billions, even if just 1/10 pursued martial training, the resultant transformation would be staggering. Take the imperial city of Great Feng. With its towering walls rising over 30 meters, what an impressive feat. Within the opulent district stood a magnificent edifice, a 20-story tower radiating palpable energy. This was the Ministry of Punishment, the stronghold of the legalists, whose influence enveloped the entire imperial capital, safeguarding its security. Observing this, Zhang Jiao couldn't help but reflect. The capital's flourishing peace was undoubtedly a testament to the significant contributions of the legalists. In a realm where martial heroes often defied the law, even in the world of celestial martial arts, numerous transgressors existed. Moreover, in such a resplendent world, besides the heroes of the martial world, there were also formidable demon races and chaotic sorcerers. His words reminded Shen Nan of a crucial establishment he had overlooked, the Demon Suppression Office, founded during the early years of the Great Feng, tasked with capturing demons and subduing martial transgressors. Its structure remarkably intricate, incorporating legalists, Confucians, Taoists, as well as Buddhists and sorcerers. Legalist leader Feng nominally commanded the office, yet in reality, it was divided into 9 regions, each governing itself. The complexities of the Demon Suppression Office meant that even Feng could only manage the situation within the imperial capital of Yongzhou, where the Golden Guards essentially functioned as the local Demon Suppression Office, merely differing in title. Just as Shen Nan's thoughts began to wander, the carriage gradually came to a halt. "Your Majesty," came Chen Jibao's voice from outside. "We have arrived at the Institute of Heavenly Crafts." Shen Nan's outing was not concealed, and Chen Jibao had taken great care to notify the Institute well in advance. Following Chen Jibao's announcement, a deep voice resonated. "This humble Taoist, Qing Xian, humbly welcomes your Majesty." Qing Xian, the current Grand Master of the Taoist sect of the Earth, was also the head of the Institute of Heavenly Crafts, one of the 9 revered celestial beings of the Taoist hierarchy. Upon descending from the carriage, Shen Nan beheld the legendary Qing Xian. Renowned for his unparalleled craftsmanship, he was dressed not in the official robes of the Great Feng, but in a flowing blue Taoist robe, adorned with dark purple-black shoes. His fair skin, lustrous black hair, and bright, deep-set eyes portrayed the visage of a Taoist sage. Though he appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, he was, in fact, 156 years old. Even during the reign of Emperor Chong, Qing Xian had already achieved great renown. Behind him stood 2 elder Taoists, both clad in Taoist robes and exuding an air of confidence, unmistakably accomplished practitioners of Taoism, who had even dabbled in martial arts. Their robust physiques filled the robes, and one could easily believe them to be martial experts should they shed their garments. "Please, no need for formalities." Shen Nan's gaze casually scanned the crowd as he directly stated, "I have a matter to discuss with the director. I seek to inquire how long it would take the Institute to craft 10,000 sets of Ming Wang heavy armor." As initially stated, the Institute of Heavenly Crafts had never involved itself in court politics or royal disputes, for it possessed the finest crafting techniques in the realm, regardless of the chaos within the court. They ultimately relied on the Institute for crafting necessities, maintaining an unwavering stability. This was evident in the attire of Qing Xian and his associates, as a prominent institution of the Great Feng. They eschewed official robes in favor of Taoist garments, exhibiting no semblance of subservience. Consequently, Shen Nan felt no need for subterfuge with the Taoists. He simply needed to convey his intentions and persuade the Institute to assist him. Upon Shen Nan's descent, Qing Xian's attention lingered on Zhang Jiao, revealing a greater interest in this suddenly appearing Taoist celestial being than in Shen Nan himself. Even after hearing Shen Nan's words, he paused momentarily before shifting his gaze to the Ming Wang heavy armor soldiers, and with a casual glance, he remarked, "To craft such armor, there is no need for an extended period. 10 days will suffice." However, regarding the costs, although the Institute was nominally an establishment of the Great Feng, it operated much like the Taoist Qinghe Palace, functioning as quintessential businessmen. As long as the payment was made, they would fulfill the task, whether for elixirs or armor. Nonetheless, the scope of the Institute's operations far surpassed that of Qinghe Palace. 70% of the world's armor originated from the Institute. Qinghe Palace did not monopolize the elixir trade, as other Taoist sects like Long Hu and Zhenghe were also present. While they were not renowned for elixirs, they could still casually concoct ordinary body-refining pills for the military. Hearing this, Shen Nan chuckled. Unperturbed by the Institute's commercial dealings, he had prepared several trump cards for this occasion. Moreover, once imperial authority was established, these Taoist sects would have no choice but to comply. He calmly stated, "The expenditures shall be drawn from my treasury." Qing Xian smiled in response, "Very well. Within 10 days, I shall ensure the completion of 10,000 sets of Ming Wang heavy armor." Such a business transaction was certainly worthwhile. Furthermore, to him, the craftsmanship of the Ming Wang heavy armor was distinctly different from conventional forging methods. It appeared to incorporate some formations, potentially providing him with valuable insights. "May I inquire, Your Majesty, who is the mastermind behind this armor?" Yet, Qing Xian was not the type to take advantage without reason. If he could acquire a wholly new technique, the crafting of these 10,000 sets would be of little consequence. After all, it was the talent behind the craft that held the utmost significance. Shen Nan remained silent, directing his gaze toward Zhang Jiao. Zhang Jiao instantly grasped the emperor's intent and calmly replied, "It is indeed. I thought he would not forge the Ming Wang heavy armor himself. However, the yellow turban warriors and the art of summoning soldiers from beans were sure to drive the Earth sect mad with excitement." This was one of the reasons Shen Nan had specifically brought Zhang Jiao along. Qing Xian's expression reflected his realization. He glanced around before stating, "This matter is not suited for discussion here. Please, Your Majesty, this way." After receiving Shen Nan's nod, Qing Xian led the way, inquiring of Zhang Jiao as they walked, "May I ask which sect you belong to?" With Qing Xian's prowess, he found it difficult to discern Zhang Jiao's origins. To suggest Zhang Jiao belonged to the Long Hu sect seemed to hint at some thunderous magic or talismanic aura, yet his aura did not quite align. To claim he was from Qing He or Zheng, he would seem even less plausible. Yet, could he possibly belong to the Earth sect? That would be even more absurd. Zhang Jiao shook his head. "I am not affiliated with any particular sect or faction. Rather, I have cultivated the typing art passed down by divine beings. If one must categorize me, I would belong to the typing sect." Qing Xian was taken aback. Typing sect. He had never heard of the concepts of typing Yushu and typing Dao. Moreover, with Zhang Zhao's cultivation at the level of the 10 realms celestial being, he should not be so obscure. However, now was not the time to delve into the depths of the matter. Qing Xian merely praised, "My friend possesses a splendid affinity with the celestial, being able to inherit the teachings of the divine and even create a sect of your own. I, as a humble practitioner, can only glean wisdom from others. As for the Earth sect, it has yet to achieve any significant cultivation, and what I can forge is merely the realm of round light, ear-hearing pearls, and the various mechanisms of the vermilion bird." He then proceeded to introduce these items. The realm of round light, as its name suggests, allows one to see as if face-to-face from thousands of miles away when holding this mirror. The ear-hearing pearl serves to transmit sound over thousands of miles, complementing the round light realm. The vermilion bird mechanism is even more straightforward. It is a mechanical beast crafted using mechanism arts, capable of circling the imperial capital for 3 days without descending, and can even carry a person aloft, demonstrating power comparable to that of a first-tier Earth immortal. Unfortunately, its cost is exorbitant and exceedingly intricate. With the Earth sect having only managed to forge the 4 revered beings, Xuanwu, Qilong, Zhuke, and Baihu, all of these can be categorized as magical artifacts. Presently, the most useful items from the Earth sect are still the improved divine arm crossbows and thunder firebombs. To Shen Nan's ears, the Earth sect bore some resemblance to the Mo family's mechanism arts. However, compared to the Mo family's mechanisms, its principles were evidently more akin to those of array masters and artifact smiths. Zhang Jiao chuckled lightly, saying, "What I know is no longer relevant. I have long ceased forging weapons and instead shifted to creating Dao soldiers. However, these Dao soldiers can only reveal their might in combat. May I inquire, dear friend Qing Xian, if you would care to test them?" Unlike the cunning old foxes of the court, Shen Nan realized that to utilize the Earth sect for his purposes, the simplest approach was to eliminate the bait and then suppress them with strength. Zhang Jiao's role became evident at this moment. Whether conjuring soldiers from beans or summoning the yellow turban warriors, that was true celestial magic. It was certainly not comparable to the artifact crafting of the Taoist Earth sect. There was no fear of the Earth sect not taking the bait. Combat? Qing Xian was taken aback, but soon he understood Zhang Jiao's intention. Combat might be premature, but if my friend wishes to test the might of something, my 2 disciples could serve, as they are both masters of the horizontal forging method and have attained the 3rd-tier Taoist mastery of the vital energy. Ordinary weapons cannot harm them, so you may test them at your leisure. The 2 disciples referred to were the 2 robust elders on either side. Qing Xian, being a 10-realm celestial being, was extraordinarily gifted and had broken through to the first-tier Earth immortal at under 50 years of age, thus appearing remarkably youthful, yet in terms of seniority and age, he far exceeded his appearance. Zhang Jiao glanced at the 2 vigorous elders, but said no more. He simply addressed Qing Xian. "Might you have some fine gold here?" Although the 3 kingdoms of immortal martial arts do not mention magical artifacts, there is still talk of divine weapons and armor. For instance, Elbu's Feng Tianhua halberd or the dragon scale armor he wears. These are truly formidable divine weapons. Even when compared to magical artifacts, they are not vastly different. The key point is that while the Ming Wang heavy armor was not forged by Zhang Jiao, he indeed possesses the skill to create it. The typing issue encompasses not only the mystical arts of summoning wind and rain or conjuring soldiers from beans, but also contains a wealth of knowledge, medical arts, talisman techniques, political theory, livelihood, and even military training methods. The yellow turban warriors owned by Zhang Jiao were also forged from fine gold, which is refined from gold itself. That it requires 100 pounds of fine gold to forge a yellow turban warrior, along with corresponding techniques and even the nurturing of malevolent energy. Such forging secrets are far more arcane than ordinary crafting methods. Fine gold. Qing Xian paused for a moment and then couldn't help but chuckle. I did not expect my friend to plan to forge on the spot. Since you are willing to demonstrate, how could I be stingy? Mo Xian, the robust elder on the right, replied, Uncle Master. Qing Xian generously declared, go fetch 100 pounds of dark gold for my friend to forge. Dark gold is derived from fine gold, with 5 pounds of fine gold yielding 1 pound of dark gold. There is also a concept of true gold beyond dark gold, but such true gold is rarely used or affordable in ordinary crafting. 100 pounds of dark gold is equivalent to 500 pounds of fine gold, or 5,000 pounds of gold. This illustrates Qing Xuan's willingness to spend lavishly to observe Zhang Jiao's forging, yet it may also reflect the Earth sect's considerable wealth. After all, the Heavenly Craft Institute has stood for 800 years. And as early as 300 years ago, 70% of the armors and weapons in the realm originated from the Earth sect, indicating its affluence. Shen Nan narrowed his eyes slightly, mentally calculating. 5,000 taels of gold equates to 50,000 taels of silver, and 5,000 pounds translates to 500,000 taels of silver. He thought about how he nearly had the Imperial Horse Supervisor's estate rated for merely 10 million taels of silver. His thoughts regarding the Earth sect grew increasingly ambitious. If he could completely bring the Earth sect under his command, it would not matter if he wanted 100,000 or even 1,000,000 Ming Wang heavy armor soldiers. Shen Nan could train and sustain them. Uncle Master, here is the 100 pounds of dark gold. Mo Xian quickly brought forth the 100 pounds of dark gold. Qing Xian casually handed the dark gold to Zhang Jiao, asking, do you require the use of the forging workshop at the Heavenly Craft Institute? Zhang Jiao shook his head. No need. He slightly raised his right hand, and the 100 pounds of dark gold floated into the air, with streams of mysterious energy instantly enveloping it. Without any visible display of arcane arts, the 100 pounds of dark gold began to shape itself, gradually transforming into a 7-foot-tall humanoid figure. However, this yellow turban warrior lacked facial features, and its entire body radiated golden light, resembling a small golden statue from a distance. Boom. A low roar suddenly erupted from the mouth of the yellow turban warrior, its previously smooth visage abruptly opening a pair of eyes. As its mouth, nose, ears, and facial features manifested, its hands swiftly came together. A gust of force surged forth. Qin Jibao appeared before Shen Nan in an instant, his aura as a warrior celestial being unmistakably radiating, his eyes cold and terrifying, while 100 Ming Wang heavy armor soldiers immediately raised their blades and shields. Qin Xian, Mo Xian, and the others looked on in astonishment at the yellow turban warrior. The surrounding officials of the Heavenly Craft Institute gasped in unison. It has come to life. Although the Heavenly Craft Institute monopolizes 70% of the forging in the Great Feng, they had never witnessed such a wondrous sight. The 100 pounds of dark gold, which appeared to be an inanimate object, had transformed into a ferocious yellow turban warrior in the blink of an eye through Zhang Zhao's incantation. This method transcended mere martial prowess, resembling celestial magic. What a remarkable technique! Qin Xian couldn't help but applaud. Mo Xian, please give it a try. He was exceedingly curious about the might of this yellow turban warrior. Mo Xian did not hesitate. He leaped several meters away from the yellow turban warrior and stated, please. Zhang Zhao glanced at Mo Xian and waved his hand. Go. The yellow turban warrior wasted no time. It stomped its right foot on the ground, golden light swirling around it, and its right hand clenched into a fist, carrying an overwhelming force. It struck directly toward Mo Xian's chest. Boom. It was as if a towering mountain had fallen, and the terrifying might surged from the yellow turban warrior's right hand, an overwhelming wave of energy sweeping through the surroundings. The punch's force made those nearby feel a stinging sensation on their faces. When everyone looked again, they saw Mo Xian's figure sent flying. His chest garment was shredded, and even the dark gold soft armor beneath was instantly shattered. He coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood and staggered back several steps before finally regaining his balance. His face flushed as he exclaimed, what tremendous strength! Mo Xian dared to withstand this blow not only because he was a master of horizontal forging, but also due to wearing the soft armor personally crafted by Qing Xian. This armor was not only resistant to blades and swords, but also capable of dissipating vital energy and inner strength. It was indeed a rare treasure, even in the Great Feng. Unfortunately, the yellow turban warrior possessed neither vital energy nor inner strength. It only wielded pure brute force. Thus, with a single punch, it shattered Mo Xian's soft armor, protective vital energy, and horizontal forging defenses. However, correspondingly, the yellow turban warrior's luster dimmed considerably. Yet even so, it was enough to leave everyone in awe. Qing Xuan's eyes sparkled. This punch must possess the might of a peak third-tier vital energy master. Even an ordinary third-tier expert would likely perish if they were not cautious in its presence. Such a weapon. No, this cannot even be classified as a weapon. It is a Dao soldier. Should 100 of these Dao soldiers be forged, even a first-tier Earth immortal could be overwhelmed and slain. Moreover, if the Xianjin is already so, how much more so for the true gold? Upon hearing this, the expression of the left side Mo Yin shifted slightly. Master Uncle, true gold is simply beyond our means. Even with Xianjin, we do not possess such a substantial inventory, let alone the ability to forge 100 Dao soldiers. Mo Yan's words caused Qin Xian's countenance to stiffen, clearly indicating that even the Earth sect was not a wealthy entity. 100 jin of Xianjin amounts to 500,000 taels of silver. Although the Earth sect monopolizes 70% of Da Feng's forging business, such enterprises still incur costs and require profit sharing with various parties. Not to mention the considerable expenses of such a vast Dao palace, with elders and resources for the master's cultivation being frightfully significant. While gifting 100 jin of Xianjin might be manageable, 10,000 jin is simply out of the question, and Qing Xian lacks the authority to do so. He chuckled awkwardly, then turned his fervent gaze toward Zhang Jiao. Might I inquire how long this method can be sustained? What are the costs involved? While gifting is not feasible, purchasing a few would certainly be possible. Despite the multitude of 10 realm celestials in Da Feng, this is based on a vast population of billions. Overall, the majority consists of 3rd and 4th grade experts, with a 2nd grade grandmaster being considered a formidable figure. If the Earth sect could acquire the method to forge these yellow turban warriors, the safety of their disciples would be assured henceforth. With 2 yellow turban warriors accompanying core disciples, who would dare challenge them? Zhang Jiao replied nonchalantly. The yellow turban warriors can be sustained indefinitely. However, engaging in combat will consume Xianjin, which must be replenished. That previous strike already expended 1 jin of Xianjin. Qing Xian calculated silently. So, 1 punch costs 5,000 taels of silver, quite reasonable. Shen Nan also arrived at this conclusion. No wonder Zhang Jiao possesses only about 100 yellow turban warriors in the immortal martial 3 kingdoms. With the financial resources of the yellow turban army, they can probably afford only about 100. Moreover, this consumption is indeed substantial. Exchanging 5,000 taels of silver for a single strike from a peak 3rd grade expert is not a high cost-performance ratio. This highlights the differing perspectives of the 2 individuals. Qing Xian's concern revolves solely around the safety of his disciples, as the Earth sect is not short on funds. In contrast, Shen Nan contemplates the broader implications for Da Feng. Given this cost-performance ratio, it is simply untenable. However, when it comes to actual usage, it should not be considered merely a single strike from a peak 3rd grade expert, but rather a yellow turban warrior of 3rd grade who is obedient and represents the faction. Not only the Earth sect, but even military nobles and Confucian families would surely covet such a capability. A smile spread across Qing Xian's face. If I were to request my friend to forge this, what would be required? Or, if my friend is willing to impart this forging method to the Earth sect, what would be needed? Whatever Shen Nan could conceive, Qing Xian could surely imagine as well. In his eyes, Zhang Jiao had become a veritable gold mine. Zhang Jiao did not respond, but turned his gaze toward Shen Nan. Qing Xian followed his gaze, a flicker of envy crossing his mind. How did the emperor find such a Taoist expert, who not only possesses such profound techniques, but also shows such obedience to the emperor? Your Majesty, if he could forge 100 yellow turban warriors, the previous 10,000 sets of Ming Wang heavy armor could be given away without hesitation. He and Shen Nan did not dare to negotiate, regardless of the Earth sect's exalted status. After all, a minister is still a minister. Though Qing Xian had previously referred to himself as this humble Taoist, he could not disregard propriety in matters of importance. Shen Nan smiled at Qing Xian. His actions this time were deliberately orchestrated to leverage Zhang Jiao against the Earth sect, and it was hardly merely for a trivial 10,000 Ming Wang heavy armors. Qing Xian's expression stiffened. Your Majesty. Shen Nan turned to Zhang Jiao. Did the Celestial Master not mention previously that aside from the yellow turban warriors, there exists the technique of turning beings into soldiers? The yellow turban warriors have already brought a pleasant surprise. Shen Nan wishes to see how the technique of turning beings into soldiers operates. Qing Xian was once again stunned. Turning beings into soldiers. Merely those 4 words ignited a surge of curiosity within him. How could beans become soldiers? Zhang Jiao nodded slightly. Indeed, there is a technique for turning beans into soldiers, but this technique, it is quite intricate to forge. If carelessly executed, it would be somewhat wasteful. His words were exceedingly clear. Zhang Jiao was not a high-ranking official from the court but rather emerged from the common folk. Negotiation and rhetoric hold little burden for him. Qing Xian, possessing high emotional intelligence, smiled. How about exchanging a strike for a magical artifact? 100 gene of Xian gene has already been offered. What is a mere magical artifact? Although magical artifacts are challenging to forge, this is merely Qing Xian's personal collection. Moreover, it would also serve to establish goodwill with Zhang Jiao. Merely a gift, nothing shabby. Zhang Jiao looked towards Shen Nan. Shen Nan smiled. Celestial Master, please. Qing Xian added. Will my humble Taoist nephew be needed for this? Mo Xian's face darkened instantly. Mo Yin unconsciously swallowed hard. He had witnessed the fate of his junior brother and did not wish to experience a similar situation of shattered Xinjin armor and spitting blood. No need. Zhang Jiao shook his head. This item should not be casually deployed. After pausing slightly, he took out a gleaming golden bean from his robe, without waiting for the reactions of those present. Zhang Jiao casually scattered the golden bean onto the ground. Turn beans into soldiers, with a snap. The moment the golden bean struck the ground, a resplendent golden light erupted. In an instant, as everyone stood dumbfounded. A translucent figure began to materialize from within the golden light, rapidly expanding into a towering 9-foot golden figure, reminiscent of the previously encountered yellow turban warrior, yet distinct in that this golden figure clearly possessed facial features and emotions. It was even adorned with heavy armor and wielded a green dragon crescent blade. The green dragon crescent blade? Shen Nan's eyes narrowed sharply. Could it be? As the thin golden light gradually dissipated, the sounds of weapons clashing and war horses trumpeting echoed. Qing Xian's heart raced wildly. The brothers Mo Xian and Mo Yin appeared dazed. Roar. The instant the golden light vanished, a dragon's roar resonated. In the courtyard. It seemed as though a green dragon was roaring and flashes of blade light danced. As everyone stood transfixed, a cold snort pierced the air. You lot are but mercenaries for hire. A tall figure grasped the green dragon. His narrowed phoenix eyes filled with arrogance. His majestic beard fluttered. A heavy aura of warfare emanated from him, exuding an undeniable sense of invincibility. Before he even made a move, his presence weighed down upon the entire assembly. Qing Xian stared in awe. A peak celestial of the military school? He had never imagined that a single being could instantaneously transform into a living being, and that this individual could be a peak celestial of the military school. Such a technique surpassed the bounds of imagination. Just as Qing Xian was lost in astonishment, Guan Yu's phoenix eyes suddenly opened, filled with a chilling intent that pierced the heart. The moment Guan Yu's eyes opened, the surge of murderous intent left Qing Xian frozen in place. Even though Qing Xian had attained the 10th realm celestial of the Taoist school, nearing the pinnacle of that realm, he was still daunted by the overwhelming murderous aura. With a sweep of Zhang Zhao's robe, a flash of golden light coursed through the air. Guan Yu's towering stature abruptly contracted, reverting to the original golden bean in the blink of an eye. Subsequently, the golden bean fell into Zhang Zhao's hand as he remarked nonchalantly, "This is the technique of turning beans into soldiers." Turning beans into soldiers. Everyone present was left speechless, for they had witnessed the phenomenon today. A single golden bean could indeed transform into a human form, and a peak expert of the military school at that. Mo Xian and Mo Yin instinctively swallowed hard. Is this item easily controllable? Given the murderous intent that emanated from Guan Yu's gaze, they truly doubted that anyone could handle it with composure. Qing Xian also glanced over at this remark. Zhang Jiao chuckled lightly and shook his head. This individual is not something an ordinary person can control. Even I can only summon him for a brief moment. However, others need not face such difficulties, such as General Zhang Liang or General Zhang Bao. They would not require such complications. The technique of sowing beans to create soldiers possessed by Zhang Jiao in the realm of Xinwu Three Kingdoms diverges significantly from the conventional understanding of this art. It constitutes a genuine method of achieving tranquility. Anyone who has crossed paths with Zhang Jiao can have their essence and energy captured by him, which, through a tedious process of refinement, can be molded into golden beans. These golden beans can then temporarily transform into other individuals, serving his purposes. However, this refinement process is considerably more complex than that employed by the yellow turban warriors, especially since Zhang Jiao's arrival in this realm. The golden beans in his possession seemed to diminish with each use. After merely 3 summons, the energy of the individual will completely dissipate. How, then, can he capture the energy of figures such as Guan Yu or Zhang Bao in this world? Conversely, Zhang Jiao can effortlessly capture the essence of figures like Tua Ba Pusa and Qin Jibao. His technique of sowing beans to create soldiers will undoubtedly grow stronger in the future, with its potential limited only by the caliber of individuals that His Majesty can summon. Qing Xian, the esteemed leader of the Earth sect, immediately comprehended that the essence of this technique lies in capturing energy and the intricate refinement process. Casting a glance at Zhang Jiao and then at Shen Nan, he ultimately sighed with a wry smile, saying, "My friend, you truly bring harm. Harm. Why is that?" This is due to the fact that the two techniques demonstrated by Zhang Jiao are increasingly effective, particularly for the Earth sect, as they could serve as a foundational method passed down through generations. If Qing Xian were unaware of such a technique, it would be one matter. However, since he is cognizant, he must, by all means, obtain it. Unfortunately, Zhang Jiao is not alone. He is backed by His Majesty. This is evident from Zhang Jiao's demeanor earlier. To negotiate with him, one must first satisfy His Majesty, which leaves Qing Xian feeling somewhat disheartened. To please His Majesty, the Earth sect will undoubtedly have to make significant sacrifices. Alas, why could Zhang Jiao not have been encountered by Qing Xian first, had that been the case? Whether in persuading Zhang Jiao to join the Earth sect or in supporting him to establish the Taiping sect, Qing Xian would have been entirely confident in ensuring Zhang Jiao's satisfaction. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiao merely smiled in silence. Shen Nan, observing Qing Xian's expression, lightly chuckled and inquired, "How do these two techniques compare to the artifacts crafted by the Earth sect?" What more could Qing Xian say? He sighed. "They are undoubtedly excellent, perhaps even more extravagant than the talismans of Longhu Mountain. The talismans from Longhu Mountain can only produce about 100 each year, though their power is said to reach the pinnacle of the 10th realm, and there are even rumors of talismans of the 11th and 12th realms. However, those can only be easily summoned by the lineage of Longhu Mountain, while ordinary 4th or 3rd grade talismans can be invoked by anyone. My friend, the Yellow Turban Warriors and the technique of sowing beans to create soldiers are entirely different. They can serve as protective methods for our Earth sect." He now realized that Zhang Jiao's technique of sowing beans to create soldiers and the Yellow Turban Warriors is not merely a simple method of refinement, but rather an extraordinarily profound art. Yet, such techniques seem somewhat exaggerated, bordering on celestial arts. Since it is so, Shen Nan said to Zhang Jiao, "Tian sure may converse with the dean. I must return to the palace to review the memorials." As he spoke, he turned and departed. Qin Jibao and 100 armored soldiers followed closely behind. Qing Xian stood momentarily stunned, gazing at Shen Nan's retreating figure. This, he certainly could not, nor did he wish to, negotiate conditions directly with His Majesty. However, the issue is that Zhang Jiao has made it clear that his stance is primarily aligned with His Majesty's wishes, now that Shen Nan has left so composedly. How could Qing Xian possibly negotiate any terms with Zhang Jiao? At most, he could only trouble Zhang Jiao to refine a few Yellow Turban Warriors and leave behind 1 or 2 golden beans. Qing Xian yearned to call out to His Majesty, but he was constrained by his status and could not do so. He could only watch helplessly as Shen Nan departed. Zhang Jiao, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, remarked, "My friend, what are the artifacts you previously promised?" He was exceedingly curious about the artifacts of this world. Moreover, upon his arrival, he had not brought his 9-section staff due to his circumstances. Without it, he felt somewhat unaccustomed. As for the 10,000 sets of armored soldiers from His Majesty, that was of little consequence. Now, it remains to be seen how many benefits Zhang Jiao can extract from the Earth sect. Though the techniques are unlikely to be granted at this time, only when His Majesty speaks will that be possible. After a brief moment, Shen Nan returned to the imperial city with a broad smile. He had not anticipated that Zhang Jiao's sowing beans to create soldiers and the Yellow Turban Warriors would prove so potent, although this technique may hold little utility for him personally. In the future, he could refine some Yellow Turban Warriors as guards, serving as a symbol of prestige for His Majesty. Additionally, he could keep a couple of golden beans for himself. However, compared to using them personally, he preferred to exchange them for sufficient resources. After all, at present, what Shen Nan lacked most was resources, rather than the excessively extravagant Yellow Turban Warriors and the technique of sowing beans to create soldiers. "Your Majesty," the voice of Chao Zhenchun suddenly echoed. Shen Nan regained his focus, realizing he had returned to the side hall of the palace. After calling out, Chao Zhenchun hurried over, clutching a thick stack of documents. and said ingratiatingly, "Your Majesty, today Lu Zhong and Zhang who have delivered all the assets of the Imperial Horse Office. I have also gained a rough understanding of the situation. It must be said that Chao Zhengchun, despite lacking other talents, excels in diligence. Since noon, when Shen Nan asked him to assist Han Xingxian in overseeing the Imperial Horse Office, Chao Zhengchun immediately began reviewing the records and nearly memorized the hefty stack of documents. This level of effort truly befits the title of diligent and courteous, Chao Gonggong." Shen Nan nodded slightly, "Enter the hall and speak." He slowly made his way toward the main hall. The Jinghua Hall serves both as a side hall and as the place where the Emperor of Da Feng conducts state affairs. Shen Nan casually seated himself at the head of the table. Several palace maids skillfully entered, setting out various imperial dishes and fruit platters on the table. Shen Nan had left at noon, and now it was nearing sunset, making it time for a meal. However, the Emperor of Da Feng did not have overly extravagant dining customs. For Shen Nan, the meal typically consisted of 10 dishes, 5 soups, and 2 teas. The so-called teas refer to fruit juice beverages, which are of exceptionally high quality. Shen Nan savored his meal slowly, while below him, Chao Jingchun led several members of the Kohua Guard in categorizing the various documents and records. After a brief moment, Han Xingxian also entered. "Your Majesty," Shen Nan nodded, "have the palace maids bring in some fruit platters and food. Feel free to eat as well." He maintained a relaxed demeanor with these summoned individuals. Han Xingxian, unceremoniously, respectfully replied, "Thank you, Your Majesty." He then instructed his attendants to set up several tables below, for today was not only the time for Han Xingxian and Chao Zhengchun to report their findings. Tua Ba Pusa would also be arriving shortly, and it was about time for Li Si to finish his duties as well. Today marked a moment for these individuals to summarize their gains and prepare to take decisive action against the Red Dragon 10 guards. Once the miscellaneous matters were settled, Chao Zhengchun stood respectfully and said, "Your Majesty, the records and documents of the Imperial Horse Office have been organized. Currently, the Imperial Horse Office has a total of 1,200 royal estates in the capital and 6,700 royal estates throughout the 9 provinces. Just these royal estates alone can generate an annual income of 4 million taels of silver, and the pastures cover a total of 10,300,000 acres." He spoke with great detail, nearly revealing all of the assets of the Imperial Horse Office. Apart from the royal estates and pastures, he also included the current eunuchs and hired workers of the Imperial Horse Office. The hired workers are responsible for cultivating the pastures and managing the royal estates. After all, with such a vast wealth, it is impossible for the eunuchs to handle everything personally. Instead, they hire workers and rely on generations of hired hands to manage the operations. Currently, there are 2,900 eunuchs in the Imperial Horse Office, all of whom hold official titles. In addition to these, there are 13,000 other eunuchs and close to 600,000 hired workers, amounting to approximately 2,700,000 individuals. From this, one can discern just how immense the Imperial Horse Office truly is. However, despite its vastness, its annual income amounts to only 5 million taels of silver. Even when accounting for the embezzlement by the eunuchs, the revenue barely exceeds 10 million taels of silver. Such income truly elicited a cold laugh from Shen Nan. It seems the Imperial Horse Office is not merely a parasite of eunuchs. It is likely that other forces have also extended their hands into this matter. It is quite evident. Otherwise, how could the Yumajian, given its scale, yield such meager revenues? Much like the financial situation of the Da Feng Dynasty, which spans 9 provinces and supports a staggering population of 3 billion, the annual fiscal income of Da Feng amounts to a mere 230 million taels. How pitiful indeed. A significant portion of this sum is dispatched back to the 9 garrisons of Yuzhou, allowing those military officials to draw empty salaries and enabling corrupt officials to line their pockets. The dire state of the Da Feng nation is thus laid bare. Chao Zhengchun solemnly nodded, stating, "Upon investigation, it appears that various local magnates, aristocratic families, and nobility are involved. If we extrapolate from the situation, it is likely that everyone is reaching for a share. Given the Yumajian's assets, its annual revenue should ideally range from 30 to 50 million taels of silver." He had genuinely conducted a thorough examination of these matters. Moreover, Chao Zhengchun had previously managed the Yumajian during the Ming Dynasty, thus he was well aware of the intricacies involved. Shen Nan, with a cold smile, inquired about the state of the horses. These matters would be addressed in due time, but for now, the most pressing concern remained the condition of the horses under the Yumajian's purview. Chao Zhengchun continued, Currently, the Yumajian possesses 63,300 plow oxen, 3,200,000 sheep, alongside 1,400 stallions, 89,000 mares, and 34,000 military horses. Additionally, there are 1,300 dragon horses, imbued with demonic blood, raised in the imperial capital's Linwan. Previously, Han Xingxian had already dispatched individuals to ascertain the situation, revealing that many horses from the Yumajian had been sold off by eunuchs. These sales primarily occurred in the southern regions and in Chuan province, with some even sold to the barbaric demon tribes. However, since Lu Zhong and Zhang who had submitted the documentation, the data presented must be entirely accurate. After all, neither dared to deceive Shen Nan at this juncture. Shen Nan had no desire to delve into how many had been sold in the past. Many of these eunuchs had likely been investigated, and those who had not would soon face a purge. He calmly remarked, "From now on, you shall oversee these matters. I shall assign you Huatian to assist you. Henceforth, any individuals found guilty of embezzlement shall be executed. If Yu Huatian's newly formed Western Bureau fails to address this, we shall enlist Qinjibao and Tuoba Pusa to mobilize troops. I refuse to believe we cannot quell this rampant corruption and malfeasance in our nation." In truth, with Shen Nan's current foundation and resources, should he choose to recline in complacency, within a decade, he would undoubtedly become invincible. Even if Da Feng were to fall, Shen Nan, as its sovereign, could re-establish a new Da Feng. Yet, why should it come to that? Shen Nan possessed a system and an auspicious beginning. How could he allow Da Feng to languish and decay? His ambition was to revitalize this nation, which was on the brink of rot. If there were festering corruption within Da Feng, he would excise it. If any faction became too brazen, he would suppress it, ultimately achieving true supremacy of imperial authority. This intent was also influenced by Shen Nan's principles from his previous life. A time traveler would never become a tyrant. While he may not embody a benevolent ruler, the belief that the people are paramount would never be forgotten. A decade is far too long. Shen Nan desired for Da Feng to begin its recovery from this very day. Though Chao Jingchun and Han Xingxian could not read minds, they could sense the emotions emanating from His Majesty. Both responded earnestly. Yes. Shen Nan exhaled slowly, summoned Tuoba Pusa, Qinjibao, and Yu Huadian. Regarding the affairs of the Yumajian, I only need to know the extent of its assets. The primary focus now must be on the condition of the Red Dragon 10 guards. The reorganization of the Huban guards is of utmost urgency, especially with the military review looming in 14 days. Before that, Shen Nan must command a complete and elite force. Soon, Tuoba Pusa, Qinjibao, and Yu Huadian arrived at the Jinghua Hall. Shen Nan regarded the three of them, directing his gaze at Tuoba Pusa. What is the status of the Huban guards? Though Tuoba Pusa had been in command of the Huban guards for merely a day or two, he had grasped their situation thoroughly. Without hesitation, he replied, "I speak plainly. Half of these so-called elite Huban guards are utterly useless." Half? Shen Nan chuckled at this revelation. That is far better than I had anticipated. After hearing about the Yumajian circumstances, Shen Nan had braced himself for the worst regarding the Huban guards. The notion of half being capable exceeded his expectations. After all, if the Yumajian was in such disarray, how could the Red Dragon 10 guards fare any better? For 800 years since its establishment, the Red Dragon 10 guards, once renowned for their martial prowess, had languished in their duties, guarding Yangzhou and the imperial capital, leading to inevitable fatigue. Shen Nan looked at Tuoba Pusa. Elaborate further. Of this remaining 50%, how many can be deemed useful? If you were to reorganize the Huban guards, how long would it take? Should a reduction in forces be necessary, how would you proceed? The matter of troop reduction had already been decided. Addressing corrupt officials was an exceedingly complex task that could have far-reaching repercussions. Before Shen Nan could embark on a large-scale purge of corrupt officials and restore integrity, his immediate priority was to streamline the military, eliminating the issue of empty salaries, while simultaneously establishing a capable fighting force. Only with sufficient strength could he suppress all opposition. This was not merely a matter of high-end military might. It required a vast network of influence. The Huban guards were the first step. After a moment of contemplation, Tuoba Pusa replied, "Of this remaining 50%, a significant majority can be utilized. These individuals have been redeployed from various border armies, a long-standing tradition of Da Feng. Typically, over 30% of the Huban guards are elite troops drawn from regional border forces. The intent behind this national policy is to maintain the combat readiness of the Huban guards. Unfortunately, the Huban guards are under the jurisdiction of the Martial Virtue Department. and those in actual command are often the offspring or relatives of military nobility. While these border elites are indeed formidable fighters, they lack sufficient foundation and connections. The 3 Huban Guard leaders I brought to the city gates today represent a different situation. Within the ranks of the border forces and the military aristocracy, there exists a cadre of individuals who, while connected to military nobility, do not possess substantial backgrounds. They are merely exceptionally gifted and carry the bloodline of military families, thus qualifying them to serve as commanders of the Huban Guards. However, for them, progress halts here unless they achieve military accomplishments. Your Majesty, if you wish to reduce forces and reorganize the Huban Guards, these individuals should be at the core of that effort. Tuoba Pusa, renowned as the god of war of the Northern Mang army, demonstrated a remarkably straightforward and adept approach to problem-solving. Within just a day or two, he had comprehensively assessed the situation of the Huban Guards and identified a clear strategy for troop reduction and military reorganization. Shen Nan nodded with satisfaction. Chen Jibao, what are your thoughts? While Tuoba Pusa's suggestions were commendable, Shen Nan was eager to gauge Chen Jibao's strategic insights. Chen Jibao replied solemnly, what General Tuoba has proposed is indeed excellent. Though he had previously been an adversary of Tuoba Pusa in the snow, upon arriving in this world, they became colleagues. Furthermore, Chen Jibao was not one to seek the spotlight. He preferred the thrill of battle, seeking to establish his legacy through strength and merit. Upon hearing this, Shen Nan nodded. Very well, I grant you 5 days. After this period, we shall commence the reduction of the Huban Guards. By then, I expect the Huban Guards to transform into a truly elite force, loyal solely to me. Although Tuoba Pusa had already grasped the situation, hasty troop reductions would undoubtedly cause unrest. Additionally, Shen Nan was reluctant to reveal his intentions too soon. His goal was to strike decisively, ensuring the complete downfall of military nobility. Once the Huban Guards were successfully reduced and reorganized, he would immediately turn his attention to the Fu Bingwei. On the surface, the Red Dragon 10 Guards boasted a total of 200,000 elite troops. Yet the actual number was closer to 150,000. The Huban left and right guards, meanwhile, numbered merely 15,000. Within the imperial capital, there were still the Fu army left and right guards. If Shen Nan could not simultaneously capture both the Huban left and right guards and the Fu army left and right guards, his ambition to completely reorganize the Red Dragon 10 Guards would be severely hampered. After all, the guards stationed at the left and right of the imperial court were trained more than 10 miles away in the capital's military camp, while the Wulong and Xianfeng units were stationed at fortifications 30 miles distant. These troops are far from being docile. The matter of disarmament may seem straightforward, yet a moment's carelessness could incite a rebellion. Moreover, the Duke of Chu is also preparing for the grand review of the army. Should disarmament provoke unrest, the Duke of Chu would undoubtedly find amusement in the situation, as it would afford him the opportunity to secure certain advantages in the court. The chief ministers of the cabinet, led by Zhang Su, upon learning of Shen Nan's intentions, would likely lend their support to the Duke of Chu, resulting in a considerably more chaotic scenario. However, to reorganize the Tiger Ben Guard and disband the military forces within a single day is no small feat. Aside from the matters concerning Tuoba Bodhisattva and Chen Jibao, sufficient intelligence from Li Si is also required. Without adequate information, precise and swift disarmament would be impossible. As Shen Nan contemplated this, he turned to Han Xingxian, inquiring, how much longer until Li Si arrives? Han Xingxian paused briefly before replying. According to my calculations, he should arrive within a quarter of an hour at most. The offices of the Great Feng close at the hour of you, which is roughly between 6 and 7 in the evening, coinciding with sunset. Shen Nan nodded slightly. Just as he was about to speak, a eunuch's voice announced from outside the hall, Zhang Hufa requests an audience. It was Zhang Jiao returning. Zhang Jiao, in name, still held the position of a third-rank protective official in Great Feng, and the eunuchs addressed him by this title as well. Shen Nan smiled. Let him in. He was quite curious about Zhang Jiao's discussions with the Earth sect. As Zhang Jiao strode into the hall, Shen Nan immediately noticed the 9-section staff he held in his right hand, which was adorned with a small bell that jingled as he walked, accompanied by an unseen aura that swept through the surroundings. This item was undoubtedly a magical artifact, standing in the center of the grand hall. Zhang Jiao smiled at Shen Nan, saying, Your Majesty, the Earth sect has agreed to manufacture 10,000 sets of Ming Wang heavy armor free of charge, and has promised that in the future, Regardless of what your majesty wishes to forge, the Earth sect will only charge the cost price. Furthermore, his tone lightened further. The Earth sect has also promised that your majesty may freely select 3 magical artifacts. This price was evidently not what Zhang Jiao had offered the Earth sect in exchange for the creation of soldiers from beans and yellow turbans, but rather akin to a token of goodwill. Shen Nan, intrigued, looked at Zhang Jiao and asked, "Did the Earth sect mention how they would exchange for the soldiers from beans and yellow turbans?" Zhang Jiao chuckled. "Since your majesty has departed, what conditions could the Earth sect possibly propose? This arrangement is merely a commission for me to create 2 yellow turbans. As for the techniques for summoning soldiers from beans and yellow turbans, Qing Xian would likely be unable to provide any suitable pricing, and would need to discuss it with the elders of the Earth sect before reaching a conclusion. Nevertheless, the Earth sect will undoubtedly hold your majesty in high esteem in the future." This was precisely the outcome Shen Nan desired. While the soldiers from beans and yellow turbans would not be provided for now, he could indeed craft a few yellow turbans for the Earth sect. As for the specifics, he could leave it to their discretion. The Taoist Earth sect was something Shen Nan intended to fully control in due course. For now, he was merely keeping them at bay. Just then, the eunuch's voice rang out once more, announcing, "The Right Vice Minister of the Justice Department, Li Si, requests an audience. Let him in." Lic's arrival was perfectly timed. Shen Nan was eager to inquire about the specifics of the Red Dragon 10 guards. Upon entering the Jinghua Hall, Li Si first respectfully bowed to Shen Nan, saying, "Your Majesty." Shen Nan casually raised his hand. "Please, sit and speak at your leisure." He had previously prepared a meal for everyone, which would now come in handy to Lic, not one to be polite, knelt at the table, sampling the tea and fruits before turning to Han Xingxian. "Is there a map of the imperial capital within 100 miles? Upon hearing this, Han Xingxian promptly instructed the Kuei-Hua guard to fetch the map. Before long, the Kuei-Hua guard returned with the map. Han Xingxian spread it out on the ground. Although the map of Great Feng was not as refined as those of later generations, it was significantly clearer than typical ancient maps. This particular map had been crafted with great effort by the palace. As Shen Nan looked down upon it, he could vividly perceive the prosperity and vastness of the imperial capital. The population of the imperial capital stands at 30 million. Given the ancient architecture, sustaining this many lives would necessitate an expansive area, with each of the 13 districts being immensely large. To put it into perspective, each district is akin to a modern administrative region. The positions of the left and right guards of the Red Dragon 10 guards, the left and right guards of Wulong, and the left and right guards of Xianfeng may sound like they are far from the imperial capital, separated by dozens of miles. Yet on the map, one cannot discern any significant distance. They are merely a palm's breadth away from the imperial capital. It is worth noting that this map is the size of a billiard table, making a palm's distance seem trivial. Shen Nan couldn't help but ponder. It appears that if disarmament is to occur, it must be executed with thunderous force. Otherwise, considering the positions of the left guards, right guards, and Xianfeng guards, should any military generals or nobility manage to react, they could swiftly relay messages, inciting those stationed around the imperial capital to rally and rebel. Unlike Shen Nan's previous attempts to seize military authority or redirect military pay from the Yuma Supervisory Office, disarmament strikes directly at the very heart of the military nobility's power structure. This action would inevitably impact every military noble. Faced with such a situation, any reaction from them would be entirely expected. Upon hearing this, Li Si shook his head. "It is not as complicated as your majesty imagines. Though I have just been appointed as the right vice minister of the Justice Department today, I have already grasped the situation of the Red Dragon 10 guards. Given their combat capability, they are unlikely to incite a rebellion. They simply lack the capacity. The official numbers for the Red Dragon 10 guards state 200,000 elite troops, yet in reality, there are only about 150,000. This discrepancy is well known and has been tacitly accepted by various factions and even several former emperors. The Red Dragon 10 guards were initially composed of military nobles during their establishment. However, during the founding period, these military nobles were indeed fierce warriors. When the founding emperor led the Red Dragon 10 guards in campaigns, these nobles paid significant prices. Thus, the founding emperor once stated that the 50,000 empty rations were intended as rewards for these military nobles, ensuring that they would not have to worry about food and drink for generations to come. However, as time has passed, the current Red Dragon 10 guards are not merely a matter of 50,000 empty rations. While they may claim to be 150,000 elite troops, in reality, the number of true elites barely reaches 100,000. The remaining 50,000 are simply old, weak, or ill individuals. Even among these 100,000 elites, those truly capable of engaging in battle likely number fewer than 50,000. This is the understanding Li Si has gained. The Justice Department is essentially the foundation of legalism, and the Vice Minister has the authority to review records. With the accumulation and depth of legalism over the years, coupled with the privileges of the Chief of the Gold Guard, Li Si was able to review the records of the Red Dragon 10 guards in less than half a day, uncovering their true situation. In summary, it is 150,000 troops with not a single battalion fit for use, 100,000 elite troops, with only 50,000 combat-ready personnel. Shen Nan couldn't help but shake his head. Although I had previously heard Tuoba Bodhisattva mention the situation of the Tiger Ben army, upon truly learning of the Red Dragon 10 guards' actual condition, I must admit it seems somewhat absurd. The Red Dragon 10 guards are tasked with safeguarding the imperial capital, a duty of utmost importance. The founding emperor once granted these military nobles ample wealth and status, and even tacitly allowed them to consume the 50,000 empty rations to supplement themselves. Yet such measures do not yield a single elite. On paper, there are 200,000 elite troops, yet the reality is merely 50,000 combat-ready personnel. This data is far too outrageous and exaggerated. This is why Great Feng has remained in an era of unprecedented peace. If the savage and monstrous tribes were to truly invade the imperial capital, I fear these troops would scarcely be able to hold their ground for even a few days. After all, given the vastness of the imperial capital, to adequately defend it would require at least 100,000 elite troops accompanied by several 100,000 auxiliary soldiers. How could a mere 50,000 elite troops suffice? Moreover, within these 50,000 elites, one can count the 15,000 elite troops of the Tiger Ben left and right guards. This implies that the other guards barely contribute 3,500 elite troops. If my memory serves me correctly, the military pay for the elite troops of Great Feng is 15 taels of silver, which means the annual military pay for the Red Dragon 10 guards alone amounts to 3 million taels of silver. And this is merely the allocated pay. If we factor in military supplies, provisions, and so forth, the annual military expenditure of the Red Dragon 10 guards likely reaches tens of millions of taels of silver. Shen Nan's algorithm is undoubtedly sound. However, he has underestimated the formidable nature of the term Qi Long Shi Wei. Before Li Si could utter a word, Chao Zhengchun interjected, "Your Majesty, the annual expenditure for Qi Long Shi Wei amounts to 23 million taels. It was the same last year and the year prior. It was 22,600,000 taels of silver. Though Chao Zhengchun may lack prowess in other areas, his memory is exceptional. Today he has not only recounted the data from the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau, but has also acquired a slight understanding of Qi Long Shi Wei. After all, Your Majesty intends to reorganize Qi Long Shi Wei, and the system has already disseminated the pertinent information. Can 23 million taels of silver sustain these individuals? Shen Nan found himself momentarily speechless. Pray tell, what other circumstances exist? Li Si shook his head and replied, "For now, I am only aware of this intelligence. In the coming days, I plan to compile a list of capable individuals from Qi Long Shi Wei for Your Majesty's consideration regarding military reductions. The decay of Qi Long Shi Wei cannot solely be attributed to any one individual. Moreover, there remain 50,000 battle-ready elites, all of whom are practitioners of the first rank. Even in a military reduction, it does not necessitate the dismissal of all. Rather, it requires the selection of a portion." Shen Nan finally received a piece of comforting news. "You and Tuoba, along with Chen Jibao, shall be responsible for this matter. I desire a suitable outcome within 5 days. In that time, the selected generals may be presented to the palace, as I wish to meet these rare and esteemed leaders, regardless of whether it is Tuoba Pusa or Li Si. Despite any promises they may make, they will ultimately require Shen Nan's intervention to consolidate these generals. Only in this manner can these individuals genuinely focus on their duties." Shen Nan also hopes to discern if there are any particularly memorable individuals among them. His strongest asset lies not only in the tasks assigned by the system, but also in the rough memories of the next 20 years. Within the Jinghua Hall, Li Si, Tuoba Pusa, and Chen Jibao commenced discussions on how to consolidate the generals and execute the military reduction plan within 5 days. Han Xingxian and Chao Zhengchun also contributed their insights from the sidelines, and even Zhang Jiao participated in the dialogue. The gathering of such talent brought a sense of relief to Shen Nan. who had previously contemplated overturning the table and establishing a new Da Feng dynasty. After all, the current Da Feng has endured 8 centuries since its founding, accumulating numerous problems, rather than laboring to reorganize Da Feng. It would be simpler to initiate a complete transformation. Such an approach would undoubtedly be more audacious and effortless. However, witnessing the conduct of Li Si and others, Shen Nan exhaled softly. The current situation was not as dire as he had feared. Moreover, Da Feng has nurtured its scholars for 800 years, truly possessing talent, in the memories of the Yuan Yu Emperor. Da Feng has weathered phases of calamity, rebellion in the southern regions, the Buddhist sect's rise to power, the chaotic era of the mankind and demon tribes, and the establishment of the Taoist sect, where loyal individuals to Da Feng and the Emperor emerged. Regrettably, none were able to reverse the tide of fate. Even the hidden powers of the legalist master, Feng, at the 12th realm, were insufficient to turn the tide. The northern king of the military, at the 12th realm, was likewise unable to quell the lurking demons. Their failures are indeed lamentable. Yet, Shen Nan has gleaned considerable information. With these insights into the future, along with the support of the system and Li Si, why should he choose a path of reclusive development? Enduring years of restraint for a sudden military uprising, such an approach is not in Shen Nan's nature. Though he appears gentle, his heart cannot tolerate even a hint of corruption. Meanwhile, in the depths of the palace, Zhang Hu wore a contemplative expression. Unlike Yang Ku, who could only vaguely speculate about the emperor's intentions, Zhang Hu was acutely aware of Shen Nan's ambitions. Your Majesty, military reductions are not as simple as they may seem. Even with the support of these individuals, can it truly proceed so smoothly? Although he is affiliated with the Rensheng sect, his life and fortunes are intricately tied to the emperor. The Rensheng sect merely invests in Zhang Hu. It is the emperor who can truly grant him wealth and determine his fate. Thus, Zhang Hu yearns for Shen Nan's trust, yet regrettably, Shen Nan offers no such opportunity. What Zhang Hu does not realize is that the actions he contemplates in the future are merely a means for Shen Nan to leverage him to ensnare the Rensheng sect, an unfortunate miscalculation on his part, as he believes himself to be a loyal eunuch. However, upon seizing true power, he could never be a faithful servant. Instead, he would reveal his ambitious nature. This illustrates how individuals can sometimes fail to recognize their own true selves. At this moment, Zhang Hu vaguely heard a voice, filled with a chilling and eerie resonance. Strangely, this very cold and sinister voice enveloped him in a sense of warm comfort, causing his eyes to slowly close. After a brief interval, he abruptly opened his eyes, gasping for breath. Who? The Rensheng had entered his dreams. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead and back, and his countenance turned ghastly pale. Just moments ago, the saintess of the Rensheng had commanded him in a dream to spare no effort in earning Shen Nan's trust and to arrange for one of their own to assume command in Chuan province. It was evident that the Rensheng sect intended to initiate a rebellion in Chuan province, yet they remained oblivious to Zhang Hu's current predicament, such as the peculiar nature of the imperial capital. Enveloped in national fortune, where the influence of Feng and the legalist looms large, deterring members of the Rensheng sect from easily dispatching experts to the capital. In his dream, Zhang Hu refrained from revealing the true situation. Fully aware of the Rensheng sect's methods, should they discover that he had become a useless pawn, the consequences would be dire. It appears that he must make a ruthless decision. Zhang Hu's gaze darkened with malice. Lu Zhong. Do not hold it against me. He resolved to betray Lu Zhong entirely, leveraging some resources he had amassed over the years as a token of allegiance to Shen Nan in hopes of gaining his trust. Under the current circumstances, he feared that not only would he be unable to arrange for someone to assume command in Chuan province, but even if he volunteered for an external assignment, Shen Nan would likely refuse. The following day, at noon, Shen Nan, feeling invigorated after concluding his training for the day, noted a remarkable enhancement in his true dragon vital energy. The complete assimilation of the minor master Dan was now merely a matter of time. However, what excited him most was the refreshing of the system's marketplace. This had become a small habit of his. Although the system's marketplace refreshed every day at the stroke of midnight, Shen Nan's national revival points were typically depleted in short order. Rather than merely watching them vanish, he preferred to wait until the daily sign-in was completed, which rewarded him with 1,000 national revival points, before checking the refreshed items that point. If there were desirable goods, he could either secure them or exchange them directly. After casting a glance, Shen Nan's attention was drawn to the first item. It was a martial art technique known as the ultimate rigid technique. This manual originated from the animated series Qin's Moon and was the signature skill of the armored gate. Practicing this technique would enable one to forge their physique into a shield-like armor, impervious to blades and spears, earning the reputation of having a copper head and iron arms, and being invulnerable in battle. It was categorized as a peak third-tier martial art, priced at 300 points. Shen Nan had been profoundly impressed when he first watched Qin's Moon. The character Dian Qing, with his unparalleled mastery of horizontal training, was indeed formidable. Even the dual swords of Tian Ci, executing the Earth J24, could not inflict a scratch upon him. Moreover, the technique's critical points were uniquely concealed within the body, distinct from ordinary external martial arts. The system's indication of a peak third-tier level underscored the technique's formidable nature. Shen Nan did not intend to learn it himself. Rather, he contemplated combining this technique with the Ming Wang heavy armor soldiers' Ming Wang force and iron bone vital energy, which might significantly enhance the soldier's combat prowess, and the price of 300 points was not exorbitant. It was worth noting that, although the royal palace of Da Feng housed numerous martial arts, techniques of such caliber were exceedingly rare. However, Shen Nan did not rush to make an exchange but instead turned his gaze to another newly appeared item. The Xian Redivine Bow, a fourth-tier artifact, required charging before unleashing power equivalent to a peak third-tier strike, priced at 500 points. Clearly, the system's marketplace had refreshed with an abundance of items, offering not only troop types like the Western Factory Grand Gift and the Snow Dragon Riders, but also various inheritances, martial arts, and magical artifacts. As for the last item, it was still the previously refreshed Sunflower Manual. Regrettably, the Western Factory Grand Gift was no longer available. Shen Nan had initially considered opening another Western Factory Gift today if no suitable exchange items were presented. After all, both the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office, overseen by Han Xingxian, and the Western Factory, which Yu Huatian intended to establish, were in dire need of personnel, exchanging for the Xian Redivine Bow and the ultimate rigid technique. Shen Nan's right hand suddenly manifested a resplendent golden longbow. The bow was extravagantly designed, adorned with a cloud dragon motif along its body, and the grip featured an engraving of a radiant sun. In terms of appearance, it exuded an air of utmost nobility. What pleased Shen Nan most was that this bow required no arrows. It could be activated simply by infusing it with vital energy. The sole drawback was its substantial consumption. For an ordinary fourth-tier expert, it could only be used 3 times before exhausting their internal strength. However, given its capacity to allow a fourth-tier expert to unleash peak third-tier power, this flaw paled in comparison and could even be viewed as a significant advantage. After all, a fourth-tier expert could still execute 3 peak third-tier strikes. In terms of effectiveness, it bore some resemblance to the talisman spoken of by Qing Xian the previous day. This divine bow could certainly be entrusted to Zhang Jiao for imitation by the Tiangong Institute. If manufacturing were convenient, it would create a splendid spectacle if every fourth-tier commander of the Black Dragon Xian Bird Guard wielded such an artifact. After casually placing the divine bow and the manual aside, Shen Nan prepared to call for Zhang Jiao. Yet before he could utter a word, he heard the voice of Chao Zhengchun from outside. "Your Majesty, the chief of the ritual office requests an audience." The chief of the ritual office? Zhang Hu. As Shen Nan's expression turned quizzical, Chao Zhengchun entered and reported, "Your Majesty, Zhang Hu has arrived with several eunuchs, and he carries many boxes, which seem to contain rare treasures." Upon hearing this, Shen Nan understood the situation. Allow Zhang Hu to enter. He casually tossed the divine bow and manual onto the back of a chair. Soon after, Zhang Hu entered with a solemn expression, skipping any formalities, and knelt on the ground, bowing deeply as he sincerely and humbly declared, "Your Majesty, this servant has committed an offense." Shen Nan regarded Zhang Hu with keen interest. "An offense? What crime have you committed?" Zhang Hu raised his head and earnestly replied, "This servant has managed the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office for many years, yet it remains in such a state, riddled with corruption, leading to the depletion of your Majesty's treasury. This is a capital offense. This servant is aware that Lu Zhong is not loyal to your Majesty, but rather an insider sent by the Buddhist sect infiltrating the palace, yet I have failed to report him. Which is also a capital offense. This servant." He enumerated several capital offenses, even disclosing some unsavory deeds he had committed. Finally, he bowed deeply, exclaiming, "This servant deserves death." This display caused Shen Nan to narrow his eyes slightly. He discerned Zhang Hu's intentions and began to grasp the situation. It was likely that the compassionate sect intended for Zhang Hu to perform certain tasks. Ironically, Although Zhang Hu appeared to still hold the position of chief of the ritual office, he was not trusted by the emperor. Naturally, he found himself at a loss for how to act. Zhang Hu was leveraging his accusations against Lu Zhong and his own misdeeds as a means to demonstrate his loyalty. However, it was apparent that Zhang Hu was avoiding the more serious allegations. While his unsavory actions were indeed a liability, they paled in comparison to Lu Zhong's betrayal as an insider for the Buddhist sect. Shen Nan had already forgiven the matters concerning the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office. These trivialities were hardly worth mentioning. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Nan stated, "I shall accept the items you have brought. As for these matters, I am unconcerned. Whatever transpired in the past is bygone. You must ensure that such mistakes do not occur again in the future. You may rest easy. I will handle the situation regarding Lu Zhong." Zhang Hu was taken aback in his expectations. He had braced himself for a furious outburst from Shen Nan and had even contemplated using this as an opportunity to request a transfer away from the palace. Yet now, with Shen Nan treating the matter so lightly, how was Zhang Hu to respond? He could only grit his teeth and say, "Your Majesty is merciful. However, apart from these matters, I have also discovered something else. The compassionate sect appears to be making subtle movements in Chuan province. I humbly request that your Majesty assign me as the military supervisor in Chuan province to monitor the compassionate sect." This was indeed Zhang Hu's plan. He had no intention of obeying the orders of the compassionate sect or dispatching personnel. Zhang Hu understood that he could never gain the emperor's trust, so he decided to seize this opportunity to request a transfer, which would allow him to fulfill the compassionate sect's task, while also enabling him to leave the palace with ease. Furthermore, this arrangement was theoretically sound. After all, Zhang Hu publicly held the title of chief of the ritual office, a high-ranking eunuch. Requesting a transfer to serve as military supervisor in Chuan province was akin to a self-deprecating gesture. Akin to the interests of esteemed officials in the court, if Shen Nan were unaware of Zhang Hu's background, he might perceive Zhang Hu as merely fearful and seeking a peaceful retirement in Chuan province. Unfortunately for Zhang Hu, Shen Nan was well aware of his background, rendering Zhang Hu's performance all too transparent. Shen Nan chose not to expose Zhang Hu's clumsy act, even if Zhang Hu's future actions warranted punishment. The future was still the future. Moreover, Shen Nan was not the future Yuan Yu emperor. Given his current foundation, he could certainly utilize Zhang Hu effectively. Indeed, Zhang Hu possessed value, particularly as bait to lure the compassionate sect. Furthermore, Zhang Hu had held the position of chief eunuch in Da Feng for decades, and the intelligence and connections stored in his mind were invaluable. Shen Nan replied nonchalantly, "I understand your intent. In the coming days, you will first ensure a smooth transition of duties at the ritual office with Han Xingxian. The matter of Chuan province's military supervisor is not urgent, and you need not concern yourself with Lu Zhong's affairs." "This servant thanks your Majesty." Zhang Hu, filled with inner delight, hastily bowed his head in reverence. It had become increasingly untenable for him to remain in the imperial palace. Not only was Han Xingxian's prowess utterly terrifying, but the appearances of figures such as Tuoba Bodhisattva and Li Si also instilled in him an overwhelming sense of dread, especially given his less-than-spotless background. Should the emperor discover his connection to the Lianqing sect, his fate would undoubtedly be sealed in death. Moreover, the Lianqing sect was equally indifferent towards him. It was a stroke of fortune that he could depart with composure. Shen Nan casually remarked, "There is no need for empty formalities. Simply attend to your own affairs." Zhang Hu sincerely replied, "I shall ensure that all matters of the Si Li Jian are entrusted to Master Han." Shen Nan waved his hand. "That will suffice. You may withdraw." With that, Zhang Hu left in high spirits. After his departure, Chao Jingchun looked at Shen Nan, puzzled. "Your Majesty, do you truly intend to send Zhang Hu to Chuan Prefecture as a military supervisor?" He found it difficult to comprehend the emperor's intentions. Shen Nan scoffed. "When did I ever state that Zhang Hu would go to Chuan Prefecture as a military supervisor? He is merely concealing his own machinations. And I shall feign ignorance while allowing him to assist Han Xingxian in the palace. Besides, this individual does possess some utility. Zhang Hu may not wish to act, but Shen Nan was not averse to indulging him in his performance." As for the matter of the military supervisor in Chuan Prefecture, Shen Nan had already decided on a candidate. He intended for Lu Zhong to volunteer for the position. This would not only secure Zhang Hu firmly within the palace, but also set the stage for the Buddhist sect to engage in a mutual conflict with the Lianqing sect. After all, the Buddhist sect harbored grand ambitions. They were not merely plotting rebellion, but sought to transform the Great Feng into a terrestrial Buddhist kingdom. Such endeavors were not without precedent for the Buddhists. Previously, they had been nearly crushed by a coalition of Confucianists, legalists, and militarists, almost branding them as a heretical cult. Since then, the Buddhist sect had become increasingly secretive and cautious in their operations. However, their foundations remained intact. And should Lu Zhong venture to Chuan Prefecture, a splendid performance would undoubtedly ensue. Chao Zhengchun still appeared perplexed, clearly unable to grasp Shen Nan's meaning. Not wishing to elaborate further, Shen Nan simply instructed, "Summon Han Xingxian and Yu Huadian to see me." Chao Zhengchun respectfully acknowledged, "Yes." In a brief moment, Han Xingxian and Yu Huadian arrived at Jinghua Hall, greeting, "Your Majesty." On the way, Chao Zhengchun had informed them of Zhang Hu's situation. Unlike Chao Zhengchun, who lacked cunning, they harbored suspicions and had quickly devised several strategies to manage Zhang Hu. This exemplified the weighty influence of the spring and autumn era's great demon and the supervisor of the Western factory. Shen Nan discerned their thoughts through their expressions. Zhang Hu should not be overly meddled with for the time being. Allow him to indulge in his sweet dreams, and when he truly finds himself without any avenue of retreat, it will be the opportune moment to extract his value, at which point it would be ideal to bring him under control. Han Xingxian and Yu Huadian reined in their thoughts, responding, "Understood." Shen Nan nodded. "Han Xingxian, go seek Lu Zhong and inform him that Zhang Hu's identity as an insider of the Buddhist sect has been exposed, but the Buddhist sect is considered the state religion of the Great Feng. This matter ultimately pertains to treason. Advise him to voluntarily request the position of military supervisor in Chuan Prefecture to monitor the Lianqing sect's movements. Should he execute this task well, I may permit his return to the capital in the future." In contrast to the Lianqing sect's reputation, the Buddhist sect's standing was far more favorable. Even though the Buddhists had previously engaged in efforts to establish a terrestrial Buddhist kingdom, they outwardly demonstrated great respect towards the emperor. Thus, Lu Zhong's role as an insider of the Buddhist sect would merely constitute a breach of etiquette rather than a capital offense. Moreover, Shen Nan's words were sufficiently explicit, clearly indicating to the Buddhist sect that he sought their assistance against the Lianqing sect. With Lu Zhong's and the Buddhist master's intelligence, they would undoubtedly grasp the underlying implications. Sometimes, utilizing forces does not necessitate secrecy. One may speak candidly. Shen Nan's remarks were indeed straightforward. Han Xingxian understood precisely how to proceed. This servant obeys. Shen Nan then turned to Yu Huadian. "Have there been any issues in establishing the Western factory?" Without hesitation, Yu Huadian replied, "Currently, there have been no issues. Han Xian has been exceedingly cooperative. I have selected 30 individuals from the Pure Army, with the assistance of 5 members of the Kohua Guard. However, to fully establish the Western factory will require some time, and I may need your Majesty's assistance when the time comes." The establishment of the Western factory was certainly not an endeavor to be accomplished overnight. Shen Nan had merely taken a step ahead. "Did not the legalist promise to present 3 magical artifacts to me? I shall request 3 ear listening pearls as a gift for you. Go to Han Xingxian and collect 500,000 taels of silver as funding. Within a month, I wish to see sufficient results, given Yu Huaiyan's capabilities as supervisor of the Western factory. A month should suffice for the preliminary establishment of the factory, though it might not yet achieve the notorious reputation of being a vicious hound. At the very least, a foundational intelligence network should be in place." This was the purpose of granting him the ear-listening pearls and the substantial silver sum. "This servant will take my leave." The others were dismissed to attend to their tasks. Shen Nan lifted the Xuanri divine bow and the Zhigang gong. Turning to Chao Zhengchun, summoned Zhang Jiao to the training grounds. Yes. A quarter of an hour later, in the side hall of the Sili Jian, Lu Zhong looked at Han Xingxian with a troubled expression. "I have understood the emperor's intentions. I will voluntarily request to proceed to Chuan Prefecture as military supervisor tomorrow. Regarding the Lianqing sect, I will report the truth to the Buddhist sect." His declaration was tantamount to laying all cards on the table. Yet, Lu Zhong found himself with no options. He could not even harbor resentment towards Shen Nan, attributing everything to Zhang Hu's unscrupulousness. However, truth be told, the situation had shifted dramatically since the emperor's ascendance. Lu Zhong had intended to privately contact the Buddhist sect to gauge how to respond, but before he could act, Zhang Hu had already made the first move. This left Lu Zhong's emotions in turmoil, both distressed and furious, yet simultaneously relieved. His distress stemmed from the loss of a position he had painstakingly cultivated over decades, while his relief arose from the emperor's favorable stance towards the Buddhist sect, leading Lu Zhong to believe that the Buddhists would consequently flourish. This contrasted with Zhang Hu's relationship with the Lianqing sect, which was more one of mutual exploitation. Lu Zhong, appearing more gentle, was in truth an individual thoroughly indoctrinated by the Buddhist sect, devoted solely to their cause. In the training grounds, Shen Nan held the Xuanri divine bow in his left hand, slowly drawing back the bowstring. What appeared to be a delicate bowstring at that moment felt as weighty as a towering mountain. A fierce and malevolent aura surged forth. The bow was drawn to its fullest extent. A crimson energy coalesced upon the longbow, transforming in an instant into a crimson arrow nearly a foot in length. Then, an ear-piercing arrow's cry echoed as the crimson transformed into a long rainbow, soaring through the sky. Boom! With a resounding crash, as the crimson arrow struck the wooden stake, everything within a radius of several feet was instantly reduced to ashes. The solidly paved ground crumbled in that moment, with dust swirling like a rampaging dragon and countless fragments raining down around. Excellent. Shen Nan laughed heartily. I never anticipated the Xuanri divine bow possessed such formidable power. The Ming Wang heavy armored troops had now completely taken over the Tiger Bin Guard, yet the primary duty of Shen San, Shen Yi, and others, who ranked just below Chen Jibao and to Oba Bodhisattva within the Ming Wang heavy armored troops, remained the protection of Shen Nan's safety. Today, it was Shen San's turn to stand watch. Shen Nan had decided to let him test the might of the Xuanri divine bow, and the results were indeed impressive. Zhang Jiao also looked on in mild surprise, glancing at Shen San. How much energy did that arrow consume? Shen San replied solemnly. The energy expended for that arrow was not substantial. With my current energy, I could unleash it over 30 times. That I also have a feeling that even if my energy were to be depleted, I could still utilize the military's malevolent energy to propel it. However, such propulsion, while indeed more potent, would jeopardize the very foundation. Furthermore, he paused for a moment, then continued, I sense that the second tier appears to be the upper limit for this BOWET, the second tier. One has already attained the peak of the divine refining grandmaster. At this juncture, determining victory is no longer a matter of sheer force or energy, but rather hinges on the will of martial arts, the essence of sword intent, and other profound factors. Thus, this bow has reached its pinnacle at this stage. The system's description indicates that this bow is sufficient to unleash the full power of a third-tier peak strike from a fourth-tier practitioner. Shen Nan is thoroughly satisfied. Zhang Jiao, you shall take this bow to the Tiangong Institute shortly. See if their craftsmanship can replicate it. If so, have them produce 10 replicas at once. Additionally, procure 3 ear of hearing pearls from Qing Xian to be handed over to Yu Huatian. These 10 Xuanri divine bows are naturally intended for Shen Yi and the others, while the remaining 5 are meant as rewards for Chen Jibao, to Oba Bodhisattva, and other leaders of the Red Dragon 10 Guards. Zhang Jiao nodded. With the skills of the Tiangong Institute, they should be able to replicate it. Ear of hearing pearls and distant viewing mirrors can also be manufactured. Replicating a Xuanri divine bow is not a problem at all. In fact, given enough time, I could even manage it myself. However, the cost-effectiveness would be too low. Why trouble the celestial master when suitable oxen and horses are available? Shen Nan then conveyed several more instructions to Zhang Jiao. When Han Xingxian hurried over from a distance, pulling along a cart laden with rare jewels, one glance was enough to discern that this was the life-saving money offered by Lu Zhong. While Shen Nan had not explicitly stated intentions to deal with Lu Zhong, the latter had nonetheless committed a taboo. No matter how foolish he was, he should have known to present something in return. These rare jewels are merely an appetizer. Lu Zhong had brought forth a total of 1.3 million taels of silver along with a cart of rare jewels, which should be all he could muster at present. He also mentioned that gifts from the Buddhist sect would be forthcoming upon arriving in Chuanzhou. Shen Nan cast a glance at the jewels and instructed, send all of these into the treasury. Furthermore, he directed Yu Huatian to accompany Lu Zhong to Chuanzhou, ensuring that he lays the groundwork for the Xichang, while also gathering intelligence on the region's circumstances. The situation in the imperial capital is overly intricate. Despite Shen Nan's support for Yu Huatian, quick development remains a formidable challenge. After all, he cannot employ the ruthless tactics he once wielded as the supervisor of the Xichang. However, heading to Chuanzhou presents a stark contrast. With Shen Nan's backing, as well as Lu Zhong and the Buddhist sect's support, Yu Huatian, known for his own ruthless efficiency, should be able to progress swiftly. Moreover, with several days remaining before their departure to Chuanzhou, Shen Nan would seek additional assistance for Yu Huatian. Han Xingxian nodded. Understood. Shen Nan recalled another matter. What is the current balance of the treasury? Han Xingxian replied matter-of-factly. Previously, Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu delivered 10 million taels of silver. followed by various confiscations and the sale of properties owned by corrupt eunuchs. With the latest acquisitions, we are nearing 20 million taels. Since his ascension, Shen Nan's treasury has amassed almost 20 million taels of silver, a rate of revenue that undoubtedly ranks as the most formidable among the monarchs of the Great Feng Dynasty. Yet, even such a sum is merely a drop in the bucket when it comes to sustaining a competent military force. For Shen Nan to genuinely ensure the maintenance and establishment of his army, he must look to the upcoming confiscations of properties belonging to military generals and nobles. Dismantling the Red Dragon 10 guards is never merely about reduction in numbers. The core objective is to seize military authority and thoroughly suppress the military aristocracy, particularly in light of Shen Nan's actions following his ascension. Many circumstances have evidently changed. In future recollections, Zhang Hu did not receive the orders from the Lingsheng sect so promptly, nor did Lu Zhong expose information regarding the Buddhist sect. Furthermore, after Lu Zhong's appointment to oversee military affairs in Quanzhou, while the Buddhist sect will indeed engage in conflict with the Lingsheng sect, their operational style would not allow for a complete suppression of the latter. It is likely that this would instead precipitate an earlier rebellion from the Lingsheng sect. In the original narrative, the Lingsheng sect was destined to incite rebellion only in early next year. The core of that uprising revolved around the Lingsheng sect inciting Tu Sha, the commander of the Demon Suppression Division in Quanzhou, alongside the sect's own 20,000 followers rising in revolt. The uprising began by capturing the provincial capital of Quanzhou and, within a mere few days, seized multiple major cities, ultimately controlling 70% of Quanzhou's territories within a month. They even produced a formidable guardian deity at the 10th realm level. Ultimately, this rebellion was quelled through the combined efforts of Confucian, Taoist, and military factions. Yet even with the Lingsheng sect's complete suppression, it exposed the imperial family's precarious grip on military power, thereby diminishing their authority. In Shen Nan's memory, Empress Dowager Chun was furious upon returning from court meetings, evidently humiliated during the Lingsheng sect's rebellion by the Confucian, Taoist, and military factions. As for the Red Dragon 10 guards, Shen Nan has scant recollection of them. They played no role in this rebellion. Even the 9 garrison commanders stationed in Yuzhou under the North Suppression King remained idle, relying instead on the Confucian generals from Liangzhou. Time is of the essence. Shen Nan felt an urgent sense of impatience. While matters remain within his control, the lack of sufficient military power is undeniably distressing. Moreover, his adversaries extend beyond just the Lingsheng sect. The Confucians and Taoists are also formidable opponents. Even the renowned Confucian generals pose a hindrance. Yet, these opponents, while obstructive, are not merely enemies. They could potentially become allies, depending on how Shen Nan navigates the situation. Just as Shen Nan pondered this intricately, Tuoba Bodhisattva, Qin Jibao, and Li Si had prepared a list of potential recruits. Is this the list of individuals you intend to gather? Shen Nan inquired, seated in the Jinghua Hall. He hadn't anticipated the swiftness with which Tuoba Bodhisattva, Qin Jibao, and Li Si had filtered through the ranks of the Red Dragon 10 guards, presenting the list and accompanying documents before him within just a day. Li Si was notably absent from the list. Qin Jibao glanced at Tuoba Bodhisattva before clasping his hands and addressing Shen Nan. We owe much to Li Si's contributions as the right deputy minister of the criminal department. He possesses the authority to access the records of the Jingguang guards. Thus, he was able to compile the list in just one morning. Subsequently, I and General Tuoba conducted a discreet investigation before submitting the list to your majesty. Li Si's role as the right deputy minister of the criminal department was indeed well played. However, this was also due to the leniency shown by F.A. Yang. Were it not for this, given F.A. Yang's standing in the criminal department and with the Jingguang guards, a mere command from him could thwart any actions Li Si might attempt, regardless of his title. Shen Nan sensed the intricacies at play. Yet he could not help but commend the efficiency of Qin Jibao and the others. With a smile, he remarked, "Thank you for your hard work." Qin Jibao and Tuoba Bodhisattva clasped their hands in humble acknowledgement. Shen Nan chuckled lightly, then turned his gaze to the list. After a brief scan, he recognized several familiar names among the officers listed. These individuals were known for their exceptional performances in the future. This alone attests to the discernment of Qin Jibao and Tuoba Bodhisattva, who have traversed the battlefield and can easily gauge a person's capabilities and strength with just a glance. Those selected are undoubtedly valuable assets. Han Lizzie. Shen Nan suddenly spotted a remarkably prominent name. He carefully reviewed the accompanying records, unable to suppress a smile. I never imagined the renowned military sage Han Lizzie of later years would currently serve as merely a deputy commander in the Red Dragon 10 Guards. And even more so, as the deputy commander of the Fu Jun Guards Xiaotian camp. The positions within the Red Dragon 10 Guards are exceedingly complex, yet ultimately revolve around ranks such as general, commander, and lieutenant. However, each commander and general possesses distinct responsibilities, and the nature of their commanded troops and officers varies significantly. For instance, Han Lizzie Xiaotian camp is part of the Right Guard of the Fu Jun, which oversees the public security and city gate defense of the entire imperial capital. The vastness of the Great Feng capital is divided into 13 districts, each with varying jurisdiction within the Fu Jun Guard. In certain districts, one can find either the wealthy or the powerful, thriving amidst abundant resources, while others are burdened with excessive tasks yet meager rewards, often bearing the brunt of blame. The camp, led by Han Lizzie, known as the Xiaotian camp, precisely governs such districts, engaging in the most arduous and labor-intensive work, fraught with dangers and devoid of any benefits, often having to shoulder the blame. This thought elicited a wry smile from Shen Nan, as he recalled the memories of the future Yuan Yu emperor. Who exactly was this Han Lizzie? He commanded an army of 500,000, single-handedly suppressing the borders of Yuzhou, facing off against 100,000 fierce demon tribes with merely 10,000 elite troops. Emerging victorious and slaying formidable demons of the 10th realm, the Taoists, Confucians, legalists, and Buddhists all held a measure of respect for him, and by the later period of the Great Feng Dynasty, he had already attained the title of Marquis of Jinyuan, earning the moniker of the Saint of War. Yet now he found himself as a mere subordinate tasked with menial duties for the Imperial Guard. Shen Nan pointed at Han Lizzie's records. This individual must be the commander of the Black Dragon Xian Bird Guard. Knowing the brilliance that awaited Han Lizzie, he was determined to bring such a figure under his wing ahead of time. Moreover, Han Lizzie was not akin to a character like Han Xian, who needed to endure hardships to rise. Rather, he was reminiscent of Han Shizhong of the Song Dynasty, whose ascendancy was not born from suffering, but rather from seizing opportunities. It was likely that he had already reached the pinnacle of a second-grade grandmaster in refining the spirit. Though he concealed his true capabilities deeply, Han Lizzie would never reveal his strength unless absolutely necessary, yet when he did, he would charge forward without hesitation, undeterred by life or death. Tuoba Bodhisattva had some impression of this person as well. His brow furrowed. Does he conceal his strength? During the covert inspection with Chun Jibao earlier that afternoon, Tuoba Bodhisattva had sensed something amiss with Han Lizzie. However, due to the nature of their secretive examination, he had refrained from probing further, and now it seemed that this individual was indeed of great significance. Not only did he conceal his strength, but if the Emperor's memory served correctly, he had already achieved the pinnacle of a second-grade grandmaster in military arts. Shen Nan shook his head, vaguely deducing Han Lizzie's reasons for hiding his cultivation, given the current circumstances of the Great Feng Dynasty. Unless Han Lizzie could break through to the realm of a first-grade military immortal, his status as a mere pinnacle second-grade grandmaster would hardly raise any waves. In fact, revealing his true abilities might even invite suppression from the military nobility. Especially considering his background as a commoner from humble beginnings, joining the army at the age of 15 in Yuzhou, such a person would be unlikely to gain acceptance from the Red Dragon 10 Guards. It was perplexing why Han Lizzie would choose to return to endure such grievances in Yuzhou, instead of remaining in the imperial capital, perhaps believing that the capital offered more opportunities and grandeur. Tuoba Bodhisattva, upon hearing this, appeared momentarily stunned. During my investigation today, this person was at most at the pinnacle of the 4th grade. The disparity between the 4th grade pinnacle and the 2nd grade pinnacle is vast. Let alone the notion of playing the fool to catch the tiger. Even with Han Lizzie's concealed 2nd grade pinnacle status, he would live quite comfortably, even serving as the deputy commander in this most arduous Xiaotian camp. Shen Nan also remembered that this individual was known for his seemingly simple demeanor yet dark heart. In the memories of the Yuan Yu emperor, he had heard whispers of Han Lizzie being referred to in hushed tones as Han Haizi, a name that spoke to his ruthless nature, along with rumors of his early indiscretions involving the assassination of a superior. Nevertheless, these were merely rumors, lacking solid evidence. Chun Jibao found this intriguing. Shen Nan chuckled as he relayed the rumor, prompting Chun Jibao and Tuoba Bodhisattva to regard Han Lizzie with growing interest. Chun Jibao, you shall test this individual's mettle tonight, and then by my decree, appoint him as the commander of the Black Dragon Xian Bird Guard. With Han Heizi's cunning, he has likely already grasped the nuances of the Imperial Guard's situation, allowing him to seize control of the forces. Shen Nan was not motivated by Han Lizi's future potential. Rather, he deemed it necessary to utilize him in the position of commander of the Black Dragon Shan Bird Guard, for the futures of both Tuoba Bodhisattva and Qin Jibao extended far beyond the confines of such a title. In his vision, the true battlegrounds for Qin Jibao and Tuoba Bodhisattva lay in the southern frontier and the borders of Yuzhou, with Qin Jibao tasked with southern matters, while Tuoba Bodhisattva would oversee the Yuzhou borders. That night, within the Shaodian camp, Han Lizi casually opened his garments, holding a jug of wine in his right hand as he smiled at his three sworn brothers, boasting about which courtesan was the most captivating and which superior was a fool, mocking their superiors while gathering for drinks. Indulging in music during their duty hours, you lot. It seems you have completely foregone any prospects in life. Hearing this, Han Lizi's three sworn brothers erupted in laughter. Prospects? What future can we expect since arriving at the capital of the Great Feng? Back in Yuzhou, who was the eldest brother? Even the king of the north praised your martial prowess, yet now, we can only find ourselves dealing with these lowly individuals. Bah! If anyone should assume the position of commander of the Imperial Guard, it should be you, big brother. The speaker was named Han Zhong. His surname was not originally Han. He had once been a monk, but had to flee to Yozhou's military after breaking the vows of celibacy and committing murder. Thus, he dared not use his true name. After swearing brotherhood with Han Lizi, he adopted the name Han Zhong, which reflected his loyalty to his elder brother. The second brother's words ring true. Given elder brother's strength and experience, should he choose to reveal his abilities, he would indeed qualify for the position of commander of the Imperial Guard. The current commander is merely at the initial stage of the second grade. In terms of strength and leadership, how could he possibly compare to elder brother? Indeed, elder brother insists on keeping a low profile. But what has that yielded? Now, anyone can trample upon us. Han Lizi's sworn brothers did not harbor any grievances against him. Rather, they felt that their elder brother was a prodigy who had fallen to such a fate, possessing skills without a stage to showcase them. Enduring daily frustrations that it was truly stifling. Han Lizi remained silent, drinking without a word. Did he not wish to reveal his strength and astonish the world? Yet, upon understanding the complexities of the imperial capital, he realized that this place was not one that a mere second-grade martial artist could navigate. Unless he could break through to the realm of a first-grade military immortal, he would not even have the right to earn a glance from those in power. The pinnacle of a second-grade grandmaster in refining the spirit. It sounds formidable, but how could he compete with those who play their own games? Those individuals are as cunning as they come. The first to speak, Han Zhong, leaned in closer and whispered, "The emperor has just ascended the throne and already seized the authority of the Duke of Chu over the Red Dragon 10 guards. He also holds sway over the Tiger Ben guard. If," Han Lizi shook his head, "this matter is beyond our involvement," he sensed that something was amiss, but the level of such affairs was far beyond his reach. To intervene recklessly might secure some wealth and status, yet it could also endanger his brothers. Moreover, given Han Lizi's current standing, how could he possibly connect with the emperor? Just then, the atmosphere suddenly thickened. A long-forgotten aura of warfare permeating the air. Han Zhong and the others felt a chill run down their spines, instinctively grasping their weapons, a habit ingrained during their time in Yuzhou. Even while enjoying music, they would not part with their blades. Yet, the intensity of the present aura was overwhelming. They had never encountered such a level of malevolence in Yuzhou, as if the very air had solidified in that moment. Han Lizi's expression turned grave. "May I inquire which great general has come to visit?" The only response was the sound of the wind and the increasingly oppressive atmosphere. The invisible malice thickened, causing Han Lizi's face to pale, while Han Zhong and the others trembled involuntarily, not from fear, but from instinctive reaction. Tap, tap, tap. The figure of Qin Jibao emerged, striding forward. Each step felt as though it was crushing their hearts, tightening their chests. When Qin Jibao approached within 3 feet of Han Lizi, he finally spoke slowly. "Are you Han Lizi?" Faced with this imposing figure exuding a terrifying presence, Han Lizi's breath quickened. Yet he managed to speak with difficulty. "I am but a humble servant. May I ask which esteemed general stands before me?" Han Lizhong could certainly sense the unique aura of the military realm emanating from Qin Jibao, who was akin to a celestial being in the 10th realm of martial arts. Yet, Even during his prior campaigns in Yuzhou, he had rarely encountered such a fierce commander in the imperial capital. There was not a single individual who matched the physical characteristics of the person before him. Chen Jibao remained silent, merely extending his right hand, which then rested upon Han Lizi's shoulder, without any visible exertion. Han Lizi was soon drenched in cold sweat, his knees involuntarily buckling beneath him. That a wave of pressure rippled outward, causing the expressions of Han Zhong and the others to shift dramatically in the blink of an eye. Han Lizi's complexion turned a deep crimson, his spine and bones grinding against one another in a violent clash, while the hidden essence within him surged forth with unprecedented intensity. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, "May I ask, who exactly is the general?" Even though he understood that the man before him was a celestial being of the 10th realm, Han Lizi could not withstand the oppressive force. He was known as Han Heizi, reputed for his dark heart and ruthless nature. However, within him stirred a defiant spirit, one that refused to kneel, rejecting the notion of submitting to someone who merely extended a hand without a word. What right did he have to force him to bow? Even if he were a celestial being of the 10th realm, it mattered not. Han Lizi would not kneel. Han Zhong and the others clenched their weapons tightly. Their expressions tense as they watched Han Lizi. They were prepared to act as soon as he fully unleashed his essence. This was the bond forged through countless battles on the battlefield. Yet, just as tensions reached a boiling point, Chen Jibao spoke once more, his tone devoid of any sharpness. "You are impressive, and so are your brothers. Yet, sometimes, mere bloodthirsty valor is of little use at that moment." As his words fell, Han Lizi felt an irresistible force descend upon him, compelling his surging essence to recede and making him acutely aware of the terrifying power of a celestial being in the 10th realm. In a fleeting moment, he perceived not a man before him, but rather an imposing mountain bearing down upon him. His once formidable spirit was rendered a mere jest in the face of such strength. "The emperor has issued an order." Chen Jibao's voice resounded again, and with it, the suffocating pressure vanished, replaced by words that left Han Lizi in a state of shock. "You are to assist General Tuoba in reorganizing the Imperial Guard. Upon completion of this task, you shall serve as the commander of the Black Dragon Shenbird Guard, ranking as a 4th-grade marshal general. You will be informed of your duties shortly." With that, Chen Jibao turned and departed, leaving Han Lizi in a dazed and bewildered state. "Huh?" The 3 sworn brothers around him stared in astonishment at Chen Jibao's retreating figure. The haste of Chen Jibao's departure left Han Lizi and his companions feeling as though the entire encounter had been a mere illusion. Yet, the lingering aura of battle and Han Lizi's uncontrolled essence and blood confirmed the reality of the moment. 4th-grade Marshal General, assist General Tuoba in reorganizing the Imperial Guard. Commander of the Black Dragon Shenbird Guard? Han Zhong and the others exchanged incredulous glances, completely unprepared for the prospect of such immense fortune befalling their elder brother. Although General Tuoba had not yet accomplished any remarkable feats, his status as a martial god in the 11th realm was enough to garner widespread recognition throughout the imperial capital, especially considering his current role in assisting the emperor in overseeing the Tiger Ben Guard. Chen Jibao's words implied that Han Lizi had caught the emperor's attention. Could it be that they were finally on the brink of emerging from the shadows? Unlike his brother's exuberance, Han Lizi's expression reflected astonishment, yet his heart remained tumultuous. He understood that such wealth and power were not easily attained. Setting aside other considerations, the phrase "assist General Tuoba in reorganizing the Imperial Guard" carried significant implications. What did reorganizing truly entail? It likely hinted at a reduction in troops. Elder brother? Han Zhong, oblivious to the deeper implications, wore a broad grin and said, "Are you perhaps so overjoyed that you've lost your senses? Why do you not respond when called? What is this Black Dragon Shenbird Guard you speak of?" Han Lizi turned to his 3 good brothers. His second brother, Han Zhong, though possessing a robust disposition, would have surely suffered greatly had it not been for his formidable physical prowess. His third brother, Lin Yuanfu, was somewhat clever, albeit only with a modicum of wit, and was now similarly caught in a daze. As for the 4th brother, Lu Jin, it was better not to mention him at all. Han Lizhong shook his head and remarked, "A fool's fortune often prevails." He had no intention of divulging much to his brothers. Some matters were better kept to oneself, for speaking them aloud could lead to misfortune. Moreover, should this information leak, it would spell disaster. Han Lizi was equally taken aback by the newfound determination of the newly enthroned emperor. It was no wonder the emperor sought to seize control of the Red Dragon 10 guards so soon after ascending the throne. Such a move was a demonstration of resolve, with subsequent actions merely paving the way for troop reductions. If troop reductions of the Red Dragon 10 guards were truly enacted, then the imperial capital of Dafa would be thrown into chaos. Han Lizzie had previously experienced something similar in Yuzhou, where he had been severely deceived, leading him to seek refuge in the imperial capital for a quieter life. Yet now, the situation was different. The emperor displayed such determination and had arranged matters with great precision. Regardless of the outcome, Han Lizzie felt compelled to support this emperor he had yet to meet. "Come here, I have matters to discuss." As Shen Nan had surmised, Han Lizzie, destined for greatness as a future sage of war, possessed considerable acumen in navigating the complexities of human interactions. Even while serving as the deputy commander in a place as unremarkable as the Xiaodian camp. With his understanding of the Imperial Guard, he was confident in his ability to assist the emperor in troop reductions. The only challenge lay in managing the reactions of the martial aristocracy and Confucian scholars. But such matters were beyond the purview of a mere commander. While Han Lizzie spent the night strategizing with his brothers, Chen Jibao had already reported Han Lizzie's situation to Shen Nan. Shen Nan smiled and replied, "Handle Han Lizzie's affairs as you see fit. Tomorrow, accompany me to the Imperial Horse breeding grounds." Chen Jibao's actions were not without merit. Though Han Lizzie was destined to become a sage of war, he was still a minor figure at present. Chen Jibao's display of authority was entirely appropriate, and his subsequent departure was equally so. After all, given Chen Jibao's level and status, was it necessary to provide a detailed explanation to Han Lizzie? There would naturally be suitable individuals to liaise with him. Shen Nan did not overly concern himself with Han Lizzie, as he was merely a second-grade grandmaster at this juncture. His focus lay on more pressing matters, such as assembling the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry. The Mingwang heavy armored soldiers already numbered 2,000 or 3,000, and with the elite troops selected from the restructured Red Dragon 10 guards. A corps of the Black Dragon Shinbird Guard was poised to take shape. The remaining tasks involved awaiting General Tuoba and others to gather the commanders, then choosing an opportune moment to decisively reduce the Tiger Bin Guard, reorganize the Imperial Guard, and select the Fengwei and Wulong Guards. As Emperor, Shen Nan's gaze extended towards the longer-term horizon, particularly concerning the impending rebellion in Chuan Province. The Black Dragon Shinbird Guard alone would not suffice, and some personnel would need to remain behind to protect the imperial capital. Thus, a specialized force aimed at suppressing the Lingxing sect rebellion was necessary, and only Chen Jibao's Great Snow Dragon Cavalry was truly suitable for this purpose. To establish the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry, securing warhorses was essential. The 1,000 demon-blooded dragon horses raised at the Imperial Horse breeding grounds were perfectly suited for this task. Moreover, Shen Nan envisioned the construction of the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry as a refined assembly of elite forces. With both men and horses clad in the finest armor, the standard for the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry would be no less than the 8th grade level, further enhanced by the corps of 25 Great Snow Dragon Cavalry members exchanged from Chen Jibao. Within a month or two, this force should be successfully established. Chen Jibao nodded. Understood. After watching Chen Jibao depart, Shen Nan did not immediately retire for the night. Instead, he began reviewing a series of documents. Han Lizzie's situation had served as a reminder. Apart from the various experts summoned by the system, his most significant asset was his knowledge of future events as he planned for the upcoming Lingxing sect rebellion in Chuan Province. Shen Nan also intended to examine the records of the provincial officials, aiming to select suitable candidates. This would not only allow for early preparations in Chuan Province, but also enable him to gather talents for his own use. Indeed, there were quite a few capable individuals. The magistrate of Yinchuan, Zheng Lin, and the captain of the Demon Suppression Department, Zhang Ershu. Shen Nan marked a name in vivid red, and his understanding of the strategic layout of Chuan Prefecture gradually became clearer. This time, it was not merely to quell the rebellion incited by the compassionate sect in Chuan Prefecture, but also to transform Chuan Prefecture into the stronghold for his future consolidation of the Great Feng. With Chuan Prefecture at its core, he aimed to radiate influence towards Liang Prefecture and the southern borders. As time passed, for names were conspicuously marked in red on the documents. Zheng Lin, the county magistrate of Yinchuan; Zhang Ershu, captain of the Demon Suppression Department; Yin Shu, the defender of Chiling; and Lu Yin, the esteemed daughter of the Lord. Though their future accomplishments may not rival those of Han Lizzie, They are certainly not ordinary individuals who could be easily forgotten by the future Yuan Yu emperor. Each of them is a great talent in their respective fields and remains loyal to the Great Feng. They are entirely unconnected to the Confucians, legalists, Taoists, Buddhists, or the compassionate sect. Hurry, hurry, hurry. The emperor is about to arrive. You weary souls should get ready at once. Especially keep an eye on those fiery steeds if anything goes amiss. Your lives matter little, but do not bring harm to your families. In the northern outskirts of the imperial capital, at the Chitian pasture, which is under the jurisdiction of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau, the eunuchs responsible for the management were in a state of extreme anxiety upon learning that Shen Nan, the newly ascended emperor, would be visiting today. They meticulously inspected their domain, fearful of any potential issues. Although Shen Nan's prestige may not yet be firmly established elsewhere, within the hearts of these eunuchs, his authority had reached an unparalleled intensity. Zhang Hu and Lu Zhong, the two chief administrators who had controlled the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau for decades, could only submit with trepidation. They dared not to act rashly. Moreover, during these recent days, nearly every day saw eunuchs from the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau being purged. While the scenes were not blood-soaked in a literal sense, the atmosphere was indeed chilling. Thus, the entire Chitian pasture was enveloped in an air of tension, as if every blade of grass and tree was on high alert. However, in stark contrast to the eunuch's anxiety, Shen Nan was leisurely reclining in the comfort of the imperial carriage, sipping fruit tea and indulging in desserts. Today's refresh of the marketplace is truly beyond words. That it was still noon, and the usual system marketplace refresh had occurred. Yet today, there were no pleasant surprises. The Western factory's grand gift pack remained. Regrettably, the other two items were merely lackluster goods that felt more like a waste than a treasure. For instance, the dragon essence from the world of winds and clouds was indeed a fine item, capable of extending one's lifespan by a millennium and significantly enhancing one's power. Yet, the price of 150,000 points was no jest. Furthermore, this item was not without its drawbacks. The first transformation of Duan Lang after consuming the dragon essence was certainly not a pleasant sight. Although it could be remedied later, one dragon essence was hardly sufficient as for the 1,000 points needed for a lock. Accumulating those over time was a luxury Shen Nan could not afford at this moment. Perhaps such opportunities would arise in the future. The other item, possessing a similar nature to the dragon essence, was the phoenix blood devoured by Emperor Shirta. This was indeed a superior choice compared to the dragon essence. But the price of 500,000 points was far beyond Shen Nan's current means. This realization led Shen Nan to understand that sometimes the system marketplace refreshes were not as favorable as they seemed. After all, being a daily refresh, it was inevitable that some items would be less than desirable. Perhaps these offerings aimed to spur Shen Nan into striving for greater strength. That I suppose I am still not strong enough. Shen Nan chuckled lightly as he slowly rose from his seat and exited the carriage. 100 meters ahead, thousands of people were kneeling in unison. Upon seeing Shen Nan, they all cried out in unison, "We humbly welcome your majesty." Shen Nan waved his hand slightly, instructing for the internal officials of the pasture to approach him. The so-called internal officials, or supervision internal officials, were the highest authorities within the various imperial horse monitoring bureaus. After Chao Zhongchun relayed the message, a slightly plump eunuch, drenched in sweat, hurried over and knelt on the ground, saying, "Your Majesty, I am Wang Liang, the supervision internal official of Chitian pasture." Shen Nan glanced at Wang Liang and could discern that the man's cultivation was not weak, likely at the 4th to 3rd tier. However, such cultivation coupled with such a timid demeanor raised questions about whether it was Shen Nan's overwhelming ferocity that instilled fear, or if the man was simply of a naturally timid disposition. Nevertheless, given that he still held the position of supervision internal official at Chitian pasture amidst the purges of Han Xingxian, and Lu Zhong, there seemed to be no major issues with his capabilities. "Introduce the pasture well for me," Shen Nan casually instructed as he made his way towards the pasture, frowning at the kneeling eunuchs around him. "Let these people disperse. I am merely here for a casual visit today." Wang Liang quickly relayed the order to a nearby junior eunuch. Soon, the crowd began to disperse, leaving only a dozen junior eunuchs to attend to him. "Your Majesty," Wang Liang spoke while walking, "currently, Chitian pasture has a total of 1,345 dragons, including 340 stallions and 1,005 mares, all meticulously cared for." The information Wang Liang provided was consistent with the data previously shared by Han Xingxian. Shen Nan listened attentively. Gesturing for Wang Liang to proceed with preparations that he then addressed Han Shengxian. Do we have any of our people stationed at Qitian pasture? Shen Nan referred to the personnel placed by Han Shengxian or Han Xian. Han Shengxian replied in a low voice. This person is indeed one of ours. He is a relative of Han Xian. In the past, when he was destitute, he castrated himself and sought refuge with Han Xian, who, feeling pity for him, allowed him to work in the pasture. However, he was previously only in charge of the kitchen, and he was just promoted 2 days ago, castrated. Shen Nan had not perceived this man as particularly ruthless. Yet he could understand Han Xingxuan's explanation. After all, the recent purges in the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau had left a chaotic situation in personnel matters that he said, let Chao Zhengchun manage things for a few days first. Qitian pasture was the only place in the imperial capital, Yongzhou, that raised dragons, and it was also one of the 2 pastures in the entire Great Feng that had dragons, since Shen Nan intended to establish the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry using these dragons. He could not entrust the pasture to others. Han Xingxian nodded, understood. The sound of hooves echoed in the distance. Shen Nan turned to look and saw Chen Zhibao galloping towards him. Today, Chen Zhibao had been part of the escort. But upon learning that Han Lizzie had intelligence to relay, Shen Nan had instructed him to check what information Han Lizzie had received. It seemed that the exchange had concluded. After dismounting, Chen Zhibao said, Your Majesty, Han Lizzie has sent over the military supplies and actual personnel roster for the provincial army today. This revelation momentarily surprised Shen Nan. Han Lizzie possesses such capabilities, while it was plausible that he had diligently researched the personnel roster. The fact that he had acquired information on military supplies seemed rather exaggerated. It was well known that even Li Si in the Ministry of Justice could not ascertain the military supplies of the Red Dragon 10 guards. After all, the intricacies of such military supplies ran deep, and the authority held by the chief of the Imperial Guards did not extend to these matters. The Ministry of War might have records of the Red Dragon 10 guard supplies. But Shen Nan had glanced at them before dismissing them as mere formalities, certainly not reflective of the true military supplies. If they were recorded as such, how would the military nobles, led by the Duke of Chu, sustain themselves? Chen Zhibao nodded seriously. I have roughly verified it, and it is indeed the case at least for the Shaodian camp. The situation is as described. The military supply reserves of the Shaodian camp were approximately half of what the Ministry of Revenue had recorded. Moreover, according to Han Lizzie, many members of the Red Dragon 10 guards were secretly selling weapons, trading their fine armor and weapons for inferior replacements. If this were the case, the actual military supplies might be at most 30% of the records. Upon hearing this, Shen Nan could not help but sneer. Such a top-down example. These parasites will eventually hollow out the Great Feng. For 800 years, the Great Feng had enjoyed peace, breeding nothing but these pampered soldiers. Their combat effectiveness was already lacking, and they were even willing to sell off the weapons and armor that accompanied their very lives. Shen Nan had long been aware of the dire situation of the Red Dragon 10 guards. But the extent of their corruption exceeded his expectations. Yet, he was too weary to dwell on these matters now. There would be time to settle accounts after the upcoming troop reductions. He turned to Chen Zhibao and inquired, How are the preparations for the troop reductions? When can we initiate them? Shen Nan has grown increasingly impatient, and he is not bound to wait until the day of the military parade to initiate action. The so-called parade in 15 days is merely a ruse to deceive the lineage of the Duke of Chu. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Zhibao remarked, Barring any unforeseen circumstances, we can commence the day after tomorrow. Shen Nan nodded slightly and turned his gaze to Han Shengxian, inquiring, Has Yu Huatian started making arrangements? Arrangements for what? This referred to the 4 individuals Shen Nan had selected from the list of officials in Chuanzhou the previous day. After identifying these individuals, Shen Nan instructed Yu Huatian to send someone to preemptively release them. This would not only facilitate early planning, but also allow Yu Huatian's personnel to become acquainted with the local conditions of Chuanzhou. With the assistance of these locals, it is expected that Yu Huatian could establish the Western Factory in Chuanzhou more swiftly. Han Xingxian lowered his head and replied, It has already been arranged. 5 members of the Sunflower Guard left the palace yesterday, bearing His Majesty's decree. I have also dispatched 5 dragon steeds for them, and they are expected to deliver His Majesty's order by tomorrow morning. The dragon steeds, infused with demonic blood, are several times more formidable than the legendary blood-sweating steeds of ancient times. Though Yongzhou's imperial capital is thousands of miles from Chuanzhou, The dragon steeds can reach their destination within a day and a night at most. Furthermore, the Sunflower Guard comprises peak 5th rank experts, capable of enduring such exertion. Just as Shen Nan was about to speak, a thunderous sound erupted, akin to the roar of 1,000 galloping horses. He gazed into the distance and beheld thousands of red dragon steeds galloping freely at the far end of the pasture. Resembling an undulating crimson tide, this is precisely why the place is known as the Red Field pasture. The term red field more accurately reflects the notion of red sky, as the dragon steeds galloped. The heavens themselves seemed poised to be dyed crimson. Even from over 10 miles away, Shen Nan could feel the ground tremble and sense the might of the dragon steeds, particularly the faint but chilling aura of bloodlust that left one in awe. If the dragon steeds, infused with demonic blood, were already so formidable, how terrifying would the arrival of colossal demons from the savage demon tribes be? Shen Nan pondered whether the emergence of these great demons might unleash a bloodthirsty chaos, overwhelming the skies with their demonic presence. If hearing Shen Nan's thoughts, Chao Zhengchun, standing nearby, spoke softly. Upon reviewing the records, each dragon steed is equivalent to a 7th-rank beast from the savage demon tribes, with the lead steeds possessing strengths ranging from 4th to 3rd rank. 1,000 dragon steeds would intimidate even a typical 1st-rank demon general. What they embody is less demonic blood than dragon blood. Truly, one must commend the diligent Chao Zhengchun. It seems he has clandestinely studied quite a bit of material overnight. Shen Nan cast a few more glances at Chao Zhengchun before returning his focus to the spectacle of the dragon steeds galloping. As he drew nearer, he discerned the methods employed by the horsemen of the Imperial Horse Supervisors to control the dragon steeds. Several horsemen rode at the forefront, galloping while wielding incense in their hands to guide the dragon steeds. This technique was somewhat peculiar. Han Xingxian interjected, "This is the soul-soothing incense crafted by the Qingda Palace, designed to calm the spirit with its fragrance. Originally, the guiding of the dragon steeds was to be managed by the inner officials of the Imperial Horse Supervisors controlling the lead steeds." However, he did not finish his sentence, but Shen Nan understood his implication. The former inner officials of the Imperial Horse Supervisors were likely long gone. Yet, he felt no sorrow for such individuals, although they were indeed talented. They were also parasites. Moreover, those with talent could be even more alarming when it came to corruption. Shen Nan spoke softly, "Chen Jibao." Instantly, Chen Jibao stepped forward, followed by 20 members of the Great Snow Dragon Riders, who dismounted in unison and charged directly towards the 1,000 dragon steeds. The Great Snow Dragon Riders are not only skilled in battle, but also possess a unique method of horse training. As Chen Jibao and his companions surged forward, their murderous aura intertwined. "Who? Move aside. Be careful." The horsemen guiding the dragon steeds grew frantic. They understood the gravity of their orders. If anything were to go awry today, their families would likely meet the same fate. Yet, before they could panic excessively, they witnessed Chen Jibao swiftly land atop the lead steed. Without any discernible action, the previously agitated lead steed was immediately calmed, followed by an overwhelming surge of martial spirit that soared into the skies. Boom! The aura of bloodlust dispersed, and the once chaotic herd of dragon steeds fell into an instant silence, even trembling slightly. The 20-plus Great Snow Dragon Riders seized this moment to mount the dragon steeds, galloping with abandon. This scene left the surrounding personnel of the Imperial Horse Supervisors in astonishment. The inner official Wang Liang regarded Chen Jibao with a mixture of awe and trepidation, a celestial warrior of martial arts. He had never heard of such a figure existing by the emperor's side. Shen Nan, however, paid little mind to their reactions. He simply admired the synergy between Chen Jibao, the Great Snow Dragon Riders, and the dragon steeds. In his vision, these Great Snow Dragon Riders would eventually be selected from the ranks of the Red Dragon 10 Guards, with those chosen being physically robust and not only skilled in martial arts, but also adept with weaponry. They would embody the level of 100 enemies. When they step onto the battlefield, each would don several hundred pounds of cold iron armor and wield heavy northern Liang blades. Such elite forces, combined with Chen Jibao's mastery of battlefield tactics, would, once charged forth, be an unstoppable force. Even with just 5,000 men, their might and renown would far surpass that of the Great Snow Dragon Riders. After all, in the realm of snow, there is no artisan institute, nor does Shen Nan possess such a formidable system. The Great Snow Dragon Riders shall reign supreme. The Great Snow Dragon Riders of Da Feng must embody this spirit. not only being nearly invincible in battle, but also instilling fear across the land. Even a first-rank terrestrial deity would be swept aside by 5,000 great snow dragon riders, with numbers exceeding 10,000. Even the mightiest celestial beings could not withstand them. This encapsulates Shen Nan's aspirations for the great snow dragon riders. However, to forge such a formidable force would undoubtedly require an immense expenditure. Yet, what of it? Da Feng boasts a population in the billions, vast territories, and abundant resources. With the strength of a nation, as long as corruption is kept at bay, can it not cultivate a truly invincible army? Just consider the Red Dragon 10 guards, whose annual military expenditure of 23 million taels is already quite sufficient, right? Just then, a eunuch approached Han Shengxian and murmured a few words. After hearing this, he leaned closer to Shen Nan, saying, "Your Majesty, Lu Zhong has volunteered to serve as the military supervisor in Quanzhou." Upon hearing this, Shen Nan chuckled softly. "You handle this matter and ensure Zhang, who behaves himself. He is currently disinterested in placating Zhang Hu, nor is there any need to. Zhang Hu has never had a choice to begin with." Bang! Bang! Sounds of destruction and shattering emanated from within Zhang Hu's residence. Accompanied by faint growls and roars, dozens of his adoptive sons at the entrance dared not make a sound. After Zhang Hu returned home yesterday, he shared his intentions of being reassigned to Quanzhou with his sons, advising them on various matters and announcing that Han Shengxian would take charge of the Directorate of Ceremonial Affairs henceforth, instructing them to serve dutifully. These adoptive sons, anxious over losing Zhang Hu as their protector and fearful of the imposing Han Shengxian, felt a mix of dread and relief. After all, they had weathered this storm, but as long as they served Han Shengxian well, they might still have a chance to advance. Yet, before they could devise a plan, news of Lu Zhong volunteering to take up the role of military supervisor in Quanzhou reached them, leading to the current state of affairs. The eunuchs glanced around, and ultimately, none dared to step inside the house, each bowing their heads in deference. Inside, Zhang Hu's countenance was dark and foreboding, his eyes filled with intense resentment. "I have already compromised to this extent. Why, Your Majesty, does Lu Zhong still refuse to relent? What must I do? Especially with Lu Zhong, does he truly believe that the emperor can trust the Buddhist sect? Zhang Hu, after all, is a man who has wielded power over the eunuchs for decades. Having navigated the treacherous waters of the palace for many years, as soon as this matter arose today, he understood the emperor's intentions. Yet, he found himself utterly powerless to voice even a word to his majesty. This was not solely due to Shen Nan's formidable strength keeping him firmly in check, but also because he had no justification for his actions. Who could blame him for the theatrical performance he had put on yesterday? One so convincing that he had nearly believed it himself. Even if Zhang Hu were to approach the emperor, a single utterance from his majesty would render him speechless. Truly, the emperor is no longer the same as before. Following his fury, Zhang Hu became increasingly composed, regaining the demeanor of the grand eunuch he once was. In such a short time since ascending the throne, he had already surpassed the late emperor and even the Ming Chong emperor. He dared not regard Shen Nan as merely a youthful sovereign. Instead, he felt the depths of the emperor's character, which extended far beyond mere strength. His temperament was equally profound in this instance. Zhang Hu had undeniably fallen from grace. The authority of the Directorate of Ceremonial Affairs was no longer a consideration. Having spoken those words yesterday, it was clear that the Directorate would henceforth be dictated by Han Shengxian. His only choices now were to submit to the emperor or to remain imprisoned within the depths of the palace. He sighed, resigned to the fate of being merely a pawn for the emperor, akin to a dog. Zhang Hu chuckled coldly, aware that he still possessed some value, given the emperor's demonstrated depth and temperament. It was not entirely impossible for Zhang Hu to pledge allegiance, for his relationship with the Lianqing sect was more one of mutual benefit than of genuine affection. The Lianqing sect operated on principles of strength and mutual exploitation, devoid of any notions of loyalty or gratitude. Thus, whether he served one master or another, the essence remained the same. Should the emperor resolve the Lianqing infiltration into dreams, Zhang Hu would be more than willing to serve him. Lu Zhong, however, harbored no such optimism. Although it appeared that Lu Zhong had gained an advantage, the reality was that he would meet a gruesome end. Just as Zhang Hu began to clarify his thoughts on how to genuinely submit to the emperor and earn his trust, a chilling voice interrupted. "To be a dog for the emperor? You lack the qualifications." Han Shengxian, clad in a resplendent crimson robe, materialized silently in the room. Unlike Zhang Hu's cold and sinister aura, Han Xingxian exuded a chilling presence steeped in a scent of blood, reminiscent of a grim reaper. Zhang Hu's demeanor was merely one of coldness, yet their natures were worlds apart that moment. As Han Xingxian appeared, the 3,000 crimson threads surrounding him rendered him akin to a dark overlord, the overwhelming stench of blood truly unsettling. Zhang Hu had encountered sorcerers stained with blood from the Lianqing sect, but he had never felt such an intensity of bloodlust emanating from a single individual, Han Zhangyin. Zhang Hu's heart trembled slightly, his gaze locked on Han Xingxian. Could it be that Han Zhangyin fears I might threaten you? He was now inclined to submit to the emperor, unafraid of any repercussions from him. Rather, he pondered if Han Xingxian harbored any private intentions. Threaten? Han Xingxian laughed, his laughter devoid of warmth. You? In an instant. The 3,000 crimson threads enveloped Zhang, who completely that moment. He acutely sensed the chasm that lay between himself and Han Xingxian, though both were second-tier grand masters of spirit refinement. Distinctions existed even within the second tier. Zhang Hu was merely at the pinnacle of the ordinary level. Han Xingxian, however, could annihilate second-tier and third-tier opponents with ease, as simple as crushing an ant. He was invincible beneath the first-tier terrestrial immortals. The two were not even comparable. With Han Xingxian's might, he could eliminate Zhang Hu without him having the slightest chance to resist. Han Xingxian continued, his tone icy. Do not speak of you. Even with Lu Zhang added, how long could you survive in my presence? In the past, I spared you both because you held value. Now, what would it matter if I were to execute you? My point is not merely this. You are not qualified to serve as the emperor's dog. If you wish to serve, you can only be my dog. Zhang Hu's face turned ashen. He found himself utterly speechless, his body paralyzed. Han Xingxian calmly withdrew the 3,000 crimson threads. From now on, you shall assist me in overseeing the Directorate of Ceremonial Affairs. Matters concerning the Lianqing sect will be handled by the emperor. You will publicly remain as the head of the directorate while serving as an insider for the Lianqing sect. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hu's pupils dilated in shock, and his heart quaked involuntarily. This was not merely the intimidation of the 3,000 crimson threads. It was the realization that the emperor had long been aware of his true affiliations. Zhang Hu had taken great pains to conceal his ties to the Lianqing sect, even preventing his most trusted adopted son from entering his chamber, living in constant anxiety. Though his demeanor was cold, which eunuch did not possess a similar aura? Only Lu Zhong, with his Buddhist background, was an exception. Han Xian, a military family eunuch, was truly an anomaly among anomalies. Han Xingxuan's figure suddenly vanished, and Zhang Hu felt an immediate sense of relief, yet his inner turmoil only intensified. He had barely caught a glimpse of how Han Xingxian had departed, signifying that should Han Xingxian desire to end his life, he could do so effortlessly at any moment. His very existence hung by a thread, with his most profound secret laid bare, even with Han Xingxuan's silent exit. Zhang Hu understood he had no options left. After a long while, he regained his former cold demeanor and stepped out of the chamber. However, he was no longer the insider of the Lianqing sect, nor the grand eunuch who had held power for decades, but rather Han Xingxuan's dog, a mere bait for the emperor, a tool at his disposal. In the Grand Council of Da Feng, the 6 cabinet ministers diligently reviewed the memorials. Vice Chief Yang furrowed his brow. The atmosphere in the imperial city had grown increasingly unsettling in recent days, and the mood within the cabinet was no different. Among these 7 cunning old foxes, who could fail to notice the emperor's frequent maneuvers? Yet, not a single word was uttered. Yang Ku himself was reluctant to speak, but Lu Zhang's recent self-recommendation was undeniably peculiar. The actions of Tua Bapusa had also escalated. As he began to form factions in secret, the Duke of Chu's continuous feasting was evident to all, signaling his intentions to orchestrate a grand event during the military parade. Yang Ku had also heard rumors that it was somehow related to the military. Could they truly afford to ignore such a precarious situation in the court? Yang Ku glanced at the chief minister, Zhang Su. Zhang Su remained as diligent as ever, seemingly engrossed in the memorials. Occasionally, he instructed the eunuch beside him to send the memorials to the Directorate of Ceremonial Affairs, as if nothing had changed in Da Feng. Just as they were about to disperse, Yang Ku could no longer contain himself. Zhang Su, are you just going to sit idly by? Zhang Su leisurely set down the memorial in hand and raised his head to look at Yang Ku. If not this way, what would you have me do? Should we summon the ministers for an audience, or have the censors submit a petition? Or perhaps you? and I should go together to meet the emperor, urging him not to act like King Will? Though Shen Nan's actions are discreet, the sheer magnitude of dismantling the Red Dragon 10 guards cannot be overlooked that a man of Jiangsu's caliber would surely be able to discern some of this. However, he could not fathom the swift pace at which Shen Nan operated. He merely believed that the confrontation between the emperor and the Duke of Chu would unfold during the military parade. Thus, Jiangsu felt no urgency. Yang Ke's brow furrowed deeper. Even if we do not take action, we should at least offer some counsel to the emperor. He is still young and cannot fully grasp the complexities surrounding the Red Dragon 10 guards or the vast influence of the Duke of Chu's lineage. Hearing this, Jiangsu chuckled. Why not advise the Duke of Chu to yield? After all, the Red Dragon 10 guards are the emperor's prerogative, are they not? The Confucians and military nobles may not have much in common. But in the past, the military nobles from the Duke of Chu's lineage have exploited their control over the Red Dragon 10 guards to act with impunity. Jiangsu also sought to seize this opportunity to deal a significant blow to the military nobles. As for the emperor's schemes, in Jiangsu's view, they were bound to fail. The situation surrounding the Red Dragon 10 guards had not changed overnight. It had been this way for 300 years. Every emperor had considered reforming the Red Dragon 10 guards. Yet why had they all ultimately failed? The predicament surrounding the Red Dragon 10 guards remains a conundrum that eludes resolution. Setting aside the intricate web of alliances and marriages among the military generals and nobles, one must consider that the Red Dragon 10 guards stationed in the capital of the Great Feng Empire consists of over 100,000 elite soldiers. Even if these warriors have diminished in might, the number of combatants is still considerable. Ultimately, they are seasoned martial artists. How might one effectively organize and restore order among such a vast force? This is an inherently insoluble dilemma, one that cannot be resolved by a monarch who has only recently ascended to the throne. Not even the presence of a martial deity of the 11th realm at Shen Nan's side would suffice. Yang Ke discerned Jiangsu's intentions and spoke gravely. What if chaos ensues? Chaos? Jiangsu chuckled, shaking his head. What kind of chaos could a mere rabble incite? It would merely be a riot, and you and I combined would surely quell it. Furthermore, should it come to that, wouldn't Fa Yang intervene? And he narrowed his eyes. I have summoned 5 eminent scholars from the academy. Even if a disturbance arises, we can swiftly suppress it. What constitutes an eminent scholar? They are masters of the second rank in Confucianism, unparalleled in their expertise. The martial system of Confucianism differs fundamentally from others. The 4th rank does not cultivate vital energy, but instead embodies the righteous spirit. Achieving the 4th rank signifies an understanding of this righteous spirit, while the 3rd rank represents its consummation. The 2nd rank scholars further integrate this righteous spirit with the cosmos, possessing the power to manifest their will. With this Confucian law, even an army of tens of thousands could be commanded by 5 eminent scholars. After all, it is implausible for such a large force to congregate in rebellion. Even if such a scenario were to occur, do you truly believe that Fa Yang's influence, which envelopes the entire capital, is to be trifled with? Jiangsu almost hoped for some chaos to ensure that His Majesty would settle down, thereby revealing who the true pillars and foundation of the Great Feng Empire are. Rather than indulging in frivolities like the Tiangong Institute or the Qi Tian pasture, the cabinet is where His Majesty ought to devote his attention. Yang Ke's expression darkened, even with eminent scholars to suppress the chaos. Do you comprehend how many lives might be lost? Jiangsu shook his head in silence and continued. It is time for His Majesty to select the officials for the imperial lectures. Is it not? Additionally, the Hanlin Academy readers and lecturing scholars should also be chosen soon. Do you have suitable candidates from the Bailu Cave Academy? This statement clearly implied a trade-off under Yang Ke's leadership. If the Confucian scholars from the humble backgrounds do not interfere, then the subsequent appointments of the Hanlin readers, lecturing scholars, and officials for the imperial lectures will undoubtedly be filled by those from humble backgrounds. One must recognize that these positions are the closest to His Majesty, especially the officials for the imperial lectures. Should they successfully gain His Majesty's trust, their future will be boundless. Yang Ke fixed his gaze on Jiangsu. You are leveraging the safety of the capital to bolster the Confucian faction. While these conditions are undoubtedly remarkable, how could one of Yang Ke's temperament ever acquiesce? Jiangsu was keenly aware of this, and the conditions he proposed were not directed at Yang Ke, but rather at the Confucian faction behind him. The Bailu Cave Academy is never solely Yang Ke's institution. He himself may be strong-willed, but others may not share his fortitude if you wish to counsel His Majesty. I shall not hinder you. Yet do you genuinely believe that His Majesty would heed your words? Though His Majesty is merely 15, his mindset is far from that of a typical youth. I advise you, do not underestimate His Majesty. Why is Yang Ku a secondary advisor, while Zhang Su is the primary? This is not solely due to the fact that Zhang Su represents a more powerful faction of scholars compared to those from humble backgrounds, but also because Yang Ku's disposition is excessively rigid. In the presence of the Ming Chong Emperor, the late emperor, he has been somewhat too forceful, incessantly espousing grand principles. How many emperors could favor such a minister? Moreover, the crucial issue lies in Yang Ku's lack of influence. There are numerous matters he can only discuss but cannot resolve. I have never harbored the slightest disdain for His Majesty, Yang Ku stated emphatically. All my actions are for the sake of the Great Feng. Zhang Su remained noncommittal. If you must go, then do so quickly. As he spoke, he languidly strolled toward the cabinet's exit. Observing this, Yang Ku wished to articulate something further, but ultimately relented. Instead, he bowed his head to compose a memorial, which he then entrusted to the Ministry of Ceremonial Affairs for presentation to His Majesty. An audience. Given His Majesty's demeanor over the past few days, Yang Ku lacked confidence in persuading him successfully. Moreover, he was acutely aware of the potency of Zhang Su's earlier words. Even if Yang Ku were determined to counsel, those behind him might not fully support him. Yang Ku sighed inwardly. This Great Feng. As soon as Yang Ku's memorial reached the Ministry of Ceremonial Affairs, the responsible Han Shengxian promptly delivered it. Just as Zhang Su had anticipated, Shen Nan merely glanced at it before closing the memorial. Yang Ku, the humble Confucian scholars of the Great Feng indeed possess commendable individuals. Yet regrettably, most are merely those who engage in empty discussions that lead to national calamity. When the capital of the Great Feng fell, I vividly recall the reactions of these people. The waters are too frigid. They are but the lowest jest of the Great Feng. Shen Nan was not as obstinate as Zhang Su imagined. Yet he could not heed Yang Ku's counsel. Not to mention that the military reduction plan had reached a critical juncture. Even if it had not commenced, he could not halt it. An emperor lacking sufficient power is ultimately just a puppet in name. The emperor of the Great Feng ascended merely because the nation has endured for 8 centuries. The Shen family's prestige is so formidable that no one dares to rebel, and none could succeed in doing so. The Taoists, legalists, Confucians, and Buddhists are all intertwined, each restraining the other, with the national artifacts suppressing all, the king of the north stationed in Yuzhou, and figures like Fa Yang maintaining order. This has resulted in the fragile equilibrium of the Great Feng for so many years. What Shen Nan aims to achieve has never been to be a mere figurehead. He seeks to establish true imperial authority. However, Yang Ku is a person who could be utilized to some extent. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Tomorrow, after I exit seclusion, summon Yu Huatian and Shun Zhibao to me. Shen Nan is prepared to commence the military reduction plan in earnest. Certain matters must also be settled by tomorrow. Han Shinchuan's voice responded, understood. The following day, within the Jinghua Hall, an array of dishes was presented by the palace maidens. Before Shen Nan alone, there lay an impressive spread of 8 meat dishes, 6 vegetable dishes, a soup, a staple, and a tea. These ingredients meticulously curated by the imperial kitchen, with some rare and precious medicinal materials intermingled. The value of this luncheon alone could amount to 100 taels. In other words, Shen Nan's monthly expenditures on meals would approach 1,000 taels, translating to approximately 10,000 taels of silver annually. This is merely the cost of meals, should one factor in the elixirs supplied monthly from the Qinghe Palace. The total would likely near 100,000 taels of silver. This illustrates why Empress Jing requires 500,000 taels of silver from the Imperial Horse Bureau each year. The resources required for training a 10th realm celestial are far more extravagant than one might imagine. Some resources cannot even be purchased with mere currency. Shen Nan's opulence was not a spur-of-the-moment realization. In comparison to the expenditures of previous emperors of the Great Feng, his spending is relatively frugal. The Ming Chong Emperor and the late Emperor both expended no less than several 100,000 taels on imperial meals and elixirs annually, which is why Shen Nan found the imperial treasury so depleted upon assuming the throne. At this moment, Shen Nan's thoughts were more focused on the matter of maintaining the military. If one wishes to cultivate a force of over 10,000 great snow dragon riders, the annual expenditure on provisions and elixirs would indeed reach the level of 600,000 taels of silver. Coupled with tens of thousands of Ming Wang heavy-armored soldiers, the yearly costs would soar to 30 million taels of silver. Chun Jibao, Yu Huadian, and Chao Zhengchun stood ready for orders. Upon hearing this, Chao Zhengchun replied, "Your Majesty, 30 million taels is more than sufficient." Shen Nan shook his head. The annual military expenditure of the Great Feng approaches 300 million taels. I require only 30 million taels of silver to sustain a truly invincible army. Although the numbers may be fewer, their combat prowess would far exceed. He did not wish to elaborate further, but instructed Chun Jibao, "The selection of the great snow dragon riders will henceforth be entrusted to you. The necessary provisions will be supplied entirely by the Imperial Horse Bureau, and military salaries will temporarily be drawn from the Imperial Horse Bureau as well. The elixirs needed for training will be determined after I pay a visit to the Qinghe Palace." The military reduction plan is on the verge of commencing. Shen Nan must also delineate the Red Dragon 10 guards. This military reduction will necessitate the dismissal of at least half of its personnel, retaining only those truly capable of combat. Subsequently, most of these elite soldiers will be incorporated into the Black Dragon Guards, with the former Red Dragon 10 guards ceasing to exist, replaced by the Black Dragon 5 guards. Composed of 50,000 elite troops alongside an additional 100,000 auxiliary soldiers, as the cornerstone safeguarding the imperial capital, it also serves as Shen Nan's true trump card against various factions in the future. Furthermore, among these elite warriors, there will be a selection process to choose several thousand to be incorporated into the Great Snow Dragon Riders, which may also be referred to as the Red Dragon Riders. Even if numbers are insufficient, one must not resort to filling ranks with the unworthy. These Red Dragon Riders will be the main force in quelling the Liangsheng sect rebellion in Chuanzhou. However, achieving this requires more than mere troop organization and downsizing. Shen Nan must also procure a substantial amount of military supplies to equip them, based on Zhang Zhao's recent communications with the Tiangong Institute. It seems there will be no issues in gathering tens of thousands of elite armaments, including guarantees for magical artifacts. Every commanding officer with over 3,000 troops should possess a magical artifact. Only the daily necessities of elixirs for cultivation remain. Shen Nan still needs to make a trip to the Taoist Qinghe Palace, though this must inevitably occur after the troop reductions. Otherwise, he lacks any spell akin to the Yellow Turban Warrior's ability to conjure soldiers from beans to attract the Qinghe Palace. Only by exerting pressure through force can he secure a stable supply of elixirs from the Qinghe Palace while also reducing costs. Just as the Tiangong Institute monopolizes 70% of the Great Feng's armor and weaponry. The Qinghe Palace has drained the Great Feng for far too long. They too must contribute to the prosperity of the Great Feng that if they refuse, after troop reductions, Shen Nan's next target will be the Qinghe Palace. Chun Jibao nodded. "Your Majesty, when do you plan to meet those generals?" "Tomorrow marks the appointed time for troop reductions at that time. The Imperial Guard will commence downsizing, followed by the Tiger Ben Guard in coordination. And then the reorganization of the Imperial Attendants, ultimately directing these forces towards Shifeng and Wulong to successfully complete the troop reductions of the entire Red Dragon 10 guards in a single day. This is the plan devised by Shen Nan, Chun Jibao, and others. Only through this method can the troop reductions be completed swiftly and at minimal cost. Once matters are settled, even if Confucians have any intentions, they will have to swallow them back. The military aristocrats led by Duke Chu will become toothless tigers, entirely at Shen Nan's mercy. Make arrangements for them to meet me in the palace tonight." Shen Nan's grasp of the palace is now extraordinary. Zhang Hu and Lu Zhong have been completely incapacitated, and the eunuchs are all intimidated by Han Shenxian. There is absolutely no possibility of any disorderly conduct, especially with Han Xian's 10,000 elite troops patrolling the palace. Furthermore, within the imperial city, the Tiger Ben Guard and Ming Wang's heavy infantry, controlled by Tuoba Bodhisattva, are present. Under such power, arranging for a few individuals to enter the palace would go unnoticed by anyone. However, the Empress Dowager Jing in the Deep Palace might notice some discrepancies. Yet, given her recent indifference, it is evident that this matriarch is unlikely to concern herself with such trivialities, and her attitude towards Shen Nan is exceedingly permissive. As for how to handle the Empress Dowager Jing in the future, it is no different from the Qinghe Palace. While Shen Nan lacks sufficient power, he naturally will not concern himself with her affairs for the time being. With this in mind, Shen Nan continued, "Han Xingxian, instruct Yang Ku to accompany me to the Imperial Guard tomorrow." Deputy Yang Ku. Before Han Xingxian could respond, Chao Zhengchun wore a puzzled expression. Chun Jibao appeared contemplative. "Is your Majesty intending to use Deputy Yang Ku, a man from the humble Confucian background, to suppress the aristocratic Confucians led by Chief Zhang Su?" From this reaction, the personalities and abilities of the three can be discerned. Han Shengxian is undoubtedly respectful of Shen Nan's commands. Chao Zhenchun, though diligent, ultimately lacks some capability, whereas Chen Zhibao reacts swiftly, grasping Shen Nan's intentions in an instant. Shen Nan nodded slightly. A gentleman may be deceived, although Yang Ku is also a Confucian. He is the leader of the humble Confucians, fundamentally different from Zhang Su. The latter embodies the quintessential scholar official, primarily concerned with wielding greater power and adhering to the belief that the Son of Heaven governs the world from above, which essentially renders them as puppeteers of the emperor. Moreover, the intermarriage of aristocratic Confucians creates a web of intricate relationships. The current decay of the Great Feng's national condition is largely attributable to these individuals, who form cliques for personal gain, each driven solely by self-interest. The humble Confucians represented by Yang Ku, though often criticized for their empty rhetoric, ultimately profess loyalty to the ruler. Since Yang Ku has submitted this memorial, how could I betray his fervent spirit? Shen Nan's expression bore a coldness, clearly indicating his rather unfavorable view of the humble Confucians. That in truth, these humble Confucians are merely the powerless Donglin faction. Indeed, while there are talented individuals among the humble, many become even more avaricious once they gain power than the aristocratic Confucians. What Shen Nan seeks is merely to utilize Yang Ku's name to bear the blame, compelling him to step forward and contend with the aristocratic Confucians. This may even exacerbate the rift between the aristocratic and humble Confucians, preparing the ground for future reforms in the court. Otherwise, given the current strength of the Confucians, even Shen Nan would find it difficult to contend with them. Chen Zhibao praised, "Your Majesty has already exhibited some imperial stratagems. The monarch of the Great Feng may appear lacking in power. Yet both the national fortune and the sacred artifacts of the realm signify strength. The most potent weapon wielded by a monarch is not anything else but righteousness." Shen Nan ascended to the throne by rightful succession, legitimately claiming the title of the Great Feng Emperor, and the founding of the Great Feng was indeed righteous, established through the blood and sweat of its founding ancestors. 800 years of governance may lead to increasing corruption and decay. Yet at the same time, the name of the Great Feng has become deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people. The significance of legitimacy is paramount, irrespective of the world one inhabits. Moreover, the Emperor of the Great Feng is not devoid of power. Fa Yang has always been the most loyal servant of the Great Feng. Should a true crisis arise, the Empress Dowager Jing would not hesitate to intervene. Prince Xinbei Xinyu is also of royal blood, not to mention the numerous dukes and nobles spread across the realm. Their fates are intertwined with that of the Great Feng royal family. The only issue lies in Shen Nan's insufficient personal strength. The Emperor of the Great Feng is not synonymous with Shen Nan. His goal is to ensure that his name becomes entirely synonymous with the Emperor of the Great Feng. Before long, Chen Zhibao, Han Shengxian, and others departed to carry out their tasks. Chao Zhenchun remained to serve at Shen Nan's side. Finally, Shen Nan had the opportunity to focus his attention on the system. He had just completed his cultivation breakthrough when Chen Zhibao and Han Shengxian arrived, leaving him with no time to examine the changes in the marketplace today. System. Host. Shen Nan. Age. 34. Wealth. None. Influence. Black Dragon Suanio Guard. Ming Wang's Heavy Infantry. Under command. Tuoba Bodhisattva, War God of the 11th Realm. Chen Zhibao, Heavenly Being of the 10th Realm. The Great Sage Zhang Jiao, Pinnacle of the 10th Realm. Han Xingxian, Peak of 2nd Rank Grandmaster. Li Si, Pinnacle of the 10th Realm. Yu Huatian, 4th Rank. Chao Zhengchun, Peak of 3rd Rank. 15 members of the Sunflower Guard, 5th Rank Warriors. 25 Great Snow Dragon Riders. 2,800 Ming Wang's Heavy Infantry. Techniques. 9 Dragons True Qi, 4th Rank Gale, Qi Mastered, Pinnacle of Small Grandmaster. Items. None. Overall level. Initially possesses the qualification for National Restoration. Restoration points. 2,200 points. Tasks. Annihilate any major faction. Standard for major faction. Among the top 20 factions in the world. Reward. Basic package for the 12th realm and above. 30,000 restoration points. This is Shen Nan's current status panel. Compared to the rapidly changing panel upon his ascension, his panel has remained stagnant for several days. A result of the differing nature of this task, it is not something that can be accomplished in an instant. Furthermore, as Shen Nan's power grows, the difficulty of his tasks will inevitably increase until the ultimate goal of national restoration is achieved. Perhaps then the invigorating tasks for the Great Feng will be unlocked. After all, while the system is indeed a restoration system, restoration is never the end, but merely the beginning. The basic package for the 12th realm. Shen Nan's gaze fell upon the rewards for this system task, filled with utmost anticipation. Although he currently commands a multitude of talents, he still lacks a true powerhouse capable of suppressing all else. Perhaps this individual is the key, as Shen Nan pondered with excitement. He also cast a disdainful glance at his restoration points. After 3 days of grueling cultivation efforts, he was left with merely 2,200 restoration points and a Xianwei divine bow. Along with a formidable technique, the speed at which he accumulated strength was painfully slow, to the point that Shen Nan yearned for the immediate destruction of the Duke of Chu's lineage to claim that 30,000 restoration points reward. As Shen Nan's gaze descended along the attribute bar, he stumbled upon a novel package in the system shop, the Celestial Prodigy Gift Pack. This illustrious package promised to bestow upon its recipient prodigies from myriad realms. It could be exchanged for 1,000 points. The extremes of this package were astonishingly outrageous. According to the system's description, it could yield figures of the caliber of the young Emperor Huang Tian or the Emperor Yi. Yet it could also produce someone as unremarkable as Ling Hucheng. When did the term prodigy become so ubiquitous? Shen Nan chuckled in disbelief. He glanced at the 2 subsequent options in the shop. While they held some merit, the Celestial Prodigy Gift Pack was undeniably more enticing. Indeed, sometimes a name with a flair can work wonders. With a light laugh, Shen Nan declared, "I shall exchange for 2 Celestial Prodigy Gift Packs." As the military demobilization was imminent, it would be advantageous to augment his ranks with 2 additional hands. He could only hope that the results would not yield overly absurd prodigies. With a swish, 2 beams of azure light manifested. This time, they were of a cerulean hue. Although the sky appeared clear and bright, the rewards were quite unexpected. The rewards were none other than the Eastern Monarch Yen Fei, peak of the 3rd-rank sorceress, and the Moon Goddess Wu Duan, peak of the 3rd-rank sorceress, from the world of Qin's moon. Shen Nan was taken aback that such azure brilliance could summon these 2 prodigious maidens. He had initially anticipated a more mediocre figure akin to Ling Hucheng. It seemed that the system's upper limits truly could summon the likes of Emperor Huang Tian. Regardless of whether the Emperor could indeed be summoned, these 2 were undeniably prodigies. Both the Moon Goddess and the Eastern Monarch had become guardians of the Yin-Yang family at a mere teenage age. Even if their prowess was partly due to the influence of the Eastern Emperor Tai, it could not overshadow their extraordinary talents, at the very least. Within the realm of Qin's moon, how could one not deem them prodigies? Especially considering their status as peak 3rd-rank sorceresses, which was truly astonishing. As Shen Nan prepared to strategize in Chuanzhou, he would inevitably need to interact with the disciples of the Lianxing sect, which was precisely rooted in a sorceress system encompassing various teachings. Their sorcery was known for its deceptive intricacies. However, no matter how enigmatic their techniques might be, how would they fare against the Yin-Yang family's mastery of the 5 elements in Yin-Yang sorcery? Astrology, sealing spells, mind control incantations, soul-altering techniques, and soul migration arts. Each of these sorceries was itself inscrutable. Moreover, both Yin Fei and Wu Duan were far from innocent and naive. Their minds and temperaments were resolutely determined and ruthless, making them well-suited for assisting Yu Huatian in establishing the Western Bureau in Chuanzhou. Or perhaps, in the future, the Western Bureau would not retain that name, but would instead be rechristened. Alternatively, the Moon Goddess and Yin Fei might establish a new faction in Chuanzhou. With myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, Shen Nan's actions remained swift. Claimed the rewards. The mist enveloped the surroundings. 2 astonishingly beautiful women materialized within the Jinghua Palace. Yin Fei donned a dark blue gown, her long hair elegantly tied back, her gaze calm, while the Moon Goddess wore a light blue robe, her purple hair elegantly coiled, her eyes veiled with a thin gauze, exuding an air of mystery. Yin Fei, I pay my respects to your majesty. Moon Goddess, I have come to pay my respects, your majesty. Just their manner of speaking revealed their personalities. Yin Fei was astutely perceptive of the situation and her own standing, while the Moon Goddess exuded a chill, reminiscent of a true celestial maiden of the moon, her every movement imbued with profound mystery. This was also correlated with the moment the system had chosen for their summoning. Both Yin Fei and the Moon Goddess were at the pinnacle of the Yin-Yang family's era, rather than at the time when Yin Fei betrayed the family. Shen Nan scrutinized them carefully before speaking. From now on, You shall serve as female officials within the palace, with free access to the sleeping quarters and side chambers. Should there be anything you do not comprehend, you may learn from Chao Jingchun later. Han Shengxian and Yu Huatian are currently preoccupied with affairs. Thus, the task of mentoring newcomers naturally falls to the diligent and earnest eunuch Chao. Chao Jingchun bore no grievances, his tone even somewhat amiable. I greet you both. His summoning had occurred at a different juncture than that of the moon goddess and others, specifically during a moment of impending death. Chao Jingchun had experienced the treachery of women and understood the allure of beautiful women. With the stunning appearances of the moon goddess and Yin Fei, it was likely that one of them would become a consort in the emperor's harem in the future. He dared not harbor any ill will towards them. Moreover, Chao Jingchun could surmise that the two women would likely head to Chuanzhou soon by that time. Upon their return from achieving merit there, he would still be the industrious eunuch Chao, but the two women might not remain the same. Yin Fei and the moon goddess had also received the system's memory infusion, and they were well aware of the current situation. After exchanging glances, Yin Fei spoke. Does your majesty require our assistance in aiding Yu Huatian's expedition to Chuanzhou? If so, we should first familiarize ourselves with the intelligence regarding Chuanzhou, and then find a way to infiltrate the Lianqing sect. The memories imparted by the system always contained the latest information. Therefore, both the military demobilization and matters regarding the Lianqing sect were known to them. In Yin Fei's view, given their identities and strengths, infiltrating the Lianqing sect would be the most prudent approach to earn merit in Chuanzhou, while also allowing for the expansion of their influence. However, whether this influence would be in the form of the Western Bureau or a newly established Lianqing sect remained uncertain. This was also the shared sentiment of Yin Fei and the moon goddess. Though they appeared as exalted guardians of the Yinyang family and Qin's moon, they were, in truth, merely pitiful individuals trapped by circumstance, now that they had been summoned by the emperor, even though they were to serve him. It was far preferable to being in the company of the brooding Eastern Emperor Tai. At least the emperor was the sovereign of the Great Feng. Their freedom would be greater, and their future prospects would be brighter. Shen Nan naturally discerned the thoughts of the two women. Just as he previously did not mind Yu Huatian's ambitions, he could hardly object to the aspirations of these two. In fact, he admired such ambition. With his current lack of influence, he needed individuals to venture forth and expand his power swiftly. He thus encouraged his subordinates to take the initiative. There is no rush to infiltrate the Lianqing sect. Chao Jingchun, please take them to familiarize themselves with the archives of Chuanzhou. The complexities of the Lianqing sect are quite intricate. Shen Nan was also unaware of the specifics, so he could not dictate how Yin Fei and the moon goddess should proceed. He needed to await further information. For instance, the sunflower guards dispatched by Yu Huatian the previous day would, according to the timeline, arrive in Chuanzhou that very night, bringing with them his directives to the county magistrate Zheng Lin. The town magic commander Zhang Ershu, the guard Yun Shu, and the noble lady Lu Yin. Once these individuals relayed the information back, Shen Nan would have his own people in Chuanzhou, allowing Yin Fei and the moon goddess to set forth. As the sun dipped below the horizon, in the city of Chuanzhou, Han Xingxian had indeed underestimated the speed of the dragon horse. Just as twilight fell, 5 sunflower guards had already arrived in the city. However, they would now have to act independently as the liaison to the town magic commander Zhang Ershu. One of the sunflower guards needed to remain in the city to locate him. He was no longer clad in the attire of a sunflower guard, but rather dressed as a rogue from the martial world. The dragon horse was also carefully concealed. As the sunflower guards entered the city, they beheld the most prominent structure, a sprawling complex that was none other than the headquarters of the town magic division of Chuanzhou. Unlike the low-key operations of the capital's golden guards, the town magic division in the provinces was notoriously ostentatious. Serving as one of the most significant offices in the region, their mandate was to suppress demons and quell rebellions. As for what constituted a demon, the town magic division held the final say. Their might and ferocity eclipsed even that of the Jinyui. Zhang Ershu held the position of commander within the town magic division of Chuanzhou. His status comparable to that of 100 households in the Ming Dynasty's Jinyui. His standing was second only to the madman Zhang Quangren and the general Tu Shi within the division. In the city of Chuan Prefecture, today, the usually diligent Uncle Zhang heir of the Demon Suppression Division was absent from his duties. Clad in a neat and tidy outfit, he strolled leisurely through the bustling streets. Surrounded by individuals dressed in opulent attire, this area was indeed the most prosperous part of the city, which boasted a population of over 10 million, divided into 8 districts, with the district housing the Demon Suppression Division being the most vibrant. However, after walking for a while toward the outer city, Zhang Er began to notice an array of eccentric figures, among whom were numerous practitioners of various sects, some of whom were clearly dressed as sorcerers. These sorcerers were incessantly engaging the people around them in hushed tones, and he could vaguely hear phrases like compassionate birth descends upon the world. Had the compassionate birth sect become so audacious? Zhang Er furrowed his brow. He found himself in the outer city, where the impoverished populace resided, and as he looked around, he saw only common folk clad in patched garments, their lives already fraught with hardship. If the compassionate birth sect were to wreak havoc here, it could lead to the inevitable ruin of families. While the compassionate birth sect was not considered an evil cult in the Great Feng, the nefarious deeds within were most disgraceful. They practiced the vile art of harvesting lives. Countless within the sect resorted to such sordid methods. Not to mention, Zhang Er had an unsettling feeling that the followers of the compassionate birth sect were engaged in the alchemical fabrication of human pills. To concoct pills using human lives, though such elixirs might enhance one's vitality, they were undoubtedly the wicked practices of a malevolent cult. Unfortunately, he had yet to uncover concrete evidence, and moreover, the commander of the Demon Suppression Division, Tu Sha, had explicitly ordered not to interfere with the matters of the compassionate birth sect. This only served to heighten Zhang Er's discontent. At that moment, a wayward figure from the underworld collided into him in haste. Zhang Er frowned slightly. With his prowess as a third-rank martial artist, it was unlikely anyone could bump into him without intent, unless this person had done so deliberately. Just as he was about to seize the individual, he felt a note being slipped into his palm. Maintaining his composure, he discreetly raised his hand to glance at it. A shiver ran through him, and he instinctively looked in the direction the person had departed. "Your Majesty?" A moment later, in a secluded alleyway, Zhang Er stood before the Sunflower Guards and inquired, "Are you one of His Majesty's men?" The Sunflower Guard did not elaborate, but scrutinized Zhang Er with utmost seriousness, standing nearly 2 meters tall. With a robust physique and a blue long sword hanging from his waist, there was no doubt it was Zhang Er. "May I see the sword you carry?" Zhang Er's eyes widened with intrigue as he unsheathed the blade, revealing the engraved characters respect and honor, a treasured heirloom passed down from his father. Upon seeing this, the Sunflower Guard said nothing further. He simply handed Zhang Er a letter. After completing this exchange, the Sunflower Guard quietly observed Zhang Er. As Zhang Er opened the letter, his brow furrowed in an instant. The contents were straightforward. Shen Nan had tasked him with investigating the compassionate birth sect and awaited further communication. The last part of the letter indicated a potential rebellion by the compassionate birth sect, suggesting that Commander Tu Sha might have colluded with them, and urged him to proceed with caution. What startled Zhang Er the most was the royal seal affixed to the bottom that it was unmistakably the private seal of His Majesty. Zhang Er maintained a calm demeanor and asked, "Is there any other proof?" The Sunflower Guard remained taciturn, producing a bead with his right hand. It was, without a doubt, a hearing bead from the Artisan Bureau. Previously, Shen Nan had requested 3 hearing beads from Zhang Jiao, and Yu Huatian had bestowed 2 upon the Sunflower Guards searching for Zhang Er and Lu Yan. Given the complex identities of the 2 individuals and their critical positions, seeing this, Zhang Er harbored no further doubts. As a captain of the Demon Suppression Division in Chuan Prefecture, he had only seen the hearing beads in illustrations, but had never encountered one in person. There were only 2 in all of Chuan Prefecture, held by the Lord of the Prefecture and Commander Tu Sha, meant for communication with the imperial capital. Common figures from the underworld could not possibly possess such items, let alone have the royal seal as evidence. Zhang Er's heart swelled with joy. Despite some lingering curiosity about how His Majesty knew of him, what mattered more was the prospect of finally being able to make a difference. He had long suspected issues surrounding the compassionate birth sect, but never anticipated that Commander Tu Sha was involved. Yet, this presented an opportunity, a chance to take decisive action, compared to the mundane task of apprehending petty thieves. Zhang Er was far more eager for this significant event, as it heralded the potential for remarkable achievements. "This is not a place for conversation. Follow me." Zhang Er did not lead the Sunflower Guard to his own residence, but instead took him to the Tongjing Gang, the most powerful faction in Chuan Prefecture, whose leader was none other than his brother. This was one of the reasons Shen Nan had chosen Zhang Er. for he was exceptionally cautious in his dealings yet decisive in action. In the original narrative, during the rebellion of the Compassionate Birth sect in Chuan Prefecture, he had emerged as a crucial figure in quelling the unrest. Meanwhile, within the residence of the Lord of the Prefecture, amidst the tranquil bamboo grove, Miss Lu Xin stood gracefully in white attire. Her beauty and figure might not be the most outstanding, yet her serene and tranquil aura compelled onlookers to steal glances. Like a serene autumn pond, she was a sight to behold. Among the nobility, Miss Lu San's reputation was unparalleled. She was renowned as the most accomplished young woman in Chuan Prefecture, having attained the third rank at merely 20 years of age. A female sword immortal who wielded significant control over the finances of the Lord's residence. A true daughter of destiny that in her hand, she held a letter, the very same delivered by the Sunflower Guard. Compared to the convoluted process that Zhang Er endured, the Sunflower Guard's task of finding Miss Lu San was far simpler. The only challenge lay in establishing contact. However, this was not insurmountable, as Chuan Prefecture had its own Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau, and the individual in charge happened to be a subordinate of Han Xian. Upon hearing the command of Han Xingxian, arrangements were promptly set in motion. As Miss Lu San gazed at the Sunflower Guard before her, she spoke softly, "Please convey to His Majesty that I shall act according to his instructions. Additionally, if possible, I would appreciate an opportunity to encounter Uncle Zhang Er." Within the city, the two figures of Miss Lu San and Uncle Zhang Er stood at the forefront. One was the beloved daughter of the Lord of the Prefecture, and the other was a captain of the Demon Suppression Division. It was evident that if these two were formidable enough, the rebellion of the Compassionate Birth sect would already be half quelled. Indeed, both were exceptional individuals. Zhang Er was decisive and astute, while Miss Lu San, beautiful yet shrewd, commanded an impressive influence, with loyal followers scattered throughout Chuan Prefecture. The original narrative indicated that these two would collaboratively resolve the upheaval caused by the Compassionate Birth sect. Although they had the backing of Confucianism and Taoism, their methods were distinctly their own. The following day, at noon, Shen Nan lounged lazily in a chair, a parasol shielding him from the sun, casually perusing the intel sent by Yu Huatian. During the night prior, 5 Sunflower Guards had each delivered letters. Aside from Zhang Er, 4 others were sent to the eunuch in charge of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau. However, this particular letter was not correspondence but an official decree issued by the Cabinet and the Bureau of Rights. It announced the appointment of Lu Zhong as the military supervisor of Chuan Prefecture and head of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau. Such an appointment stirred some ripples within the cabinet. Yet, whether it was the Chief Minister Zhang Su or the Deputy Minister Yang Ku, their concern was not Lu Zhong's new role in Chuan Prefecture, but rather the audacity of His Majesty's maneuvering. With Lu Zhong's departure, Zhang Hu had also subtly aligned himself with His Majesty. The palace was now thoroughly under His Majesty's control. This display of power certainly took Zhang Su by surprise. But he did not dwell on it too much, for after all, they were merely 2 eunuchs. Moreover, considering the formidable array by His Majesty's side, comprising the martial deities of the 11th realm and the celestial beings of the 10th realm, if such a coalition cannot resolve even the matters concerning 2 eunuchs, Zhang Su found himself questioning whether he had misjudged His Majesty. The affairs of the palace were beyond his purview as the Prime Minister, and he had no desire to meddle. However, should His Majesty genuinely believe that the Red Dragon's 10 guards could be dealt with as simply as the palace's affairs, then there would be quite a spectacle to witness. Zhang Su merely instructed that 5 eminent scholars from Jiangzhou be summoned post-haste. Yang Ku's thoughts were even more straightforward. He could only sigh lightly, increasingly sensing that a storm was brewing for Shen Nan. He paid little heed to the opinions of the 2 esteemed ministers. Instead, he focused intently on the intelligence brought by Yu Huatian. Beyond the reports concerning Zhang Ershu and Lu Sanyin, it particularly emphasized that both had communicated with Yu Huatian using ear-hearing pearls yesterday. Their discussions revolved around strategies to counter the Lianxing sect and confirming that these individuals were indeed loyal to His Majesty. He turned to Yu Huatian beside him, inquiring, "What is your assessment of Zhang Ershu and Lu Sanyin?" Despite having the narrative of future events as a reference, Shen Nan still yearned to hear the perspectives of his own people. After a brief contemplation, Yu Huatian replied, "Zhang Ershu is a man who detests evil fiercely and possesses ambition. His approach is meticulous and cautious, marking him as someone worthy of trust and a significant talent. As for Lu Sanyin." He paused, Unsure how to articulate his thoughts about her, Shen Nan smiled at him and prompted. Well, Yu Huatian's voice turned serious as he stated, I may not be able to control this woman that he was soon to personally oversee affairs in Chuanzhou. He understood how to utilize someone like Zhang Ershu effectively. Yet Lu Sanyan presented a certain complexity. She was not akin to the treacherous Wang Guifei of Longmen Feijia. While she appeared to be cold and ruthless, in truth, she was deftly manipulated by Yu Huatian. In contrast, Lu Sanyan seemed tranquil and gentle, speaking neither hurriedly nor slowly, yet she harbored her own designs. Particularly after their brief communication, he felt an uncanny resemblance between her and himself. Both bore hearts as dark and cold as one another's. At this, Shen Nan chuckled, I had no intention of placing you in a position to control them. These individuals will prove useful in the future. Your primary objective in Chuanzhou is to successfully establish the Western Depot, especially its intelligence network that if possible, I hope you can absorb the intelligence network of the Lianqing sect. Most of their members are skilled practitioners from various walks of life, while they may lack in other areas. They excel in gathering information, making them ideal candidates for the Western Depot's covert operations. Yu Huatian nodded solemnly. Understood. Shen Nan then addressed Yin Fei and Yu Shun. You will be residing at Lu Sanyan's estate during your time in Chuanzhou. The influence she wields is formidable, and leveraging this as a foothold will enable you to accomplish your tasks more effectively. His directives to Yin Fei and Yu Shun were akin to those given to Yu Huatian. The notion of infiltrating the Lianqing sect, as discussed the previous night, had become increasingly impractical due to its operational complexity and time constraints. However, utilizing Lu Sanyan as a starting point might still present an opportunity. Yin Fei and Yu Shun both nodded in agreement, understood in terms of cunning and strategy. Neither woman faltered in comparison to Lu Sanyan, and indeed, their prowess slightly surpassed hers. Yu Huatian's inability to manage Lu Sanyan stemmed from her being a woman and the publicly acknowledged daughter of a lord. Conversely, Yin Fei and Yu Shun could certainly provide Lu Sanyan with a jolt of surprise. This exemplified Shen Nan's modus operandi. While he espoused the principle of trusting his subordinates, his grand ambitions precluded reliance on their absolute loyalty. His greater faith lay in his summoned allies. As for the magistrate of Yunzhou, Jinglin, and the garrison commander of Chiling, Yin Shu, you need not interfere for the time being, Shen Nan advised. Unlike the situations involving Lu Sanyan and Zhang Ershu, the magistrate and garrison commander were primarily local power brokers. They were also the support assigned to Qin Jubao. Following the news received the previous night, both had promptly dispatched envoys to recruit warriors from their clans upon receiving the missive. This approach illuminated their roles, which revolved around consolidating control over the local aristocracy in Chuanzhou. Yet the four shared a commonality. All harbored ambition and were in search of an opportunity. Shen Nan provided that very opportunity. In the current state of affairs in the Great Feng Dynasty, serving His Majesty was the most expedient path to ascendancy. The saying, mastering the arts of both civil and martial affairs is the key to serving the emperor, aptly illustrated this. Yu Huatian, Yin Fei, and the others affirmed. Understood. Shen Nan then turned his gaze once more to Cao Zhenchun. Is Qin Jibao prepared? Cao Zhenchun bowed and replied. General Chun has already led 400 Ming Wang heavy cavalry to Guanghua Gate. He has also dispatched Shen Yi and Shun San to await your majesty at Huafeng Gate, where Zhang Tianshi is also stationed. Shen Nan nodded, glancing at the system marketplace. Today's refreshed offerings were rather lackluster, and the previous day's coveted gifted package had vanished. It was unfortunate that he had not utilized 1,000 points to secure it, as he was unaware that the package was genuine. Now he could only await its reappearance in future refreshes. Send Han Xingxian to keep an eye on Empress Dowager Chun, he commanded. Xianxi's assistant, Yang Ku, shall accompany me to the headquarters of the Imperial Guard. As he spoke, he boarded the Imperial carriage, which, while not as magnificent as the jade chariot comparable to a national treasure, was nonetheless impervious to those of the 10th realm, coupled with the protection of Zhang Jiao and several hundred Ming Wang heavy cavalry. Shen Nan's safety was assured, and he need not concern himself with the desperate actions of the Duke of Chu and others. For Toba Bodhisattva, he intended to disband the Tiger Ben Guard today. Given his strength and nominal command over the guard, Shen Nan had no reason to worry about any complications arising from Toba Bodhisattva's side. Proceed. Cao Jingchuan's sharp voice rang out from the carriage, signaling the imminent upheaval of the imperial capital's Red Dragon 10 guards. Outside Guanghua Gate, the blazing sun shone overhead, Shen Jibao stood resolutely at the helm of 400 Ming Wang heavy cavalry. Their latent ferocity palpable, yet this commotion did not attract any attention. After all, Shen Nan had been frequently visiting the Tiangong Institute or the Qidian pasture in recent days. Previously, he had always been accompanied by hundreds of Ming Wang heavy cavalry and Shen Jibao as his escort. And both Zhang Su and others had grown accustomed to such sights. However, today was markedly different from the past. Previously, the Ming Wang heavy cavalry had not emanated such a fierce aura, nor were they clad in full armor. The full armor of the Ming Wang heavy cavalry weighed 300 jin. Such burdensome armor could not be donned casually, yet today they wore it with ease. Each soldier gripped their shield and blade with determination. "Move out," Shen Jibao ordered coldly. The 400 Ming Wang heavy cavalry followed suit, clad in black armor, with shields and blades in hand. A chilling aura of death surged forth as they advanced toward the headquarters of the Imperial Guard. At the headquarters of the Imperial Guard, Commander Tan Yin and 3 battalion commanders convened. Before them lay a banquet of exquisite delicacies, 23 meat dishes, 16 vegetarian dishes, and 2 varieties of tea soup. It was a veritable feast encompassing the finest offerings from land and sea. The wine served was the capital's renowned Zui Xian Hong. Yet, despite such culinary delights, Tan Yin could not find peace of mind. He sensed that something significant was about to unfold today. What do you suppose His Majesty intends to do? Could the Duke of Chu not capitulate? Days prior, the Duke of Chu had conveyed his intentions to the commanders of the Red Dragon 10 Guards, instructing them to prepare for a display during the military parade to demonstrate the significance of the Red Dragon 10 Guards and why they were the esteemed martial nobility. Tan Yin felt discomfort at this. He was not a fervent loyalist, merely perceiving this as unnecessary. Ultimately, the Feng Dynasty belonged to His Majesty, and even though he was young, every policy he had enacted thus far had been remarkable. Why, then, did the Duke of Chu insist on opposing His Majesty? Capitulate. The commander of the Shaodian camp, Fan Letou, chuckled. "Oh, my commander, do you truly believe that the Duke of Chu wishes to do so? Ultimately, it is His Majesty who has compelled the matter." In his youth, he lacked understanding and failed to grasp the significance of the Red Dragon 10 Guards. They represent the very lives and fortunes of all martial generals and noble families. Which emperor throughout history has not sought to reorganize the Red Dragon 10 Guards? Yet, such a task is far from simple. Even if I, old Fan, were willing to part with tens of thousands of silver each month. What of the 1,000-odd brothers in the camp? Let us not even speak of that. My battalion, ostensibly comprising 5,000 men, barely exceeds 3,000 in reality, and one can only imagine how many of those are merely counted to meet numbers. As for military supplies, it is even more disheartening. Just the other day, upon a cursory glance, I discovered that many brothers had resorted to using the cheapest weapons available. Just look at how impoverished our men have become, to the extent of selling their weapons for money. Fan Letou clicked his tongue in astonishment. With the current state of our brothers' lives, how can one expect to enforce any form of discipline? A meager military stipend of 15 taels a year cannot attract anyone worthwhile. If one truly wishes to enforce discipline, then the stipend must be raised to 30 taels of silver. As soon as he uttered these words, the camp commander beside him chimed in. Is that not true? The military supplies have not been renewed for years. The Ministry of Revenue claims there is no money, and the late emperor asserted that the treasury is depleted. What are we to do? Furthermore, although Yuzhou has been in a perpetual state of crisis in recent years, the barbaric demon tribes have yet to launch an attack, with the northern king stationed here. I doubt the barbaric demon tribes will ever breach our defenses in this lifetime. Why expend such effort on military reform? What these men articulate reflects the prevailing sentiment among most members of the Red Dragon 10 Guards. At its core, it is a matter of prolonged peace in the Great Feng Dynasty, so much so that those in the imperial capital believe that the Great Feng can endure for eternity, leading to a general apathy towards any upheaval. After all, is it not merely a matter of passing time? When the annual evaluations roll around, they merely seek ways to bring in some gang members or local ruffians to fill the ranks. As long as the appearance is maintained, who cares about the details? Tan Yin shares this sentiment. So why does Duke Chu engage in a dispute with His Majesty? Is life not comfortable enough? Must there be turmoil? By the way, old Fan, your actual numbers are quite lacking. Remember to find some young and capable recruits in the coming days. Let us not even discuss qualifications, at the very least. It needs to appear respectable. Old Zhang. Just as Tan Yen was arranging the troop review, a sudden commotion erupted outside, followed by the sounds of shouting and clashing weapons. This left the four individuals in the hall momentarily stunned. What on earth is happening? Is there a rebellion? Yet, such a thing should not occur at the military command headquarters. Is that not akin to courting death? Creak. The door slowly swung open. Clad in heavy armor, Han Lizzie stood at the entrance. Brandishing a long knife, flanked by his three sworn brothers that eye in the distance, shadows of several individuals could be faintly discerned, all of whom were loyal confidants nurtured by Han Lizzie. After all, he is a camp commander, albeit a deputy, and naturally has his trusted guards. Han Lizzie, at your service, esteemed commanders. Han Lizzie's gaze remained tranquil. Tan Yan's face turned ashen as he pointed at Han Lizzie, his voice rising in anger. What do you intend to do? A mutiny? In the midst of his words, he glanced at Fan Letou. Is this the lot you brought? Fan Letou's expression was equally grim. He slammed his right hand down, shattering the table with a resounding crack, sending splinters flying, and then stood up, glaring furiously. Have you lost your mind? Seize him. Although these camp commanders spoke with an air of complacency, their strength was by no means to be underestimated. Take Fan Letou, for instance. He was also a formidable warrior of the third rank. Why is this so? Simply because each year they receive such a bounty of silver that even a pig could be raised to the third rank. The yearly supply of third rank and above elixirs from Qinghe Palace makes these individuals the primary consumers. Han Lizzie quietly observed their reactions, his gaze as serene as one surveying livestock destined for slaughter. His tone was devoid of emotion. By the command of His Majesty, I am here to take over the military command headquarters. Those who obstruct shall be put to death, without mercy. As his words fell, so too did his right hand rise, glinting coldly. Almost instantaneously, Fan Letou instinctively sought to muster his internal energy, but alas, before he could do so, Han Lizzie's long knife had already descended. The third-rank prowess, accumulated through countless silver, seemed utterly laughable before this strike, and in the blink of an eye, Fan Letou's head was sent flying. Scalding blood gushed forth from his neck, drenching Tan Yen and the other two camp commanders in a gruesome shower. This horrifying scene rendered Tan Yen paralyzed with shock. He was equally astonished by Han Lizzie's strength and by his declaration of by the command of His Majesty, I am here to take over the military command headquarters. As Han Lizzie spoke, he drew his blade in a sudden frenzy. Under the glimmer of cold light, the searing blood sprayed forth, transforming the ground into a sticky mess. Tan Yen and the other two commanders were drenched in the crimson deluge, their disbelief evident as they stared in shock at Han Lizzie. Tan Yen could hardly fathom the implications. By the command of His Majesty? Bang! Just then, several ironclad elites burst in, momentarily stunned. Initially, they intended to stop Han Lizzie's intrusion, but were intercepted by his loyal guards. Hearing the commotion from within, they rushed in only to be confronted by the bloody tableau before them. Han Lizzie offered no response. Instead, he stooped to retrieve Fan Letou's still furious head. Gazing calmly at Tan Yen, His Majesty commands me to take over the military command headquarters. Any who obstruct shall be treated as conspirators and executed on the spot. The former commander, Fan Letou, attempted to obstruct and has thus been executed. At this moment, Tan Yen regained his wits, pointing at Han Lizzie. Do you know what you are saying? He could clearly understand Han Lizzie's words. Yet he could not fathom that Han Lizzie would dare to act in such a manner, nor that His Majesty would sanction it. A forceful takeover? What an absurdity, with his right hand clutching the knife and his left bearing the severed head. Han Lizzie's eyes glinted with menace. Commander Tan, do you also intend to obstruct? At this, a flicker of trepidation flashed in Tan Yan's eyes, and he instinctively took a step back. Although he too was a martial general of the second rank, he had lived a life of luxury and ease, never having taken a life himself, let alone witnessed such a blood-soaked scene that in stark contrast, Han Lizzie had emerged from the borders of Yuzhou, and the aura of bloodlust emanating from him was something Tan Yen could not withstand, especially with Fan Letou's corpse still warm. However, one of the camp commanders beside him barked fiercely, Han Lizzie, do not presume to act recklessly just because you bear the command of His Majesty. Even if you wish to kill, we are all fourth-rank martial generals of the Great Feng, and it is not your place to administer justice. This should be handled by the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Justice. Moreover, he continued coldly, you claim to act on the command of His Majesty. Do you possess any proof? Do you know how many are entangled in this affair? Though this individual was also a martial general of noble lineage, he had seen battle on the battlefield of Liangzhou and had the experience to back his words. Although Han Lizi's sudden outburst was indeed shocking, to think that they would submit merely based on a command from His Majesty was a fool's dream. The situation was abundantly clear. His Majesty intended to forcibly take control of the Red Dragon 10 guards, and their immediate task was to contact Duke Chu and gather their forces. This man was indeed bold. After speaking, he commanded, "Where are my loyal guards?" His second brother, Han Zhong, glared fiercely at the surrounding guards. "Who dares?" His fourth brother, Lu Jin, with a menacing expression, brandished an axe. "Let us see who dares to approach." Meanwhile, the third brother, Lin Yuanfu, displayed a measure of cunning, quietly retreating to the door, determined to block any escape routes for those inside, lest even one of them manage to flee, which would spell trouble. Given Han Lizi's and his companion's strength, their attempt to breach the military command headquarters was already exerting their utmost effort. They simply could not suppress the entire establishment. Han Lizi fixed a cold gaze upon the man. "Are you, Commander Zhang, defying the imperial decree?" The previously speaking Commander Zhang drew his sword in an instant, yet instead of striking at Han Lizi, he glanced around. With Tan Yin remaining motionless and another commander lacking even a waist sword and armor, he found himself faltering, instinctively muttering, "I had no intention of defying the decree," as these words escaped his lips. Han Lizi's resolve solidified. He slowly sheathed his knife and calmly stated, "I am also aware that this matter is of great consequence, yet is it something I can control?" Commander Zhang suddenly comprehended. Indeed, the crux of this matter lay with His Majesty. Even if they truly managed to escape and gather reinforcements, do they really believe they could lead an uprising? Do they think that Fa Yang, the Minister of Punishments, is merely a decorative figure? Or do they presume that there are no Confucians capable of standing against them? Perhaps they even believe that the formidable martial deity by the emperor's side, who has achieved the 11th realm, is an illusion. As for alerting Duke Chu, given the emperor's actions, it is certain that Duke Chu would also respond accordingly. There is no need for these individuals to act recklessly. Tan Yin swiftly comprehended the situation. His pallid complexion trembled slightly, and he spoke in a quavering voice. "We are all merely serving those above us. Why resort to blades and firearms if we do not flee? You may take command." He had already expressed his grievances regarding Duke Chu's defiance of the emperor. Now, he was even less inclined to risk his life for any endeavor, especially considering the imposing presence of Han Lizi, the second-rank master of martial arts, an aura not to be underestimated. Han Lizi nodded slightly. His younger brother, Han Zhong, along with Lu Jin and others, remained vigilant, their eyes scanning the surroundings. This standoff did not linger for long when a muffled sound echoed from outside, soon followed by the patter of footsteps. An overwhelming aura of martial ferocity surged forth, causing Han Lizi's expression to shift into something peculiar. It seemed he recalled the scene from the previous day when Chen Jibao made his entrance, silently acknowledging, "This individual truly enjoys overwhelming others with his presence. Such a fierce aura is bound to instill fear in anyone." Indeed, it was as he thought. The mere arrival of this martial ferocity caused Tan Yin to tremble uncontrollably. His greasy visage quivered incessantly, and he instinctively wiped his forehead, only to smear it with the thick blood of his own trepidation. Clad in white, Chen Jibao stepped into the room with deliberate grace, casting a few cursory glances before approaching Han Lizi. "Is everyone present?" Han Lizi nodded in affirmation. Observing Tan Yan's panic-stricken expression, Chen Jibao calmly inquired, "Do you recognize me?" Tan Yin instinctively nodded, only to shake his head again. Although he had seen Shen Jibao accompanying the emperor frequently, he had never previously exhibited the aura of a martial deity, rendering this presence somewhat unfamiliar, particularly that menacing martial aura, which was utterly horrifying. Shen Jibao's eyes remained tranquil. "It is good that you recognize me. The emperor will be arriving shortly, and I hope you can prepare the complete roster of the Imperial Guard without any fabrications, but rather an accurate account. Additionally, summon the commanders of the Imperial Guard." Unlike Han Lizi's threats, Chen Jibao's words were exceedingly calm, devoid of any intent of violence. Yet it was precisely this tone and expression that caused Tan Yin to falter. His corpulent form crumpled, and he trembled like a child. I understand. A martial deity has personally arrived. Not only did Tian Yin lack the courage to risk his life to deliver a warning, even if he did, he possessed neither the strength nor the will to do so. Half an hour later, at the entrance of the Imperial Guard's headquarters, an extravagant carriage arrived. Accompanying the emperor were not only Chao Zhangchun and Zhang Jiao, but also the deputy minister Yang Ku. Yang Ku had initially been reluctant to accompany the emperor to the Imperial Guard, fully aware of the emperor's intentions. Merely to inspect the roster, he believed there was little merit in such an inquiry, as it was merely a facade, unlikely to yield any substantive results. Furthermore, he did not wish for the emperor to further intervene in the affairs of the Red Dragon 10 guards. After all, should matters escalate, it would tarnish the imperial family's reputation and diminish the emperor's prestige. It could even incite a rebellion if it truly came to that. What good could come to the emperor? However, as the deputy minister of the cabinet, he had no choice but to heed the emperor's command. Thus, he maintained a stoic demeanor throughout the journey, neither advising the emperor nor uttering a word, merely observing with a cold gaze. Yet, upon arriving at the Imperial Guard, Yang Ke suddenly froze. The scent of blood? As a first-rank Confucian, he could distinctly perceive the metallic tang of blood emanating from the Imperial Guard. After a moment of discernment, his expression soured considerably. Your Majesty? He had become well acquainted with Chun Jibao's martial aura over the past few days. Coupled with the unmistakable scent of blood, Yang Ke's keen intellect allowed him to infer the gravity of the situation. What is the matter? Shen Nan slowly emerged from the carriage, gazing down at Yang Ke. Do you have any doubts, Yang Qing? Why do you not enter? Yang Ke chuckled bitterly. How could I enter? Given the circumstances within the Imperial Guard, I can perceive everything clearly without stepping inside, that I never anticipated the Emperor would resort to such forceful measures to rectify the Imperial Guard. This truly surpasses my expectations. The method of employing martial force to restore order was indeed rather crude, yet it was not a course of action most sovereigns would dare to take. Naturally, we must go inside, Shen Nan stated with unhurried composure. How else can we witness how the commanders of the Imperial Guard are feasting on empty rations? As the deputy minister of the cabinet, do you not wish to intervene? Upon hearing this, Yang Ke instantly grasped the emperor's intentions. He intended to use him as a tool as the deputy minister. He had the authority to manage all affairs within the Great Feng Dynasty, especially those occurring right under his nose, leaving him with no grounds to refuse. Even though the issue of the Red Dragon 10 guards profiting from empty rations was widely known, some matters could be handled discreetly, not to be paraded in the open. Yang Ku recalled the moment when the emperor first ascended the throne, compelling Duke Chu to relinquish military authority in terms of righteousness. The emperor had mastered the art with great finesse. He ceased to conceal his thoughts, bluntly stating, Your Majesty, are you aware of the consequences of such actions? The Red Dragon 10 guards are entangled not only with martial generals and nobility, but also with the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue. Particularly with the martial generals and nobles led by Duke Chu. Any action against the Red Dragon 10 guards would greatly undermine the prestige of many martial nobles. While these individuals may have been somewhat reckless in the past, they ultimately belong to the imperial lineage. Martial generals and nobles have always shared glory with the state. By all accounts, they should be the most loyal to Your Majesty. The Confucians, Taoists, and legalists could easily secure their positions in any new dynasty. However, martial generals and nobles have no place in a new regime. They are part of the royalist faction. In Yang Ke's view, the emperor's actions risked severing his own foundation, while martial generals and nobles indeed belong to the imperial lineage. What use is there for mere parasites who only know corruption? Shen Nan replied nonchalantly. If you are unwilling to intervene, I shall summon Zhang Su or Fa Yang. Surely, they would be willing to take action. It was clear that Zhang Su would be eager to enhance the status of the scholarly families, while Fa Yang might turn a blind eye on occasion. However, once Shen Nan invoked the laws of the Great Feng, Fa Yang would undoubtedly act with impartiality. Yet the cost of Fa Yang's arrival would inevitably result in heavy casualties among the martial generals and nobles. When that time comes, who would the martial generals and nobles harbor the greatest resentment towards? It likely would not be Shen Nan, but rather Yang Ke, the one who dared not take action. As for Zhang Su, Yang Ke could never agree to that either, for the emperor not only presented a dilemma but also a tremendous opportunity. If the humble Confucians could indeed handle this matter adeptly, their prestige would be significantly bolstered, potentially eclipsing that of the scholarly families. Such stakes were not something Yang Ke could simply reject. as the humble Confucians behind him would not willingly relinquish their reputation. What Shen Nan was orchestrating this time was not a conspiracy, but rather an overt scheme. The moment Yang Ku appeared in this scenario, he had no room for choice. Yang Ku, fully aware of these implications, regarded Shen Nan earnestly. I hope your majesty is well prepared. If the Red Dragon 10 guards truly revolt, I fear. With that, he turned and strode towards the Imperial Guard's headquarters. Shen Nan, however, remained still, narrowing his eyes as he observed Yang Ku's retreating figure. This Yang Qing. To be candid, Shen Nan had hoped to collaborate with the humble Confucians, or rather, with Yang Ku. After all, the influence of the scholarly families was vast, and since he aimed to revive the Great Feng rather than overturn it entirely, many matters must be played according to the rules as the Emperor of the Great Feng. He possessed the ability to flout certain rules, even to establish new ones, but such power required sufficient strength. Currently, Shen Nan lacked that strength. His best approach was to ally with one faction to suppress another. Ultimately, when imperial authority prevailed, he could act as he pleased. Unfortunately, Yang Ku refused to fall into that trap, maintaining a resolute and businesslike demeanor. Truly, a stubborn old man. Shen Nan did not ponder for long. Turning his gaze towards Chao Zhangshan at his side, inform Han Lizzie that all military generals of the Fuchin Guard, who are not aligned with us, shall be imprisoned in the dungeons. The elite of the Fuchin Guard, those merely present to make up numbers, shall be dismissed with their military pay, while those who behave themselves shall not face any repercussions. Otherwise, they will serve their time in prison. The downsizing of the Fuchin Guard is not as intricate as one might imagine, for the number of those to be dismissed is not substantial. Half of the Fuchin Guard consists of elite troops who are worth retaining, while the remaining half is filled with dross, of which 20% are merely names on a list with no actual presence, and the remaining scions of wealthy families are even easier to manage. The real challenge lies in the reorganization post-downsizing, particularly concerning the guards such as Zhang Shiwei and Wu Long, as they are somewhat complicated, being distanced from the imperial capital, and their commanding officer is not as inept as Tan Yen. Chao Zhangshan acknowledged. Understood. Shortly after he entered, Chen Zhibao emerged alone, having entrusted the 400 Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers he led to Han Lizzie, while he was required to accompany His Majesty to maintain order among the guards. With Yang Ku and Han Lizzie present, the situation at the Fuchin Guard could be contained. Shen Nan stated calmly, "Let us proceed. There remains much to be accomplished today." The occurrences surrounding the Fuchin Guard had not leaked much information, for Tan Yen had been kept in check. All commanders of the Fuchin Guard who entered were promptly controlled by Han Lizzie. However, with Yang Ku's entry, he also summoned the Minister of Military Affairs and the Right Deputy Minister. Many details could no longer be concealed. Yet at this juncture, Shen Nan was merely a few miles away from the Total Guard headquarters, the residence of Duke Chu, since the last court meeting. The Duke had not ventured out, hosting various military generals and nobles daily. This course of action was, of course, intended to apply pressure on His Majesty, yet Shen Nan felt no such weight. Instead, the Duke perceived the situation as progressing very smoothly. Recognizing the vastness of his own influence in just a few days of hosting, the number of visiting military generals and nobles had exceeded 100, nearly occupying 80% of the entire military elite in the imperial capital. Could this not illustrate the strength of Duke Chu's network? As for the expenditure of several tens of thousands of taels of silver, when has Duke Chu ever been concerned with such matters? The imperial capital of Da Feng is replete with high-ranking officials and nobles, yet the most resplendent residence among them is undoubtedly that of Duke Chu. Just outside Guanghua Gate lies Yongrong Square, where the Duke's estate resides. This area is indeed a place of immense value, yet Duke Chu's estate spans several dozen acres, featuring numerous courtyards, towers, and gardens, as well as dedicated training grounds and riding arenas. With hundreds of household guards, one can only imagine the depth of Duke Chu's wealth and the prominence of his status. The primary reason for this lies in the fact that the former Duke Chu was the war god of Da Feng. Regrettably, the current Duke Chu can only be described as possessing a modicum of cleverness, his martial prowess failing to reach even half that of his ancestors. He is merely at the third tier of military mastery. My Duke, might I inquire why His Majesty has remained inactive these past few days? Indeed, we have hosted so many individuals recently. Logically, there should have been memorials submitted for impeachment, yet His Majesty has made no move. Instead, spending his days at the Institute of Engineering and the Chitian pastures, adopting an attitude of military training. What could this signify? In the Duke's study, Duke Chu occupied the main seat, flanked by 4 other nobles. These individuals represent the highest-ranking nobles in the imperial capital of Da Feng. Although they are the most esteemed military figures, they ultimately remain nobles, and confronting His Majesty so abruptly always leaves them feeling somewhat uneasy. Especially given His Majesty's eerily calm demeanor, Duke Chu replied unhurriedly, "What is there to rush? It is true that His Majesty has visited the Institute of Engineering and the Chitian pastures, even undertaking a thorough inspection of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office. But what of it? Over the years, which emperor has ever accounted for the Institute of Engineering? The Chitian pastures, those 1,000 dragon steeds, are but a facade. What else matters? Yet you, each of you, are dukes and lords, prominent figures in society. Such impatience will not yield great accomplishments." Initially, Duke Chu felt some trepidation following the court meeting's conclusion. However, as military nobles began to align with him privately, his confidence grew steadily. While we may not compare to the former duke, what indeed is His Majesty's intention? The speaker was Duke Yan, who among the dukes possessed the least strength, with 3 generations in his household yielding no notable talents. His confidence wavering. He genuinely sensed something amiss. Duke Chu savored his tea slowly, responding, "What intention could it be? Merely a desire to train the military. But can such training be effectively accomplished by a mere Tier 11 military deity? Regardless of the origins of that Toba Bodhisattva, the commanders of the Red Dragon 10 guards are all our people. His Majesty will not comprehend the intricacies. Moreover," he scoffed, "even in the worst-case scenario. What will happen? We merely need to appease His Majesty. We remain dukes and lords, albeit at the expense of the authority held by the Red Dragon 10 guards." This encapsulates Duke Chu's current mindset. From initial trepidation to growing confidence, he has now taken to strategizing with aplomb. Ultimately, he relies on one fact. Even in failure, he remains a duke. The ancestors of Da Feng once stated, "The 3 great dukes are hereditary and irreplaceable." Sharing the fate of the nation, the weight of these 8 characters is no jest. Over the past 800 years, every emperor of Da Feng has sought to reform the Red Dragon 10 guards. Yet the most extreme measures would not dare touch the estates of the 3 great dukes, for this represents the dignity and authority of Da Feng's founding ancestor. Who would dare defy the ancestor? That would be the gravest of unfilial acts. Duke Chu's confidence rests upon this foundation, and he does not genuinely believe he will fail. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the other 3 dukes shifted slightly. Indeed, Duke Chu is bound to the nation, but they are not. Across the realm, only Duke Chu, Duke Wei, and Duke Xian hold such qualifications. However, Duke Wei is the northern king stationed in Yuzhou. Which emperor would be foolish enough to confront him? Duke Xian has the support of Liangzhou. What do they amount to? Yet, none dared voice any dissent, for their forthcoming actions would still rely on Duke Chu's banner. Thus, while the atmosphere was awkward, all complied. Indeed. Just then, Duke Lu Zhongwu rushed in, forgetting even to knock, bursting through the door. "Duke Chu, a grave situation has arisen. What has you so flustered?" Duke Chu frowned deeply, spilling a bit of tea from his cup. Duke Lu Zhongwu gasped for breath, hastily reporting, "His Majesty has apprehended the commanders of the Fuchin Guard. It is said that Yang Ku is also stationed there, and we have received reports from our men in the Tiger Ben Guard that Toba Bodhisattva has already downsized the Tiger Ben Guard 2 hours ago. Of the 10 commanding officers, 6 have participated in this affair, and they are currently mobilizing troops to suppress the Fuchin Guard." Duke Chu was momentarily taken aback, his expression blank as he stammered, "Where is His Majesty?" Duke Lu Zhongwu urgently replied, "His Majesty has taken personnel to the guard headquarters." Duke Chu suddenly awakened. When did this transpire? Who has he brought with him? Zhongwu's voice trembled. He brought that Chen Jibao, who is also a martial genius, along with 5,000 elite soldiers and 2,000 Ming Wang heavy armored troops. The same troops we saw at the court assembly. His Majesty has taken 2,000 of them. With a sharp crack, the jade cup in Duke Chu's hand shattered. His eyes widened in disbelief as he bellowed, "Quickly! Summon the commanders of the Red Dragon 10 guards. Send orders to the Xianfeng Guard. The commanders of the Wulong Guard." While Duke Chu was engulfed in shock, the atmosphere at the headquarters of the Fuchin Guard was peculiar. Han Lizzie, a mere vice commander, was managing the entire situation with remarkable composure. systematically arranging for the imprisonment of commanders or soothing the soldiers while promoting officers. Such matters were traditionally reserved for the Minister of War or even the Duke of the realm. Yet surprisingly, none among those present raised any objections. The Vice Minister of the Cabinet, Yang Ku, maintained a stoic expression as he organized the documents. He perused the files concerning embezzlement and ghost salaries, feeling a pang of shock within. Everyone was aware of the rampant ghost salaries among the Red Dragon's 10 guards, but who could fathom the depths of corruption festering within their ranks? Take the Imperial Army Guard, for instance. On the surface, it was said to boast over 20,000 men, even if it were true that the founding emperor had permitted them to receive a few ghost salaries. The actual number should be around 15,000, yet the roster indicated merely 12,000, with 2,000 of those being mere placeholders, meaning the true count of the Imperial Army Guard was only 10,000. This was merely the ghost salaries. One could hardly begin to address the deficits in military supplies, pay, and provisions from days gone by. Truly alarming. These military nobles fear not the consequences of their greed. Yet, Yang Ku understood that this was not merely the doing of the current military nobles. It was a legacy of all who had come before them, each partaking in the feast, while ignoring the dire consequences that led to such a result. He laid down the documents with a sigh, pondering how the Red Dragon's 10 guards could possibly protect the capital and His Majesty. Yang Ku finally grasped why successive monarchs had sought to reform the Red Dragon's 10 guards, because they had reached a point where reform was imperative. Meanwhile, not far off, Minister of War Li Su and the accompanying deputy ministers remained indifferent to the corruption at hand, their brows furrowed as they observed Han Lizzie. Han Lizzie has truly risen to prominence this time. Unlike figures such as Tuoba Pusa and Chun Jibao, Han Lizzie, though merely the deputy commander of the Shaodian camp, was nonetheless listed in the Ministry of War's roster. Minister Li Su, a scholar general, possessed the remarkable ability of photographic memory. And he was quite familiar with Han Lizzie, yet he had not anticipated that Han Lizzie could conceal himself so deeply and seize such an opportunity. One could not say it was a meteoric rise. He was already a second-tier grandmaster of military arts. Such prowess, if not hidden, would indeed qualify him for the command of a guard. Conversely, His Majesty's recent actions were truly unexpected, having quietly amassed such a following and moved with the swiftness of thunder. Unparalleled in speed, Li Su's sentiments were echoed by those beside him. The Right Deputy Minister of War nodded, saying, "Who could argue otherwise?" Although His Majesty had been at odds with Duke Chu, who would have imagined that in just a few days after ascending the throne, he could create such a situation? The ones who should be anxious now are not us, but Duke Chu and Elder Zhang. There were no fools in the Great Feng. The Chief Minister Zhang Su's schemes had long been within the Ministry of War's purview. However, they had merely observed from the sidelines, as the current power holders were from the Scholar General faction. If the Confucians could benefit, they too would share in the spoils. If the Confucians were to fail, it would concern them little. Yet, with His Majesty's current maneuvers, it seemed likely that Chief Minister Zhang Su's days ahead would not be easy. As they spoke, Zhang Su arrived with several companions, not inquiring why Yang Ku was involved, but quickly grasping the prevailing situation with a mere glance. Setting aside other matters, it was evident that the Imperial Army Guard was firmly under His Majesty's control, and with the martial deity of the 11th realm stationed at the Tiger Guards, they too had likely fallen into line. Now, it remained to be seen how the Imperial Guards, the Vanguard, and the Wulong Guards would fare. Zhang Su's expression darkened. His Majesty truly possesses remarkable tactics. He prided himself on his cunning, yet he had genuinely underestimated His Majesty. In the capital's western outskirts, more than 10 miles away, lay the barracks of the Imperial Guards. This location had once been bustling with activity. Outside the military camp, lively markets thrived, with people coming and going in a vibrant atmosphere. Yet today, a palpable tension hung in the air. The once animated market vendors stared dumbfounded at the distant entrance of the barracks. 5,000 elite troops and 2,000 heavily armored soldiers from the Ming Wang surrounded the Imperial Guards, effectively sealing off any escape. Such a scene had not been witnessed in the capital for centuries. Since the founding of the dynasty and the rise of legalist governance, when had the capital ever seen such a tumultuous event, let alone a few thousand troops besieging a military camp? Yet, inexplicably, it had transpired today at the camp's entrance. Hundreds of elite soldiers from the Imperial Guards had gathered. Initially believing there was a disturbance, they surged forward, only to be struck by the imposing presence of the Ming Wang's heavily armored troops and the elite soldiers. Panic spread among them. and many, overwhelmed by fear, collapsed to the ground. These soldiers were merely ninth-tier martial artists, having barely entered the martial arts realm, and while they fancied themselves elite guards, their duties had mainly encompassed guarding the imperial tombs and serving as escorts during the emperor's campaigns. In terms of courage, they paled in comparison to the imperial army guard, receiving far inferior treatment, and had never encountered such a formidable display. When Shen Nan stepped forward to announce their identity as the emperor's personal troops, the Black Dragon Shen Nan Guard, many among the elite soldiers instinctively dropped their weapons. "We bear no treasonous intent," they exclaimed. "Surely there must be some misunderstanding." Observing their reactions, Shen Nan furrowed his brow. Could such individuals truly protect His Majesty on his travels? It seemed the Red Dragon's 10 guards would be easier to manage than anticipated. At that moment, a figure was suddenly kicked out from within the barracks. Crashing against the heavy gate with a resounding thud, the luxurious silk attire was stained with blood, and his body lay shattered upon the ground. The elite soldiers of the Imperial Guards recognized his face. Their expressions froze in shock. Deputy General? This man was the second-ranked Deputy General of the Imperial Guards, equivalent in rank to the camp's commander, and currently the second-in-command of the Imperial Guards. As for the commander, he was nowhere to be found within the barracks. Before they could voice their concerns, a figure emerged slowly from behind them, exuding an aura of lethal intent, clad in cold white garments. As his calm gaze swept across the elite soldiers, they instinctively moved aside. Chen Jibao strode forth, unperturbed, from among the hundreds of elite soldiers. As he passed the deputy general, he halted, grasping the man's head and dragging him towards Shen Nan. The thick blood staining the ground with each step. Moments later, Chen Jibao stood before the gathered crowd, turning to face the elite soldiers of the Imperial Guards. He raised a finger, his pale visage devoid of malice. His tone as tranquil as ever. "1 incense stick's worth of time. Gather your men here. Those who fail to arrive in time shall face military justice." With a metallic clang, as Chen Jibao's words fell, 2,000 Ming Wang heavily armored soldiers unsheathed their blades, and 5,000 elite troops followed suit, the gleaming blades reflecting ominously in the light, the air thick with murderous intent. There was no need for further words. The chilling aura of slaughter enveloped the entire barracks of the Imperial Guards. Hundreds of elite soldiers retreated in haste, their eyes wide with terror as they looked to Chen Jibao, though he had not declared any official title. His mere presence radiated an overwhelming and terrifying authority, a force unique to the martial realm, akin to that of a spring and autumn butcher, the aura of a battle-hardened general, steeped in the essence of slaughter. Far surpassed that of the Imperial Guards commander, who was merely accustomed to the comforts of court life. "Quickly, summon everyone. Why are you not obeying the general's orders?" A quick-thinking soldier kicked a fellow soldier beside him, shouting loudly. Then, with a sycophantic smile, he turned to Chen Jibao. "May I inquire, sir, what is your title?" "My father is." These noble-born military officers, lacking in other skills, were adept at reading the winds of fortune. Given the current situation, anyone with a modicum of intelligence could discern that a storm was brewing in the Great Feng capital. Whether their previous wealth and status could endure hinged on the choices made today. And those with insight quickly realized the gravity of the moment. Chen Jibao cast a glance at them before instructing 3 notably composed commanders among the Imperial Guards, consolidate the troops. These 3 were none other than the officers chosen by Chen Jibao and to Obapusa from the list provided by Li Si. They hailed from military nobility, yet were not directly affiliated with the core factions and possessed both strength and cunning. The 3 responded in unison, "Understood." This scene evoked astonishment among many onlookers. For a duration exceeding the burning of a stick of incense, over 10,000 members of the guard finally assembled. Yet numerous individuals had even forgotten to bring their weapons, their attire disheveled, clearly having been forcibly dragged from their quarters. They asked for armor. Only the 3 commanders selected in advance by Chen Jibao had their subordinates ready to don their protective gear. These individuals had received prior notice, thus their weapons and armor remained within reach. They were also the true elites of the guard, capable of presenting themselves on the battlefield. Chen Jibao arrived at the assembly platform from outside the camp, surveying the sparse formations below before glancing at the hundreds of hurried arrivals on one side. "Drag them away. They shall face military justice and receive 30 strikes." Although 3 commanders from the guard cooperated, subduing these individuals entirely necessitated establishing authority. The previous execution of a second-tier deputy general exemplified this, and the current strict military law mirrored that precedent in an instant. Over 2,000 elite soldiers apprehended these individuals, dragging them aside to administer the punishment openly. These elite troops were well versed in the techniques of discipline, making the task seem routine. "Spare me, General, have mercy," the anguished cries echoed, causing the previously scattered ranks to tighten. Yet, many wore expressions of dread and trepidation, genuinely experiencing the formidable might of military authority. Observing this, Qin Zhibao relaxed his furrowed brow. His enforcement of military law was not solely to establish dominance, but also to assess the extent of imperial power's deterrent effect on these individuals. It appeared that while they had become somewhat corrupt, they ultimately retained a sense of reverence. Otherwise, the recent military punishment would have incited a riot. This was the prestige of the Great Feng. Established over 8 centuries, prior to the impending events, no one would have envisioned the downfall of the Great Feng 2 decades hence, nor would anyone dare defy the emperor's commands, while Qin Zhibao and his thousands of soldiers certainly instilled fear. Even in their absence, the mere dispatch of an imperial eunuch by Shen Nan would suffice to ensure compliance among these individuals. At that moment, a towering general galloped towards them from the distant camp gates. Upon reaching the training grounds, he furrowed his brow at Qin Zhibao and cast a horrified glance at the corpse of the second-tier deputy general. Pointing at Qin Zhibao, he exclaimed, "Even if His Majesty commanded you to reorganize the troops, you should not have taken it upon yourself to slay a second-tier officer of the Great Feng." This individual's second-tier rank was nominal, part of the military aristocracy, rather than a legitimate second-tier general of the Great Feng. Nonetheless, such a rank was still regarded with great respect. Qin Zhibao discerned much from the man's words and replied calmly, "This individual conspired to rebel and rightly deserves execution." The commanding officer of the guard, Hong Kai, was taken aback. "Conspire to rebel? When did any of us from the guard harbor such intentions? Do not presume upon your superior cultivation to act recklessly. Do you truly believe we lack the means to retaliate?" Among the military aristocracy, there indeed existed formidable figures. Individuals like Tan Yin could rise to the level of a second-tier military master despite indulging in luxuries. Moreover, the true talents among the military aristocracy had long since departed the imperial capital to forge their legacies at the borders of Yuzhou and Liaozhou. Any military figure of third-tier rank or higher needed to endure the trials of battle to climb the ranks. Relying solely on medicinal elixirs would render them forever confined to second-tier status. Furthermore, those who merely feasted their way to a second-tier title could not even contend with genuine third-tier military masters. What I speak of is conspiracy. A cold glint flickered in Qin Zhibao's eyes. Conspiracy. What constitutes a conspiracy? It is, by nature, a secretive collusion. This charge is exceedingly vague, essentially allowing me to declare you guilty based solely on my belief. After all, no one can prove you did not conspire. Such reasoning is indeed irrefutable. Upon hearing this, Hong Kai's expression shifted to one of apprehension that he ceased to speak further, instead turning to mount his horse and coldly declaring, "Whether a conspiracy or not, I shall not contest with you. The morning assembly will provide clarity." He had received word about the emperor's intent to exert military force to rectify the Red Dragon 10 guards and had rushed over to ascertain the situation. However, with Qin Zhibao displaying such audacity, would Hong Kai simply allow himself to be further insulted? Regrettably, he underestimated Qin Zhibao's audacity. "Did I grant you leave to depart?" Qin Zhibao's icy voice rang out. Simultaneously, the sound of a spear sang through the air as the plum wine surged toward Hong Kai in an instant. Hong Kai realized the imminent threat, letting out a howl as he instinctively channeled his vital energy towards the plum wine. The ferocity of his energy revealed him as a peak second-tier military master. He was no mere fool. Yet, the next moment, a resounding crash echoed as the stones within a radius of several meters around Hong Kai shattered, the fine steed beneath him disintegrating into a mist of blood, while he himself plummeted into the ground, blood pouring from his mouth. Had it not been for Qin Zhibao's restraint, he would not have merely suffered severe injuries, but would have met his demise on the spot. How could a second-tier military master withstand the strike of a being of Qin Zhibao's caliber? With the plum wine spear aimed directly at Hong Kai, Qin Zhibao's calm gaze glinted with frost. "Since you have arrived, you shall remain." Outside the capital, once the tumult subsided, the opulent imperial carriage arrived slowly. Qin Zhibao, accompanied by 3 commanders of the guard, had long awaited their arrival. He presented a roster through the jade curtain to Shen Nan. "Your Majesty, this is the authentic roster of the guard." Such a document could only be seen by the upper echelons of the guard, making it nearly impossible for anyone else to access. Among those aware of its whereabouts were only two individuals: the deceased second-tier deputy general and the earlier commanding officer, Hong Kai. Now that the roster was in hand and Hong Kai was absent, his fate was evident. Shen Nan could also detect the faint scent of blood emanating from Chen Jibao, yet he voiced no objections. It was to be expected that military force would claim lives in the effort to restructure the Red Dragon 10 guards. Furthermore, the guard differed from the Tiger Ben guards and the provincial army. These three commanders had secretly aligned themselves with Shen Nan and wielded no true power. They lacked the cultivation and audacity of Han Lizzie, as well as his strategic acumen. After briefly perusing the roster, Shen Nan closed it. Even if one glimpses the roster, can they not recall the total number? The commander of the guard seemed utterly unfit for his role. The roster was in disarray, marked by numerous erasures, indicating frequent personnel changes. Why was this so? It was due to the excessive influx of individuals seeking to fill the ranks. However, just a cursory glance allowed Shen Nan to estimate the numbers. Nearly half of the guard's pay was unaccounted for. Even so, the military salaries had not been distributed accurately to those below. The greed of the military aristocracy was evident. Nevertheless, Shen Nan refrained from expressing his anger. He had long been aware of these matters. Moreover, with the commander of the guard and the deputy general both deceased, there was little point in quarreling with the dead. He instructed that the current commanders of the guard hand over the embezzled funds to Chao Jingchun, promising amnesty for those who complied. Those who concealed or refused to hand over the funds would face exile to Yuzhou. The command of the Red Dragon 10 guards was now firmly in Shen Nan's grasp. With the next tier of commanders representing the true backbone of the military, these individuals were not to be easily disposed of, for each had their own base of support, akin to Han Lizzie. Any disturbance they could cause would be exceedingly troublesome. Furthermore, his goal was to reorganize the Red Dragon 10 guards, not to obliterate them entirely, necessitating the retention of some personnel. Chen Jibao slightly inclined his head. Understood. Shen Nan's gaze shifted to the upright commanders standing nearby. You have performed admirably. Henceforth, you shall assume the role of the camp commander of the guard, and you will assist in the military reductions as well. He added with a solemn tone, better to have fewer than more. Anyone not yet of rank would be demoted to auxiliary soldiers, or their military salaries would be issued based on their names, origins, and identification, while those who had not achieved a strength of 1,000 pounds would be reduced to auxiliary troops, pending further evaluation. Such demands are not overly excessive. However, the unfortunate reality is that there are too many who merely fill the ranks within the Red Dragon 10 guards. Consequently, upon hearing Shen Nan's orders, the three newly promoted camp commanders displayed expressions of reluctance. One of them stepped forward and clasped his hands, saying, "Your Majesty, if such demands are to be made, I fear there will be few left standing. Moreover, the requirement to possess the strength of 1,000 genes is indeed rather daunting. The brothers in the army are not idle. Rather, it is that." Shen Nan turned his gaze towards the man, inquiring, "And what is it?" The man gritted his teeth and replied, "It is that the military pay is simply too low. Although the elite troops of the Da Feng receive a stipend of 15 taels of silver, which should suffice. In recent years, the price of the body-tempering elixirs from the Qinghe Palace has soared from 300 coins to 600 coins, and various meat rations have similarly increased. The brothers must support their families while also maintaining their cultivation, which is indeed quite challenging. This statement held a kernel of truth. 15 taels of silver for military pay is substantial. However, for elite warriors at the entry level of martial arts, it is woefully inadequate. The crux of the matter lies in the changing circumstances. In earlier years, the Red Dragon 10 guards occasionally ventured into the surrounding areas to hone their skills and exterminate demons, or were dispatched to various locations for suppression missions. Yet, in recent years, when have the Red Dragon 10 guards ever mobilized? Each successive commander has inherited their position, leaving no room for promotion through military merit. Even those who were promoted were merely transferred from Yuzhou, like Han Lizzie, but how many individuals like him are there? Furthermore, Han Lizzie, commanding the provincial army, is responsible for the security of the imperial city and patrols the streets, which affords him some additional income. The guards assigned to protect the imperial mausoleum and escort your majesty on excursions, what benefits do they receive? Shen Nan squinted at the man and asked, "What is your name?" "Your humble servant, Sun Ing, commander of 500 in the White Tiger Guard." Sun Ing. A sudden surge of memories flooded Shen Nan's mind, revealing various details about this Sun Ing. These were remnants of the Yuan Yu Emperor's recollections. While he may not be as renowned as Han Lizzie, he was nonetheless a formidable general during the late years of the Da Feng, in the waning days of the empire. The Yuan emperor promoted several valiant generals, among whom was Sun Ying, who excelled in defense. When the savage demon tribes descended from the south, he single-handedly held back an army of 10,000 for several days with just 1,000 men. Regrettably, at that time, the Yuan emperor failed to recognize his capabilities. Had he been assigned to defend the imperial city, perhaps he could have held out long enough for the loyal forces to arrive. Shen Nan nodded. From today forth, you shall serve as the deputy commander of the guards. The recruitment of soldiers for the guards will also fall under your purview. That I give you 10 days to recruit 10,000 men. Can you accomplish this? Upon hearing this, Sun Ying was taken aback, but quickly bowed deeply, prompted by those beside him. Your humble servant, Sun Ying, thanks your majesty for your great favor, and I shall certainly serve with utmost loyalty. For merely being a commander of 500 to leaping to the position of camp commander is akin to ascending to the heavens. As for recruiting 10,000 men, as long as sufficient funds are provided, selecting 1,000 from the millions in the imperial city is hardly a daunting task. Shen Nan's elevation of Sun Ying is not solely based on his future merits, but also due to the acute shortage of personnel under his command. The provincial army is currently under Han Lizzie's temporary jurisdiction, while the Tiger Ben Guard is managed by Tuo Ba Pusa. But what of the guards, Wulong and Xian Feng? Chen Jibao is tasked with forming the Great Snow Dragon Riders, and he can only serve as the commander of one guard at most. Given Sun Ying's potential and current performance, Shen Nan is willing to offer him an opportunity. Furthermore, the current commander of the guards is Shen Yi. Should Sun Ying's subsequent performance be unsatisfactory, he will remain merely the deputy commander of the guards. Rise, Shen Nan said calmly. From now on, the military pay for the Red Dragon 10 guards shall be increased to 20 taels. However, this money will not be given without merit. I demand to see a truly elite force. The increase of 5 taels may seem modest, yet if no one dares to pilfer from it, the difference will be substantial. After all, according to the recent roster, the elite guards typically receive only 10 to 11 taels of silver annually. 20 taels effectively doubles that amount. Upon hearing this, Sun Ying and the others respectfully replied, Your Majesty is wise. With Shen Nan's current display of resolute authority, it is unlikely that anyone would dare to engage in fraudulent practices. 20 taels of silver will sufficiently support the elite of the Red Dragon 10 guards, enabling them to steadily enhance their cultivation. Shen Nan nodded and addressed Sun Ying. You will lead 200 personal guards to accompany Chao Zhenchun to Wulong Pass to deliver the imperial decree. I shall soon follow with the main force of the guards. Wulong, the stronghold of the Xian Feng Guard, is merely 30 li from the imperial city, according to Shen Nan's earlier plans. He intended to consolidate the Tiger Ben Guard, the guards, and the provincial army before applying pressure to compel the Xian Feng and Wulong guards to submit. However, based on the reports previously relayed by Chen Jibao, Shen Nan has also sensed the authority and righteousness possessed by the Emperor of Da Feng. His decision to send Sun Ying and Chao Zhenchun ahead is an attempt to gauge whether this righteousness holds any sway, whether Wulong and Xian Feng will truly submit to an imperial decree. Should they willingly comply, matters would become considerably simpler. Conversely, if Wulong and Xian Feng resist the imperial decree, then the guards and the elite forces led by Chen Jibao, along with the Ming Wang heavy cavalry, would possess sufficient military might to suppress them, albeit at the cost of many lives. Upon hearing this, Sun Ying did not hesitate to bow and respond, I accept the command. Observing this, Shen Nan turned to Chao Zhenchun. You need not provoke them unnecessarily, nor should you display any ostentation. Simply convey the decree in an orderly manner. Should there be any unusual movements from the Wulong or Xian Feng guards, return to report, and I will personally intervene. With Chao Zhenchun's strength, as long as the Wulong and Xian Feng guards do not set an ambush in advance, he should be able to return safely. Moreover, even if the Wulong and Xian Feng guards are steadfast in their allegiance to the military nobility, they would lack the courage to slay the envoy bearing the imperial decree, as that would be tantamount to treason. With a solemn expression, Chao Zhenchun replied, This servant obeys. He felt no fear, only a subtle thrill. The rain-soaked Tian had already begun to establish the Western factory, poised to make a name for itself. Naturally, Chao Zhenchun would not allow himself to lag behind. This was an opportunity. Not wishing to say more, Shen Nan waved his hand. Go. Chao Zhenchun followed Sun Ying towards the guards' headquarters, with Chen Jibao accompanying them. Zhang Jiao, standing by, observed the guards' headquarters and pondered. Does your majesty intend to relocate the camp, to merge the guards, Wulong Guard, and Shen Feng Guard into one, unlike others who were preoccupied with various matters. Zhang Jiao's primary duty today was to protect Shen Nan, allowing him to see things more clearly. Shen Nan nodded, stating, "The situations of the guards, Tiger Bin Guard, and provincial army are exceedingly clear. Among them, the Tiger Bin Guard is in the best condition, maintaining the highest combat effectiveness. However, even the Tiger Bin Guard consists of merely a little over half of the elite forces, while the provincial army appears satisfactory. In reality, their true combat power is minimal, mostly consisting of veterans who can only deal with petty scoundrels. They are not reliable. Although the Wulong and Xian Feng guards are stationed at the fortifications outside the imperial city, seemingly the most secure, one can ascertain from the state of the guards that their military readiness is likely just as dilapidated, and their elite numbers will surely not exceed those of the guards. In this context, merely reorganizing the Red Dragon 10 guards holds little significance. Rather, a complete restructuring is necessary. I intend to transform the Tiger Bin Guard into the Black Dragon Guard, still responsible for the security of the imperial city, while the provincial army will become the Xianbird Guard under Han Lizzie's command, tasked with maintaining order in the imperial city. The Wulong, Xianfeng, and Guard shall be merged into one, thereby filtering out a cadre of elite troops to form an entirely new Feather Forest Guard. Henceforth, there will be no more Red Dragon 10 guards, only the Black Dragon, Xianbird, and Feather Forest Guards. After so many years of establishing the Da Feng, the internal responsibilities and ranks within the Red Dragon 10 guards have become exceedingly convoluted. The provincial army alone is divided into left and right guards, each with its own camps, creating a chaotic division. Shen Nan plans to reduce this to 3 guards, each with 10 camps beneath them, to clarify responsibilities and facilitate reorganization. Zhang Jiao, deep in thought, remarked, "Your Majesty's intention is to have the Tiger Bin and provincial guards responsible for protecting the imperial city, while the Feather Forest Guard is to truly cultivate an elite force in preparation for future troop reductions in Yuzhou and Liangzhou." He is well aware of all of Shen Nan's plans, and thus can easily discern the primary reasons behind Shen Nan's decisions. After all, the mere restructuring of the Qilong 10 guards does not necessitate Shen Nan to discuss matters of recruiting soldiers or increasing benefits with Sun Ying. Even if the actual number of the Qilong 10 guards is merely around 120 to 30,000, after filtering the elite, perhaps only 50 to 60,000 would remain. Yet this number would suffice to guard the imperial palace. It is important to note that these individuals are all elite warriors of the martial arts realm, each capable of standing against 10 foes. Among them are numerous who can confront 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 enemies. With this as the core, it would only require the recruitment of some auxiliary troops to maintain the operations of the imperial capital. However, if one were to consider the long term, this level of military strength is evidently insufficient. Shen Nan nodded, stating, "The empty military rations of Da Feng are not solely consumed by the Qilong 10 guards. The annual grain expenditure in Yuzhou far exceeds that of the Qilong 10 guards, amounting to a staggering 84 million taels of silver per year. How astonishing is that? Sun Ying and others are elated over a mere 20 taels of military pay." Under such circumstances, the military pay for Yuzhou alone could sustain 420,000 elite soldiers. If there were indeed 420,000 warriors of martial arts, how could I possibly worry about revitalizing Da Feng? It would simply require a relentless advance. Of course, military pay cannot be calculated in such a straightforward manner. Nevertheless, the reality is that the military expenditures in Yuzhou and Liangzhou are excessively extravagant. Da Feng has long been in a state of financial deficit. Given the current national conditions of Da Feng and the strength that Shen Nan possesses, he must address this issue by tackling corruption and reducing military forces to save expenditures. Both of these measures are part of Shen Nan's plans, and to downsize the military, sufficient troops are indeed required. The recent downsizing of the Qilong 10 guards reveals a critical issue. The number of generals and troops under Shen Nan's command is still far too limited. Merely downsizing the Hu Ben guards, the Fu Jun guards, and the Zhangshi guards has already exhausted his available generals. In terms of military strength, he can only rely on the 2,800 Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers previously summoned. With the current level of strength, it is simply inadequate to downsize the military in Yuzhou and Liangzhou. Zhang Jiao remarked, "I will assist your majesty in gradually taking control of the Tiangong Academy." Shen Nan nodded, casting his gaze towards the Zhangshi Guard's capital garrison. This relocation is not solely for the convenience of merging, but also serves as a form of selection and a test of obedience. If they cannot march a mere 30 li, then a significant overhaul of the Zhangshi guards will be necessary. Wulong Fort, although termed a fortress, is actually a checkpoint stronghold, a vital passage into the imperial capital from the north. It was here that the founding emperor staunchly held back the barbaric demon tribes, slaying numerous demon gods of the 13th realm, thereby establishing the foundation of Da Feng for 800 years. Consequently, this fortress is exceedingly grand. The city walls alone soar over 20 meters high, piercing the clouds, and the city gates are impressively robust, so much so that even a siege hammer constructed by the Tiangong Academy would take half a day to breach. Upon these walls, bed crossbows are densely arranged, with elite soldiers standing vigilant. However, this is not the current state of Wulong Fort. The barbaric demon tribes have not crossed the boundaries of Yuzhou for over 600 years, let alone reach the imperial capital of Yongzhou, 1,000 li away. Thus, this so-called imperial capital fortress now resembles a vast marketplace point. One can see numerous merchants' tents everywhere, and faintly hear the melodies of street performers. The inner city remains relatively tranquil, yet today even the inner city is not entirely peaceful. Just a short while ago, a crimson light struck into the inner city. Immediately, everyone in the fortress could sense a surge of blood energy rising within the inner city, accompanied by a roar reminiscent of a furious celestial wolf, filled with astonishment and confusion. What? The individual in question is none other than Zhou Lin, the commander of the Wulong Guards. He is one of the last two first-rank earthly immortals among the martial generals in the imperial capital, and serves as the true face of the martial general's nobility, renowned for his unwavering and vigorous martial skills. The sheer abundance of blood energy, even in a moment of unwitting rage, is enough to make the entire fortress tremble. Within the government office, numerous commanders are filled with trepidation, gazing at the figure emerging from the shattered building. Commander Zhou, could it be that the demon tribes have invaded? A towering man, clad in gold and black armor, looks towards Zhou Lin. Though he possesses a remarkably bold appearance, his voice is exceedingly gentle, even somewhat delicate. This individual is Shen Nan, the commander of the Shen Feng Guards. The legitimate daughter of Duke Chu, Chen Taiho Chen Chuli, is his own sister. Shen Nan, despite his somewhat effeminate demeanor, is naturally endowed with a robust physique and excels in practicing hard martial arts. Hence, he has been assigned to train under Zhou Lin in the true hard martial arts. Unfortunately, despite his exceptional talent, he exhibits a peculiar disposition, showing little interest in martial practice, and instead prefers the feminine arts of embroidery. Zhou Lin's expression darkens, and he remains silent. His demeanor further intensifies the oppressive atmosphere around him. At the level of an earthly immortal, even a casual gesture or glance could easily result in death. It seems that Zhou Lin, a practitioner of hard martial arts, under his fury, could invoke changes in the heavens, causing sudden rises in temperature. His Majesty has taken action. Zhou Lin stands with his hands clasped behind his back, his crimson armor growing increasingly vibrant, his voice chillingly cold. I had previously stated not to underestimate His Majesty, nor should you presume that the old Duke does not believe it, thinking that a series of banquets could deter His Majesty. They have forgotten that throughout history, military power has always been forged through bloodshed. A martial god of the 11th realm, a celestial being of the 10th realm. With these two alone, His Majesty's strength far surpasses ours. If one wishes to confront such power, they ought to bring back the Duke of Liangzhou or have all the martial generals from Liangzhou submit petitions. And yet, they rely on banquets. The Duke of Chu has truly aged. His words are unreservedly blunt. Yet, Shen Nan, the Duke of Chu's own son, dares not retort, merely staring blankly at Zhou Lin. His Majesty has truly taken action. Though Shen Nan possesses a somewhat effeminate aura, he does not favor male beauty but rather has a strong liking for women. His astonishment lies in how His Majesty dares to act, especially relying solely on that martial god of the 11th realm and the celestial being of the 10th realm. Upon hearing this, Zhou Lin's cold gaze sweeps over the crowd. The imperial capital has enjoyed peace for many years. Have you truly forgotten the deterrent power of celestial beings and martial gods? It is said that a celestial being can rival an entire army, while a martial god can suppress a nation. Do you think that I, as a lowly noble, possess the right to stand above you and the audacity to indiscriminately pocket 50% of the profits? While the people of the imperial capital dare not voice a single complaint, it is solely because I am the face of the martial general's nobility in the imperial capital. I am an earthly immortal of the martial arts. Moreover, I am currently the most likely among the martial generals to break into the 10th realm, and that is all there is to it. If an earthly immortal is thus, what of the celestial beings? What of the martial gods? As his words resonate, the atmosphere grows increasingly oppressive, and Shen Nan holds his breath, scarcely daring to exhale. Shen Nan. Zhou Lin turns to Shen Nan. You are to leave the fortress immediately and head to Liangzhou to seek refuge with the Duke of Xian. You are not to return without the Duke of Chu's orders that I ask for the others. Zhou Lin surveys the crowd, commanding, "Follow me to welcome His Majesty." Yes, though the commanders are filled with uncertainty. They dare not speak further due to Zhou Lin's authority. Only Chen Nan's expression turns exceedingly complex. Has it truly reached this point? Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Lin remarks, "The Zhangshi guards, Hubin guards, and Fujun guards are all under His Majesty's command. This time, we have lost out. If we wish to retain some semblance of dignity, we must recognize the situation, otherwise. Do you really believe that His Majesty is a benevolent ruler like the late emperor? One who would hesitate to take action against you? Or who would refrain from killing?" Shen Nan. Shortly after Chen Nan departs, Chao Zhengchun leads Sun Ying and 200 elite Zhangshi guards to Wulong Fort. Still immersed in the grandeur of the fortress, he hears a composed voice inquire, "Are you the envoy dispatched by His Majesty?" Chao Zhengchun looks towards the imposing Zhou Lin, momentarily stunned before nodding. "That is indeed me." Without hesitation, Zhou Lin bows deeply, kneeling. "I, Zhou Lin, commander of the Wulong Guards, humbly request the envoy to convey the edict." Chao Zhengchun stands frozen. Sun Ying steps forward and discreetly nudges Chao Zhengchun. Realizing quickly, Chao Zhengchun promptly responds, "His Majesty has issued an order." This unexpectedly compliant scene surpasses all of Chao Zhengchun's expectations. He had originally anticipated that this would be a challenging endeavor. It is even quite possible that the opposing party, driven to desperation, would act recklessly. Yet, the result was that the commander of Wulong, along with numerous generals, knelt in welcome of the imperial edict. What merit, then, could be attributed to Chao Zhengchun? Sun Ying furrowed his brow slightly and quietly instructed those beside him with a few words. Soon, someone rode back to deliver the message. Zhou Lin patiently awaited the conclusion of the imperial decree before rising to say, "Your servant obeys the command. Lang San, gather the troops at the training grounds to await His Majesty's inspection of the military. The rest of you shall remain here to respectfully welcome His Majesty." The collective response from the generals resonated in unison. This scene left Chao Zhengchun momentarily taken aback. 10 miles from the Wulong fortress, a long procession traversed the official road. Although it is often said that an army does not march without provisions, the imperial guards numbered only about 13,000, and with the Ming King's heavily armored infantry and the clean troops, there were barely 20,000 in total, making the journey to the fortress 30 miles away without any need for provisions. Along the way, while some fell behind or the formation became somewhat disordered, under the adept command of Qin Jibao and the supervision of 2,000 heavily armored infantrymen, they covered the 20 miles in merely half an hour. This was also due to the nature of the Xianwu world. Although many were merely there to make up numbers, their physical prowess significantly surpassed that of individuals from previous eras, according to the historical records of the Red Dragon's 10 guards. During their peak, an army of 50,000 could traverse hundreds of miles in a single day. It is important to note that such an army did not march in the current manner, but was burdened with armor and provisions. And they were not cavalry. This clearly illustrates the formidable strength of the armies in the Xianwu world. During the journey, Shen Nan discerned the caliber of these imperial guards. Some of the elite were immediately recognizable as such. For instance, the Ming King's heavily armored infantry consisted of men standing around 8 feet tall, each robustly built, clad in armor and wielding shields, resembling black bears. The elite among the imperial guards also appeared commendable. In contrast, those merely filling ranks were typically around 5 or 6 feet tall, lacking complete armor and weaponry, their demeanor and presence starkly different. The need for troop reduction was indeed pressing. Shen Nan's decision to bring these individuals to the Wulong fortress was also to facilitate the process of troop reduction, preventing any potential chaos should they scatter. As for disturbances, the enforcement of the law, presided over by the Jinjingwu, is no trifling matter. Why has there been little turmoil in the capital, which houses millions? The law has undoubtedly played a significant role. Additionally, the presence of adept individuals from Taoism and Confucianism has helped maintain order. The capital of the Great Feng is ultimately the epicenter of the world's strongest empire. Teeming with experts, its national fortune as vast as the stars. Even if the demon race's 13 realms of demon gods were to approach, they would likely be overwhelmed by the fervent national destiny before even reaching the capital. Regrettably, once the fortune of the Great Feng declines in the future, such deterrents will no longer exist. All manner of demons and monsters will dare to wreak havoc in the capital during chaotic times. When a nation is on the brink of collapse, there will surely be aberrations. Shen Nan murmured to himself, "I am curious to see what aberrations may arise this time." Zhang Jiao, beside him, remarked, If the national strength is robust and the populace is content, there would naturally be no aberrations. Presently, the Great Feng can be considered a time of peace, yet alas, insatiable desires and human greed persist. When discussing aberrations, might not Zhang Jiao of the Three Kingdoms in the Xianwu era be regarded as an aberration in the eyes of the Han Emperor? Shen Nan then realized this, chuckling as he said, I do not refer to the celestial masters. Even during the late Eastern Han period in the Xianwu era, the celestial masters were merely advocating for the people's welfare, not causing chaos. The phrase the heavens have perished, Huang Tian shall rise, in the year of Jiazi, the world shall prosper is known to all in later generations. Zhang Jiao's aspirations were not for personal gain but for the welfare of all under heaven. He was certainly no aberration. Zhang Jiao shook his head and said, how can one save the world in chaos? Ultimately, it is merely a matter of perspective. Is today's Great Feng, with its Confucian and Taoist scholars, truly in chaos? Is the Buddhist sect also in chaos? What ultimately matters is how things will unfold in the future. Shen Nan scoffed and shook his head. Let us not speak of Taoism. Confucianism is tolerable, but what of Buddhism? They do not engage in production or live for the people. They seek merely a paradise on earth, sustaining one individual with countless offerings. This is hardly salvation. Zhang Jiao nodded slightly in agreement. Shen Nan smiled and said, let us set that aside for now. Moving forward, we shall establish a truly prosperous era together. The nature of that era will be determined by us and will be built by our own hands. Zhang Jiao nodded. The humble Taoist shall certainly serve your majesty with utmost loyalty. This statement clearly differed from his earlier remarks upon arrival, indicating that Zhang Jiao had gradually come to recognize Shen Nan, integrating into this world with genuine intent to assist Shen Nan in creating a peaceful and prosperous realm, just as he had previously expressed the desire to aid his majesty in mastering the Tiangong Institute. At that moment, Chen Jibao's voice called from outside, Your Majesty. Shen Nan lifted the jade curtain to look outside, where he saw Chen Jibao, his brow slightly furrowed, saying, something seems amiss. Zhou Lin has exited seclusion. Zhou Lin was also mentioned in the intelligence provided by Li Si. Shen Nan had previously overlooked him because the information indicated that Zhou Lin had been in seclusion for several months, intending to break through to the 10th realm of military prowess. Furthermore, Shen Nan had gleaned from the memories of the future Yuan Emperor the nature of Zhou Lin's character. Although Zhou Lin hailed from the lineage of military nobility, he was one of the renowned valiant generals of the late Great Feng, second only to the military sage Han Lizzi. He was genuinely loyal to the Great Feng. In his final moments, he fought valiantly against the 11-realm demon king of the barbaric demon race for several days, ultimately perishing in the struggle, with the demon king he faced also meeting his demise, given Zhou Lin's character and abilities. Shen Nan did not consider him among those needing to be dismissed. This also reveals an important point. Although military nobility may be Shen Nan's current adversaries, not all of them are enemies. Many among them are indeed useful. The progress of the system's tasks also reflects this. Shen Nan has already completed 75% of the task to dismantle a major power. Sometimes, dismantling does not mean total annihilation but merely removing the opposing force from existence. Once Shen Nan fully subjugates the Wulong Guards and the Xianfeng Guards, he will have completed his task. After all, once he achieves this, the Red Dragon's 10 guards will no longer exist, replaced instead by the Black Dragon, Shin Bird, and Yulin Guards. As for the military nobility represented by the Duke of Chu, they actually represent another faction, and they are certainly ranked quite high. The military nobility in Liangzhou are far more formidable than those in the capital, such as Duke Xian and some generals of the 10th realm. These individuals represent the true core of the military nobility. The Duke of Chu and his peers are merely the facade of the military nobility. A significant portion of the wealth they accumulate annually is used to sustain the military nobility in Liangzhou. This is akin to how much of the resources supporting Zhou Lin's breakthrough are derived from the Wulong Guards. Could anyone genuinely believe that the wealth and glory of the military nobility stem solely from these inept individuals? If that were the case, how could the successive rulers of the Great Feng repeatedly fail? Are not the rulers of the past simply inept? It is merely that the influence of the military nobility is so vast that a single thread can unravel the entire tapestry. Moreover, the interference of Confucianism and Taoism complicates matters further. It is only through Shen Nan's decisive and swift approach, bolstered by the formidable presence of Taoba Bodhisattva and Chen Jibao, two unparalleled masters of military strategy, that he has managed to achieve success. Shen Nan turned to Chen Jibao, inquiring, what is Zhou Lin's demeanor? Given Zhou Lin's potential future actions, his emergence from seclusion may not be a negative development. On the contrary, it could simplify the task of subjugating the Red Dragon's 10 guards. and this individual could indeed be of use. Chen Jibao replied. Upon Chao Zhengchun's arrival, Zhou Lin led the Wulong guards and numerous generals to the fortress gate to welcome him. After receiving the edict, he commanded the generals to assemble the troops in anticipation of your majesty's military inspection. Such a response is indeed the most challenging aspect. Chen Jibao was unconcerned about any potential underhanded tactics from the other side. What could they possibly do against him, a master of military prowess? Rather, this pliability left them without a valid reason to instigate conflict. Upon hearing this, Shen Nan laughed, saying, "Is this not a good thing? Relay the order to accelerate our advance." Zhou Lin's conduct is indeed as loyal and astute as the annals of future history would suggest. Given this, Shen Nan may utilize Zhou Lin to continue overseeing the Wulong Guard and the Selection Guard. Soon, the imperial carriage began to accelerate. Such a carriage, akin to a magical artifact, could traverse 1,000 miles in a day when propelled to its utmost capacity. The reason why the future Yuan Yu Emperor was able to escape was due to the so-called majestic and immovable national treasure, the Jade Chariot, which allowed him to span thousands of miles in a single day. Otherwise, he would not have been able to retreat calmly as the savage demon tribes invaded the imperial capital. Regrettably, the Jade Chariot had exhausted the nation's fortune upon reaching Jiangzhou, ultimately transforming into an immobile and towering imperial carriage, a mere hollow title, unable to be summoned at will. In mere moments, the Wulong fortress came into Shen Nan's view. Gazing upon the immensely imposing fortress, he felt a profound sense of the grandeur of the Da Feng Dynasty. Such fortifications would be exceedingly difficult to construct even in the modern era of his past life, let alone within a feudal dynasty. The realm of celestial martial arts is indeed extraordinary. Before the city gates, Zhou Lin stood as motionless as a statue, awaiting the arrival of the imperial carriage. Only when it arrived did he kneel upon the ground, his voice resonant and steady. Criminal Minister Zhou Lin pays his respects to your majesty. Criminal Minister Zhang Sa pays his respects to your majesty. Criminal Minister Sunday. As Zhou Lin spoke, each leader of the Wulong Guard and the Selection Guard knelt in unison. This scene was indeed astonishing. The bustling markets on either side had fallen silent the moment Zhou Lin appeared. Now, witnessing such a spectacle, the onlookers were filled with awe and trepidation. I in the Wulong fortress, who was unaware that Zhou Lin was the very embodiment of authority. Yet now, this figure of power knelt to greet an even greater authority. The majesty of the emperor was evident. Around them, many others also knelt and bowed. Long live your majesty. Amidst this atmosphere, Shen Nan slowly emerged from the imperial carriage, donned in a purple ceremonial robe and wearing the Ping Tian crown. His complexion fair and handsome. Yet, his gaze radiated a profound depth, his presence commanding an unapproachable authority that he first regarded Zhou Lin, then scanned the leaders of the Wulong and Selection Guards. Among them were individuals with deeply etched memories, some who had been duplicitous, others who would fight to the death in the future, and still others who served as traitors within the savage demon tribes. The complexity of human nature often reveals such variability. Those once resolute in righteousness may falter when confronted with life and death crises, while those deemed inconsequential may exhibit unexpected bravery in perilous moments, making them difficult to predict. While Shen Nan did not claim to fully understand the human heart, he was certain of one thing: as long as he, the emperor, remained strong, and as long as the Da Feng dynasty stood firm, the hearts of the people would not waver, or rather, they would not dare to waver. Just as on this day, Shen Nan approached Zhou Lin, looking down and inquiring, "What crime have you committed?" This posture, for one who typically looked down upon all, was a subtle humiliation for Zhou Lin. Yet, Zhou Lin's expression remained unchanged as he resolutely declared, "I have embezzled military funds, amassed wealth through illicit means, and formed factions for personal gain. My crimes are unforgivable. I humbly beseech your majesty to consider the arduous path of my cultivation and show leniency." Such words were indeed a display of utmost humility. However, it was also a clever tactic of Zhou Lin to retreat in order to advance. The current situation left the military nobles of the imperial capital with no means to resist Shen Nan. And although Zhou Lin was at the pinnacle of the first rank of land immortals, what could he achieve without entering the ranks of the celestial beings? Moreover, even if he were to achieve that level, the emperor had a martial god of the 11th rank by his side. The disparity in strength and the collapse of the situation left Zhou Lin with no choice but to confess, which might afford him a chance for survival. After all, the Da Feng dynasty had existed for 800 years without executing a first-rank land immortal. This was not to say that there was a principle against punishing land immortals, but rather that such individuals were true paragons among men, the very backbone of the Da Feng dynasty. Unless their crimes were truly heinous, Exile or a posting to the borders to safeguard the realm was the best option. Show leniency? Shen Nan laughed, his gaze sweeping over the military leaders behind Zhou Lin. Despite his cultivation being only at the 4th rank, the aura of his imperial status, coupled with the present circumstances, rendered anyone who met his gaze to feel a shiver of dread, a visceral awareness that their lives hinged upon Shen Nan's whims. After a long pause, he finally spoke. I intend to dissolve the Red Dragon 10 guards. And from now on, the Tiger Bin Guard will be renamed the Black Dragon Guard, to be commanded by Toba Bodhisattva. The Fu Jun Guard will become the Xian Yao Guard, under the command of Han Lizzie. As for the Wulong, Selection, and Shirshir Guards, they will be merged into the Yulin Guard, which I intend for you to oversee. Do you comprehend what is required of you? Toba Bodhisattva was Shen Nan's ally, while Han Lizzie had earned his position through merit in this undertaking. If Zhou Lin were to continue commanding the Wulong Guard and even oversee an additional Selection Guard, what qualifications did he possess for such a role? This was Shen Nan's inquiry, a challenge for Zhou Lin to make a choice. Zhou Lin's expression briefly changed before returning to calmness as he intoned, I understand. As he spoke, he stood up and pointed to an individual beside him. This man is named Zhang Sa, the legitimate son of the Duke of Yin. Due to his status, he has acted with impunity in the past, treating the common people as mere animals, and has indulged in rampant bullying. This man must be punished. As the solemn words fell, Zhou Lin suddenly struck out, stepping forward to land a punch upon the head of Zhang Sa. Zhang Sa, eyes wide with terror, could not react in time before his head exploded. Then, Zhou Lin pointed to another. This man is named Zhang He, the legitimate son of the Duke of Lu. In a drunken rage, he killed 32 individuals from a brothel and is equally deserving of death. Boom! Another head burst apart. Zhou Lin knew. The leaders of the Wulong and Selection Guards looked on in utter shock, their expressions morphing into disbelief. They had just grasped that the Emperor expected Zhou Lin to present a loyalty oath. Yet no one anticipated such ruthlessness and decisiveness from him, publicly executing the sons of 2 dukes. Zhou Lin had effectively severed ties with the military nobles, and moreover, as a commander of the Wulong Guard. What audacity did he possess to carry out such slaughter in the presence of the Emperor? By such actions, the Emperor could order Qin Jibao to execute him at any moment, in delivering his loyalty oath. Zhou Lin had staked his very life. His words had led to the deaths of 2 military leaders. This act not only cut off the paths of the military nobility, but also handed Shen Nan leverage over Zhou Lin. Should Shen Nan wish, he could have Zhou Lin killed without inciting any outrage, for Zhou Lin had irrevocably become a solitary minister. Such actions left the leaders of the Wulong and Selection Guards pale with horror. One could not help but exclaim, Zhou Lin, even if you wish to be a dog, you should not go this far. Do you not fear the day the Duke of Xian returns to hold you accountable? Zhou Lin's expression remained calm, his blood boiling, a murderous aura emanating from him. This man may have committed minor transgressions, yet he bears no grave sins. He does not deserve execution. Among the 19 present, there remains one. Upon these words, the military leaders' faces changed, retreating in unison, their expressions filled with trepidation. This reaction underscored Zhou Lin's standing within the Wulong Guard. Had anyone else dared such a claim, they would have been immediately attacked and slain on the spot. Yet, after Zhou Lin's actions, these men could only shout in outrage without daring to retaliate. Before anyone could react, Zhou Lin turned to Shen Nan. It is indeed I, Zhou. Thud, he knelt upon the ground. His voice grave, I implore your majesty to execute me. Shen Nan stood just a short distance from Zhou Lin, observing him until the surroundings fell into a chilling silence. He finally spoke. You are indeed guilty. Your crimes warrant execution. Both Zhang Sa and Zhang He are beyond forgiveness and must be dealt with by the military and the Ministry of Justice. How can one indulge in indiscriminate slaughter? Upon finishing, Shen Nan's tone turned solemn. Qin Jibao's eyes were as cold as ice. I am here. The actions exhibited by those around caused a renewed sense of trepidation, even stirring a tremor within the usually composed Zhou Lin. Upon hearing that Shen Nan intended to assign him the newly merged Yulin Guard, which amalgamated the Imperial Guards, Wulong Guards, and Shenfeng Guards, he comprehended that he had no latitude for choice. The individuals he had just slain had been deliberately selected. As for the crime, such a concept was trivial. Each leader within the Wulong Guards and Shenfeng Guards bore their own transgressions. Even Han Lizzie, despite not oppressing the common folk, had surely taken the lives of some ruffians and gangsters in private. In the realm of martial commanders, bloodshed was an inevitability, and any pretext for condemnation could easily be fabricated. Zhou Lin's motivation for eliminating those 2 men stemmed primarily from their identities as the legitimate sons of the Duke of the Imperial Capital. Only such stature could serve as a proper token of allegiance. As Zhou Lin's thoughts spiraled in confusion, Shen Nan's voice resonated once more. Disarm Zhou Lin, seize his military insignia, and leave it to you for disposition. The Imperial Guards, Wulong Guards, and Xianfeng Guards shall immediately proceed to the training grounds for a military review. Those who fail to arrive within half an hour will be treated as traitors. After delivering this directive, Shen Nan turned and made his way towards the imperial carriage, instructing Zhang Jiao, "Enter the city." Zhang Jiao nodded slightly, and the opulent imperial carriage began to move slowly once more. Flanked by the 400 elite armored soldiers led by Shen San, Zhou Lin and the commanders of the Wulong Guards and Xianfeng Guards stood on either side, watching the imperial carriage depart. After a prolonged silence, Chen Jibao's voice broke through. "General Zhou, let us proceed." The implications of Shen Nan's earlier words were unmistakable. He was evidently pleased with Zhou Lin's display of loyalty. However, Zhou Lin's methods had been excessively brutal, eliciting disdain, and it was only natural for Shen Nan to exert some pressure upon him. For now, the Imperial Guards, Wulong Guards, and Xianfeng Guards would be temporarily overseen by Chen Jibao, although Zhou Lin had lost his official title. Once Chen Jibao consolidated the 3 guards into the Yulin Guard and established the Red Dragon Cavalry, the position of commander of the Yulin Guard would naturally revert to Zhou Lin. This was the reward Zhou Lin had garnered through the execution of 2 men today. The price of this reward, however, was that he could never again be a noble martial general but would henceforth serve as a mere instrument in His Majesty's hand. With no retreat left for him, Zhou Lin exhaled slowly. Understood. The many commanders of the Wulong Guards and Xianfeng Guards gazed at Zhou Lin with expressions laden with complexity. They had finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Particularly those who had shouted in anger earlier now bore faces full of remorse. To speak frankly, the situation had become strikingly clear. Had Zhou Lin not acted decisively in his submission and eliminated 2 men, the subsequent purge of the Wulong Guards and Xianfeng Guards would have been executed by Chen Jibao, and at that juncture, the cost would not merely have been the deaths of 2 individuals. They themselves would not have escaped unscathed. Conversely, given the current circumstances, Shen Nan would not be able to conduct a widespread purge at most. He would adhere to the previous standards of the Imperial Guards, allowing these individuals to buy their lives, followed by a careful selection. Many commanders might have lost their titles and wealth, but at the very least, their lives were spared. In comparison to the slaughter at Wulong Fortress, this was a relief. Meanwhile, the residence of the Duke of Chu was engulfed in lamentation. The once vibrant atmosphere of revelry had dissipated, replaced by faces that resembled those mourning the loss of their parents. The Duke of Chu sat in a daze at the head of the hall, absorbing the stream of intelligence that arrived. News of the death of Commander Hong Kai of the Imperial Guards. The announcement that His Majesty had led the elite Imperial Guards to Wulong Fortress. Each piece of information confirmed his understanding that the tide had turned against him. When news of Wulong Fortress reached him, the Duke's countenance darkened, as if he had aged a decade in an instant. The Dukes of Yin and Lu erupted in outrage. What? Here, sire, was publicly slain by that scoundrel Zhou Lin. He has led the Wulong Guards and Xianfeng Guards to submit to His Majesty? Zhou Lin's betrayal struck a devastating blow to these martial nobles. Their greatest hope had been that the Wulong Guards and Xianfeng Guards would remain steadfast. Perhaps then they could negotiate with His Majesty regarding the restructuring of the Red Dragon 10 Guards. Given the current state of affairs, at the very least, the martial nobles believed they should retain some semblance of dignity, such as preserving certain titles and the allowances promised by their predecessor. However, with Zhou Lin's submission and Shen Nan's assumption of control over Wulong Fortress, these martial nobles found themselves devoid of any hope for a comeback. Lacking any standing to converse with His Majesty, despite their impressive titles, those present wielded no real power. The true authority lay with the commanders, while they were merely a collection of aging figures. Their martial prowess woefully inadequate. The dukes and lords here could not even contend with a single martial master of the first rank. Duke Lu, Zhang Wu, cast a glance at the Duke of Chu and growled. "Old Duke, say something." The Duke of Chu, with a bitter smile, gazed vacantly at the Duke of Lu. What is there to say at this juncture? In terms of power, strength, and the prevailing situation, where do our martial nobles stand a chance for resurgence? The Duke of Lu's face turned ashen. Just as he was about to speak, the Duke of Chu sighed heavily. The Tiger Bin Guard is now under the command of the Martial Master Tua Ba Pusa, who stands at the 11th rank of martial prowess. We dare to hope that a few individuals can usurp power, although there were no martial celestial beings or martial gods within the army guards. Han Lizzie was no ordinary figure. Moreover, he looked up at the ceiling. Old Yang Ku is present, as is Chief Minister Zhang Su, along with Minister of War Li Su and the director of the Artisan Institute. Qing Xian is here as well. What can we possibly expect from this? Furthermore, regarding Wulong Fortress, Zhou Lin's renown was not lost on others. Did they truly remain unaware? Within Wulong Fortress, Zhou Lin was akin to the heavens. The very heavens that overshadowed all. It mattered not if he had slain the sons of two dukes. Even if he were to eradicate all the commanders, the elite forces of the Wulong Guards and Shin Feng Guards would not raise an uproar. For Zhou Lin held dominion. Besides, His Majesty himself was present at Wulong Fortress. Who among them could alter the course of events? The Duke of Chu delineated the situation with clarity. This state of affairs was undoubtedly dire for the martial nobles. It could only be said that Shen Nan had concealed his intentions too well. When he struck, it was like a thunderous force, and before they could react, many matters had already been resolved, leaving them in a state of utter despair. Duke Yan, hearing this, appeared increasingly anxious. Must we truly remain idle? The death of their legitimate sons is indeed tragic. Yet, the thought of His Majesty's impending reckoning fills him with genuine terror. The resources of these dukes and lords pale in comparison to those of the Duke of Chu, who possesses an almost inviolable safety from death due to his status, should His Majesty seek to hold them accountable. How could they withstand it? Duke Lu, Zhongwu, wore an expression of exasperation. Nothing can be done, nothing at all. We might as well await our doom. The surrounding nobles and dignitaries shared looks of unease. Turning their gazes towards the Duke of Chu, he slumped in his seat and declared, "What is there to do but wait for death? So let it be." He resolutely closed his eyes. For now, we can only observe the extent to which His Majesty wishes to go. Ultimately, it is we who have underestimated him. Consider this: an 11th rank martial master, a martial celestial being, a 10th rank celestial of the Taoist sect, and another 10th rank celestial of the legalist school. With such an illustrious assembly, what right did we have to regard His Majesty with disdain? Was it merely due to his youth? Or perhaps because we have grown too comfortable in recent years? In his youth, the Duke of Chu had harbored grand ambitions. He even contemplated venturing to Yuzhou and Liangzhou for training, but upon witnessing the true horrors of the battlefield, he had fled back to the imperial capital in fear. Thereafter, he had languished in indulgence, only to feel a sense of purpose when his legitimate daughter ascended to the role of empress. Coupled with the temperament of the late emperor, the Duke of Chu had genuinely believed he could act with impunity. He had taken it for granted that the management of the Red Dragon 10 Guards was a task for the nobles to oversee. Yet now, he had come to realize that he remained the coward who had wet his trousers upon first encountering the bloodied battlefield. Though he possessed martial talent, the Duke of Chu had never cultivated the courage to strive with all his might, nor did he harbor any ambition, for he was destined to inherit the title of Duke of Chu. This noble title was, indeed, the pinnacle of honor and wealth. The people surrounding fell silent upon hearing the words. After a considerable pause, someone finally spoke. Why not summon Duke Xian back? An immediate retort followed. And what good would that do? Are we to expect him to bring back the hundreds of thousands of troops from Liangzhou? Should we not rather initiate a purging of the court and restore order? Do you believe that the legalists lack strength? Or that the Confucians simply turn a blind eye? They most likely wish to trample us, the martial nobility, into the mud. These words rendered the speaker speechless. Ultimately, while today's gathering was indeed grand, it was merely a matter between His Majesty and the martial nobles. To put it plainly, it was a family affair. The Red Dragon 10 Guards are the Emperor's private army. The martial nobility are all aristocrats allied with the royal family, regardless of how Shen Nan acts. There is no justification for the legalists or Taoists to intervene. In fact, should the situation escalate further, it would become increasingly difficult to manage. Once again, silence enveloped the room. Someone turned to Duke Chu and tentatively suggested, "What if we were to humble ourselves before His Majesty? After all, isn't it merely a matter of spending money to save our lives? I have heard that His Majesty only demands the commander of the guards to account for the missing military funds to avoid punishment." This proposal seemed plausible, and many nodded in agreement, casting glances at Duke Chu. "I believe it is feasible." Indeed, came the response. It is simply a matter of spending money to avert disaster, at worst. We could disregard the Red Dragon 10 Guards in the future. The martial nobles present were not lacking in wealth. Even without the annual stipends from the Red Dragon 10 Guards, they would not starve. The fortunes they had amassed over the years, coupled with the lands and businesses they had acquired at bargain prices due to their status, would suffice to sustain them for generations. However, lacking the Red Dragon 10 Guards would inevitably complicate certain matters. Duke Chu kept his eyes closed, dismissively waving his hand. "Go ahead and T or Y.at that moment." His thoughts became increasingly lucid. He understood that His Majesty's orchestration of such a grand affair was far from a mere transaction of money for life. It was likely that many among the martial nobility would face confiscation of their estates. After all, would His Majesty not seek to recruit and expand the army post-disbandment? Where would the funds for that come from? Within the walls of Wulong Fortress, the sound of war drums echoed incessantly. Wulong guards, the commander of the guards, and the elite vanguard were all gathered in a bustling training ground. Shen Nan had previously announced that he would review the troops in half an hour, warning that those who failed to arrive on time would be treated as deserters. Given Shen Nan's prior methods, combined with the corpses of Zhang Wu and Zhang Sa, no one doubted that His Majesty would indeed carry out executions. Enthusiasm soared among them. Yet, despite their eagerness, the disorganized state of these soldiers posed significant challenges. Nevertheless, these matters would be handled by Qin Jibao and Zhou Lin among others. Meanwhile, Shen Nan was reviewing the system's tasks. At the precise moment Zhou Lin took a life and delivered his pledge of loyalty, the task progress surged to 90%. And then, as Duke Chu closed his eyes, the mission to obliterate a significant power had been thoroughly accomplished. Shen Nan could now claim his reward. His gaze fixed on the system, claimed the gift package. This time, the guaranteed reward for the 12 realms was unprecedented. Thus, Shen Nan was disinclined to peruse any other information, eager only to receive it at the earliest opportunity. In an instant, a purple light manifested, initiating the opening of the 12 realms guaranteed gift package.